People who live in paradise don't need to think about those who live in hell. Joe see he, the dwarf. A voice repeated several times. Go, go, go. A man says, go to the end. That was the right thing to say. A blood-soaked hand held an arm, as the same voice said, go, go. The man wondered what it would be like if he were the one thrown into hell. The blood, the hand and the arm belonged to this man. He was hurt and scared, staring at a system screen. He repeated, go to the end, because the system displayed, go to the end, alternate world. People who live in hell think about paradise all the time. The man kept staring at the system screen and repeating, go to the end. He begins to wonder why he didn't understand, why he needed to do this. Suddenly the man collapses, everything goes black, and some voices start to be heard saying, oh my, Shinhyun and Unseol, are you asleep? I think Unseol was really tired. Shinhyun? Is this person calling me? Yes, that's right. My name is Shinhyun. Don't wake her up until we get home. She bothers her older brother too much. This dream again? The night I was going home with my family. They were all in a car. Shinhyun was holding his younger sister, Unseol. She was sleeping on his arm while he looked at her and smiled. Suddenly, an accident occurs. Shinhyun appears seated in a strange place, scared. He says he doesn't know how much time has passed and that he doesn't see anyone from his family nearby. When he woke up, he was already alone in that place. However, years had passed. During all this time, the only thing he found in this place was a book on celestial martial arts cultivation, which was already inside the cave. After a while, a message started to appear saying, go to the end, if he wanted to return to his home. Shinhyun opens the book and wonders if, by mastering all the techniques inside the book, he could really return to his home and see his family again. He screams that he couldn't stand all this happening repetitively. Suddenly, the system message changes and says, congratulations, you have completed the tutorial. This surprises him. A light begins to appear to him. His eyes were shining. He says that he finally succeeded, starts to cry, saying that finally everything was over. He calls for his father, mother, and his sister Unseol. But when the portal opens in front of him, he realizes that the place he had reached was not the end of the world. He falls to his knees on the ground, saying that this was all a lie. He looks at the world that appeared before him and asks what place this was. The name of this place was Murim. Shinhyun realizes that this was just the beginning of the world. He crouches on the ground, crying and yells, asking why this was happening to him, if everything he had been through was not enough. While crying desperately, he repeatedly asks why this was all happening. Angry, he begins to clench his hand and says that 10 years had passed. He had been doing this for 10 years, full of all this. He yells, asking what he should do to see the end of the world. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling him, which leaves him paralyzed. He turns to see what it was and sees a man standing behind him. This man asks what strange clothes he was wearing. The man smiles and says that he had heard his voice. This man begins to say that he wanted to let Shinhyun go his way, but his family was starving, so he would take some of the meat from Shinhyun's body. This man was clearly in a situation of misery and starving, holding a knife in his hands, prepared to do anything for a bit of food. Shinhyun is frightened by what he is seeing and hearing. Suddenly, the knife of the man falls to the ground, stained with blood. Shinhyun was scared by what happened. The man was dead in front of him. He begins to panic, saying that it was not his fault. Fear takes over him, and he repeatedly says that it was not his fault. He wondered what he should do, how this had happened. Shinhyun tried to justify his act, saying that the man had attacked him first, and therefore he had no choice. Anyone in his position would have done the same. He acted without thinking, and before he knew it, the knife was in his hands. He wonders again what he should do. Was he a murderer? Maybe this was all a dream. He tries to convince himself that it was clearly a dream, but he wasn't waking up from it. Everything was as if it were really true. The system appears again, saying, your external arts have leveled up. He doesn't understand anything, and asks what external art and level are. Shinhyun gets up and looks at the dead man's body on the ground. He says a person died, but he leveled up because of it. Shinhyun begins to laugh louder and louder. He looks at his hands and says that when he saw the system message, he finally understood what he needed to do. The book opens with an energy around it. Shinhyun says his goal is to level up. Only then could he return to his real world. Shinhyun says he needs to reach the maximum level. With that, several swords appear covered in blood. A lot of time passes. In the present day, Shinhyun was a bit different. He was smiling and asks to be let see. Another man was kneeling, trembling, with a sword at his neck. This man was the leader of the demonic sect. A young man comes running, screaming for his leader's life. Shinhyun, now known as the Supreme Sword Emperor, asks the sect leader which generation he was from. The trembling man only says, Supreme Sword Emperor. Shinhyun asks if he is the leader of the 8th generation, because by his count, he had already killed those of the 6th and 7th generations. Shinhyun smiles, saying he was proud of them, as they always came back to look for him, no matter the time or generation. Shinhyun begins to release a strong aura and starts spinning, saying it was fun while it lasted. He cuts off the sect leader's head. The young man there begins to scream, calling Shinhyun a bastard. He rushes to attack Shinhyun, but Shinhyun easily dodges and asks if that's something a follower of the demonic sect has the moral to say. Shinhyun grabs the young man's face with his hand, leaving the young man frightened. Shinhyun approaches the young man and says he had to admit his courage was indeed great. Shinhyun begins to use his aura again. The veins in the young man's body become visible. The young man is confused as his body isn't responding. Another huge wall of energy is created between the two. The young man looks at Shinhyun, who was smiling with a cold and frightening look. A murderous aura in the form of blood floated around him. The young man is completely paralyzed with fear. Shinhyun releases his head and tells him to only come back to him when he learns new demonic arts. Shinhyun emphasizes that the young man didn't need to worry about time. He could take as many decades as he needed for that, because when he came back, it was for them to at least have a fun fight. The young man, still paralyzed with fear, just listens to all this without moving a finger on his body. Shinhyun begins to leave, leaving the young man standing, surrounded by the dead bodies of his sect. Shinhyun says that now this young man would be the new leader of the demonic sect. Night falls, and Shinhyun throws his sword into a stone, saying that the sect leader this time was also nothing exceptional. He sits next to a tree and wonders what he could do to really have fun. He closes his eyes, complaining, saying that maybe he had to create a sect with supreme martial masters. He wonders why things were so boring like this. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and starts looking at the moon. He realizes that he has been living this boring life for 140 years. He remembers the last image he had of his family and says that it's been a long time, and everything that lasts a long time ends up becoming boring. At first, the only thing he wanted was to see the end of the world, but now he can't even remember the faces of his family. He says that in his view, paradise is a place that never existed in his entire life, as he has been living this hellish life day after day. Still looking at the moon, Shinhyun decides and says that's enough, as he had grown tired of it all. Suddenly, the system screen appears in front of him. Startled, he sees that the system was saying, "External arts, level 50 maximum. Internal arts, level 50 maximum. Congratulations, you have reached the highest level." Shinhyun doesn't quite understand all this, but another window appears in front of him saying, "The restriction requirement has been met. The final level restriction, Divine Ascension, has been removed. You are returning to Earth." Shinhyun sighs and asks if this is really serious. After such a long time, he starts laughing loudly and places his hand on his face, wondering if they felt sorry for him because he had given up. However, he stops laughing and looks forward with a mad look, asking if they were mocking him. He asks if Divine Ascension means that now he was at the level of a god. He begins to release his energy again and says that all this is very strange, because if he really had become a god, he should have rid himself of his carnal desires. He remembers his family and wonders if he had always been so full of emotions in his life. He says his family would probably be dead by now. So much time had passed, and therefore, he had lost the will to return to his real world a long time ago. Shinhyun emphasizes that there was only one thing left for him, his thirst for revenge on the person who left him in this state. The system appears again and asks, "Do you want to return to your original world?" Shinhyun starts releasing a lot of energy and screaming. Everything around him begins to be destroyed. While screaming, he just repeats one phrase over and over. "I will kill him! I will kill him! I will kill him!" Shinhyun kept screaming, and the energy released by him continued to increase in size. His eyes were consumed by energy. They glowed with vengeance. The accumulated energy was so great that it was destroying the flowers around him and causing lightning everywhere. Shinhyun says with a strange voice, "Whoever you are, wherever you are, be sure that I will kill you." Shinhyun was consumed by hatred and thirst for revenge. His appearance was completely different. His aura was loaded with hatred. All he desired was to kill the one responsible for all this. The energy released reaches a very high level, and everything begins to turn white. Several rays of energy spread throughout the world. The Supreme Sword Emperor Shinhyun, after having been in Murim for 140 years, is returning to Earth. His body dissolves into energy and begins to disappear. The year was 2011 on planet Earth, before the accident involving Shinhyun. A goddess appears saying, "People, the days when the nightmares will come are not far away." A green portal appears. The goddess continues saying, "Humanity must evolve to fight against these nightmares." Several eyes begin to appear from inside the portal. The goddess says, "You must not waste the blessings that will be given to you." Several monsters appear with scary appearances. The goddess says, "It has finally started. You must have been waiting a long time for this." Shinhyun, Korea, year 2025, Red Wolf Dungeon. A woman was with her bow and arrow fighting against some red wolves. A member of her team was running while the wolves followed him. One of the wolves growls very loudly and tries to attack the man, but the woman fires her arrow, using the archer's powerful arrow technique. The arrow hits the wolf precisely, splitting it in half, and leaves the man amazed by this attack. He shouts the name of his leader. This woman is named Yoon-seol. She approaches her partner and says that fortunately, she managed to arrive in time. She says that they should leave there as quickly as possible. The man, seeing her, is happy and says that this was to be expected of their leader. While he was thanking her, another red wolf bites him right on the shoulder. Yoon-seol, seeing this, becomes desperate, screaming and calling her partner, Byung-gu. The man falls to the ground. Yoon-seol looks ahead and realizes that almost all her team was already on the ground, nearly dead. She thinks this is very bad because the wolves never stop coming and, worst of all, her mana was almost running out. She thinks that if things continue this way, everyone there would end up dead. The wolves begin to surround her. Suddenly she hears footsteps and, as she looks to the side, she sees one of her teammates named Jung-hyun running and abandoning everyone, including her, who was completely surrounded by wolves. She shouts, calling for him, but he doesn't listen to her and keeps running. Yoon-seol turns around and realizes that the wolves were very close. She thinks these wolves are very annoying. They would not give up. She grabs her bow again, thinking that this way, she might not make it. Jung-hyun continues running and thinks that he was too foolish because teaming up with these insects was the worst thing he could have done in his life. He looks around and sees all his teammates being defeated. He thinks that if he stays there, he would become monster food just like his teammates. He reaches a portal and says that he finally made it. He needed to run. Just as he was about to enter the portal, an arrow came towards him and hit the ground beside him, startling him. With that, Jung-hyun turns around annoyed, asking who was the idiot that attacked him. Yoon-seol stops in front of him, all bruised. She was angry, with a heavy aura around her, and curses him as trash, asking where he thought he was going. Jung-hyun tries to defuse the situation and starts saying that he was very happy to see that she was alive. He emphasizes that this is a relief for him. Jung-hyun says he knows how this looks, but he asks her to calm down. Yoon-seol approaches him, grabbing him by the clothes and starts yelling at him, saying that she had warned him that a battlefield is dangerous. Yoon-seol was so angry and begins to cry while shouting that it was all his fault for being an incompetent and deaf idiot. Due to his negligence, their whole team was now dead. Jung-hyun also starts to get irritated. He slaps her hand away, calling her insensitive, and says that he doesn't care at all about the rest of the team, whether they died or not. What matters is that he needed to get out alive. She starts to laugh and says that's right, that's the Jung-hyun. She turns around and says it was stupid to try to argue with an idiot. As she returns to the battlefield, she says he could go back to his home, as his father would cover everything up for him. She looks at him again, angry about all this, and says she wanted to see if his father could cover up the situation this time, when they return to Aurora. Jung-hyun gets very angry, looking at her. He calls Yoon-seol, and when she turns around, he appears behind her with everything and uses his fighter skill, Stonebreaker. Red energy comes out of his arms and hits Yoon-seol in the chest, causing her a lot of pain. This attack throws her far away, making her hit a tree. He stops in front of her and says he also wanted to see. He prepares to hit her again and asks who she thinks she is dealing with, if this stupid bitch doesn't even know the basics. He grabs her hair, comes very close, smiling, and asks her if she really thought she was worth anything, just because she received some compliments. Jung-hyun looks at her with contempt and says that if she wants to make her name shine, he could help. Still holding her hair, he says, thinking only of reputation, leader Miss Yoon-seol became a problem, so the dungeon invasion failed and the entire team was annihilated. Jung-hyun begins to release his aura again and says this story would convince. Yoon-seol, without strength, just looks at it without saying anything. Jung-hyun advances to finish this conversation and thanks her for doing the best she can. However, a very strong lightning strike falls right behind him, startling him. A man appears in the middle of the dust that the lightning raised. He looks forward and realizes he was on Earth. He remembers that a system window appeared to him earlier saying, "You reached internal art level 50 maximum, external art level 50 maximum." A new window opens and says, "You have returned to Earth." He sees that he really has returned, starts to laugh loudly and shouts, saying that the reward for reaching the highest level is to return to Earth. That's pathetic. A very ridiculous hobby to have. He stops laughing and says he would kill the one responsible for this. He could be sure of those words. Jung-hyun looks at Shin-hyun and says he wanted to play the hero. Shin-hyun is a bit confused by this, as he did not choose to appear there. Jung-hyun is irritated, saying that he came out of nowhere, talking to himself, saying he would kill and blah blah blah. Jung-hyun asks about the teleportation, how he used it. He probably was a wizard. He points a finger in Shin-hyun's face and says he better start talking quickly about whom he is affiliated with. However, Shin-hyun ignores him and starts walking. Jung-hyun is annoyed, thinking this idiot was ignoring him. Shin-hyun notices Yoon-seol on the ground, looks at her, and wonders if they were fighting to the death, as she looked like she was going to die. Looking more closely, Shin-hyun notices something and kneels down. Jung-hyun watches this, completely irritated. He thinks he screwed up, as this guy must have seen him trying to kill Yoon-seol, and therefore he couldn't let Shin-hyun leave there alive. as no one knows what could really happen if he told other people what he saw there. Jong-yun starts to release his aura again and says he doesn't know who this guy is, but his only choice there is to shut him up at any cost. Jong-yun yells, trying to call Shin-hyun. However, he was completely focused on Yoon-seol. He sees the necklace on her neck and wonders if it's the same necklace. He places his hand on her face. Jong-yun yells at him not to interfere in their duel and says that if he kept quiet, it would be a great idea. Jong-yun starts running and leaps, ready to attack Shin-hyun. He shouts that he would have the same fate as her. Shin-hyun begins to release his monstrous aura, and just with that pressure, he manages to stop Jong-yun's attack, leaving him bewildered. Jong-yun looks at him and wonders where all this dangerous aura he has comes from. Jong-yun is scared seeing who is in front of him, as the sky was all disturbed, and a strong energy came out of him and went up to the sky. Shin-hyun starts to float, and the ground begins to break apart with the overwhelming pressure of his aura. Shin-hyun starts to say that there is no possibility that he hadn't noticed. Shin-hyun says that, first of all, Jong-yun asked his name with a frightened look. He says his name is Supreme Sword Emperor, Shin-hyun. In seconds, he appears in front of Jong-yun with a finger pointed at his eyes and energy at the tip. He says that even if he had told him that, it would not mean anything. Shin-hyun fires a massive energy at Jong-hyun, destroying everything in front of him and causing a huge explosion in the background of the forest. As soon as the glow fades, Jong-hyun's body was kneeling in front of him, but without a head. Shin-hyun says that's it. He is Shin-hyun, Yoon-seol's older brother. He truly smiles for the first time in over 100 years. He begins to remember his childhood life. His mother says, "Yoon-seol, are you going to keep throwing tantrums?" His little sister was crying with a teddy bear in her hand. His mother says, "If you keep behaving like this, I really will leave you behind. Gosh, it's getting dark." Until Shin-hyun comes near her and asks if she likes amusement parks that much. She says yes. He smiles and asks what they should do, because if they stayed there longer, it might complicate their parents' lives. She hugs her teddy bear and says that if they went back to their house, she wouldn't see him anymore. She asks when they would see each other again, because their parents said that now he wouldn't appear much at their house, because he would be busy studying a lot. Shin-hyun touches her head and caresses it, saying that she should know that he loved her very much, and even though he would be studying at the university, he would still come home to see her. He says that every time he came to see her, they would play in the amusement park. She looks at him with tear-filled eyes and suddenly smiles, saying then it's all okay. Shin-hyun says she's been a good girl, but now they need to go home. She agrees, but says he should carry her to the car. Shin-hyun puts her on his back, and the two start walking, smiling. Shin-hyun says it's good for him to enjoy carrying her while she's still not heavy. She says she's not heavy, so he could carry her every day. Night falls, and on the road was the family's crashed car. Yoon-seol blames herself for it, saying that if she hadn't been so stubborn, if she hadn't been so annoying, if she hadn't insisted so much on going to the amusement park, their parents would still be alive. She looks to the side to call her brother and says that if this hadn't happened, her brother would not have disappeared these days. Shin-hyun was sitting next to his sister, healing her wounds. Suddenly she wakes up screaming, frightened. She tries to get up. Shin-hyun says she finally woke up. He points out that he treated her with his own ki, but the injuries she had were very deep, so it would be a bit difficult for her to move now. She turns to him and asks who he is. Shin-hyun says he already expected that she wouldn't recognize him. Shin-hyun tries to touch her arm, but she holds her necklace tightly, scared. He says she really had grown so much. He looks at her and says now he won't be able to carry her anymore because she has grown heavy. He holds her hand and the necklace. She is startled by these words. She starts to realize and thinks that this can't be because this is impossible. She remembers her brother giving her a gift, and that gift was the necklace. He leans towards her and asks her to always be brave, even if he is far from her. On the necklace, there was a picture of their entire family. She starts to cry and calls her brother a jerk, asking where he had been all this time. She ends up in tears. Shin-hyun hugs her and says he knows everything and imagines how much she suffered alone. Suddenly, she pushes him away forcefully and asks what happened with Jung-hyun. Shin-hyun says that if she was talking about the one who attacked her, he was right there behind. She stands up, frightened, and sees him dead. She screams, asking if it was he who killed Jung-hyun. Shin-hyun replies that it was indeed him and asks if there's any problem with that. She grabs his arm and screams that they need to run immediately. Outside the dungeon at their home, Shin-hyun starts looking around and says it has been centuries since he returned to this house, but it was just like before. Yoon-seol, with her head down and worried, says they are in big trouble because Director Kang-jin would come after them. He is the director of the Aurora Guild and Jung-hyun's father. He was a gang member and is known for being violent and relentless. Moreover, he is also one of the 11 high-ranking hunters in Korea. Yoon-seol looks at her phone and sees that it is already 9 o'clock. She says too much time has passed to report the situation while she was unconscious, and by this time, Kang-jin must know about his son's death. She emphasizes that he would suspect her, since she was the only one who survived the raid. Shin-hyun looks at her and asks if that was her only concern. Yoon Seo looks at him, not understanding. He lifts her hair and smiles, asking if it isn't very simple, and says he could just kill Kang Jin too. That would solve everything. Yoon Seo starts pinching his cheeks while he talked about being the Supreme Sword Emperor. She asks him to stop talking nonsense. Yoon Seo says that in the first place, Kang Jin is above level 50. He didn't get to the executive position for nothing. Shin Hyun wonders if there was also a level here. Yoon Seo yells, saying that, in the second place, that name is terrible. Supreme Sword Emperor. Who the hell uses names like that, and why was he talking that way? He had returned after disappearing for 14 years. Why is he talking like a crazy traveler? Shin Hyun is impressed, saying that his sister was more worried about this. She starts screaming with her hands on her head, saying she doesn't know anything anymore, since their parents were dead and her brother had disappeared. She asks if he has any idea how difficult that has been for her up to now. However, Shin Hyun stops paying attention to her and stares at a painting on the wall. She asks him where he was all these years to only appear now. He continues to look at the painting on the wall, which has a photo of their family. He says he understands everything now. Then his parents are dead. He turns to her and says she keeps saying his way of speaking is strange. Shin Hyun begins to explain, saying that all this time he lived in a place called Murim. The reason for this is very complicated. First, he needs to know everything that has been happening in the world up to now. He asks what a hunter is and what a guild is. He asks if this world also has the concept of levels. His sister is shocked by this. She asks him to wait a bit because her head was exploding with all this. She runs out saying they would talk about all this later because now she had some urgent matters to handle. He asks where she was going. She shows the car key and says she was going to the Aurora Guild. She yells for him not to leave the house and says she'll be right back. While his sister was going to the guild, Shin Hyun starts looking around the house and says nothing has changed. It's as if he was still there yesterday. He remembers his sister screaming that his name was terrible and thinks that she really had become very strong, even on her own. He sighs and says he needs to be the cool brother for her, as he couldn't be that brother for all the time he was away. He thinks for a moment and says that, to start, he would go after Kang Jin. Suddenly he feels something strange and some people appear at his door, pointing magic at him. A person asks where Yoon Seol is. He is annoyed by this, as they broke down his house door. This was the director of the Aurora Guild, Kang Jin. He asks again where Yoon Seol was. Meanwhile, Yoon Seol had just arrived at the main office of the Aurora Guild, South Korea's second-generation guild. She looks around and says she went straight there, but she didn't see anyone. She wonders if Kang Jin had already done something. She starts to think that maybe she would be arrested as soon as she entered the building. Who could she ask for help? A person comes up behind her and calls her. It was a woman smiling. She asks what Yoon Seol was doing there at that hour. This woman was Ji Hye, the deputy leader of the Aurora Guild. Ji Hye says she thought she was on a raid with the team leader Jung Hyun. She asks if something happened. Yoon Seol remains silent for a moment. Yoon Seol starts to think that Ji Hye is one of the 4 strongest huntresses in South Korea. She is known to be loyal and just, but no one knows what she is thinking. Yoon Seol wonders if she can trust her, but this was her only chance. She clenches her hand and starts to speak. Back at their home, Kang Jin and his 2 partners were there at the door. Shin Hyun starts to get annoyed and asks how they have all this audacity. Shin Hyun raises his head and asks if the man in front of him was Kang Jin. He asks if Kang Jin's parents taught him to knock down other people's house doors to get inside. Kang Jin yells, asking if they were supposed to knock politely. He asks if they looked like they were there for a welcome party. One of Kang Jin's partners starts to get angry and calls Shin Hyun crazy, asking who he thinks he is. However, Kang Jin asks his partner to stay calm. He looks at Shin Hyun and says he doesn't care who he was. He just wanted to know where Yoon Seol was. Shin Hyun says that perhaps the reason he was looking for Yoon Seol is this. Shin Hyun says that if he is looking for who killed his son, he just found him. Kang Jin becomes furious with this and yells, releasing a very strong aura there. Ji Hye asks Yoon Seol if the name of her older brother, who returned from Murim, is Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun gets excited about this and says that's exactly how it should be. He wanted to see if Kang Jin was really all that people talked about. Kang Jin starts to attack with a lot of anger, but Shin Hyun does not hesitate for a moment. Ji Hye smiles and says she would like to meet him right now. Kang Jin tries to hit Shin Hyun, but he easily dodges. He notices that Kang Jin's sword is coated with some mysterious power. The energy of the sword and the aura of the sword are similar, yet their origins are different. Shin Hyun wonders if this is the ability of those guys Yoon Seol called hunters. He thinks a bit and remembers that Jung Hyun also used a similar power. Shin Hyun smiles and thinks it might be worth playing around a bit to experiment on him. Kang Jin, very angry, uses his warrior ability, consecutive strikes. Shin Hyun doesn't move and just watches his movements. He lets the strike hit him, but nothing happens. Shin Hyun says he's figured it out. He notes that with the strength Kang Jin currently possesses, he must be roughly at the level of a supreme martial master. That's actually impressive. Kang Jin is shocked and wonders what the hell that was, as Shin Hyun stopped his attack with his bare hand, as if it were nothing. Moreover, he was even pushing him back. Shin Hyun starts to say that this means that in Korea, there are roughly 1,000 people at this level. Kangjin's partner tries to attack Shin Hyun from behind, but he disappears right in front of both of them and says that this is starting to get boring. One of them stays back and starts using fire magic. Shin Hyun notices this, but the fire is shot in his direction. This ability is called Fireball Mage. Kangjin just watches as his partner says that it finally worked. The other partner yells at Shin Hyun to prepare to die, but in the blink of an eye, Shin Hyun appears in front of him smiling and grabs his sword with his hand, saying this is getting more and more fun. With a murderous aura, he breaks the man's sword with his hand, leaving the man scared. He begins to release his overwhelming aura again, throwing the man back with the pressure. The man wonders how this guy is so strong. Who could he be? Shin Hyun just brushes off his shoulder and looks at the calendar, thinking that according to what his sister said, he was only gone for 14 years. Shin Hyun looks at the three men in front of him and thinks these guys were at the level of supreme martial masters. Even with 1,000 years of experience, an ordinary person would not be able to reach this. It takes someone born with exceptional talent to achieve such a feat. He wonders if humanity managed to reach the world of Murim in just 14 years. Moreover, that there are several supreme martial masters in this world is very impressive. Shin Hyun says that even with all this, none of them are as strong as the 10 great martial masters. Shin Hyun begins to laugh and says that, from what he's heard, the Jonghu ranking doesn't include him. Thus, he himself would reach the strongest possible level and remake the ranking from scratch. He alone killed the 10 great masters without difficulty. Back home, Yoonseol was with Jihye in her car. Jihye starts to think that normally she wouldn't hide anything, but now it's different. Yoonseol thinks that she still doesn't know if Jihye is an enemy or an ally, but when they met in the parking lot, Jihye said that if she helped Yoonseol meet her brother, she would help clarify everything that happened in the raid, including the problem with director Kangjin. This is an offer that Yoonseol couldn't refuse. Jihye lowers her head and thinks that she doesn't want Shin Hyun to be her enemy at all. Yoonseol notices that Jihye was thoughtful and tries to imagine what she was thinking. Jihye says she remembers Yoonseol saying that her brother had disappeared a few years ago. Yoonseol says that's right, it was in 2011, so 14 years ago. Jihye is startled by that time. She touches her arm and thinks that 14 years is equivalent to 140 years. She can't even imagine how strong he must be. Jihye asks Yoonseol what kind of person her older brother is. She replies that he is a polite and kind person. She smiles and says that above all, he was very intelligent with his studies. Jihye asks what studies. She says he passed XX University with a full scholarship. Jihye is impressed to learn this and says he must be a true genius. Yoonseol says he really is smart, but more than that, he's the type of guy who never gives up. Once he starts something, he has to see it through to the end. Meanwhile, back at their house, Shin Hyun points to one of the men and says he has a power that he has never seen before in Murim. Shin Hyun asks the man to try using it again. Meanwhile, another guy comes up behind him to attack with all his might, but Shin Hyun punches the man in the face without looking back, saying he wasn't fun. The men start to become afraid, but they attack again using their magics. Shin Hyun defends himself without even moving. He says they tried thousands of times these tricks on him, but none worked. He begins to raise his hand and says the tricks of the ice palace. Several ice dragons appear in front of the man, frightening him. In seconds, he freezes the man. Another guy, further back, fails to understand this level of power and begins to try to run, screaming and begging for his life. Shin Hyun looks at him just as the man reaches the door to leave the house. A barrier was holding everyone inside. The man despairs, seeing that he couldn't get out. He yells, saying that the road was blocked. A lightning bolt goes through his head, killing him instantly. Now only Kangjin remains. He gets angry and says that Siyuk was the shield that should have been blocking the enemy at the vanguard. How could he have the audacity to expose his back and run away like that? Shin Hyun calls him and begins to say that he thinks that bandits don't really care about loyalty. Kangjin looks at Shin Hyun, frightened, because so far he used ice magic, barrier magic, and he even used some kind of magic with his fingers. Kangjin wonders if this man was under the system of mages, but he thinks well and realizes that it's impossible for a mage to hold his attack with his hand. Kangjin looks around and says that now he was realizing, even with all this fight and power, the house was completely intact. He wonders if Shin Hyun had created a barrier to protect everything. Kangjin shouts and asks if Shin Hyun used some kind of trick there. Shin Hyun just sighs hearing this. Kangjin continues saying that he should have known that they were going to come, and therefore he prepared. Shin Hyun crosses his arms and says he used his mind sword to cover the entire house. He asks Kangjin if he really thought he was going to let some bandits dirty his carpet right after returning to his house. Shin Hyun emphasizes that it must be almost impossible for Kangjin to understand the level of power he uses. However, the moment they entered his house, they were all in his territory. Kangjin realizes that Shin Hyun was a monster and says he wouldn't die alone. He begins to release a lot of aura and uses his berserker ability, Berserker Explosion. Shin Hyun remains calm and asks who the monster there was, As it seems, Kang Jin increased his power exponentially. He asks if he really wanted to die there with him. Kang Jin just begins to attack and scream. His speed was now much higher, but Shin Hyun dodges all attacks. Shin Hyun realizes that Kang Jin wasn't even thinking anymore. He was just screaming and fighting. This type of behavior is typical of martial artists. Shin Hyun uses his magic and makes the broken sword of one of the men he had defeated start to float. And with this sword, he says he would teach Kang Jin to have a bit more respect. With just one strike, Shin Hyun cuts Kang Jin in half. He smiles as Kang Jin screams in pain and falls to the ground. Shin Hyun turns his back and tells him to feel honored. He turns around smiling and says, "This is the strike of the Supreme Sword Emperor." Ji-hye and Yoon Se-ol arrive at the house. Yoon Se-ol says this is her house and asks why the door was open. As they enter, Yoon Se-ol yells at what she sees. She is upset with her brother and yells asking what had happened to this house and why the front door was broken. Shin Hyun was kneeling on the floor trying to clean the blood and gather the bodies, but he says it took too long. He stands up and wrings out the blood-soaked cloth, telling his sister that she need not worry, as this was just a warm-up. His sister yells, asking what kind of warm-up leaves the house all bloody. She asks if he still intends to cause so much trouble after returning. He says she has a good expression, and that, if she went to Murim, she could become the strongest there. She says it looked like a fight had taken place there. As soon as Shin Hyun looks at Ji-hye, he notices something different about her. Her internal art is different, resonating with the celestial cultivation martial arts. They begin to communicate telepathically. She calls out to him, and he is surprised that she can do this. He asks her who she is. She asks him if he thought he was the only person who had been to that place. He is surprised by this. The next day, at the protagonist's house, his sister was sleeping. She woke up in a panic and started running around the house looking for her brother. She was a bit panicked because she couldn't see him. He smiled and told her that he had woken up early. She turned around to see where the voice was coming from. Shin Hyun asked why she was scared. Did she think he was going to disappear again? She felt relieved that this was not a dream and asked why he was up so early. A message arrived on his phone. Shin Hyun asked her to wait a moment. He checked the message and started to leave, saying he would be back soon. As he was leaving, his sister thought that it had been a week since her brother had been there, but she still felt it was like a dream. Yoon Se-ol began to think about the vice leader saying that she had left nothing behind, and also told Shin Hyun that they would meet again. After that, some men in black came to the apartment and removed the bodies of the director and his subordinates. The next day, a report came out saying that Director Kang Jin had retired and disappeared. Yoon Se-ol thinks that Ji-hye really fulfilled all their agreements. As her brother left, she looked on thinking that she was the only one who survived the raid, and therefore the guild would keep an eye on her. However, Ji-hye called Shin Hyun out of nowhere. Yoon Se-ol wondered what she was after. She was worried about her brother and asked him to come back safely. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ji-hye was sitting, waiting. As she drank her tea, Shin Hyun arrived at the place and remarked that she didn't need to worry about anything, since she always had guards walking with her everywhere. She smiled and said he was very observant, but they weren't watchers, they were guards. He sat down, saying it made no difference. As soon as he drank his tea, he recognized what it was. Ji-hye said that it seemed he knew about Yunshan Yinzin. This Junshan Yinzin was a tea served to Chinese royalty. Ji-hye mentioned she used to stop in Honam to drink this same tea when she was in Murim. Shin Hyun laughed and said he liked straightforward people. Ji-hye began to explain that only 3 people returned from Murim: her, him, and the Twilight Guild leader, Tae-hoon. She explained that the Twilight Guild and the Dawn Guild divided the Hunter Association. Between them, there was an abyss, and they did not get along. Ji-hye said she had discovered some things about this matter. Tae-hoon had told her that in 2011, he woke up in a strange cave, and next to him was a book called Celestial Cultivation Martial Arts. As soon as he left the cave, he saw he was in another world called Murim. She asked the protagonist if the same thing had happened to him. The system seemed the same, saying, "Would you like to return to your original world? If you want, go to the end of this world." He thought it was exactly the same. Ji-hye continued explaining that the protagonist returned to the real world after a few years, and the era of hunters and raids had already begun. She stressed that she didn't know if it was a god who did this, but the real world having monsters and them going to Murim was connected. Ji-hye asked Shin Hyun how much he knew about what was happening now. He began to say that 14 years ago, after the revelations of a goddess, raids, monsters, and hunters began to appear, the classes and skills were just like the games he played in his childhood. The protagonist asked how they managed to return to Earth. Ji-hye was a bit surprised by this question and said they returned as soon as they died. She asked if it wasn't the same for him. However, Shin Hyun stopped talking, and a strong pressure began to emanate from his body. She asked if he was okay. He began to think that the goddess had said he needed to see the end of the world. He said he was furious at that cursed goddess. He wondered if Ji-hye knew who sent him to that world, and for what reason they did it to him. He thought that the reward for learning martial arts was to return to Earth. and there should be a reward for reaching the maximum level. He said that, probably, it is the answer to his question. If the goddess does not want to spoil her own reputation, there is no way the reward could be anything else. Jihye started to become frightened. He asks her why she wanted to get close to him, suspecting she was after something. She suggests they go for a walk. As they walked, she explained that the Dawn Guild was angry with Taehoon, not against the Twilight Guild. They had been cautious because they didn't have control over anything until Kangjin died. She says that since he was the one who removed this key figure for the Dawn Guild, he would have to take responsibility. She asks him to join the guild, saying he would be a manager and would have fame and wealth. The protagonist says she is his sister's superior, so he wouldn't ignore such a proposal, but he would have to decline. He begins to leave. She asks why he doesn't want it. He says he prefers to act alone. As he leaves, he says that moreover, he cannot accept orders from someone weaker than him. Jihye is left speechless. She challenges him to a fight, as if it were a test to see who is stronger. She says 1 year on Earth is 10 years in Murim, so he must have spent about 140 years there. He says it's about right. Jihye says that age and skill are not the same thing. The protagonist agrees, saying that even if someone spent more than 300 years in Murim, they wouldn't be as strong as him. She questions if he really believes that and begins to attack him. She fires an energy beam that quickly reaches Shinhyun. The energy ball stops and explodes, causing great destruction. This ability is called Unique Ability, Shadow Dance. A dark cloud begins to engulf the place. Shinhyun thinks his senses are being affected by this, and everything within 50 meters is affected. He thinks replicating this magic on a large scale would take a lot of time and energy. As everything turns dark, Jihye says this is her unique ability. It's a mini-dimension that mimics the place where they are. Those on the outside think they have disappeared. She says that in Murim she was known as the Scarlet Cherry Blossom. She never failed to kill someone. Shinhyun says he expected this. She fights to the death as if it were nothing. She begins to release her energy and says the protagonist only had 2 options. Either he killed her or he would die. He mocks her, saying that was a bit scary, but this dimension doesn't seem like a place to trap someone. She attacks him fully and says that's right. The two face each other. He easily dodges her attack. She continues to advance fearlessly and attacks several times very quickly, but with just one hand, the protagonist defends all her attacks. He continues to defend. She pauses a bit on the ground, takes momentum and attacks again, but he jumps and dodges again. He falls back and says that 2 daggers, one inverted, is a peculiar style. The martial art of Murim's greatest assassin, the Dark King, the Moonlight Bloodpath. She is surprised by this and says he figured it out just by looking. Shinhyun says he had fought someone who used it, but he ended up killing the man instantly, unintentionally. She is shocked by this. The protagonist says that, since he is much stronger, he would let her use 3 styles. If she could defeat him, he would join her guild. That was the first style. There are 2 left. She releases even more energy and says, so it will be. Shinhyun is surprised. Even within her domain, she still managed to disappear completely, as if erased. Suddenly, he senses something and starts to smile. He jumps, and where he was is destroyed. The energy and stones continue following him. He starts to release some of his magic and fires in the direction of her magic, destroying the magic that was following him. He begins to fly casually and says that was beautiful to see. Suddenly, she appears to attack him, but he defends again without any effort. Shinhyun smiles and says that was the second style. She gets very angry. She steps back and says she expected as much. She says the strongest master, who died 150 years ago, was called Shaolin. Jihye says that Shinhyun's strength can be compared to that of Master Shaolin, the strongest. The protagonist says if she says so, then it's fine. She gets angry because he acts as if it's no big deal. Her magic begins to rise from the ground again. She says that if she kills the protagonist, she would be the strongest in Murim. He mocks her again, asking if she is serious, saying that it left him speechless. Her magic continues to form around them. Jihye begins to conjure more magic. This technique is called Assassin Technique, Shadow Dagger. She prepares to attack, and her magic heads towards him again. He uses his mind sword. A blue ball forms, and its glow is extremely bright, destroying all of Jihye's magic without difficulty. Her body begins to cut from the pressure of his magic. The place begins to be destroyed, and a giant stone flies towards her. Jihye tries to defend herself, but her body does not respond. She closes her eyes, thinking she was being held by something. Suddenly, the protagonist punches the falling rock and completely destroys it, saving Jihye's life. He says that was the 3rd style, so it's over. She is impressed by his strength. Shinhyun looks at her and asks if she wants to fight seriously now. She begins to tremble and says no. She admits she was defeated. Jihye undoes her dimension and says she would never face him like that again. However, she wanted to know one thing. She asks what he did, because during the fight she felt as if she was fighting something she could never control. The protagonist sits down and tells her that her assumption was correct. In this space, she is the strongest among normal people. She asks why normal people. She asks what level he reached. The protagonist says the fight was really good, and for that reason, he would join her guild. The Aurora would provide materials and information for him, and he would help with his power. However, he would do this as an ally, and not as a subordinate. He emphasizes that he will not take orders from anyone. He wants to help, but no one will control him. Jihye says that's fine by her, but she wants a promise. She asks him to promise that he would never join another guild. He promises. He extends his hand to her and swears by his name, Emperor of the Supreme Sword. She thinks that name is quite eye-catching. The protagonist says he doesn't want anyone to follow him, because he only accepted because of his sister and doesn't know what will happen now. Jihye says they wouldn't do anything that could bother him. The protagonist thanks her for this and notices that she was injured, so he tears a piece of his shirt. He apologizes for what he did and hands her the cloth. He says he only said all that because he wanted to see her fight seriously. She thanks him for the words, but says she only managed to fight with the intention to kill because of those words. He says he noticed that she was always aiming at his vital points. Shin Hyun asks why she wanted to learn the art of assassination among all others. She asks if he ever thought about that. She says it's the desperate thought of wanting to kill a certain someone. He just looks at her. He remembers the system saying, "Do you want to return to your old world? If you want, go to the end of this world." The protagonist says he knows very well what he feels, because he thinks that all the time. A dog stands on a small road. The man looks at his watch. He looks through the mirror and sees that his leader was coming. She gets in the car and he is startled by her state. He asks if she is okay and says it looks like she used the shadow dance. She says that not even with her most powerful ability could she scratch Shin Hyun. The driver says that's impossible. She says the protagonist is far beyond what they can imagine. Her mana was almost finished already. She begins to recall the fight and says he didn't even attack and she has no idea what he did to block her attacks. She says she lost. The driver asks if he joined the guild and if she would send him to the solar festival. Jihye says that to stop Taehoon, Shin Hyun will be essential. She remembers a man telling her to follow him because she needed to follow his steps as he is the martial god. She says without the protagonist, they were completely lost. The protagonist returns to his house and notifies his sister. As soon as he arrives, his sister comes running and hugs him. He is taken aback and asks what got into her. Shin Hyun looks at her and asks if she was trying to crush him. She yells at him, telling him to shut up. She lowers her head and says that from now on, he wouldn't go anywhere, nor would he do anything dangerous. He should just stay at home. He looks at his sister as she says she's afraid he'll disappear again. He places his hand on her head and says he understands how she feels, but he tells her that he was thinking about becoming a hunter. She makes a crying face and asks if he really wants to die. The protagonist places a mystical cube on the table and says that Jihye gave it to him. With it, he could have a hunter's status window. His sister continues to be angry, saying he was stubborn. He holds the cube in his hand to take the test. The cube begins to dissolve in his hand. Shin Hyun is confused, looking at the cube, until it melts completely. He wonders if Jihye is a scammer. His sister explains that it's supposed to be like that. Now he had to call up his status screen. He tries to open it, and two windows appear in front of him. On one side, in yellow, is the Murim status window, only he could see, and on the other side, the Hunter status window. The window says, Name, Shin Hyun, Level 1, Class None, Life 100% MP 0, Status Preview Available Points 1, Strength 0, Durability 0, Dexterity 0, Intuition 0, Spirit 0. His sister stands behind him, looking at everything. As soon as she sees that he has no class, she is confused. However, she celebrates, saying that her brother is not a hunter, so they could live their normal life. Shin Hyun is confused and asks his sister why she is like this and what she means by that. She begins to explain that hunters are divided into 6 classes: warrior, squire, mage, cleric, archer, and assassin. If advanced classes are also included, there would be more, but these 6 are the basic classes of hunters. She explains that her class is archer, and her advanced class is sniper. People start with a basic class and cannot reject or change it. Yoonseol points to her brother and says that he has no class, and this means that he received no class. That is, he is a normal person. His sister explains that a normal person can be a hunter, but the problem is the skills. She thinks she has to talk like this to make her brother give up. She explains that hunters need points to level up, and can only fight monsters with the skills they gain with points. Ordinary humans need a skill they get through a mystical cube. Yoonseol says the cheapest technique is hand-to-hand, which costs 20 million, and with a sword, 25 million. Hunters with a class get this for free as soon as they level up, while classless hunters need to keep paying. She looks at her brother and goes close to him, asking if he had all that money. Suddenly he shouts that Jihye would give the money to him. His sister is angry because he hasn't given up. The protagonist thinks that if he hadn't made this alliance, he would have a serious problem. However, the real problem isn't that. He is bothered by not having a class, since he was a genius in Murim, and suddenly, he is a talentless hunter. That sucks. After this conversation, they went to Mount Chiak, which was a tutorial raid of the Dawn Guild, namely a rabbit raid. Yoon-sul hits one, causing it to explode. She asks her brother what he thinks. He says it looks like she needs to give her all to kill a rabbit. She says he knows nothing. Hunters who think like that always do badly in the future. Shin-hyun says it's impossible for that to happen to him, but he bends down and picks up a stone. He asks if it was a moonstone, and if it could make money. Eun-seol says yes, since it is a natural resource that does not pollute and contains a lot of energy. For this reason, power plants disappeared gradually with the appearance of monsters. She asks her brother to be careful. Even though he says he is the strongest, anything can still happen. She looks to the side and her brother was killing several rabbits very quickly. She looks at him, thinking that everything she says goes over his head and flies away. The protagonist says he expected this. If he uses martial arts to kill monsters, he doesn't gain points. He asks for his window to open, but everything remains the same. However, he notices a different icon. He wonders if he should have asked Ji-ye for something else. He opens the skill window. Dagger technique, skill type, passive class. Does not consume mana, rarity D, anyone can learn it easily. Personal skill. You have just learned a warrior class technical skill. The ability to use a dagger and perform direct attack techniques. You will only adapt the skill when using a weapon recognized as a dagger. His sister comes over and slaps his back, saying he's a trickster. He got a skill for free and a tutorial dungeon. He says, rarity, skill proficiency is D. Yoon-seol says she doesn't know what contract he made, but the vice leader is not ordinary. She will try to take advantage of anyone. Shin-hyun walks away without saying anything. His sister calls him, but he is serious and doesn't respond. She asks why he suddenly got serious. He grabs his sister's arm and smiles, saying he knows of a better place. As soon as they arrive, Yoon-seol is impressed by the quantity, a field full of them. She asks how many there are. He replies that there are 337. He says he had already checked with his sharpened senses from a distance. Eun-seol says that even so, that's too much for beginners. He asks her not to worry. She asks what he is talking about. As she looks, he jumps into the middle of them. While falling, he thinks it's a disgrace. Enduring such embarrassment doesn't exist. Giving a level D dagger technique to someone who reached the pinnacle of martial swordsmanship. Moreover, making him a person without class and significance. He grips his sword and starts releasing energy. He lands heavily on the ground, breaking everything, and says that jokes have limits. The rabbits look at him. His sister yells from above, saying he could have made her fall. He asks her to quiet down a bit because he was thinking about how he was going to cook those rabbits. Suddenly, several system windows start appearing with warnings. He wonders what this is. The windows said, Dagger technique notification, strike according to line X2. He asks the system if it was trying to guide him. Angrily, he slices through the warnings and says that's enough of that. The rabbits advance with fury in their attacks. The protagonist starts releasing energy and asks who they thought they were teaching. With just one strike, he kills them all at once. He says he heard that hunter skills started appearing 14 years ago, so they still lack 100 years to reach his level. New windows start appearing, and he gets annoyed by this. He wonders why there are so many. The system said, Dagger technique notification. He decides to open it and is surprised. He starts looking through the numerous windows, saying, Fencing proficiency notification. Fencing proficiency reached A+. He asks what that means. He starts pressing on all of them, saying that these windows were too small. His sister, startled, asks what he just did. He says he had never used this before, so this level of fencing must be due to another system or a bug. His sister is astonished, thinking that it doesn't make sense. He jumped to an A+ fencing ranking out of nowhere. He notices something and calls his sister. He asks her if it is possible to gain points by killing monsters with a passive skill that does not consume mana. She says yes and asks why. He smiles and says it was nothing. The system says, Unique skill, rarity, A+, a supreme treasure of divine origin, proficiency A+, something that surpasses perfection. He says this will make things easier in the future. The protagonist prepares and strikes with his hands, causing a massive pressure, destroying everything in front of him. He says that apparently he can gain points just using martial arts. The protagonist says that must be the reason why Ji-hye and Tae-hoon are the strongest in Korea. They both must have gained a unique skill. Again, Eun-seol is confused by this. She thinks about martial arts and looks at the bow in her hand. She calls her brother and asks him to teach her martial arts. She says she had been suspecting it when he humiliated Kang Jin, and today, with that little demonstration, she realized how strong her brother truly is. She starts saying that the events in the Red Wolf dungeon made her realize that unless she becomes much stronger, she won't be able to prevent such things from happening again. She was the team leader, and if she continues as before, this will keep happening, and she will lose everyone around her. Yoon-seol says she won't be able to be as strong as her brother, but if she learns martial arts, things would be different. Shin-hyun interrupts her and asks her to calm down, saying he will teach her. He says he has never accepted a disciple before, but he will try to teach her. He looks at his sister and thinks this is good, since they won't be together all the time. She needs to be able to protect herself, as you never know what might happen. He turns around and says that now that everything was settled, let the good ones follow me. His sister says she somehow knew he always wanted to say that. The two start running. She asks what they will do now, since Shin Hyun has mastered swordsmanship. She asks if he will continue using hunter skills. Two rabbits jump at him. He charges at them, while his sister asks if he would use only martial arts. With a punch, he releases a lot of energy, causing another explosion on top of the mountain. His sister tries to shield herself from the blast's pressure. He says he's not sure, but one thing is certain. He has no idea what his future as a hunter will be like. He says he could increase his hunter level using martial arts. However, he still wanted to learn a special class skill. He thinks that Jihye managed to level up by merging her martial arts and assassin skills. Therefore, he needs to do the same. He looks ahead and thinks of something. Quickly, he jumps and advances alone against the rabbits. He begins to concentrate energy in his hand. He thinks any skill that resembles martial arts would be useless, but other types might be more difficult to merge. He considers that perhaps he could use magic. He throws a blue fireball and explodes everything on the ground. Yoon-seol is startled and says he can't keep acting without thinking. He calls her and thinks that with magic, he has endless combinations to make. He tells his sister that he would become a mage. She thinks that her brother doesn't understand. He has no class and can't choose whatever he wants. While he thinks, he is celebrating and singing. The protagonist opens the status system again and thinks that, after experiencing the hunter system, he noticed there was a huge difference between it and the one from Murim. He thinks that the Murim system windows only show his own status. His sister collects all the stones and says that now they don't need to save anymore. Shin Hyun continues thinking that he had no special function other than seeing the level and state of external and internal arts. Knowing the state is a great help for those who use martial arts. On the other hand, the hunter window shows everything: skills, endurance, and even mana. The interface is good and very detailed. The two systems are completely different, as if they were created by two different people with equal skills. The hunter system requires the person to fight monsters and earn points. The rewards come quickly, so it encourages growth. There are many wealthy people in this. Anyone can become strong if they try hard. On the other hand, the Murim system is much slower and more dangerous to become strong. Using this system, it takes a lot of effort, even putting one's life on the line to become the strongest. Or one could be lucky and have a fateful encounter. The celestial god is a legendary figure who became a god through ascension. He created the celestial cultivation martial arts. This was the treasure of a legend that had long been hidden. When the protagonist woke up in the cave, he was too scared to realize it. But that, undoubtedly, was a fateful encounter. Shin Hyun stops and thinks that if the goddess gave the hunter system to humanity, then the person who sent him to the other world might be the celestial god. He is startled by this idea. He thinks that, with Jihye's support, it's been a month since he has been leveling up non-stop. A large chicken appears in front of him. He thinks that now he truly feels like he's back on Earth, or rather in Korea. Currently, he is at level 22 as a hunter. The protagonist says there is no food more Korean than chicken. While he was training, his sister was studying the 365 blood vessels of the human body. She also learned how to channel her internal arts. He thinks she has already passed the age to learn all this, but there's a way for everything. She asks what they are going to do now. He puts his hand on her and tells her not to worry and to vomit all the blood she feels like vomiting. His sister is scared and confused. He forces the chi channels and removes the impure chi. This is the only way to release her internal power. Afterwards, Yoon-seol improved a lot. She was excited. The protagonist smiles and says that his sister almost burned him a few times. After a lot of training, they meet again. Jihye tells the protagonist that he is doing very well. She asks if he wants to formalize the agreement. Shin Hyun says she remains the same, direct as always. She says she's already explained before. She doesn't like being left behind. The protagonist asks what she wants from him, since it's been a while since she last called him. She approaches him, smiling, and asks if he would like to go out with her on a date. Shin Hyun, surprised by this, says it was the first date request he had ever received. However, he wasn't in the mood to go out. She smiles and asks him not to speak like that and invites him again. Jihye says a new dungeon has opened, and its danger level is 10. Therefore, they need strong people, level 45 or higher. She emphasizes that it's not possible to enter there with level 20 hunters unless that hunter was him. The protagonist asks why she wants to enter a dungeon with just the two of them. She says one reason is to take control of the high-level dungeon, but the main reason is that she wants Shin Hyun to grow as quickly as possible as a hunter. He smiles and asks if she would carry him. Jihye asks where he learned that. As it didn't match a veteran from the Murim world like him, the protagonist feels embarrassed and says he already knew that, but he's not old. Shin Hyun says she's not supporting him so much just because of the alliance. He then asks what she is planning by making him a strong hunter. She looks at him and asks if he has heard of the Solar Festival. It's an annual festival held by the Dawn and Twilight guilds. This festival is meant to have the guilds fight each other, and determine which is the strongest guild in South Korea. Publicly, it is promoted as a festival to encourage harmony between guilds, but in reality, it's a gathering to assess and judge enemies. This way, they know if they can kill them or not. It's like a controlled mini-war. The two guilds are in an endless war to see who will control the dungeons. Ordinary people don't know what happens inside a dungeon because it's never disclosed. However, a war between the two guilds could happen at any moment. They are like a powder keg next to a bonfire. Shin Hyun asks why it all started. In his view, it's all an exaggeration if it's just about dungeons. Ji-hye says it's Taehoon's fault. Out of nowhere, he started waging war against them as if he were going crazy. She says Taehoon claims they need to follow a certain celestial god. This shocks Shin Hyun. He starts shouting angrily, asking if the celestial god was there, and what his connection was with Taehoon. Ji-hye, frightened, says she doesn't know anything, just that one day Taehoon received a message from the Murim system. Shin Hyun begins to ponder this, while Ji-hye says she doesn't know if it's true, as no one can see another's Murim system window. She says she doesn't understand. Even if he received that message, he shouldn't treat them so coldly. Ji-hye says that regarding the Murim world, they were the only ones who went through that. They look at each other, and she asks him to participate in the festival as an ally of the Dawn Guild. While the driver waits inside the car, Ji-hye continues saying that the balance of power between the two guilds has shifted in favor of Twilight because they have been forcefully taking the dungeons. If this imbalance goes public at the festival, it will be the end of the Dawn Guild. She sighs and says they lost their main warrior, Kang Jin. The protagonist feels guilty about this. He says he understands the situation, but she still hasn't answered why she wants to make him a stronger hunter. Ji-hye explains that the festival is broadcast live to the whole world. She points her finger at him and asks if he doesn't want to showcase his martial arts to the entire world, as it's difficult to prove the existence of Murim, and this would only provoke all the hunters. She nudges him and says maybe he is confident enough to handle the International Hunters Association. He says he can't say he's not, and mentions that she likes to nudge him. She says that's why he needs to participate in the festival using only hunter skills. He agrees. Ji-hye smiles and says she already knew he would accept, and now he would have a reward. The driver takes out a briefcase, and the protagonist asks what he accepted, as he didn't say he would enter anything. She opens the briefcase and says it contains all 6 mage skills he requested. Besides them, she had included 2 more high-level skills, one for a mage and one for a sorcerer. He thinks that sooner or later he would have to kill Taehoon as well, so this is a small victory for him. Suddenly, some papers start falling on him. He gets irritated and asks what the hell is that. Ji-hye says that, unlike in Murim, there are laws here, and these are the documents proving that he has an alliance with the Dawn Guild. The rest are about everything they have given and a guaranteed payment, and the other pile is for hunter registration and guild creation. Shin Hyun asks why he would create a guild. She says there are regulations for a freelance hunter to enter the festival, not to mention the verification of receipts for the things they gave him. She says the skill cubes cost more than a house, so if he understood everything, he just needed to sign. He says she wanted this from the beginning. Shin Hyun starts signing and complains, wondering how he got into this mess. He doesn't know what name to give his guild. Ji-hye says he would create this guild only formally, so he could name it anything. The protagonist names his guild No Limits. They start entering the dungeon, and he says he feels like he leaves his house only to enter dungeons. Ji-hye smiles and says, that's good. He's like a model student. They are already inside the Bushin bird monster dungeon. Ji-hye asks him to be careful because the birds alone aren't strong, but there are countless numbers of them. He says there are 3,000 of them according to his chi senses. She is surprised by this. He begins to release some of his power, and says that for him, the more the better. He starts moving, targets his enemies, and unleashes a massive amount of energy, destroying several at once. Ji-hye can't believe what she's seeing. She says it's only been a few hours since he learned this new skill. He says that mana and chi work similarly. She says she doesn't think so, and that if he overdoes it at the beginning, he'll run out of mana. The protagonist says that won't happen because he is the mage with no limits. She says he is just classless. Shin Hyun asks if there is always only one type of monster in a dungeon. Ji-hye says yes. He says all this seems a bit strange. Ji-hye says that since dungeons appeared 14 years ago, millions of them have emerged around the world. However, there has never been a case where 2 types of monsters appeared in the same dungeon. Suddenly, something very large hits the bird, throwing it hard against a rock and killing it. It was a huge dragon. Ji-hye screams that this has never happened before. Somewhere in the south, at Taehoon's house, he was feeding the fish. A man arrives and calls him. The man says he received information that vice leader Ji-hye is acting suspiciously. This man is named Chulho. He is a subordinate of the Twilight Guild. He says that she has been giving a lot of support to a rookie who recently joined the association, and she has also been going into dungeons with him. Taehoon asks what that has to do with him. Chulho says that, based on his research, this rookie is the older brother of team leader Unseol from the Dawn Guild. The name of this man is Shin Hyun. He had disappeared 14 years ago and recently reappeared. Chulo continues explaining, but Taehoon interrupts him and asks where he has been for those 14 years. Chulo starts searching but says no one knows where he was all that time. Taehoon says that apparently Kang Jin found out and disappeared immediately. He didn't retire as the news said. It seems he went to Yoon-seol's house to avenge his son and died. Chulho is surprised and asks what that means and what he is trying to say. Taehoon says that Kang Jin is probably dead and Shin Hyun killed him. He wonders if Shin Hyun also came from Murim. Meanwhile, the protagonist was destroying everything inside the dungeon. He says the feeling is like using the palm of the wind. Ji-hye calls him and says she knows he is enjoying his new abilities, but it's been an hour since he started destroying everything non-stop. She asks if he is running out of mana, saying the dungeon won't hold up if he continues at this pace. He looks around and sees thousands of dead monsters. He says he hadn't even noticed. He stops and wonders how he could explain it. He asks her if she remembers that among the skills she gave him, there was one called Life Force Reversal. Ji-hye says she remembers, noting that this technique is for emergencies and can exchange a person's life force for more magical power. Shin Hyun begins to explain that in Murim, when a person reaches level 35, both in external and internal arts, they achieve an ethereal body. Their body enters an ethereal state and can use their powers infinitely. And when they reach level 40, they attain youth revitalization and can constantly use their powers to maintain supreme life force. So if you have infinite power and also infinite life force, if I use life force reversal in this state, I can generate infinite magical power. A miraculous formula. Ji-hye goes crazy with all this information. He apologizes and says he ended up talking too much without realizing it. He says to summarize, everything is an infinite origin flow. Even if the martial art is different, when you become a supreme being, everything becomes one. The protagonist says that what he means is that there is nothing he can't do being a demigod. She asks if it's humanly possible to achieve that. Shin Hyun tells her to wait a bit, that he would finish killing the weak ones before fighting the boss. She wonders if he will still be able to fight the boss and thinks he's not thinking, just talking off the top of his head. She thinks she doesn't have to fear the boss, considering he's just a monster. If that's the case, the Sun Emperor has nothing to worry about. A monster comes flying at her. She easily cuts it down and says she'll go after her breadwinner for now. Several monsters start coming again. She starts attacking them all at once. Ji-hye stabs her dagger into the mountain and hangs there, thinking she was pretty high up. She jumps and continues attacking the flying monsters, defeating all those near her. She asks when they'll finish getting rid of all these monsters. Ji-hye thinks that once she gets back, she'll have to change the difficulty level, because there are way more of them than she was told. Not to mention they fly. She analyzes and wonders what kind of team she would need to form for this. She thinks of a team of 5 people, based on a squire, mage, archer, cleric, and any melee class. Suddenly she notices something and looks up, startled. Several dragons were flying overhead. She wonders what that is, as their size was enormous. She wonders how there can be 2 types of monsters in one dungeon. The monsters try to attack her, but she jumps and dodges the attack. Another one comes straight at her. She yells that this is getting annoying. She looks back and sees a monster coming. It uses a power and hits her. Ji-hye is surprised by this and wonders if they are really using demonic power. This is not just a strange case anymore. The whole dungeon system is broken. As she falls, Shin Hyun catches her in his arms, smiling. He says it finally appeared. She starts yelling, asking if he already knew about this. The protagonist says he had already warned her that there was a boss. He explains that he scanned the entire dungeon with his senses and found an irregular monster. Ji-hye asks if he let these things roam freely, even knowing they were there. He says he was waiting for this, that it's normal to leave the boss for last. Shin Hyun looks at her and says he knows she was scared and froze, but he knows she can handle it, so she should relax. The two stop on top of a mountain, and the protagonist says it's time to eat. He asks if she prefers fried or grilled food. Ji-hye says it's not the time to make jokes. Shin Hyun begins to release fire and lightning in his hands. He looks at the monsters and says he was looking forward to this moment. Tonight's dinner was going to be giant chicken. In seconds, all the monsters nearby start falling, roasted. Ji-hye looks up, impressed. They begin to communicate mentally. She asks him if he wasn't going to use magic to fight, because he was punching the monsters. The protagonist asks her what she's talking about, because what he's using is pure magic. She mocks him and says, "Of course it is." Ji-hye notices something strange in the sky, and shouts that a portal is opening, asking Shin Hyun to watch his back. However, he remains still, not saying anything. Ji-hye starts jumping quickly, thinking that having monsters come out of a portal is impossible. She gets irritated because Shin Hyun isn't listening to her at all. She jumps and thinks this is very dangerous. She asks what he is doing, why he isn't dodging. Ji-hye telepathically asks the protagonist if he is listening. She says she will create an opening, and he should get out of there quickly. One of the monsters begins to emit a glow in its eyes. Ji-hye starts attacking the monsters, but nothing changes. She wonders if they don't care about the smaller monsters. She shouts the protagonist's name, worried. All the monsters begin to fly in circles around Shinhyun, completely ignoring Jihye. She looks at this and thinks that now she is sure. The small monsters do not move on their own. The large ones command them. The proof was when she attacked, and the small ones stepped in front to protect the large ones, sacrificing their lives. She realizes this fight won't end until they kill all the big ones, but she doesn't know how she will get to them. Jihye keeps looking up and wonders if the protagonist is okay. She remembers and says that at the moment of her attack, she was sure he had looked at her. Jihye wonders if he didn't dodge on purpose. She sighs and says she'll never understand what he's thinking. Jihye thinks this is the first time this has happened in a dungeon. No matter how strong Shinhyun is, it can still be dangerous. She says she needs to help him, but since he's flying, she can't reach him. She notices one of the small monsters flying and jumps on it. She thinks that the monster's focus is entirely on the protagonist, so she is completely ignored. She thinks she might be able to reach Shinhyun without being noticed. She thinks the protagonist needs to hold on just a little longer. If she can kill the mutant monster that's controlling the others, but a monster comes toward her. Without noticing, one monster bumps into another, causing her to fall. Jihye looks down and sees another monster passing by. She uses her dagger to grab onto the monster's body. One of the monsters turns to her, smiling. She says that finally, one of them noticed her. She lets go of the smaller monster and attacks the larger one, saying it's too late. If it's one-on-one, no monster can beat her. She uses the shadow dance and darkness envelops the area. She wonders how long it will take to defeat all those monsters. Suddenly, a beam of energy passes very quickly beside her, startling her. As she looks ahead, she sees the protagonist releasing a massive amount of energy all at once. She wonders how he can release so much power out of nowhere. She thinks that the air sword's magic he's using shouldn't be able to create so many at once. She looks at him and asks if this is the power of the ethereal body. Several swords form around Shinhyun's body. He says it's enough of playing hunter. He controls all the swords, attacking all the monsters at once. The monsters start falling one by one, lifeless. All the monsters around him start getting hit and dying. Within seconds, the monsters disappear and several stones start falling, looking like rain. Jihye looks at this and thinks that thanks to the protagonist, everything ended in an instant. However, there was still a big problem. She thinks that maybe something like this could happen in another dungeon. Jihye thinks that currently, the system determines the levels of hunters who can enter dungeons based on the level of danger, but she doesn't know if this includes what just happened there. She stops and thinks better, and deduces that this is not included. A common group would be easily exterminated by these monsters. She looks at Shinhyun and thinks that the festival is not a priority now. They need to start a major investigation. However, there is no way Taehoon won't take advantage of this opportunity. If she doesn't pay attention, they would be defeated in the blink of an eye. She feels confused, wondering what she should do. She looks at the blue stone the protagonist is holding. She asks what he is doing. He puts the stone in front of her and asks if she is going crazy. He was asking about this stone, which is different from the others. She says that this stone is a monster skill stone. He was lucky to get one. Jihye says it fell from a strong and large monster, so it must be a rare skill. He holds the stone in his hand while she mentions that the monster was quite large. She calls Shinhyun and says she needs to tell him something. A month later, a group of men is talking on the street about the solar festival, the list that came out, and about a mysterious rookie. They say the rookie's name is Shinhyun, and he became an internet celebrity in less than a month. Nearby, Chulho is listening to all this. The men say that this Shinhyun is the Dawn Guild's secret weapon. Chulho lifts his head, sweating coldly upon hearing this. He looks at the building and says he is completely screwed. As soon as he enters the building, someone throws something at his head, shouting and asking if he was kidding. The man yells at him, saying that Shinhyun was chosen as the Dawn's savior, and they don't know his level, class, or where he has been for the last 14 years. Chulho apologizes. This is an emergency meeting of the Twilight Guild. Suddenly, a man calls the director. This man is Taehoon. He asks the director to sit down. Once everyone is seated, he says that apparently the Dawn is anxious. He stands up and says they revealed this guy too early to be a secret weapon, but they will only know if it's true when all the cards are on the table. So, for now, they should remove him from the game. After the meeting ends, Chulho goes to a restaurant. He is very nervous and scared. He looks at his watch and says that he could arrive at any moment. Someone arrives at the place, and Chulho stands up and calls out to this person. He thanks the man for responding to his sudden invitation. This man is Shinhyun. He takes a good look around the place. Chulho asks if he is well. The two shake hands in greeting. He starts talking haphazardly, asking if this man is Chulho from the Twilight Guild. However, he remembers that his sister asked him to speak more formally, so he asks if the man in front of him is Mr. Chulho. Chulho says that's right. It's a pleasure to meet him in person. However, Chulho thinks the protagonist is quite rude, but that's good, since Chulho's goal today is to get as much information as possible. He starts explaining the reason for the invitation. He starts looking for something in his bag while the protagonist watches him and wonders if they really need to worry about the Twilight Guild if a fool like this guy is part of them. Chulo puts something on the table. Shin-yeon asks what it is. Chulo starts explaining that this is an acoustic magic tool. If they press a button, a curtain that blocks all external sounds will form. The protagonist is impressed by this. Chulo says that their voices won't be heard from the outside either. The protagonist smiles and asks why he wants a private conversation. Chulo asks Shin-yeon if he came there expecting something else. Chulo explains that he heard about the No Limits Guild and says the Twilight Guild is interested in forming a partnership with him. The protagonist thinks he expected this. He asks Chulho if he didn't see his registration in the festival, which clearly states that he is with the Dawn Guild. Chulho says they are aware of this, and also know that he receives full support from the Dawn Guild. He says that the hidden circumstances regarding the problem with Kungjin are obvious, and that they also observed the raids he and Ji-hye did together. Chulho says that despite all this, the protagonist has not definitively joined the Dawn Guild. Instead of joining the guild, the protagonist chose to create one and establish a cooperative relationship. Chulho says that from this, he can deduce that there is a gap between him and the Dawn Guild. Chulho asks again for him to work with the Twilight Guild and says they can provide things that the Dawn Guild could never obtain. Shin-hyun smiles and thinks that Chulho is better than he had thought. His preparation is incredible, and it's hard to counter anything he says. However, Chulho begins to pick up the papers and says he can explain the circumstances and terms. Nevertheless, the protagonist puts his hand on the table and says it won't be necessary. He stands up and says he came there just to hear what he had to say, but it was a waste of time, and he would reject any proposal made. Chulho asks if he will really reject it before hearing the proposals. Chulho shouts that if he doesn't participate in the festival, they would pay whatever amount necessary. Shin-hyun says he owes a lot to Ji-hye. He looks back and says the thing he hates most in life is losing. Chulho becomes desperate and asks him to wait a little longer. He thinks he still has a lot to say and shouts the protagonist's name. As soon as Shin-hyun leaves, someone takes off a mask and asks Chulho how long he will keep looking at the door. This man is Tae-hoon. He approaches Chulho and says he knows he told him to prolong the conversation as much as possible. He asks if Chulho forgot that he was listening to everything. Chulho apologizes, saying that Shin-hyun was very rude. Tae-hoon says that doesn't matter. He says it's strange. Shin-hyun is really a mystery. He wonders who this guy is. Elsewhere, Ji-hye is already aware of what happened. She says Tae-hoon must be pretty nervous now. The protagonist says he must have guessed that he came from Muram, but the name Supreme Sword Emperor didn't get that far. Shin-hyun says that as soon as he entered the restaurant, he could feel Tae-hoon's chi increasing. Apparently, Ji-hye was right in her predictions. She says Tae-hoon is very cautious, the type who gets more worried as the situation strays from his plan. He won't bother us for a while. The protagonist asks how the dungeon investigation is going. She says everything is going very well thanks to him. There have been no reports of strange phenomena since they left, at least for now. She thanks him and says that if he hadn't investigated the entire dungeon and found the boss, she would have died. He says he just wanted to level up. He asks if there is anything else he can do. She says there isn't anything in particular. She notices he seems a bit down and asks if something happened. He remains silent. His sister arrives and asks if he has finished talking and calls him to come back. He says he's coming. He thinks there's no other way. They go to the cemetery. His sister puts her hand on their parents' photo and says that her brother has returned home. He remains silent, thinking that coming to this place was a bad idea. He thinks he has become a completely different person than he was before. He can't cry, even in front of his parents' ashes. He didn't want to show this inhuman side of himself because it wouldn't be good for her. She notices he's a bit distant and asks if he doesn't feel anything. Unseol says he doesn't seem sad and asks if he doesn't feel even a bit emotional about this. He just stays silent. She gets irritated, but tries to hide it and smiles, asking why he doesn't say anything. She says it seems like he agrees with what she said. He apologizes to her. He thinks it's impossible to hide this from her. He says he has become a person who can't show what she wants to see. She gets angry at this and shouts, saying he's very strange. She asks why he is apologizing and what he thinks she wants to see. What she really wants is what he used to be to her. She starts crying and asks why he has changed so much, becoming someone so cold and distant. She says she doesn't know if he is still her brother anymore. She says that so much time has passed that it's hard for him to be the same person, but that didn't matter. She starts walking away and says she has lived very well alone until now. She continues leaving while he stands still. He thinks he definitely shouldn't have come here. He keeps thinking that his sister wants to know why he has changed so much. Well, he wanted to find that answer too. Why did this happen to him? Suddenly, a system window appears before him. He realizes it's a Murim system window with the word, "Why?" He thinks this can't be true. The celestial god appears. The system says, "Do you still assume the form of a human, Shin-yeon?" He is paralyzed by this. The protagonist continues looking at the system screen and asks why human and what the hell is all this. The system says, "Stop denying it. If you want, we can make a deal." Shin Hyun says the system is still greedy. He asks who the system really is and if, by any chance, it is the celestial god. The system says, "I will end your life once more. Just wait." The protagonist calls the system an idiot and says he doesn't know who the system really is, where it is, or why it is doing this to him, but he can try. The protagonist starts laughing and says that when he finds the true being behind this, that being will experience the taste of death. The system says, "We'll see." Shin Hyun remains silent, and the system disappears. He stays serious for a while. He wonders if the system wants to take everything from him. Meanwhile, Eun Seol keeps walking. She turns back and is surprised to see her brother didn't follow her. She thinks he really is an insensitive idiot. A few days later, an overly excited commentator begins shouting, wishing everyone a great day, saying that the day has finally arrived. With all her excitement, she says that everyone has been waiting for the arrival of the heroes who would explore the dungeons and hunt the monsters. She dedicates all her love, interest, and expectation to them. Her partner just agrees with what she says. She says she won't stall any longer. Finally, the great event in Korea, the Solar Festival, has begun. Although it is a festival to unite hunters, people will also be able to see the hunters in action. This is the Solar Festival. Shin Hyun looks at all this and says it looks a lot like the Olympics or World Cup. Ji-hye agrees and says that to the public, hunters are very interesting. She says hunters are like movie heroes, but this kind of thing is very restrictive outside of Korea. She emphasizes that the goal of the festival is to present a friendlier image among hunters. She notices the protagonist is a bit distracted and calls him. She realizes what is happening and asks if he had a fight with Eun Seol. Ji-hye says they both seemed grumpy when they arrived. She asks what happened and bets he screwed up again. He thinks Ji-hye is always right. He asks Ji-hye to help him find a new house in an isolated place. She is a bit surprised by this and asks why. He says he received a message from the Murim system which shocks her. He says he is not sure, but he thinks the celestial god is coming after him. The protagonist says he still doesn't know how this fight will be, and that's why he wants to stay away from his sister, to keep her out of danger. Ji-hye sits down and asks him to wait a bit. She asks if this message he received is really from the celestial god. This is all too complicated for her to understand. She says that from what she can understand, that's why he should stay more with his sister, because living far from her for her own good is strange. He looks at the picture on the wall and says, Eun Seol doesn't need an older brother like him. He says those were her words. The brother she knew and hoped to see again really disappeared a long time ago. He says maybe it would have been better if he had never come back home. Ji-hye punches him, and they both remain silent for a while. With a serious face, she says she doesn't like meddling in others' problems, but if her brother said that to her, she would definitely punch him. Ji-hye tells Shin Hyun that he knows less about his sister than she does. She says that Eun Seol is... However, someone interrupts and forcefully opens the door, asking if Ji-hye is there. He says the festival is about to start. They both look at him. She smiles as she leaves and tells the protagonist that a punch is the least he deserves. She says they will talk more when she returns, so he can't leave until she gets back. The protagonist keeps looking at her. After she leaves, he wonders if she just gave him a moral lesson. The announcer says that before starting the festival, they will take a look at the opening ceremony. She introduces the two guild leaders, Ji-hye, the vice leader of the Dawn Guild, and Jeon, the leader of the Dawn Guild, who is a paladin. On the other side, Tae-hoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, and Yang, the vice leader, who is an assassin. The narrator happily says that some people don't know, but Ji-hye and Jang used to be in the same guild. She says that as a hunter, she's curious to know how they feel facing each other after reaching the top. Tae-hoon extends his hand to Ji-hye and says that it has been a long time since they saw each other in person. He smiles at her. She gets irritated but disguises it, and says it has indeed been a long time. She asks if he's doing well. She remarks that it seems the little assassin boy who was her replacement has grown a lot. Jang doesn't like what he hears and grabs his weapon, but his leader stops him. Tae-hoon says he heard she was busy training some newbies. It seems she always liked taking care of the weak. Telepathically, he tells her that once again he will cut all her important ties with his own hands. She gives a small laugh and says she'll take that as a compliment. She responds telepathically that he can try. The narrator says that the festival will officially start now. The two shake hands. The festival begins, and the hunters start fighting. A man is fighting a woman and uses his warrior ability, consecutive strikes. She tries to defend herself but can't hold on any longer. The man grabs his spear and delivers the final blow, winning the fight between them. The narrator says this is fight number 5, and the victory goes to Seong-mo, from the Twilight Guild. She notes that Seong-mo was really impressive, as even using a blunt weapon made for the festival, he caused severe damage to his opponent. Tae-hoon says that this was expected from Dawn. He notes that it had been a long time since Seong-mo took that long in a fight, even though this woman was quite weak. Ji-hye looks at him, thinking he is extremely arrogant. Tae-hoon stands up and says he's leaving. As he leaves, he says he expects more from Dawn in the next fight, at least for some excitement. Ji-hye, filled with rage, just looks at him. Outside, Yang calls his leader. He asks when he can kill Jihye. Tae-hoon looks at him and asks him to be patient, as it's almost time. He says everything has its time, but the name he's looking for is Yoon-seol, because he wanted to say hi to her. The narrator says this is the archer's survival arena. It's an opportunity to see elite archers representing their guilds. She says the preliminaries will start soon and asks her partner who he's rooting for. He says there are good hunters, but he's keeping an eye on Yoon-seol. Even though she's young, she has great results. The narrator says she heard Yoon-seol had an incident recently in the Red Wolves dungeon. Yoon-seol stands in the room while others wonder why she's fighting since she let all the other team members die. She turns and asks them if they don't have the courage to say it to her face and if they need to be so shameless. The two stay silent. After that, they leave the room quietly while she stands there angrily. She crosses her arms and looks up. She thinks that after her fight with her brother, they haven't talked. She shouts that every time she thinks about it, she gets mad. She's sad because he's distancing himself. Suddenly, someone calls her. A woman enters the room and asks her to run to the waiting room for a moment because someone is waiting for her. She thinks it might be her brother, but it's Jihye. She feels a bit disappointed. Jihye asks how Yoon-seol is doing. She replies that she's fine. Yoon-seol asks what brought Jihye there out of nowhere. Jihye says there's nothing wrong. She just came to cheer up a team member. She says she would have come there with Shin-hyun, but she has no idea where he is. Jihye gets furious at this. Jihye realizes this. She says she doesn't know exactly what happened, but asks if it wouldn't be better to resolve this once and for all. Yoon-seol looks angrily at Jihye and asks since when she meddles in other people's lives. Jihye says there's no reason for her to say that. She's only concerned because she's Shin-hyun's sponsor and Yoon-seol's superior. Yoon-seol smiles and says she doesn't like Jihye. It seems she's just controlling Shin-hyun as she pleases. She says her brother chose to be a hunter after meeting Jihye. It hasn't been long since he returned to a normal life. She starts getting irritated and says her brother shouldn't have become a hunter. She asks what her brother is trying to achieve by becoming a hunter and getting stronger. She knows he's after something, but he won't tell her anything. Yoon-seol says she feels her brother is no longer the brother she knew. She starts crying again and says her brother is acting strange and distant. It is announced that the archer's trial will begin, and everyone should head to the arena. Yoon-seol apologizes and says she didn't want to show this side of herself. She asks to be excused and starts to leave. Jihye says Shin-hyun didn't want to change so much either. She says she knows because she went through the same kind of suffering as him. She says he fell into hell and could die at any moment. Not to mention he spent a long time there. That's why he couldn't stay normal after that. Jihye says he stays distant because he doesn't want his sister to see this dark side of him. Yoon-seol says that's strange. She asks why she has to hear something about her brother from an outsider. She turns and says her brother must think she isn't trustworthy at all, unlike Jihye, who is on the same level as him. Yoon-seol continues on her way while Jihye just looks at her. She looks back and sees someone. She says she was wondering where he had gone, but he stayed there the whole time. Jihye says the protagonist said he would stay away from her, but he cares too much about his little sister to do that. He says it was a coincidence he was passing by at that moment. Jihye gets irritated and asks if that's serious. She says he's just like Tae-hoon. The protagonist doesn't understand. Jihye grabs him by the shirt and lifts him against the wall, shouting at him, asking why he can't be honest. Yoon-seol is no longer the child he remembers. He asks what she's doing, but Jihye remains furious. She asks if he thinks hiding everything from his sister is best for her. She says if he has something to say, then he needs to speak without hiding anything. She lets him go and asks him to follow her. She says she will show him a side of his sister he hasn't seen yet. The signal is given, and the archers' battle begins. Each guild has 6 teams. Tae-hoon wonders what might happen. He says he hopes Jihye likes what he prepared after all. The game has just started. Charlie says they found an enemy. Echo says they are approaching. They also discovered an enemy 200 meters away, at 2 o'clock. Yoon-seol stands still and remembers what Jihye said. She punches the wall hard, calling her brother an idiot. She says her brother thought she wouldn't notice just because he doesn't say anything, but instead of talking to her, he preferred to talk to Jihye. Her team continues communicating, but she doesn't pay attention and just complains, wondering if her brother thinks she's still a child. Yoon-seol says there's no problem with the shooting range. Her teammates say the enemy is more than 300 meters away. Even if she were elite, it would be impossible to hit. They continue saying she should wait for reinforcements. Yoon-seol interrupts them and says she'll handle it herself. She aims, and her team shouts her name. She fires a powerful arrow with her sniper ability, combined with martial arts, aiming at the loaded sword. The target sees the arrow coming but can't avoid the attack. The arrow hits him right in the chest. The 6th archer of the Twilight team, Hwang, is eliminated and out of the game. Yoon-seol says the target was eliminated. Her team says it was a great shot. Still angry, she tells her idiot brother not to underestimate her. Yoon-seol begins to remember her childhood, people saying she was a poor girl who lost everything overnight. She overheard people saying they couldn't find her brother's corpse. She gets upset and says that's not true. Her brother isn't dead. She was sure he was alive somewhere and would soon return to her. She prayed and believed in those prayers, Suddenly, she opens her eyes and notices something strange. On television, the goddess appears saying hello and mentions that the day the nightmares come is near. Humanity needs to evolve. Yoonseol didn't understand this and thought the television was broken, but the divine revelation of the goddess showed the dungeons and the hunters. Because of these fantasy-like things, she never stopped believing her brother would return. In fact, this only reinforced what she thought. He was really alive. Shortly after she took the hunter test, she received the archer class. With that, she got a scholarship and started attending the academy. But she was ridiculed. A boy poured milk over her head for no reason. People laughed at this while he said things like, "Hey orphan, enjoying this?" They said they envied her while laughing, saying they paid a lot to attend the academy while she came for free. She threw her tray in his face with great force. She stood up and shouted at everyone, saying if they envied her, they should just wait for their parents to die too. The boy called her crazy. She got irritated and asked what he just said. She said he seemed quite confident, so why not go outside the school to settle this? The boys left quietly. That way, Yoonseol managed to graduate as the best in the academy. With that, she was accepted by the guild everyone wanted to join. Dawn. A monster tries to attack her. Yoonseol is in trouble but doesn't give up and keeps fighting. She tries to grab an arrowhead while asking the monster if it thinks she suffered so much to die there. She manages to kill the monster. Blood flies everywhere, her face covered in blood, but her anger hasn't subsided. Jihye arrives, saying they came to help. But as soon as Jihye sees Unseol covered in blood and the dead monster, she says it seems she doesn't need help. Jihye approaches, smiling, and asks if she's new to the guild and what her name is. Unseol introduces herself. Jihye says Unseol has good determination and that with it, her future would be great. She also introduces herself, saying her name is Jihye. With all this determination, Unseol became the youngest team leader of the Dawn Guild. At the time, Yang didn't like it at all, but joining the Dawn Guild or becoming a team leader was fun because it matched Unseol's desire to get stronger. That way, she would survive without her brother and wouldn't let her mind falter. So she pushed herself to her limit every day. Returning to the present, she looks at her family photo and the locket her brother gave her. She says it was all for nothing because her damn brother was leaving her behind to be with Jihye. Unseol says that for her brother, who is good at martial arts, she isn't good enough. She shouts, saying she won't forgive him for treating her like a child. She isn't that weak. She looks around and realizes it's quieter than before. She tries to talk to her team, saying she will try to find a better spot. Suddenly she senses danger. Several arrows start falling where she was. She manages to dodge almost all of them, but one grazes her arm. A group of archers tells everyone to stop shooting because the target has been found. She looks at them, thinking the arrow didn't hit any muscle but pierced her skin. The arrowheads should be blunt. This shouldn't happen. She holds her bow with her bleeding arm and thinks maybe they're using real arrows. One of them approaches and says no one will help her since no transmission signal works there. She smiles and asks what help. She pulls the arrow from her arm and says she has never relied on something like this in her life. She throws the arrow and says she doesn't know why they went to so much trouble for her, but she knows that today they will die. She points 3 arrows at once at them, infusing them with energy. She looks at everyone and tells the little shits to try their luck. Their leader orders them to kill her. A rain of arrows comes her way. She jumps and dodges them all, leaving the others in awe. In mid-air, she uses her archer skill, scattered flying shots. With this, she defeats almost everyone. She wonders if she missed one because of her injury. Their leader is astonished, thinking she managed to hit 3 people from such an unstable position. Not to mention, the arrows she is using are the competition ones. He can't believe an archer could cause so much damage at close range. Snipers specialize in long-range attacks, shooters focus on targeting a single area, and rangers have the advantage in physical combat because they are agile. These 3 archer classes are like rock, paper, scissors. Each has certain advantages over the others. In this case, a team of rangers is completely useless against Unseol, a sniper. Unseol thinks her injury isn't hurting too much. She can still handle the rest of them. But then, another archer appears beside her out of nowhere. However, she moves very quickly, dodging all the attacks. She aims using her sniper skill. The shot goes straight at the archer, but he manages to dodge at the last second. She uses her boomerang shot skill, making the arrow change direction. The archer falls to the ground, gets up and shouts, calling Unseol an arrogant cow, but her arrow, which changed direction, hits the archer, making him vomit blood. She stands on top of one of the buildings while the archer falls. She looks at their leader, and they both stare at each other intently. But suddenly another archer stands up beside her and with all his strength, fires an arrow at her. The arrow moves very fast. She didn't notice he had shot at her. When she does, the arrow is already very close to her body. Suddenly, she remembers her brother telling her to use martial arts. Her hand moves quickly, catching the arrow coming her way. The archer can't believe his shot was caught by hand. In seconds, she is beside him with a serious face. She punches him in the mouth with great force, making him fall unconscious to the ground. She says it's all right. She turns to the leader and smiles, asking what she should do now that only he is left. She asks him to say his last words because she is going to skin him alive. Terrified, the leader surrenders. A man says reinforcements have arrived and hits the other team's leader with an arrow, defeating him. They say Yoon Seol did a great job on her own. She sighs with relief and thanks them. Yoon Seol asks why they took so long and they apologize. The announcers declare that the 6th round of the Archer's survival has ended, and Dawn has won. They wonder what happened there and say that in the no-signal zone, where there were abnormalities, the hunter Yoon Seol defeated a total of 4 competitors from the Twilight Guild. That's amazing. The others on her team say she has been very strong from the start. She says she didn't want to receive any help. She gains an improvement in her sniper skill and clairvoyance. She looks up and says she survived thanks to him, her brother. The protagonist was in the plane, observing every step his sister took and protecting her with his telepathy. Ji-hye was with him and asks if he can see now. He says yes. She managed to get out of a crisis thanks to the martial arts he taught her. Ji-hye shouts, saying that's not it. The protagonist says he was joking and admits Ji-hye is right. He really doesn't know his sister well. He remembers her as a child and says that now she has grown and become so strong, and that's why he won't treat her like a child anymore. He proudly says that strength runs in the family. Someone as strong as her could only be his sister. Ji-hye can't believe it but says that's right. She asks how he openly told her to use martial arts like that. Ji-hye says they were lucky the transmission failed. If they had encountered Tae-hoon, they would have had a problem. However, a drone was filming everything. Inside his office, Tae-hoon was shocked by what he was seeing. He immediately realized that those movements were martial arts. After the competition ended, there was a short break. People were running around and having fun at the festival. Yoon Seol was sitting, very proud of her victory, and asks the protagonist what he thinks about his sister's performance. He stays silent, pretending to drink. She asks if that's really how he's going to act. She turns and starts saying that maybe she's not good enough for the strongest man in the Supreme Universe, and blah blah blah, since she wouldn't have made it to the finals if it weren't for the martial arts he taught her. Shin Hyun interrupts her and says no. He says she was strong because she kept advancing on her own, both in martial arts and as a hunter. The protagonist apologizes for hiding so much from her. He says he wanted to try to be the brother he was in the past. He missed his young and pure sister so much that he couldn't see how much she had grown. Shin Hyun says his goal is to find the person or being responsible for his family's suffering, and for that reason, he became a hunter. He thought he could find the truth if he reached the highest level of a hunter, but he didn't want to drag her into all this. She says it wasn't that hard, right? It took him a long time to say all this. She holds up her pinky and says she wants to leave it all behind and asks him to promise one thing. She asks him never to leave her side again for anything in the world. He asks if he needs to say it. She says yes, every word. She says that for all the time he wasn't honest, she felt alone and abandoned. She asks him never to hide anything from her again. He smiles and agrees. They hook their pinkies, and he promises never to leave her alone again. She feels a bit embarrassed. Her brother calls her and says he wants to tell her one more thing she needs to know. His name isn't blah blah blah, it's Supreme Sword Emperor. She looks at him and tells him to shove it. Suddenly, an announcement is made over the loudspeaker saying that the grand battle will begin in an hour. The protagonist gets up and says he'll be right back. His sister tells him to go beat everyone up. She asks if he's really going to wear that outfit. He says his outfit is comfortable and asks his sister if she also noticed that the archers were deliberately targeting her. She says it's common to see the two guilds killing each other in dungeons, but she was still shocked because they did it so blatantly. She feels proud, saying that if they tried to get rid of her that way, it means she is the guild's secret weapon. The protagonist thinks she is really his sister. He thinks that in this case it's great. He remembers the system saying, "I will end your life once again." Jean meets Shin Hyun and greets him, saying that Vice Leader Ji-hye had already told him everything about him. He shakes the protagonist's hand and says that Ji-hye mentioned he would be the great weapon in the grand battle, so he was looking forward to seeing that. He walks away and asks if everyone else was prepared. Mentally, the protagonist asks Ji-hye if this is the amoeba-headed boss she mentioned. She responds by asking him not to underestimate this man, because he is one of the best at level 60. The protagonist says that John is weaker than her. Ji-hye agrees with that. After greeting everyone, John says goodbye and says he's leaving. He asks everyone to prepare well. Ji-hye says the protagonist already knows, but he can't use martial arts. He replies that no one there would be able to differentiate high-level martial arts from magic, but he will keep that in mind. Shin Hyun thanks Ji-hye and says that thanks to her, he and his sister managed to make peace. She smiles and says she is relieved and wishes him good luck. The other members approach the protagonist and say they've heard a lot about him from the vice leader. They were counting on him. The two members keep praising him, but the protagonist doesn't hear a word they say. He is completely lost in thought. He thinks that no matter how he looks at it, it's always suspicious, those guys going after his sister. Clearly they were following someone's orders, and there's probably only one person who can give orders here. Suddenly, someone arrives, startling the two members. It was Tae-hoon. He apologizes for arriving during their break. Shin Hyun focuses on Taehoon, thinking that if it was indeed the celestial god who sent that message to him and Taehoon is his follower, then he cannot be ignored. Taehoon says it's a friendly competition, so he just came to say hi to them. The members say they understand, but they don't think they're getting along so well. Taehoon smiles. He says his performance was very bad and decides to tell the truth. He says he came because he heard there was a very strong person among them. He goes straight to the protagonist and says he's heard many things about him. Taehoon says it's a pleasure to meet him. Taehoon says they haven't met in person before. Shin Hyun looks at him and plays along. The protagonist smiles and says it's indeed the first time they've met. After they shake hands, Taehoon thinks that his celestial cultivation martial arts still don't resonate with the protagonists. He doesn't understand who else Yoon-seol could have learned martial arts from, if not her brother, and how this person could reach such a level without having gone to Murim. Shin Hyun looks at Chulo and says they already know each other. Chulo says it's been a while since they met. The protagonist says he used to hope they would get along since Chulo is the chief's secretary, but it didn't work out. Shin Hyun looks directly at Taehoon and says he owes him one after what his sister did to Taehoon's members. Taehoon laughs and says she really is very strong. It was quite fun to watch. The protagonist laughs and says he won't forget what happened, and there will be payback. Taehoon mocks him, saying he's so scared and will be waiting. The protagonist asks him to wait, thinking that regardless of whether Taehoon is connected to the celestial god or not, if they messed with his sister, they will die. He begins to leave and says this event, Taehoon, and the audience will never forget. The protagonist starts thinking about erasing the name Twilight from the face of the earth. Once again, the excited narrator starts shouting, thanking everyone for waiting, as this would be the best part of the festival, the main attraction. The great battle between Dawn and Twilight is finally about to begin. She starts the introduction, saying that as the vanguard of Dawn, the super rookie who is the talk of the nation, who made a direct contract with vice leader Jihye, the leader of the No Limits Guild, the hunter Shin Hyun. The commentator gets excited and says there has never been a case of a hunter from another guild participating in the great battle. Who is he? Why Dawn? Was he invited to join the guild? The other commentator says Shin Hyun's level, class, and achievements were all hidden, and this could be a game changer in the upcoming battle. She begins to introduce the vanguard of the Twilight Guild. The man who enters says that, as he heard, the protagonist indeed looks like he thinks highly of himself. The commentator says this is the genius mage of the Twilight Guild, the man with fiery charisma, the Dragonfire King Seong. He says he will roast the protagonist well done. The protagonist says that name, Dragonfire King, is very similar to the names of people who came from Murim. The narrator says it's Seong versus Shin Hyun, and the two face each other. The fight begins. Taehoon smiles. Seong remembers his leader saying not to finish quickly because they need to understand Shin Hyun's strength. Seong says that's what his leader said, but when he looks ahead, the protagonist is already flying. He says this is too much, that he is just showing off. The commentator asks what is happening there, as the fight has barely started, and Shin Hyun has already shattered their expectations by revealing his class, since levitation is a basic art of sorcery classes. She says this is quite provocative, a way to show off his advanced class. She notes that his magical control is truly incredible to maintain such height. Jihye looks serious, while Jean asks if that is part of the strategy. She stays silent, and he comments that it seems not. He's just showing off. The protagonist looks at Seung and thinks that he is at the same level as Kang Jin. If he could use his martial arts, this fight would be over in seconds, but he has to use only hunter skills. Even though he is at level 53, he still lacks experience with hunter skills, because he leveled up very quickly. The protagonist looks at the bench and notices Taehoon scowling. The protagonist thinks Taehoon is dying to see if he will use martial arts or not. He starts using his powers, and tells Taehoon to watch closely. He launches his magic at Seung, but Seung defends everything with his barrier. Seung thinks that this shamanistic mana is not a basic mage class skill. He wonders why their investigation hasn't started yet. Seung destroys all of the protagonist's attacks. He thinks that if Shin Hyun is a sorcerer, then he must have a trick up his sleeve. There are 3 classes above mage. The non-combatant class, which focuses on skill cubes and item production, artisan. The specialist in giving elemental properties to their magic, arcanist. And the one who shapes phenomena, the sorcerer. Whether teleporting or flying through the sky, they are more like supernatural beings than mages. In combat, they generally focus on supporting from the rear rather than being at the forefront. However, sometimes they can develop certain death attacks and are strong. Seung advances, thinking that standing still isn't his style. The protagonist didn't expect this. Seung tells him that if he has something stronger to show, now is the time. Otherwise, he uses his close-range power, causing a massive flame and throwing the protagonist away. He falls to the ground, leaving everyone startled. The commentator says this was expected from the Fire King. John and the others are worried about what they are seeing. The protagonist gets up, looking serious, and says he thought he was the only mage from Murim. He says that's why they have similarities in their thinking. He tells Seong that it's giving him a strange and unsettling feeling. He begins to concentrate a huge amount of his power, and says that if Shin Hyun doesn't want to die, he better show his strength now. A great flame appears. Seong uses his technique, Martial Dragon Fire Advance. A fire dragon forms and heads towards the protagonist. The protagonist smiles, saying that Seong really is full of surprises. If he wants to see a trump card, then the protagonist makes a negating gesture, and Seong's attack splits in two. Seong can't believe what he's seeing. Shin Hyun is unscathed. Seong asks how he was able to do that. Everyone is open-mouthed, asking if what they saw was real. They say Seong's attack evaporated in the air. However, the other commentator says that's not it. From what he saw, something formless and gigantic crushed that energy. The entire audience is terrified. The commentator says it's as if the dragon fire was crushed by a supreme power. John asks Jihye what that was about. She just laughs a bit nervously. She recalls the protagonist saying, "They won't be able to tell well-developed martial arts from magic." She continues to smile and says she didn't know what that was either. Tae-hoon watches all this without saying anything. He is just getting irritated with the whole situation. The commentator says that even the strongest power of the Fire King couldn't scratch Shin Hyun. Hearing this, he wonders if he really didn't get any scratches. He gets angry, thinking that, being the Fire King, he couldn't do anything. Seong loses control and attacks the protagonist, cursing at him. Shin Hyun defends everything, laughing, and asks if the Fire King is upset, but since he asked for it, he should handle it. Seong becomes even more enraged, charging with everything and telling the protagonist to shut up. The commentator says that now Seong was dominating the fight with a sequence of violent attacks, but the protagonist was defending them all with ease. She shouts, saying the fight is frenetic. The two stare at each other, but Shin Hyun was clearly calm, while Seong was full of hatred. The commentator says she didn't imagine two wizards could show such a high-level close-quarters fight. Seong tries to hit the protagonist, but he disappears, saying that all of Seong's anger was messing up his stance. The protagonist appears out of nowhere and says that Seong was putting weight on his support leg, which meant he couldn't make big movements and lost strength in his attack. Shin Hyun knocks Seong down and says this is a fight at the Solar Festival, not a circus performance. Seong is shocked by this and asks how he did that. The protagonist goes up to him and says he has been practicing martial arts for a long time. He bends down close to Seong's face and asks if he's done, if this is really all he can do. Shin Hyun tells Seong he has the ego of a dragon, but is as strong as an ant. Seong gets completely irritated and says he will turn the protagonist to coal. Shin Hyun notices the attack and jumps to dodge. Seong loses control again and yells, saying he would burn his own body if necessary, but he would win this fight. Several dragon heads start appearing in the flames. This is his unique ability, Waltz of the 10 Fire Dragons. The attack heads toward the protagonist, who smiles and says, "Wow." He looks at the attack coming and says this will be a bit annoying to deal with. The commentator is impressed and says that Seong's unique ability completely swallowed Shin Hyun, making it seem like the fight would destroy the arena. The heat reaches her, and she says a heat wave was enveloping the entire place. Jihye looks worried while the commentator asks if the protagonist was defeated this time. However, Jihye sees something that surprises her. Shin Yeon had defended the attack again. The commentator says that not even the unique ability could penetrate the protagonist's defense. He says that's why he doesn't like fighting with those who are too proud. Shin Hyun notes that even though his body is immune to heat and cold, he wouldn't want to be burned alive. Suddenly, an immense pressure begins to fill the arena. The fire dragons start to be crushed. A massive explosion occurs in the center of the arena, pushing everything away from the protagonist. He starts laughing again and says that if the kid in front of him doesn't give up, he will die. The commentator says that, with the same power as before, Shin Hyun gets rid of Seong's unique attack in the blink of an eye. She screams, asking what kind of power this is, and her partner says that maybe this power is altering gravity. Seong falls to his knees and says that can't be possible. The commentators wonder if the protagonist can really control something as powerful as gravity with just magic. They say this is something extraordinary, a human controlling gravity. They wonder if Shin Hyun is a god. The protagonist looks at Seong on the ground and says this was more fun than he thought it would be, but now it needs to end. Seong is scared by this. Shin Hyun punches him in the stomach. The punch is so strong that it throws Seong several meters away. Shin Hyun smiles and says he's eager to fight the next opponent. Taehoon asks Sung Yuk who's up next. He replies that it's Night Choi. Taehoon tells him to use that. The commentator introduces Night Choi, the Twilight Spear who guards the central plains of the Twilight Guild. And this spear is now aimed at the Dawn Guild. He's finally here. The Twilight Spear, also known as the Wizard Slayer, Night Choi. The commentator asks her partner if it's true that he has never lost to a wizard before. Her partner says that the warrior class has a high win rate against wizards, but he wonders if Choi still has magical techniques he hasn't shown yet. The two stare at each other in the arena. The protagonist smiles and asks if Choi really is the Wizard Slayer. The protagonist says he hopes he lives up to that name. Taehoon looks on, thinking that Shin Hyun is very relaxed. But this time, it wouldn't go as he wants. Because as long as he is a wizard, he can't win this fight. The narrator announces the second round. Choi uses his night ability, Buff Enchant. He prepares to start attacking and quickly advances towards Shin Hyun, who manages to dodge. The narrator says Choi has already used physical enhancement on his body. With this, he moves fast and charges at his opponent. The protagonist says Choi is really fast coming at him like that. He starts gathering magic in his hand and says that even if Choi does this, he remains just an empty armor. Shin Hyun attacks, causing an explosion. However, Choi gets through all this and in seconds gets very close to the protagonist. Shin Hyun moves away as quickly as possible. He thinks that Choi, in addition to being fast, also has good defense, not to mention he's determined to win. The protagonist thinks fighting in the air might be a good choice to win against people like him. Choi slams his spear into the ground and uses his night ability, Attack Leap. He leaps and charges again. Shin Hyun is startled by this and creates a barrier to defend himself. However, the barrier starts to crack, alarming the protagonist. An explosion occurs in the center of the arena. The narrator says Choi is truly incredible. He didn't let his opponent fly, preventing him from fighting freely. The ground is all broken under the protagonist, who is surprised. He says he doesn't remember the last time someone managed to hit him. It had been centuries since he last took a hit. Choi steps back. Shin Hyun gets up and says that if he could use martial arts, he could finish this with just one blow. However, this is becoming too troublesome for him. Nevertheless, he says it's okay since they want to see what he's capable of, so he will show them a bit. He uses his ability again. The narrator screams, asking if he's going to use that again. She says that Choi, who hasn't stopped attacking until now, will finally stop. Taehoon just smiles at this. Choi puts his spear on the ground and bows his head. Suddenly, he raises his head and looks directly at the protagonist. The narrator says this is unbelievable. Even with immense pressure on Choi, he still manages to push forward. Choi asks Shin Hyun if he really thought gravity would stop him. He says now it's his turn and asks the protagonist to get ready. Shin Hyun asks what Choi is talking about. He asks when he said he was using gravity. With a flick of his finger, a force hits Choi, throwing him to the side and breaking the ground. Choi screams with his armor shattered. Jeon and Ji-hye are surprised by this. Taehoon can't believe what he sees. The commentator asks what happened. She says the overwhelming power of Shin Hyun suppressed Choi. She asks again what is this ability that the protagonist is using. Shin Hyun looks at the defeated Choi and says he's tough and should be proud for lasting so long. The protagonist says his power is not gravity but attraction and repulsion. He says it's a skill he created after much contemplation. Yin and Yang reversal. Yin and Yang reversal type, passive origin skill. Rarity, a plus. A high-level treasure one would doubt exists. Proficiency, B+. This skill can be used unaffected by external factors. Linked to the magic attribute, Void. It gives magical power the properties of attraction and repulsion. The direction and strength of the power can be controlled by the user's will. The more power used, the faster the magical power is consumed. Shin Hyun picks up a stone and says that if Choi is somewhat intelligent, he will understand that attraction is the power to pull, and repulsion is the power to push. He says it's a bit complicated to explain, but that's the essence of it all. The protagonist says he can use force to bring his opponent to him. Choi says Shin Hyun made a mistake, and the protagonist is confused. Choi begins to get up and says Shin Hyun shouldn't have decreased the distance between them. He uses his origin ability. Taehoon telepathically calls Ji-hye and asks if she knows why Choi is known as the Wizard Slayer. He says it's because of a special ability. Ji-hye is frightened. Taehoon says that if he faces someone like Shin Hyun, who only has wizard abilities, Choi advances towards the protagonist with his hand. Taehoon smiles and says Shin Hyun is going to die now. Ji-hye is worried, saying it can't be. A system screen appears in front of the protagonist, saying, Counterspell. System alert. Unable to use magic for the next 10 seconds. Shin Hyun asks what that is. Just before the fight began, Sung-yuk met Choi in the locker room and told him to use the counterspell. He says this is not something he would like to show in public and asks if he really needs to do this. Sung-yuk says that the guild leader believes Shin Hyun is hiding something, not to mention that someone who controls something as powerful as gravity is too powerful to do nothing, and that's why Choi must kill him. Back to the fight, the protagonist feels a bit cornered. Choi advances, determined to kill him. However, the protagonist manages to dodge the attack. Choi says Shin Hyun seems surprised and says this is his technique, which makes his opponent unable to use magic for a while. He emphasizes that, for the protagonist, someone unable to use magic has no chance against him. The commentator says Choi used a strange technique on the protagonist, just when they thought victory was assured. Taehoon says Choi is too sinister and can't stand people who use magic openly like that. Ji-hye is in despair and telepathically shouts for the protagonist to run, that he should give up the competition, as it doesn't matter anymore. He couldn't use martial arts no matter what happened. The protagonist gets serious and asks what running and giving up are. Choi points his weapon at Shin Yeon and says that even if he gives up the fight, he won't be able to escape. Choi begins to increase his attack power several times. He says his spear now has the power to destroy a building easily. He asks the protagonist if he can withstand this attack without using a magical barrier. Choi leaps and advances, screaming for the protagonist to die. The protagonist asks, "Me? Die?" Choi attacks without hesitation. Shin Yeon begins to unleash some of his power and asks what crap Choi is talking about. A strong aura explodes from the protagonist's body. At the same time, Ji-hye and Tae-hoon feel something strange, a severe headache. Jeon asks Ji-hye if she's okay and what's happening. Tae-hoon thinks the celestial cultivation martial arts are resonating. He asks what this is, what this energy is. He thinks it's such a strong pressure he's never felt anything like it before. Choi continues to advance. Suddenly he screams. He stops in midair and asks what's happening. This could be magic, but he thinks it's impossible because his unique anti-magic ability is still active. He is trapped by chains. He screams, asking what the hell this technique is. The protagonist says this isn't a technique, it's martial arts, and if he wants to know what martial arts are, he should ask Tae-hoon after the fight. Choi is confused. The protagonist begins to laugh and says he almost went crazy with people telling him to run or give up. Shin Yeon says the tables have turned, and at this moment only Choi can see and feel all that. He explains that the energy trapping Choi is the pinnacle of sword techniques, known as mental sword. This is a power that can be used after reaching level 40 in external arts, known as mental sword manifestation. The protagonist says that even though it is called the pinnacle of sword techniques, the sword he refers to is known as willpower in this world. He emphasizes that after reaching the peak, one can kill simply by wishing. This power can also split the heavens and the earth in half with just its force. Shin Yeon starts laughing and says it would be very boring if he used all his power. He begins to wave his finger, and the chains start to move. He prepares to deliver his blow, and the chains seem to pull Choi's soul out. The protagonist says he needs to give some lessons to these weak new generation people. He punches Choi with great force, making Choi bleed from his mouth while smiling. As Choi is thrown far away, the protagonist asks if Tae-hoon is watching that. He smiles, and tells him to engrave it well in his mind, because this is what he wanted to see so badly. This is martial arts. The protagonist uses a technique called hurricane kick, causing a blast of energy that forcefully slams Choi to the ground. The impact is so strong that Choi is on the verge of death. Tae-hoon is frightened by the power he sees. The narrator asks what is happening. She comments that participant Shin Hyun was immobilized, but now Choi is lying on the ground. The protagonist stops beside Choi's body, which is completely covered in blood. The commentator asks if this is the work of the energy they just felt. She announces that a medical team has rushed in to try to save Choi. Shin Hyun smiles and says he is much better now because it's cool to use basic martial arts after so long. The commentator announces that the victory is Shin Hyun's again. Tae-hoon is annoyed by this. After the end of the fight, Shin Hyun stops fighting, saying he had exhausted his energies. The narrator asks if the Limitless Guild will take power from the Dawn and Twilight Guilds. After that, the Twilight Guild lost 3-2, and thus the festival ended. They commented that Shin Hyun accidentally injured himself and had to stop for a while, but the comments were already spreading. People were asking if the protagonist was a god, as he easily defeated the two competitors, clearly being the strongest in the world. Others said that the top 4 strongest hunters now had to be top 5. With that, Twilight, which everyone thought was ahead of Dawn, changed its figure. After the festival, the guild leader no longer left his room. Chulho goes there and asks his leader if he is okay, but gets no response. Inside the room, everything was broken, and Tae-hoon sat in a chair, laughing. He says he is still stunned. He says that when he felt that energy, he was paralyzed with fear and humiliated. Tae-hoon says that even if it was for a few seconds, the power that Shin Hyun showed is something he cannot win against. He wonders if the protagonist just wanted to show him that he is not strong enough to defeat him. Tae-hoon admits he is not strong enough to defeat him now, but since things have reached this point, he no longer needs to hold back. Tae-hoon opens the door, surprising Chulho, and just calls Chulho, saying he needs to do something. Chulho asks where they would go. Tae-hoon answers that, of course, they are going to meet with the celestial god of war. A week after the festival, the phones wouldn't stop ringing. In the central office of Dawn, numerous people called tirelessly asking for Shin Hyun's contact. The attendants tried to explain that the protagonist was not from their guild, but from the Limitless Guild. One of the callers asks if Ji-hye is in a relationship with Shin Hyun. The attendant gets annoyed and tells the guy to go find his mother on the corner. Inside a room, the two were sitting, and a person came in to report to them. He says there were a total of 328 calls wanting information about the Limitless Guild and leader Shin Hyun, not counting the 800 letters sent to him. The majority is from reporters and people who want to join the Limitless Guild. In addition, there are 8 collaboration requests. 43 advertising proposals, and 29 offers for him to appear on TV shows. He mentions that, as instructed, they rejected all but one person. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, shouting that they didn't want to interrupt, but there was something outside that they needed to see. The chief secretary says his report is finished there, and turns around, dead tired, to see what it was this time. Ji-hye asks the protagonist what he thinks about becoming super famous. He says it's good not to joke about that, as he doesn't mind the fame, but he hates scandals. He asks if that was the chief secretary, the so-called Dongwan. As soon as he appears again, the protagonist says he needs to thank him. Ji-hye says it's a bit late for that, but she wanted to apologize. The protagonist asks what she is talking about. She says that during the fight, she didn't want Shin Hyun's identity to leak, so she tried to stop him from using martial arts, all out of her selfishness. She says that if things had gone wrong, it could have been very dangerous for him. The protagonist tells her that she is worrying too much. He asks if she really thinks a small power like that could hurt him. Shin Hyun says that in the case of Tae-hoon, even if he was forced to use martial arts, what does it matter if Tae-hoon knows about it or not? He probably realized the power difference between them. The protagonist asserts that for a while, Tae-hoon won't try to do anything against them. Shin Hyun says they went after his sister, so now he will go after them. Ji-hye smiles and says it's true that Twilight has been less active lately. They thought they would defeat Dawn easily, but they were in for a surprise. She comments that after all this, Tae-hoon locked himself in his house, and even the veteran hunters, who didn't want to get involved, came knocking on Dawn's door. Ji-hye says that now Dawn is above Twilight, and all thanks to the protagonist. She says this is the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild, and thanks him again, extending her hand. He smiles and takes her hand, saying that now she is acting normally. He states that he will be under her care from now on. Shin Hyun looks at his phone and says it's quite late. He needs to hurry because his sister is waiting for him. Ji-hye asks why he accepted the invitation to the Guild Alliance on Jeju Island, even though he rejected all the others. He says he's tired of dungeons in the city, and that his level isn't rising much. Besides, Jeju Island is perfect for family trips. He leaves the room smiling and says he will return after a month. He trusts Ji-hye too much. In fact, he trusts himself too much. If he knew what was going to happen, he wouldn't have gone to Jeju Island. At Jeju International Airport, Eun-seol was impressed with the place. She runs, telling her brother that it's her first time on Jeju Island. She asks what they will eat first, black pork or trout. The protagonist just smiles, looking at his sister's happiness. He asks if she likes Jeju Island that much, but they weren't there just for fun. Suddenly they hear people shouting the protagonist's name. It was the leader of the Jeju Island Guild Alliance, the Tamna Guild. The leader tells them they are welcome, but the two don't like this. There is a slightly awkward atmosphere between them. They turn around, and Shin Hyun says maybe they can have fun first. The leader runs ahead of the two, startling Eun-seol. He grabs the protagonist's hand and introduces himself, saying his name is Kyul. He is a team leader of the Tamna Guild, and thanks Shin Hyun for accepting their invitation. The protagonist says it was no big deal. Eun-seol is shocked by this, and thinks he is younger than her, and already a team leader. Kyul says he loved the protagonist's performance at the festival. He admits it's a bit embarrassing, but after seeing that, he became a fan of the protagonist. He asks for an autograph, saying he bought a Shin Hyun t-shirt and wanted him to sign it. The protagonist thinks he should go back home. Kyul releases the protagonist's hand and runs up to Eun-seol, asking if she is the team leader of Dawn accompanying Shin Hyun. He asks if she is the protagonist's sister and says it's a great pleasure to meet her. Another person interrupts them and tells Kyul to check the time. Kyul responds that it's true, and he had forgotten. He begins to hurry them along, apologizing for rushing them, but they needed to move quickly. Along the way, he explained the details. Shin Hyun says he understands and asks him to stop pushing. Kyul smiles and says it's because of the schedule. Kyul mentions that it's their first time there, and later, he would introduce them to the island's delicacies. A man was hiding, watching them. This man speaks in Chinese, notifying that the protagonist had arrived. Hyung comments that they are in Korea so he could speak Korean, or did he want to make it obvious that he was Chinese? Hyung stands up and announces that his vacation was ending. Several people bow to him, and he says it's time for them to get to work. He welcomes the trap he prepared for the protagonist. Shin Hyun finally arrives at Woljongri on Jeju Island. A man approaches them and says hello. This man is the leader of the Tamna Guild, named Hagun. He shakes the protagonist's hand and says it's a pleasure to meet him. He promises to ensure they have a lot of fun since they came from afar. He asks Kyul to bring what they prepared. They talk about the local specialties of Jeju Island. Eun-seol is thrilled to hear this, wondering if it would be black pork or trout. Kyul says that after they try it, they'll never forget the taste. They begin to lift the lid, saying this is the high-quality item they carefully selected. Eun-seol rushes over and says it's black pork, but when they lift the lid, it's just a simple tangerine. They are left speechless. Eun-seol grabs her bow, trembling with anger. The protagonist holds her back and asks her to calm down and not to kill anyone. She picks up the tangerine and begins to peel it. They apologize for being so straightforward, but given their current situation, they hope the protagonist understands. Hagun begins to explain that, as they already knew, the Jeju Island Guild Alliance opposes the division of Korean hunters into two teams, Dawn and Twilight. They formed their own independent and self-sustaining hunter system. He says that if they were caught in the conflict between the two guilds, they would certainly be massacred. However, until now, the Tamna Guild played a key role in maintaining the alliance in some way. That was until high-risk dungeons began appearing in large quantities. Dungeons with a danger level of 11 or higher, which had never appeared before, started popping up in 5 different locations on the island last year. For these high-level dungeons, only veterans of level 40 could handle them. Hagoun says this is something their guild is currently incapable of. He emphasizes that, moreover, they need a high-ranking hunter to lead the group, but all of them are already with Twilight or Dawn. Shinyeon says he doesn't understand, and asks if they can't handle the dungeons. Why not just ignore them? Wouldn't the monsters just stay inside? Hagoun yells, saying that cannot happen. If they fail to handle them, they would lose the rights to them, and these rights would be transferred to the Hunters Association, eventually ending up in the hands of Dawn or Twilight. The protagonist apologizes and says he now understands. Hagoun becomes desperate and says they've gone through many difficulties to prevent the major guilds from setting foot there. If it continues like this, Jeju Island would be finished. And just when they were drowning in despair, the Limitless Guild appears like a comet, and Shin Hyun emerges. Even though he has collaborated with Dawn, he is still a high-level and neutral hunter who appeared for them. Kyul says the protagonist is the light of salvation for the Jeju Island Alliance. They say the protagonist is the new wave, the new generation, the sun, the light in the world of Korean hunters. The protagonist thinks these guys are kind of crazy. Hagoun thanks him from the bottom of his heart for accepting the invitation, saying they would never forget him for the rest of their lives. Shin Hyun says he doesn't need all that gratitude, as he was also benefiting from this. He would get to level up even more and make money. He says the conversation is over, and they should head out and rush to the dungeons. His sister holds him back and asks him to wait. She was very upset and says there was an even bigger problem they needed to handle first. The protagonist is startled and asks what the problem is. She says, black pork and trout. After that, they headed to the Seongsanyup dungeon on Jeju Island. A massive explosion occurs in the middle of the forest. The members of the Tamna Guild were struggling. One of them was frustrated, saying that no matter how much they attacked, they couldn't defeat the monsters because they were too fast. The monkeys prepare to attack again and launch a powerful strike against the hunters. They manage to defend most of the damage, but their shield begins to crack, and some venom drips onto a rock nearby. One of the hunters looks at it, sees the rock dissolving, and comments that he had heard the monkeys had venom, but didn't imagine it would be so potent. They couldn't believe that the venom was so strong that it could penetrate the hottest flame barriers of attack and defense. They begin to realize that the fight was getting worse for them, and if this continued, they would die there. Suddenly, someone says they thought they were called bulldogs because they were some kind of dog monsters, but in Korea, bull means fire, and dak means poison. Together, it sounds like bulldog. Several bolts of lightning start to appear there. The protagonist appears sitting in a tree, saying that in the end, it was just a bunch of monkeys using fire and poison. He comes down from the tree, and the hunters thank him. Kyul thanks the protagonist, saying that it was expected of him since he defeated all the monsters in an instant. Yoon-seol gets angry and says she's the one carrying him. Kyul smiles and agrees, saying thanks to both of them he could save his mana. He comments that he said that because the protagonist's abilities were extraordinary. Kyul continues saying that thanks to the two of them, he could rest up to now, but he would also do his part. He traps the monkeys in a spell and asks 2 members to attack. The 2 jump in and finish the job. Kyul returns to the protagonist and comments that the lightning attack is typical of mages, as expected of the leader of Limitless. Shin Hyun says it's something like that, but asks what Kyul's level is. He smiles and says he's just a bit above level 40. Eun-seol is impressed with this, thinking that even though he is younger than her, he is at a higher level. The protagonist notes that the other fighters also seem to be close to level 40. Kyul explains that they are responsible for the dungeons on Jeju Island with very limited numbers, so they end up gaining a lot of levels. Shin Hyun talks about the technique that Kyul used just now, saying that it's quite interesting. Kyul asks if the protagonist is talking about the teleportation technique and says he struggled quite a bit to achieve it because it's known to be a very complicated and difficult technique to use. The protagonist comments that it doesn't seem that difficult. Kyul stops talking, impressed, and asks if the protagonist figured out the technique just by looking. He becomes even more amazed, while the protagonist thinks that these people don't understand the concept of personal space. He stops and thinks for a bit, concluding that investing points in intuition was really the answer. Intuition, as the name suggests, is the power to see things as they truly are. The system screen displays, Name, Shinhyun, Level 53, Class Classless, Health, 100%, MP, 106 out of 106, Status Details, no points available for reallocation, Strength, 0, Endurance, 0, Agility, 0, Intuition, 53, Interception, 0. Thanks to martial arts, the protagonist doesn't need to spend any points on other attributes, but intuition is different. No matter how skilled he is in martial arts, he cannot read the flow of magical power with his eyes alone. He understood the mechanism of the spell after seeing it just once. The protagonist says that he can't disappoint their expectations now. He says he'll show them, but they shouldn't be too surprised. Everyone remains silent, watching him. Kyul asks if he still hasn't used teleportation, because he doesn't know how the world works. Suddenly, Shin-hyun asks Kyul how to use teleportation. A moment later, monkeys appear. Kyul approaches them and comments that they must be quite idle. He greets the monkeys, who just look at him. Suddenly, he takes them to the sky and drops them all at once. The protagonist is surprised by the technique. Kyul returns to the protagonist's side and says that's how it's done. He explains that he can attack monsters if he's alone by taking them to a high point and letting them fall. Kyul explains that his limit is 150 meters in height and that monsters without wings die instantly from that height. His range is all the empty space in his field of vision. Within that space, he says he can move anything he wants in any direction. Kyul mentions that he showed this because the protagonist asked, but he doesn't know how it could help. Suddenly, the protagonist disappears in front of the two. They start looking for him. Kyul asks if that was teleportation, but it's expected of the protagonist. Shin-hyun calls them and says he learned it, thanks them, but there's a problem. He says he needs to practice a bit more before using it because he got stuck in a tree. They stop for a meal. Suddenly, Shin-hyun and Yoon-seol arrive. Kyul comments that they were working hard and invites them to eat. Yoon-seol says they were too lax. There were still many monsters. Kyul agrees, but thanks to their efforts, they can take a small break. He offers her some food, saying they need to regain their strength. Yoon-seol refuses and says she didn't come there to eat kimbap. Kyul tells the protagonist that his teleportation ability is improving a lot. Shin-hyun says everything has a unique flow. Someone who has mastered the final level of a technique can learn others easily. He tells Kyul that if he keeps training without stopping, one day he'll be as strong as Shin-hyun, but the protagonist thinks it would take about 200 years. Kyul is happy with this and makes a note not to forget. Yoon-seol looks at this and thinks that, even though he's her brother, sometimes she wants to punch his face. She tells Kyul it's good to give up learning from her brother because he learns everything in a way only he can. Kyul says he can't do that because he's the team leader. He's in a position where he can't be satisfied with just what he knows. He says he used to think he'd reached his limit. He stops talking and apologizes, saying he got excited about learning from Shin-hyun and ended up talking too much. He says he's lucky because the team members trust him and follow his orders, but he feels he's still incompetent. Kyul emphasizes that they can't even imagine what could happen if he gets complacent. Yoon-seol remembers her team dying. Kyul throws a kimbap into her mouth and apologizes for the mood. Yoon-seol catches the food in the air and turns, telling him to stop talking and eat already. She also says the kimbap from Jeju Island is really good. Kyul is delighted and starts shouting that he's very happy she liked it. He says he can get her a lot, just ask. She says she didn't like it that much and asks him not to exaggerate. Shin-hyun asks how much longer they have to hunt. He says there are many monsters, and they spread very quickly, seemingly endless. Kyul says he knows, but there's a limit to how many times he can teleport. If he knew it would be like this, he would have tried to develop a technique to move all in an area. Yoon-seol asks what he's talking about, and if the monsters happen to fall on them, would he take responsibility for it? Kyul asks her to calm down a bit. Shin-hyun keeps thinking about what Kyul said. His sister notices and asks what he's doing. The protagonist says he might be able to solve it if things go the way he wants. He searches his system and finally finds the skill he's looking for. In the system it reads, Sovereignty, Type, Monster Ability, Active Ability, Does not consume MP, Rarity B, an incredibly special ability that not everyone can have. Proficiency, D, an ability that is still in the initial stage. You can declare sovereignty if you want. You can naturally gain the respect and trust of those around you. Occasionally, those affected may develop feelings of admiration and blind faith towards you, but the effects of this ability can vary on different targets. He thinks he found this ability with a stone in the Buchan bird monster dungeon. He chose to use it because it said he could learn the ability a monster had. Shin-hyun thinks that subjugating monsters with just his will is nothing special for him. However, being able to control monsters with his will is interesting. The protagonist combined this ability with the Mind Sword ability, allowing him to control monsters with specific commands. Since he used it only a few times for fun, he ended up forgetting about it, as controlling monsters isn't useful for him. He starts to concentrate and says that if he combines it well, it can be very useful. He opens his eyes, and an energy is released. He managed to create domination telepathy. Everything around him goes dark, and waves of his power begin to expand. He can sense a few things there. It's a kind of mass transmission, like telepathy. He finds another group of monsters. He starts to capture the monsters with his power. While doing this, he thinks he needs to infuse the power of sovereignty and the mind sword with domination telepathy. He manages to dominate the monsters, and his order to them is, "Appear before me immediately." Suddenly, he opens his eyes with a headache. Kyul and Unseol ask if he is okay. The protagonist asks Kyul if he has enough mana to teleport en masse. Kyul is startled but says yes, he can do that a few times. Shin Hyun says that's good because he thinks he has caused trouble. Suddenly everything starts to shake. People are scared, asking if it's an earthquake, but it's impossible for that to happen inside a dungeon. They say it can only mean one thing, a monster. Suddenly, a monster appears, falling near them. Unseol says the earthquake stopped. The other guy is relieved, thinking that thousands of monsters were coming or something. Suddenly they stop and look up, realizing they are completely surrounded by monsters. Unseol asks, "What the hell is this?" Kyul doesn't understand where so many monsters came from. The protagonist tells Kyul to get everyone out of there and leave the rest to him. Kyul notices that the gesture the protagonist made with his hand is the inversion of yin-yang. Kyul starts gathering everyone to get them out of there, but Unseol tells her brother that he can't do this alone because there are too many monsters. The monsters start to approach, and she screams that she can't leave him alone there. Kyul tells her that she can't stray from the group. He uses his magic on her, preventing her from doing anything. Quickly, everyone is teleported out of there, leaving only the protagonist. He says that now that everyone is out, he can have some fun. He starts using his ability again. A gigantic amount of energy begins to fill the place, growing larger and larger. Kyul, looking from a distance, sees various points of the forest exploding and says that's impressive. He is amazed, saying how incredibly strong the protagonist is. His companions ask if they are sure the protagonist is still human. They say that the rumors of the protagonist being above level 60 are true. Kyul asks if it was Shin Yeon who called all the monsters at once. He calls Unseol, but she is very worried. He realizes that no matter how strong Shin Yeon is, he is all the family Unseol has. And at this moment, he is fighting alone against all the monsters at once. Kyul thinks she must be very tense. Kyul goes to her and asks why she is nervous because her brother is absurdly strong, so she doesn't need to worry so much. He smiles and asks if she knows how he is, so she should just trust him. She looks at him and asks what the hell he's talking about. She says she's nervous because her brother is getting all the experience for himself and had said he would carry her. Kyul starts laughing, not understanding, and asks if she isn't worried about him. She asks why she would be worried about him when he is as happy as a worker on payday. On the other side, the protagonist was killing everyone while smiling. He says this was very useful. He didn't imagine that ordering them all to come to him would cover such a large distance. He says that domination telepathy, created by combining sovereignty and the mind sword, can be used to make all the monsters in a dungeon come to him, allowing him to level up quickly. He starts laughing again and says this will make his life much easier. He uses it once more, and more monsters begin to appear. He orders them all to come at once and shouts for someone to take the lid off the drain because he's about to mop up. Suddenly, Jihye feels something. Dongwon asks if she's okay. She says it's nothing, just seems like she heard a diabolical laugh. Dongwon asks what, and she replies that she'll continue with her report. She says that Taehoon still hasn't left his house and the Twilight Hunters are quite inactive. As a result, the dungeons they contested have now become dawns. She emphasizes that they don't need to worry so much about the Twilight Guild at the moment. Jihye thinks something is wrong. Even though Taehoon was humiliated at the festival, he is very quiet. She worries that he might be plotting something secretly. Dongwon slaps a paper on her desk and says this should be Dawn's priority at the moment. Jihye takes the paper and sees that it's about the high-risk dungeon discovered in the Taebaek Mountains. This dungeon is level 13 in risk. Hunters need to be at least level 60, and its type is desert. It is the hardest dungeon that has ever appeared. Level 13 danger is compatible with hunters above level 60. The dungeon, named Taebaek Dungeon, is a desert terrain with a scorching sun. Suddenly, the ground starts to open, and a huge monster appears, scaring the hunters. These monsters are as strong as 10th floor monsters. Dongwon says there aren't many monsters, but each one is strong enough to face a high-level hunter. He asserts that this information is correct because the guildmaster Jion investigated it alone. Kyul sighs and says this won't be easy. She emphasizes the need to form a group with the director and the guildmaster to investigate further. She pauses and thinks that in times like these, it would be perfect if Shin Hyun were there. She remembers him holding her in his arms while saving her and defeating the monsters. Suddenly, Dongwon yells at her again and asks what she was thinking so deeply about. He says she doesn't seem normal, and if she wants, she can leave early. She tries to hide it again and says it's nothing. Everything is fine. When she gets up, she bumps into her tea, spilling it on the floor. Dongwon tells her to stay calm. that he'll clean it up quickly. She gives a small smile and wonders if she is going crazy, and when the protagonist will return to her. It's been a week since everything started on Jeju Island. The team members were trying to contain a monster but were having some difficulty. The horse struggles to get free, but suddenly an arrow hits the horse, killing it instantly. Shin Hyun had become excellent with forced command control, which was created by applying sovereignty and the mind sword. Yoon Seol celebrates, shouting that with her it's one shot, one kill. Ki-yul says her shot was amazing. The protagonist says that wandering around Jeju Island and eliminating the monsters one by one should be called hard carrying, with the union of Jeju Island hunters and Yoon Seol. Yoon Seol turns to Ki-yul and yells, asking why he said great shot. She thinks he's treating her like a child just because his level is higher. He smiles and says he doesn't know what she's talking about. The experience gained from killing a monster is divided according to the damage a person deals to the monster. Shin Hyun thinks it would be more efficient if he didn't get involved in battles, but then he sees one of the members running from the monsters and thinks that person should be a support. He starts to release his strength and says that in such cases, he can't do anything but intervene. He grabs the member and teleports them out of there. He takes the soldier to a tree, who is scared and clinging to his leg. The protagonist wonders if it's impossible to level up through mental power. He thinks that even though his mission was to carry the soldiers so they could evolve, it's not like he's getting nothing out of it. Kyul shouts and says that the protagonist is a god, a natural talent, a genius. Unseol gets jealous and argues with him, saying he's ignoring her. Shin Hyun says that during the journey, he managed to acquire Kyul's teleportation ability. He perfected this ability so well that even Kyul was impressed. Although it seemed like he would need more time to be fluent with the ability, just as he wanted, that wasn't the goal of this trip. At the end of the day, Yoon Seol says she finally realized. She says that the specialty of Jeju Island isn't black pork, roast chicken, or tangerines. Jeju Island is a dungeon restaurant, a place to level up. The system says, Yoon Seol advanced 3 levels, current level as a hunter, 30. Kyul says that it seems the protagonist has also improved a lot. Even he has leveled up considerably thanks to the protagonist. Shin Hyun thinks that the two are addicted to hunting. Unseol drinks and slams the cup on the table, saying that Jeju Island is amazing. The protagonist smiles, thinking that a family trip was also one of the reasons he traveled to the island. However, he was worried that his sister might be upset because he trained a lot, but fortunately she seems to be enjoying it. He thinks that even a dungeon trip can be memorable. Keel looks and says that the next raid on the agenda is a request from the Samdado Guild. He says the dungeon is level 11, and the beasts that appear there are new, bat wolves. According to the description, they have the face of a wolf and the body of a bat. Their teeth are sharp, and they are fast, easily capturing a human. The protagonist thinks for a moment and says that if there are bats, the terrain is... Kyul interrupts and says that's right. The terrain would be a cave. The protagonist becomes tense and starts clenching his hand. Kyul continues reading and says that according to the request, only the protagonist was summoned, excluding Yoon-seol and himself. He says the letter states that the terrain's specialty is darkness and low visibility, so Yoon-seol's arrows and his teleportation would be useless. Yoon-seol asks if for this raid, everyone was dismissed except for her brother. She says she feels surrounded by disappointed looks and strange feelings. Shin Hyun says it's better this way because the two seem quite tired from frequent raids and could use a break. Kyul says that's true, but the protagonist interrupts and says for him not to worry, he'll finish this as quickly as the other times. However, he starts thinking about the terrain and says he's having unpleasant memories of when he disappeared and got stuck in a cave. The next day, a man introduces himself to the protagonist, saying he's the master of the Samdado Guild, Jongwook. He says that as far as he knows, Shin Hyun had received all the instructions and asks if they can go straight to the dungeon. The protagonist responds that it's fine by him. They start walking and finally arrive at the dungeon entrance. Shin Hyun looks at it and thinks that just imagining that it's a cave inside gives him chills. He thinks he can't make mistakes because of personal issues, but his unpleasant feeling is worse than he imagined. He needs to take it easy this time. Whatever is inside, he will finish quickly and return. They enter the dungeon, and monsters start to appear. The protagonist begins defeating them very quickly. One of the members asks what they should do because this is going faster than their plan. Shin Hyun turns to them and says he's finished what he had to do. The two are surprised. Jongwook says that the protagonist is as incredible as they say. He says that if they follow the trail, they'll reach the unexplored area soon. Shin Hyun notices they are walking quickly and asks them to move faster. Jongwook asks the protagonist if he's okay because he seems unwell. The protagonist replies that he's fine, but he thinks he's in trouble. Even after all this time, that terrifying memory is still so vivid it feels like it was yesterday. Jongwook touches the protagonist's shoulder from behind and says that if he's not feeling well, they can walk more slowly. Jongwook is trembling with fear. The protagonist says he already mentioned that he's fine, but his gaze is as cold as a monster's. Jongwook quickly backs away and says he worried for nothing. He asks his partner to give the protagonist some tangerine potion. Shin Hyun starts trembling and says he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible, or he'll end up killing everyone. Jong-wook shows the radar and says the path is a bit tricky from here, but they've mapped the route, so they can be more at ease. The leader says they will take the lead now and calls everyone, saying it's through the middle path. The protagonist thinks they look more suspicious than before. As they walk, he wonders if it's just his nerves making him think that way. Jong-wook says it's very dark there, and they should watch their step. He asks if the protagonist has ever been to the Seokguram Grotto on the island. It's completely different from this cave. He says that if the protagonist wants, he can take him on a cave tour. The protagonist says he's not interested. Shin Hyun asks how much longer until they arrive, but he feels something strange. He stops and looks up, startled, saying he has a weird feeling. On the ceiling, there's a magic circle. He thinks it might be a trap formation, and judging by its appearance, it seems like an illusionary labyrinth trap formation. Even though it's not fatal, when someone gets trapped, they lose their sense of direction and walk in circles. The people with them start asking why the ground is uneven and why the paths look different. The protagonist realizes that the flow of the trap is leading them somewhere. Shin Hyun starts getting nervous and wonders why there's a Murim trap formation here. He wonders if it's the work of someone who returned from Murim, or if this also exists in this world. He gets even more nervous and says that regardless of what it is, he doesn't want to deal with anything related to Murim in a cave again. He closes his eyes and says he needs to calm down because that part of his life is over. The protagonist stomps hard on the ground and says he will fall into the trap on purpose and accept the invitation. He starts walking angrily, saying he wants to see who's behind this. Meanwhile, in the Taebaek Mountain Desert Dungeon, the monsters continued attacking mercilessly. John says this is the desert, and they need to be ready. He uses his Crusader ability, Joshua's Blessing, buff that increases the group's defense. The monster begins to retreat. The members notice this and ask if the monsters are out of strength, but suddenly, a red light appears before them, scaring everyone. John shouts for no one to let their guard down because this is a supreme ability. They finally have the advantage and can't retreat now. John uses his power to protect everyone. Seeing an opening, he shouts for everyone to attack. Jihye, without hesitation, advances quickly, focused on what needs to be done. Jian yells at her that she needs to destroy it. She attacks with everything she has. They manage to defeat the monster, but Jihye asks why it's so hot there. Jian goes to her and pats her back, saying she did a good job, and that if she keeps it up it will be easier than they thought. She says it would only be easier for him and her because they've only taken down 3 monsters so far, and the rest of the team is exhausted. She turns to them and asks them to find some shade because they are going to rest a bit. Jian says that Jihye must be upset to have to raid with him. She asks what he means by that. He says she has been hanging out a lot with Shin Hyun, and people are saying they are dating. She hits him so hard that he's left breathless. She says he's very funny, almost dying. He says he's glad she finds it funny. Jihye responds that yes, she does, but now he should keep his mouth shut. She asks why the other 2 directors were absent, as if they were there. This would have already been over. Jean says that Kwon and Sungmin had a commitment today. Jihye asks what commitment. Jean replies that they said they would join them after handling their issue. Outside the Taebaek Mountain dungeon, 2 people guard the entrance while 2 others prepare to attack. As the 2 talk about the festival, Dongwon appears and asks if they are there to play around. They ask if that's not what everyone does when on gate duty, as there's not much else to do. Dongwon says they should never let their guard down. Even though Twilight is quiet at the moment, they don't know when a fight might break out again. Suddenly, several points appear in the sky. A strong energy begins to manifest, and an explosion occurs. Dongwon is injured. He thinks this technique belongs to a shooter called Meteor. The 2 guards are lying on the ground. Dongwon thinks today's raid was a secret known to only a few people. He wonders who it could be. Amidst the dust, a man starts to appear. As he looks closer, he sees its director Sungmin. Sungmin smiles and says he's surprised to see Dongwon there, asking if the secretary is okay. Dongwon feels relieved and asks what happened. Sungmin says it was a surprise attack by Twilight, and it seems it was someone quite powerful. Dongwon turns and says they are crazy, staying quiet all this time, but in the end, they do this. He thinks it will still be a few hours until the leader and vice leader finish the raid. He wonders if he should go in and tell them, but he notices something strange and asks how Sungmin knew they were there, as he thought Sungmin was handling something else. As he turns again, he receives a very strong blow. Dongwon starts vomiting blood. Sungmin says he's almost finished. Sungmin's phone rings. He answers and says he's finished everything there and that Kwon will join them later. Taehoon says it was just in time as they just arrived. He says it's good to know everything was handled. Taehoon thanks Dawn's directors for their good work. Sometime later they arrive. He looks around and sees the bodies on the ground, saying they did a good job. He turns to the 2 and says he's very satisfied and that they will continue working well together. He thinks that Jihye is too naive. She never imagined there would be traitors among her executives. She didn't know that he had already bribed everyone even before the festival. He steps on the bodies while singing. He thinks it's been 7 years since he last entered the same dungeon as her. He remembers that this was right after he returned from Murim and was starting his life as a hunter. They teamed up and discovered a new dungeon where no one had been before. He calls her and asks how long they would continue taking care of others. He says they wouldn't be able to train this way, and the others would only hold them back. Taehoon asks why she became like this, and if she had forgotten life in Murim. They needed to get faster, as fast as possible. He asks if she had thought about his last suggestion. He shows something and says he received the ancient jade from the celestial god of war with his message. Taehoon says a person's martial arts improve significantly just by using it. He invites her to serve the celestial god of war. If they do this, they would become much stronger than they are now. She asks him to stop with that. She says she understands he's insecure, but this isn't Murim, and no one is hunting them, so they don't need to be so much stronger than others. Jihye looks at her group and says she's happy just to be with them. She asks him to forget the suffering in Murim. They call her, and she turns, leaving Taehoon behind. He grips the jade tightly in his hand and thinks she's the only one who could understand him, as they went through the same pain. But in her life, he was always a side character, and it's all because of those weak insects. He says he doesn't like them. They continue to kill the monsters. He thinks the monsters are very weak. Suddenly, he hears Jihye's scream. As he looks, he sees Juhyun on the ground, bleeding. He wonders if they lost to these weak monsters all because they were protecting the weak. Another guy starts yelling at Taehoon, asking him to get Juhyun out of there as quickly as possible. He says that if Juhyun stays there, she'll be in even more danger. He keeps shouting, asking if Taehoon is listening to him. He pleads for him to do something and yells that they trusted him. What was he doing? Suddenly he starts hearing a voice saying, "Taehoon is always like this, isn't he? You who are always worried and doing your best mean nothing to Jihye. The only reason you're not taken seriously by others is because Jihye is weak. It's because she's forgotten the despair she felt in Murim, and it's all because of those insects. Destroy and get rid of everything that makes Jihye weak. If you do that, then Jihye will understand you." The guy keeps shouting for Taehoon, but he starts laughing and says he will free Jihye, starting with all these weaklings around her. Taehoon stands at the entrance, saying nothing, just watching. Sungmin and Kwon ask why he's acting like that. Sungyuk approaches the two and tells them to guard that place. If any member of Dawn comes out of the dungeon, they should kill them all. The two look and agree. Sungyuk goes to his leader and asks about Shinhyeon. He smiles and says things are going very well on Jeju Island. He tells them not to worry because Jiaolin has already started acting. Sungyuk says no one can escape the traps he sets. He mentions that he received a report saying things are going faster than expected. At this moment, they must be. Taehoon says he will trust him and leave everything in his hands. Sungyuk looks to the side and says that once they are in the dungeon, he himself will kill Jihye, as promised. Taehoon stares at him. Sungyuk smiles and says, "Of course, a promise is a promise. He can do whatever he wants." However, Taehoon thinks Sungyuk won't be able to kill her. He says everything is ready, so it's time to act. A hunter is someone who hunts, and their prey today is Dawn. Meanwhile, in the cave, the protagonist wonders what's up with the place he's in. He thinks he followed the trap perfectly, but there's nothing there. One of the guys speaks to Jongwook, saying this is different from what they were told. The leader asks what's going on because someone was supposed to be waiting there. Shinhyeon immediately turns and asks, "Someone?" The two start trembling. The protagonist approaches them and asks them to tell the truth about what they were plotting. Jongwook says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Shinhyeon grabs him by the face and says that his leniency is over. He knew something strange was going on before they even entered there. The protagonist starts releasing his aura and says that if Jongwook wants to leave there walking, he better start talking. Suddenly he notices something. The other guy asks what that is. The protagonist turns around. Jiaolin says they were faster than he had predicted, almost missing the cue. A group of people informs Jiaolin that the target has arrived at the destination. Jiaolin says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist like this. He asks if they can greet each other. The protagonist starts laughing and says he's speechless. Suddenly, a large explosion occurs. Jihye feels something. She thinks she has a bad feeling out of nowhere. She wonders if she's overreacting. She thinks it's better not to be too sensitive. She can't afford to be distracted. Jihye focuses on her mission and surveys the battlefield, noticing monsters 400 meters to the east, west, and south of her current location. She wonders if she can hunt them all in a single day. Suddenly, she hears a very loud noise and turns around. She sees an explosion where the rest of her group was resting. As the fire spreads, Jean fights with all his might to defend his companions. The war between the guilds was beginning. Sungyuk advances from behind him, and before Jean can defend himself, Sungyuk attacks and cuts several parts of his body. Despite receiving some attacks, Jean does not give up. He grabs his sword and tries to hit Sungyuk, but he dodges. Jean falls to his knees and thinks this is the worst possible situation. Dealing with Sungyuk is already hard enough, and there's still Choi and Seung. On top of all this, Taehoon is sitting on a rock, watching everything. Taehoon starts clapping and says that this was expected of a ranker. He says he thought John was just a puppet master, but now he can see that he is truly the leader of Dawn. He apologizes to John for underestimating him. John responds that he didn't imagine this would be how they truly met. He asks Taehoon how he got there, and what happened to the hunters who were guarding outside. Taehoon smiles and says that if John thinks for a second, he will have the answer. John gets irritated by this. He says that the location of the dungeon and the time they would be there were very restricted information. He grips his sword and states that apparently there was a traitor among them. John begins to unleash his power and says that whether it's the traitor or the Twilight Guild, he will kill them all. Seong comments that John's words and willpower are really beautiful, but asks if John doesn't need to hurry. John notices some movement, and a member of the Twilight Guild kills one of the members of Dawn. The woman screams in pain, turns crying to her leader John and begs for help, saying she doesn't want to die. Choi calls John and says he's going to end it. The woman screams in pain, begging for help, and John gets furious. Taehoon, laughing, comments that this scene is heartbreaking and that at this rate he will cry. He says all these insects will never be anything more than a burden. Like a demon, Ji-hye comes at him, saying there was an insect there too. As soon as she attacks, Sung-yuk manages to block her attack, saving Taehoon. She smiles and greets Sung-yuk, saying it's good to see this brat again. He gets irritated by this. Taehoon turns to her and comments that it seems she wasn't very happy to see him there. He says he missed her a lot. She just looks at him and says, "There goes Taehoon," with the same talk as always. Ji-hye prepares to fight and asks Taehoon to get up, saying she's going to make sure he never opens that filthy mouth of his again. Taehoon calls Sung-yuk and asks him to take care of her. The two begin to fight at an incredible speed, evenly matched. Their attacks collide in the air, causing small explosions. One of Sung-yuk's attacks cuts a bit of her face, but she manages to dodge. This irritates her. Ji-hye kicks him, and even though he blocks, he feels a bit of pain and is pushed back. In seconds, she appears with a dagger at his throat, saying he has really learned some tricks since becoming Taehoon's lapdog. He could barely hold a dagger before. He gets irritated and attacks her with everything he has. She easily dodges and says he is being too hasty and that women don't find that attractive. Sung-yuk keeps coming at her, and she thinks he is more aggressive than she imagined. She needs to be careful. Ji-hye looks back and sees that her partners are completely surrounded. John holds the body of his companion in his arms, screaming in rage and asking everyone to come at him all at once. She keeps dodging Sung-yuk's attacks, while thinking John could hold everyone there for a while if he gave it his all. She steps back and looks at Taehoon, thinking that he is the real problem. He waves at her while she thinks he is a bastard. Ji-hye thinks he should smile because there's no way he would just stand there watching the fight. She wonders what he's plotting. The fight continues, while Taehoon keeps watching everything without doing anything. He says that Ji-hye is stronger than he imagined. He looks to the side and comments that things on Jeju Island should almost be finished by now. He says that if everything went according to plan, by this time, Shin-hyun would already be fertilizer. The stones start to tremble, and energy begins to emanate from them. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. The protagonist stands up, laughing, saying that was insane. Jong-wook gets up from the rubble, saying his head hurts a lot, and asking what happened there. As soon as he looks ahead, he sees the protagonist standing, with energy radiating from his body. Shin-hyun says this is all ridiculous. They said it was an emergency and made him use his internal energy in the dungeon, all for a damn bomb. Jong-wook approaches, laughing, and asks if he got hurt, saying he didn't know there was a bomb there. But something hits him. His body starts to float while he screams. His companions become desperate. The protagonist releases him and says he's going to resolve this matter once and for all. He tells Jong-wook to explain what the hell is going on. Jong-wook says he didn't know anything, but the protagonist doesn't believe it. He says that ensuring no one enters or leaves a dungeon is what a guild owning the dungeon should do. Moreover, it would take days to set up a bomb trap formation so deep inside a dungeon. Shin-hyun asks if even so, they want him to believe that no one knows anything. He asks if they really think he looks like a fool. He starts to look and laugh at Jong-wook like a madman. Jong-wook begins to tremble with fear, but he continues to say that they didn't know anything and that this was the truth. He says they almost died there too. He screams, saying they almost had a meaningless death because of the protagonist. Shin-hyun looks at them and says he must be speaking another language. He begins to unleash his power and says he has given too many chances. Several hands start to emerge from his body, and he says it's the first time he's going to use this on a human. He opens his eyes and says, "Activate absolute order." The protagonist says that if Jong-wook's mind is destroyed, it won't be his fault. Jong-wook keeps crying without saying anything, while darkness begins to engulf him. In the darkness, he thinks that the Samdado Guild always received financial support from the Twilight Guild. Their duty was to align the opinions within the Jeju Island Guild Alliance with the opinions of the Twilight Guild. However, one day, a man arrived at their office. Gaolin entered the office and said it was a mess, but he liked it. He asks if this was the Samdado Guild. He introduces himself as Taehoon's older brother. Gao Lin is a Chinese hunter, even though Jongwook didn't know who he was or what his real relationship with the Twilight Guild was. He showed that he was serious. Gao Lin says he is there because his younger brother asked for his help. Back in the dungeon, Jongwook's companions ask why he's acting like this. Jongwook continues to say everything. He says they were just following orders from Twilight, and that Zhao Lin was the one who ordered it. Their job was to bring the protagonist to the designated place at the right time, and Gao Lin would take care of the rest. Shin Hyun looks at him, thinking that communication signals don't work between the dungeon and the outside world. That means that damn Zhao Lin also entered the dungeon. The protagonist tries to find him but can't sense anything, and wonders if he has already left. One of the men there is looking at his leader, and the protagonist calls him, telling him to get out of the way because he's in the line of fire. The man gets scared. Shin Hyun tells him to move quickly or only his legs will be left. The young man crouches down in fear, and the protagonist fires a very powerful beam of energy. The beam heads towards the rocks blocking the dungeon exit. A massive explosion occurs, creating a huge hole and clearing the way. The guys there ask if they can leave now. The protagonist starts to leave the dungeon while they remain scared, wondering what kind of overpowered skill Shin Hyun has. Another guy says it doesn't matter, and asks if they are going to let the protagonist leave like that. They celebrate, saying they can now leave and return home. The protagonist says there's one more thing. He turns, laughing, and says he almost forgot to tie up loose ends. Just by releasing the pressure of his aura, the dungeon starts to shake, scaring the guys. The cave begins to collapse again. They beg the protagonist to let them out, but the entrance is sealed once more. Shin Hyun turns and says he spent 10 years in a cave, and it's time for them to experience that too. He starts laughing and comments that Twilight definitely had a hand in this, thanking them because now he can annihilate them one by one openly. The protagonist wonders if he should start with this Jaelin guy. Meanwhile, Ji-hye continues fighting, commenting that this was completely unexpected. Sung-yuk used a technique called Assassin's Technique of Shadow Clones. She says it looks like Taehoon really spent a lot of time training him, and it was a good hit. Sung-yuk smiles and says she's as arrogant as ever. He asks her to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth before continuing to talk nonsense. He asks if it isn't time for the shadow dance to come into play. She smiles and says she wasn't planning on using it because it's a complete waste to show that technique to someone as weak as him. She emphasizes that even without using this ability, a brat like him wouldn't be a match for her. Sung-yuk gets very irritated by this. He and his clones attack her simultaneously. Ji-hye begins to use her technique called Sovereign of Darkness, Massacre of the Poisoned Kiss. She tells him to pay close attention because she's only going to show once how a true assassin fights. Her skill, Blood Trail Under the Moonlight, is activated. In the middle of the mountains, only shadows can be seen passing by. Sung-yuk chases her, but her movements are very fast. She leaps in front of them, and he sends his clones to attack. They attack, but she causes an explosion. She looks to see if they are still following her, and they appear again. She says he really is Taehoon's lapdog. They are quite persistent. Ji-hye begins to attack and a flash is seen. She passes through all the clones, cutting them in half in seconds. But as soon as she looks, Sung-yuk is behind her. He uses the original technique of Jang Sung-yuk and manages to hit her with a poison spear. However, she defends against the attack. Her dagger gets tainted, and she wonders what it is. She backs away from him. She wonders if this could be a poison art. She looks at her dagger and thinks it melted just from contact with that. She moves back a bit more, looks at him and all his clones, and thinks that if she slips up here, she could take a critical hit, or even die. She throws her daggers away and says this is getting interesting. She comments that his fighting style has changed a lot. As far as she remembers, he used to copy her by using twin daggers. He looks at her and says that it's all thanks to her. He asks if she didn't tell him the method for an assassin to become stronger. She grabs 2 new daggers and asks if she really said that because she doesn't remember. She thinks the poison would be a problem on its own, but she still needs to pay attention to the clones and figure out which one is his real body. He asks if she really doesn't remember because, if that's the case, he will refresh her memory. Sung-yuk says this is her last chance and asks her to use the shadow dance. Ji-hye asks if he ever gets tired of asking for that damn shadow dance. She says she already stated she wouldn't use it because she doesn't need that ability to fight a weakling like him. In reality, she is thinking she can't use that ability now because she needs to save energy to deal with Taehoon later. He gets irritated and asks if that's really how it's going to be, then he'll stop playing around. He charges forward in anger. She can see him approaching, but she can't dodge in time. He pierces her body with his hand, saying that's how she's going to die. He starts to remember her laughing, saying that he began copying her, even using twin daggers. While he was lying on the ground, trembling with fear, she asked if he was the kid Taehoon was grooming to replace her. She said Taehoon was a disgusting bastard. Ji-hye said that even though she felt sorry for Sung-yuk, his existence still bothered her a lot. She commented that it seemed like Taehoon was using him to mock her. He screamed at her not to come any closer. She crouched down and put a dagger to his neck, asking if he knew the method for an assassin to become stronger. It's having someone you wholeheartedly wish to kill. If he wanted to get stronger, he needed to hate a person to the point of wanting to kill them, just like she did. Suddenly, some people arrived shouting that Jihye was there. She turned and saw Taehoon was there. She said she would let him live because she was tired, even though the bastard she most wanted to kill in the world was there. Before leaving, she said she would give him one last piece of advice as a veteran. She said he wasn't cut out for this, so he should give up and find something else to do. She bid him farewell, calling him a cheap copy. Sung-gyuk said she mocked and completely denied his existence, and after that, he threw away all her techniques and started from scratch to surpass her. As he speaks, she is vomiting blood. He comments that even though she was from a rival guild, he always admired and respected her. Sung-gyuk asks if she can imagine how painful it is to receive pity and contempt from the person you look up to. He raises his dagger and says she was right. Because of his obsession with wanting to kill her, he became the best assassin of all. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "Now I remember." A large amount of energy begins to fill the place. Jihye asks if he wanted to surpass her because he did exactly what she told him to. He is startled by this, as he wasn't expecting it. She appears smiling and with her arms crossed in front of him, exuding a strong aura. She comments that if he were going to do what she told him, he should have given up, but apparently he was too stupid for that. He is frightened, and asks if that was a shadow clone. Desperate, he asks when she did that. A dark aura begins to surround him as she says she will teach him just one more thing. A true assassin only shows their claws once, and that's when they kill their enemies. The dark aura starts to pierce Sung-gyuk's body, who screams her name. Jihye looks back and says that even in his last breath he was an imitation of her. The aura finishes killing him, splattering blood everywhere, while she just watches. Suddenly she notices someone approaching her. Taehoon says she is truly incredible, but it's a shame because Sung-gyuk was doing very well. She smiles, saying he finally showed up, the bastard she most wants to kill in the world. Taehoon asks what she thought of the event he prepared for her. She says that while it was good, it was also crap. She raises her dagger and says he won't have a peaceful death. He smiles, grabs his sword, and asks if that's what he should hear from her. They both begin to unleash their auras. Without wasting time, Jihye uses her shadow dance ability. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to call her, but the number is out of range. As he walks, he wonders if she's busy because he wants to tell her what's happening. Some people outside who look at him ask if he's trying to talk to Jihye. He looks at them, and some people are ready to fight, saying that Jihye is a bit busy now in the middle of a dungeon raid, and electronic signals don't connect from inside to outside. Jalin smiles and asks what he thinks of the cave. He says it should be a familiar place for those who have been in Murim before. He stares intently at the protagonist. Shin-hyun comments that it indeed seems to have their involvement, but asks how they knew Jihye was in a dungeon now. Galin responds that he could explain if the protagonist asked nicely. He takes off his glasses and asks if he should answer that question. The protagonist says that it looks like he won't cooperate, but that doesn't matter since he will be forced to talk. The protagonist begins to release his aura, and Jalin's body starts to tremble. He thinks that, as expected, Shin-hyun is truly incredible. He looks at the protagonist and thinks that he can control the resonance of the original celestial cultivation martial art. Jalin uses an ability, and a magic circle appears beneath the protagonist. Shin-hyun looks at it and says it's a trap formation. Gaolin says that soon the protagonist will realize it's not an ordinary trap formation, as it is his masterpiece. Gaolin says he combined the trap formation he learned in Murim with his sorcerer skills. He uses the ability Celestial Golden Seal Formation. The people there start attacking the protagonist, but he begins to move and says that the tricks of a vagrant magician won't work on him. However, he feels something different. His body feels different. One of the men keeps advancing, and Shin-hyun tries to move but notices that his body has become heavier. He punches, and the man defends with his sword. The protagonist realizes he can't use his internal energy. The others take advantage of this and attack as well. Shin-hyun defends himself, but his shield starts to crack. He notices that there is sword ki there. He looks at everyone and thinks that they all returned from Murim. Gaolin says it's a pleasure to see the protagonist's astonished face and asks how it feels to have his internal energy taken away. The guys keep attacking the protagonist while he only defends. Jalin explains that the Celestial Golden Seal Formation absorbs the internal energy his target has, and all this energy is passed to his subordinates, who learn to use martial arts. Jalin starts laughing and shouts that the stronger his opponent is, the less chance he has of winning. He says that the strength the protagonist accumulated is what will kill him in the end. The subordinates keep advancing, and the protagonist curses Jalin. He starts laughing, saying that Jalin talks too much. He stomps harder on the ground, sinking the spot where he stands, and says he will make sure they never forget the name Supreme Sword Emperor. Gaolin begins to recall that this is a type of dimension created using things like natural objects or mystical items as spells. In a certain pattern, the legendary strategist and trap formation expert, Zhuge Liang, used the 8 trigrams of trap formations to summon wind and lightning and kill countless enemy troops. He was on the same level of omniscience and omnipotence as a god. Zhao Lin always admired this man since childhood, training in trap formations both in Murim and after returning to the real world. Gao Lin says that when he is in a trap formation, he becomes a god. Well, at least it was supposed to be that way. His subordinates try to hit the protagonist, but his body starts to vanish. The speed at which the protagonist moves is something out of this world. Shin Hyun stops behind one of the men and says he now understands everything. He says that the energy of metal is the basis of the celestial golden seal formation. The subordinates are surprised by this and keep attacking the protagonist. He immobilizes the 2 who tried to attack him and moves to the other side in the blink of an eye. He asks them to wait a moment because he's almost finished. Zhao Lin is frightened, thinking he's never seen or heard of that body technique Shin Hyun just used, and he didn't even see when he blocked his subordinates' pressure points. He looks at the protagonist and thinks this is something impossible. How does he move so freely and quickly within his trap formation? With everyone immobilized, the protagonist calls them all and says he wants to ask something. He asks if they were from the demon cult. The redhead asks what that is. Shin Hyun says it seems they didn't know anything and now he understands why. He says that even though they have learned martial arts, they did not come from Murim. The sword techniques they used earlier were extremely poor for someone from Murim. Moreover, he doesn't sense any energy from the original celestial cultivation martial art coming from them, which led him to this conclusion. Gao Lin starts laughing and says Shin Hyun is indeed very attentive to details. He admits that the protagonist is right. His subordinates are different from him. They were molded in martial arts. Shin Hyun asks if they were really molded in martial arts. He points out that at his level, it would be easy to access others' meridians and transfer internal energy, but for someone like Zhao Lin, that is impossible. Therefore, the protagonist says he is sure Zhao Lin used some spell on those guys. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve something of this level. Shin Hyun says it won't make a difference what Gao Lin did, be it sorcery or demonic arts used by the demon cult. Zhao Lin says the protagonist is well informed. He admits he took advantage of beggars wandering the streets. Even though they lived worthless lives, they still had considerable value. Zhao Lin says he profited from this. He only needed to use thousands of lives, but he obtained subordinates who can face high-ranking hunters. He says it doesn't matter what kind of mysterious magic the protagonist uses, he won't be able to escape the trap he made. Shin Hyun comments that this means Zhao Lin used several human lives as sacrifices. The protagonist starts laughing and says he likes demon cult followers. A light shines above Zhao Lin's head. He bends down in pain, thinking he has never seen resonance at this level. The protagonist says he likes them because, when dealing with demon cult followers, no matter how much he breaks or tears them apart until he's tired, he doesn't feel guilty about it. On the contrary, he feels happy doing it. The protagonist starts laughing loudly and says the conversation is over. It's time to hunt some evil cultists. Gao Lin starts screaming and cursing the protagonist. He uses more of his strength and says he will kill him at all costs. His subordinates manage to move again and are also full of energy. Shin Hyun raises his foot and says it's ridiculous for someone to be so full of themselves just because they took a small fraction of his internal energy. The protagonist stomps on the trap, and his energy begins to fill the place. Jaelin can't understand what is happening. His subordinates start screaming that it's getting too hot and their bodies are catching fire. They begin to beg Jaelin for help. The protagonist starts walking, releasing a crushing aura. He says fire destroys metal, fire that melts metal. Jaelin doesn't understand anything. Shin Hyun explains that this is the most basic concept for understanding the resonance of the 5 elements. He says Gao Lin's formation is based on metal energy, and he did a little something with it. Frightened, Zhao Lin asks how the protagonist knew that. He smiles and says he studied a bit about trap formations when he was in Murim. It was a small pastime. Gao Lin asks how that can be just a simple pastime. He falls to his knees, saying he dedicated his whole life to researching and training in this, but for the protagonist, it's nothing more than a hobby. Shin Hyun asks if Gao Lin was in shock when he realized his own limits. The protagonist says he doesn't need to be like that. He smiles and says it's obvious that smart people excel in studies. While Zhao Lin is on his knees, the protagonist says he will soon die because this trap formation is burning the innate true ki within him to stay active. He crouches down and says that since Gao Lin stole many lives, he won't complain if someone steals his too. Shin Hyun stands up and says it's time to extract the little information left because he wants to know what happened to Jihye. He uses his forced command ability and sees Jihye lying on the ground, dead. In Jihye's memories, we see someone saying they always lived a lonely life, both in the real world and in Murim. However, they managed to find someone. Taehoon appears, saying he didn't expect to find someone who returned from Murim like him. She remembers Taehoon holding a monster and asking her to run away. Although worried about him, Taehoon kept shouting that he was fine and urged her to leave as quickly as possible. In another memory, she sees Taehoon in despair. recalling the time he spent in a cave in Murim, but she reached out to him. Taehoon held her hand and pleaded, asking her never to abandon him. She thinks that despite the trust he placed in her, which made her feel pressured, she was also grateful to him because no one had needed her before. Suddenly, Taehoon calls her, and she opens her eyes on the ground, thinking they should never have met. He smiles and tells her to get up quickly, asking if she's going to accept dying like that. She stands up, all battered, and looks at him with hatred, charging at him without fear of death. He uses a shield technique. She hits the shield, and he activates the reflective shield, causing an explosion between them. She manages to retreat. Taehoon, laughing, says she's already exhausted, and her shadow dance has been deactivated. He asks her to give up once and for all. She starts wondering if he's always been this strong, as she didn't hold back at any moment, yet he doesn't have a scratch on his body. She says she wants to ask him one last question. Taehoon, smiling, asks what it is. She asks why he killed them. He says he's tired of this, and asks why they don't talk about something more interesting. She gets irritated and trembles at his response, asking why he's saying exactly what she would say. However, Jihye says that today he must answer her, as he's always avoided this question. He gets serious, and says it's because they were weak. He starts laughing and asks if it isn't human instinct to want to trample on the weak. She starts laughing too and releasing her aura again. She says she lost her mind for a moment and actually tried talking to him. With tears in her eyes, she says it's over and they will end it here and now. She begins to move very quickly and charges, thinking that no matter what, she will kill him. Their attacks clash, causing pressure around them, and soon a cloud of dust engulfs the place. Meanwhile, the protagonist is sitting by a beach with his cell phone in hand. He looks at the phone, saying he has a delivery. Shin Hyun thinks that the Celestial War Guild, which follows the Celestial War God, is also involved in this. Apparently, there are other idiots like Taehoon involved too. He wanted to get more information from Gaolin, but he died too quickly. In the end, he was extremely weak. He stands up and says that at least he found out where Jihye is, but the distance is 450 kilometers in a straight line. He looks at the sea and recalls the teleportation he learned, saying that might be the only way. Shin Yeon comments that with his current ability, he could get there in 20 minutes, but wonders why he's thinking about it. He turns and thinks that Jihye is just a business partner. He's not obliged to save her just because she's in trouble. The protagonist continues thinking that in Murim, it's normal for people to kill each other for personal reasons. However, he thinks he needs to resolve this quickly. As he walks, he remembers her smiling and inviting him to a date. His eyes stop, and he starts losing himself in his memories, with her talking about the tea they drank together, her protecting his sister and saying to resolve things quickly, and even her smiling while thanking him for his help. Suddenly he stops walking and starts laughing uncontrollably. He says that apparently he has gone crazy. He thinks that he believed the only thing he cared about was his sister, but now he realizes there is one more person. He begins to leap with incredible speed and teleports, asking Jihye to wait because he is on his way. Mount Taebaek. Sungmin was sitting calmly at the entrance of the dungeon. He said things were going very well on their side. Kwon mentioned it felt like a break. He smiled and said it was great to have joined Twilight because the salary was 3 times higher than what he earned at Dawn. Sungmin said he was briefly worried about what would happen because of that monster. Kwon asked if he was talking about Shin Hyun. They said no one could have imagined such a powerful being would appear out of nowhere and turn the tide for the Dawn Guild. Kwon smiled and said by now, the protagonist should already be dead. Sungmin agreed. Kwon said that even if he were alive, there was no way he could get there since he was on Jeju Island. Suddenly, they felt a strange pressure and a very loud noise. They looked at each other and asked what that noise was. They began to approach the noise and said it was getting very hot there. Kwon started to sweat and said everything was very strange. As soon as he looked, he saw the monster coming out of the forest with rage. The protagonist, with a surreal aura emanating from his body, pointed his hand at the two, who only screamed in fear. And after that, everything went silent. Inside the dungeon, Taehoon and Jihye were still fighting. Taehoon started laughing and asked her what she was doing, saying she was going to kill him. He shouted for her to show her skills already. He asked where all her audacity and confidence went, why she was just blocking attacks and not attacking. She managed to block another attack from him, throwing his sword away. But as soon as she looked at her dagger, she saw it was breaking. Taehoon kept attacking. He grabbed her head, shouting that she needed to concentrate more and not look away during a fight. He threw her against a rock, laughing at her face. Taehoon began to approach her, saying this was getting boring. He stood in front of her and said she tried to act tough with him, even at this ridiculous level. He looked at her face and said it seemed she had shown everything she had. Taehoon got very close to her and asked what she thought, if she could see who was right in the end. He grabbed her neck and shouted that following the celestial god of war was the right decision. He said it wasn't too late yet and invited her one last time. He asked her to join him, saying they would become so strong that no one could threaten them. She gathered her strength and thanked him for the offer. However, she would rather die than spend another second by his side. She asked him to please disappear from her life. Taehoon started trembling with rage. She asked what was happening to him, who was the strongest, and who was right. Ji-hye told him to stop being a child. She told him to keep one thing in mind: he would die for following the celestial god of war like a trained puppy. Taehoon got irritated by this. Ji-hye said Shin-yeon was hunting the celestial god of war. His life's goal was to destroy and get revenge on the one responsible for ruining his life. While they were talking, Sungmin's body was being dragged. Ji-hye asked Taehoon if he really thought the protagonist would let him live, knowing he was a subordinate of the celestial god of war. Taehoon started laughing and asked Ji-hye to listen carefully to what he was going to say. At that exact moment, Shin-hyun should already be dead. Ji-hye was shocked by this information. Taehoon continued, saying he left his assassination in the hands of the Celestial War Guild. He said they were strong people who followed the celestial god of war just like him. While he was saying this, the monster kept walking towards him. Taehoon continued, saying the special forces of the Celestial War Guild were led by a Murim returnee who was already on Jeju Island taking care of the whole plan. The protagonist just sighed hearing this. Taehoon said each of the people there was much stronger than most of the top-ranked hunters, and even if Shin-hyun was progressing by leaps and bounds, he wouldn't be able to defeat the entire Celestial War Guild. Suddenly, the protagonist calls out to him and says he talks too much. Taehoon looks back in shock, and Shin-hyun remarks that Taehoon must be having a lot of fun. Taehoon, scared, asks how he could be alive in there. Holding the two traitors in his arms, he says it almost seemed like he would die to a bunch of trash. The protagonist asks when he managed to bring those two into his group. He throws them to the ground and says he's sure they were members of Dawn during the Solar Festival. Shin-hyun says he didn't exactly know what was happening, so he knocked them out and put them to sleep. Ji-hye calls him, and the protagonist looks at her, thinking he knew she was alive. Luckily, he arrived in time. She smiles and asks how. Shin-hyun looks at her body, all battered and bloody. He stays silent and begins to unleash his power. Taehoon stares at him, wondering if Jiaolin really lost, and even if he did win, how did he get there, considering Jeju Island is very far away. The protagonist calls out to him and says it's been a long time. It's the first time they've seen each other since the Solar Festival. Trembling with fear, Taehoon wastes no time and uses his shield technique and the reflective shield. Shin-hyun calls him a piece of crap and punches the shield, saying he was asking a question. The pressure is so strong that it starts to break Taehoon's defense, leaving him completely terrified. Shin-hyun asks if Taehoon is religious. If not, he'd better choose a god and start praying. The protagonist begins to punch him and tells him to pray for his soul, because today, he would be beaten to death. Taehoon starts screaming. He grabs his sword desperately and starts exchanging blows with the protagonist. Each hit causes enormous pressure. The energy from the blows begins to surround them both. Taehoon prepares to strike Shin-hyun. He attacks the protagonist, but the protagonist leaps and dodges easily. Shin-hyun says that since they are both martial artists and have started a deadly fight, the right and polite thing to do would be to start using martial arts. He begins to gather a huge amount of energy in his hand. This technique is called the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Taehoon sees this and gets scared, asking if that was a palm technique. The protagonist continues gathering energy and unleashes his attack. The dragon soars to the heavens. A powerful ray of energy is shot towards Taehoon. Still scared, he can't move and just stares at it. He thinks that martial art doesn't belong to the protagonist and wonders if only the leader of the Beggars sect knows how to use it. Taehoon starts laughing and throws his shield, saying that it seems the protagonist stole this martial art from someone. He begins to unleash his power, shouting that he wouldn't let a cheap trick like that bring him down. He creates an energy barrier around himself. The protagonist's attack causes a massive explosion, creating a dust curtain in the area. Ji-hye tries to see what's happening but can't see clearly. She wonders if Taehoon was thrown away by the attack and if Shin-hyun went after him. Suddenly someone calls her and asks if she's okay. She's startled because she recognizes that voice. When she looks, she sees John kneeling in front of her, all battered. He says she's whole and that's good. Ji-hye gets up and runs to him, asking how he managed to get there and how the other members were. John lowers his head and says all the others were dead. He says they fought to the death with the enemies, and he was the only survivor. On the other side, Taehoon was already severely injured, coughing up blood. He looks at the protagonist and thinks that his energy and blood flow are completely drained. Shin-hyun's attack was more destructive than he imagined. Suddenly, Choi and Seung arrive, asking if their leader was okay. Seung asks what happened there, as the entire area was completely destroyed. Choi asks if Ji-hye had all that power. While they were talking, the protagonist starts to approach. He says that before all this, Taehoon didn't seem very well, and that he heard some familiar voices. He smiles and throws a "long time no see" to the two, saying that whoever is alive always shows up. Seung asks how he managed to get there. Taehoon looks at Shin-hyun and thinks that he is monstrous, that he never gets tired. This is bad, because Taehoon's internal energy still hasn't recovered. He thinks he needs to buy some time to recover. He starts laughing and shouts for the two to kill the protagonist. The two look a bit worried about this, but Tae-hoon yells, saying the protagonist must be out of energy after using such a strong technique, and that they have to get rid of him now. The protagonist asks what he is talking about. Even so, the two are scared to do it. However, Tae-hoon shouts at them, asking if they didn't hear what he said. He says if they don't want to die, they should take care of it immediately. The two start releasing their powers and say they will follow their leader's orders. Seung creates fire in his hand and tells Shin Hyun that he will get back at him for what he did at the festival. Choi also starts gathering energy in his weapon, and the two charge at the protagonist. Tae-hoon thinks that this should be enough. Now he will have some time to recover at least a little, but he looks ahead and can't believe what he is seeing. Ji-hye and Jeon were running to where they were, hearing the noises. He asks her if the leader of the No Limits Guild was really there, as he was on Jeju Island. She tells him to ask Shin Hyun as soon as he sees him, as he should be around somewhere. As soon as she sees where they were, she is also completely shocked. Choi was lying on the ground, bloodied. The protagonist sighs and says he feels a little better now. Seung was completely charred. Shin Hyun says he got trapped in a cave out of nowhere, got in a hurry, and fell into the sea when he teleported. After getting out of the sea, he ended up in the mountains. He starts stretching and says that for a moment, he thought he would go crazy from so much anger. John thinks he can't believe it. The protagonist took down the two so quickly that he couldn't even see it properly. Shin Hyun starts laughing and says that now they have finished the preparations, so they can start fighting for real. He puts his hands in his pockets and says they should finish this quickly. Tae-hoon starts trembling. He wonders what he should do. He still hasn't recovered. His sword and hands are trembling. He thinks that even if he recovers, he won't be able to beat this monster. Suddenly he hears a strange voice saying, "Don't falter. You can still fight." His necklace starts to emit energy, making him scream. The voice continues, "You are strong enough." Tae-hoon wonders if he is really strong. The voice says, "You haven't given your all yet, so go further." So he uses his true power. This power starts to take over Tae-hoon's body. A strong aura begins to dominate the place. He starts laughing and shouting that it's incredible, that his body is overflowing with energy. With all this strength, he says he can win. Tae-hoon starts screaming even more, releasing more power. Shin Hyun smiles and celebrates, saying that Tae-hoon had an ace up his sleeve. He tells Tae-hoon to come at him with everything he's got, as killing him will be even more enjoyable. The voice says, "Prove you are a useful tool, Tae-hoon. You're almost there. I wanted to see you, Shin Hyun." The energy around Tae-hoon becomes even more powerful. He smiles, looking at the protagonist. However, the protagonist becomes even more eager to fight, smiling, and says that this energy is really quite strong. He asks Tae-hoon if he was hiding his strength, but Shin Hyun pauses and says that this energy is not Tae-hoon's. It's coming from the necklace. Tae-hoon advances at very high speed. The protagonist says he indeed got stronger. Shin Hyun tells Tae-hoon that he is getting too full of himself since it's just borrowed power, that he's going to max out his credit card. The protagonist draws his sword and tells Tae-hoon to feel honored. It's noteworthy to make him the Emperor of the Supreme Sword. Draw his sword. Tae-hoon comes at him with everything, using his original technique. The protagonist says that even if it's still incomplete, Tae-hoon would be the perfect test subject. Tae-hoon attacks with all his strength. The protagonist looks at the attack and smiles, telling Tae-hoon not to rush. With a simple move, the protagonist cuts his sword in half. Shin Hyun says Tae-hoon is embarrassing himself. If he doesn't hold the sword correctly, this can happen. Now he's embarrassing himself with a broken weapon and would be expelled from the martial arts academy. The protagonist looks at the necklace and says it seems the battery it was using has also run out of energy. He starts gathering energy in his hand and asks Tae-hoon if that's really all he has to show. He slaps Tae-hoon in the face, making him spit blood. The protagonist says he has a lot of questions to ask. He grabs Tae-hoon's neck and says especially about the celestial god of war. Shin Hyun mentions that he only left him alive because of that, so he'd better be sharp with his answers. If not for that, he would have been dead the moment he touched Unsol. The protagonist says it's time to answer some questions and uses his absolute order invocation ability. Tae-hoon is left speechless. The protagonist asks about the celestial god of war, who that bastard is. Tae-hoon begins to say that the celestial god of war is the one who sent them to the Murim world. The protagonist is shocked by this statement. Suddenly, several system windows with question marks begin to appear. Shin Hyun looks at this and wonders what the hell that was. Various chains start coming out of the system screens. The chains begin to wrap around the protagonist's body. Tae-hoon says that the being now in his body, the protagonist, not understanding anything, asks what's happening. Suddenly, everything goes dark. When Shin Hyun opens his eyes, he is trapped in a wall. He looks ahead and can't believe it. He is inside a cave, imprisoned. He asks what the hell this is, what's going on. He looks around and says it's impossible that he's in this place, the Murim cave. He screams that it's impossible. It's ridiculous to be back in this place again. Suddenly he hears a voice saying he knows this place very well. Tae-hoon is in front of him, saying that this is his mind world, created with his mental sword. He asks what the protagonist thinks, and if it brings back memories of the past. He says Shin Hyun is the first person to enter there, and it's a pleasure to meet him, as it's the first time they've met face to face. The protagonist gets irritated and shouts for him to release these chains. Taehoon starts laughing and says that, just like this place, the chains were also made with his mental sword, so it will be almost impossible for the protagonist to break them or free himself, so he should calm down a bit. Shin Hyun looks more closely at the person in front of him and says that he is not Taehoon, as he is using the mental sword with such ease. The protagonist asks if he is the celestial god of war. The god begins to stand up and tells the protagonist that he must have many questions, and since it's a rare opportunity for the two to meet like this, he can ask whatever he wants, and he will answer honestly. The two are silent for a while, and the protagonist asks if it was fun. The god doesn't quite understand. Shin Hyun says he fell into a horrible world alone and didn't know when he would die. He was alone for 140 years, not knowing if his family was alive or dead. The protagonist says he is sure the god watched all of that, his 140 years of suffering. Shin Hyun begins to lose control and screams, asking if the bastard enjoyed watching all that. The god looks at him and says he couldn't stand it anymore. The protagonist asks what he just said. The god starts to approach and says it was very boring, that he would have preferred to die. However, he waited patiently just to see Shin Hyun reach a certain level. The god asks what happened to the protagonist since he is still human. The god says maybe the protagonist has unfinished business in this world. Shin Hyun asks what he is talking about, but he starts having a laughing fit. The god looks at him without saying anything. Shin Hyun says he wanted to hear what the god had to say, but he has only heard crap so far, so that's enough. He has nothing more to do there. The protagonist starts to exert force with his hands and begins to break the chains easily. He says the god's question was, "Do you have unfinished business?" The answer is yes. There's only one thing he wants. He starts shouting that the only thing he wants is to kill the one who made him live a life full of sorrow, the celestial god of war. The protagonist exerts so much force that, even with the chains holding him, he manages to move his arm. He shouts that he wants to kill a god. As he lands the punch, he returns to reality, and his punch goes through Taehoon's body, making him cough up blood. The necklace shatters, and Taehoon falls to his knees. The protagonist begins to hear the god's voice saying, "Remember my words. I will open the doors of immortal ascension and break the limits of humanity. Otherwise, you will lose everything you have." Shin Hyun starts breathing heavily, with anger in his heart. Ji-hye approaches him, calling his name. When she looks at his face, she is frightened. She realizes he is extremely angry about something. She asks what Taehoon did to make him like this. The protagonist starts trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. The next day, inside an office, someone answers the phone and says they are listening. Chulho says he will do as instructed. After hearing the news of Taehoon's death by the Dawn Guild, Twilight announced its surrender. Besides Taehoon, most of the veteran hunters in executive positions were also killed. All the survivors surrendered. The reason why Dawn and Twilight were able to expedite the integration process was only one. Dongwon was going crazy, screaming in anger, saying he swore the guild wouldn't function without him there. Because of Dawn's chief secretary, everything was resolved quickly. During Twilight's attack, he pretended to be dead after the assault and healed himself desperately. With that, the problem of the two guilds' integration came to an end. In the guild building, someone was shouting for a tie. Leader John was going crazy, trying to memorize the speech he had to make, but thought it was too long. People were going crazy as the press conference was about to start in 10 minutes. While they were shouting in the next room, Shin Hyun and the sweet Ji-hye were on the sofa. The protagonist drinks and thinks he has been through this before. As he drinks, he realizes the beverage is Junshan Yinzin. She asks if he didn't like it. The protagonist says he did like it because it's a delicious drink to savor. He asks what she was planning to do from now on. She says she will tell him what is happening. She says that, on the surface, it seems like the two guilds are merging after an amicable agreement, but there's something difficult to announce officially. The protagonist says they were trying to cover the sun with a sieve because everyone already knew what was really happening. She says, unfortunately, it can't be avoided. She smiles and says there's now a void. Shin Hyun doesn't understand. She says she didn't expect Taehoon, a plague worse than a tick, to die in such a way. The protagonist says his name and remembers the celestial god of war. He recalls the god saying, "Open the doors of immortal ascension." However, the protagonist says he has already achieved immortal ascension. Not to mention the god said he would lose everything if he didn't break the limits of humanity. Shin Hyun thinks that a person who hides like a rat dares to threaten him like this. Next time he won't escape. However, he was drinking the tea angrily, without realizing it. Ji-hye asks if something happened. He apologizes and says he was thinking about something else. She comments that it seemed like a very sinister thought, and adds that, since he has finished organizing his mind, he could help her with something. She puts a safe on the table, and the protagonist asks what it is. Ji-hye explains that this safe was found hidden in Twilight's office. She emphasizes that a spell was cast on it, and they can't open or break it. Shin Hyun looks at the safe and smiles, saying that, although he doesn't like messing with other people's things, he will take a look. The protagonist places his hand on the safe and begins using his magic. The safe makes noise and unlocks in seconds. Ji-hye is impressed and asks how he did it. He smiles and says it's a trap formation, and that it seems that guy Gaolin did it. Inside the safe, there were some notes. The protagonist comments that this must be something important, since they went to so much trouble to hide it. Shin Hyun opens it, and says they did all this for a simple piece of paper. Ji-hye runs over and takes the notes from the protagonist's hand, saying she wanted to take a look. He observes, commenting that he didn't even have time to read the title. She begins to analyze and reveals that these are secret agreements between the Celestial War Guild and Taehoon. It states that if they collaborated with the Twilight Guild, the dungeon property rights in North Korea would be transferred to the Celestial Guild. Shin Hyun is surprised and comments that the lands weren't even Taehoon's, yet he offered them anyway. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone rings. As soon as he answers, Ki-yul asks if he is busy. The protagonist says he is free. Ki-yul informs him that they are at the cave dungeon as he requested, and that all the members of the Samato Guild who attacked the protagonist have been captured. He says the cave is completely destroyed, and asks if a bomb exploded there. Shin Hyun asks if he would believe it if he said it was really a bomb. Ki-yul says to let that go, because he has something more important to say. Ki-yul tells the protagonist to return quickly, because Yoon-seol is exploding with rage. She starts screaming, cursing Shin Hyun, and asking where he went without her. Ki-yul asks if he heard, and says she has been like this for 5 hours, not even stopping to breathe properly. The protagonist even takes the phone away from his ear, and says this is beyond what he imagined. Ji-hye calls him, and says there is a part about the Celestial War Guild in the notes. She hands it to him, saying it is not very detailed information, but it says that besides Gaolin, there are 4 more people who returned from Murim. She highlights that they are just simple personal details, but all of them are supreme-level master combatants with martial arts at level 50 or above. Shin Hyun is pleased and smiles, commenting that this is why it is called the Celestial Guild. He looks at her and asks if that means all of them are devotees of the celestial god of war. She confirms. He stands up and says that this is good because now they have decided on their next objective. He states that they now need to find the Celestial War Guild and fight fire with fire, because in the world of Murim, it is always the strongest who emerges victorious in the end. Elsewhere, 2 men are in a room. The man in the chair asks his servant if the integration of Twilight and Dawn is in process, and if it is true that the Dawn Guild has taken the lead. The servant answers affirmatively. He asks if there has been any message from Gaolin. The servant says they lost contact with him hours ago. The leader asks if it is possible that both have failed. He says he understood that Taehoon might lose due to overconfidence in his power, but Gaolin being defeated was unexpected. The servant comments that even the bloody Sky Ghost assassin squad, which was close to reaching the level of Supreme Masters, is also not responding to any messages. The servant mentions that Taehoon had already said that the person they were facing is really from Murim. The leader comments that the protagonist's level of martial arts must be above 75, which means he is stronger since his is only 68. The leader smiles, saying this is interesting. The servant looks a bit apprehensive. The leader instructs his servant to keep an eye on Shin Hyun, but to never make direct contact, always maintaining a good distance and caution. The leader comments that he doesn't care if the protagonist's level is higher than his, because since ancient times, victory or defeat has not been determined solely by martial arts levels. The next day, at the Tamna Guild headquarters in Woljeongri, Jeju Island, the big meeting takes place. Shin Hyun arrives, and his sister calls him, saying he should pay close attention to what she is about to say. If you disappear without notice again, you will be pushing up daisies on the other side. She asks if he understands. He apologizes and says he won't do it again. She tells him to at least inform her where he is going. Ki-yul asks her to calm down a bit. While pulling Shin Hyun's hair, she says she is calm and asks them to look at her face of pure serenity. The protagonist thinks he knew this would happen. It's good he returned to Jeju Island. He reflects that public opinion on the merger of Dawn and Twilight is divided, but Dawn will handle it. Ji-hye is in charge of tracking the members of the Celestial Guild, as there is a possibility they might disappear if Dawn shows they are hunting them. He wonders if they can really obtain this information discreetly. Shin Hyun thinks he's lucky Ji-hye is doing this for him, because it would be a pain if he had to do it himself, as he would handle everything through brute force. Hagun calls the protagonist and bows, saying it was his fault Shin Hyun had to go through everything yesterday. He emphasizes that he didn't imagine there would be traitors in the Jeju Island Guild Alliance. He says he is truly sorry for all of this, especially for putting him in a life-threatening situation. Hagun says he doesn't know how to make up for the problems he caused. Shin Hyun lowers his head and says that, to be honest, he was wondering if the entire Jeju Island Guild Alliance had betrayed him. Hagun shouts that they did not. The protagonist says he still has that doubt. Yoon-seol asks him to calm down, but he says it seems the Tamna Guild had no reason to pick a fight with him. Therefore, they should leave this problem aside and continue as usual. Hagun and Kiyul hug each other, crying, saying this is good news. Shin Hyun interrupts them and says that in exchange he wants something. He says that Dawn is starting a merger process and wants the Jeju Island Guild Alliance to join them. The three are shocked by the protagonist's words. Shin Hyun says Hagun mentioned a few days ago that they didn't want to get involved in the fight between Dawn and Twilight. That problem is already resolved. He takes out a contract and says he has already discussed this with Dawn. Moreover, it's obvious they can't handle the dungeons of Jeju Island with the forces they have there. Hageun reads the proposal and says it requires them to dissolve the original system, so he cannot give an immediate answer. He starts trembling while reading the contract and says this offer is heaven sent for them. He bows and thanks the protagonist for the proposal. Shin Hyun says that if everyone gets along with Dawn, there will be no reasons for problems between them. The protagonist thinks that if Jeju Island is under his influence, it will be much easier to track the Celestial Guild, even if there are other traitors. He calls Kiyul and asks if there is still one last dungeon for him to clear. Kiyul confirms that yes, there is still a high-risk dungeon near Halasan. The protagonist says they should deal with it immediately. Yoon-seol asks if he really wants to do this now. The protagonist laughs and says yes because he will be extremely busy from now on. With that, they head to the dungeon. Upon arrival, the protagonist asks if everyone is present. He looks at the group and comments that a group composed only of warriors, tanks, and clerics is a strange combination. Kiyul and Ji-hye fall to the ground, crying, asking if there was a reason he excluded mages and archers. They ask if it is another cave dungeon, and if they will be left out again. Hagun explains that it's not exactly that, but inside this dungeon, distance attacks requiring vision are useless. The Halasan dungeon is the highest difficulty dungeon on Jeju Island, and the biggest problem inside this dungeon is the fog. There's a lot of fog throughout the dungeon, making it hard to tell where group members are, even if they're not far. The most dangerous monster is called the fog leopard. The members start looking at each other. One of them comments that the leopards blend their bodies with the fog. Moreover, it's hard to hit them with normal physical attacks. They can only be hit with area attacks, like the cleric's attacks. The guy shows his shield, saying the monsters are extremely strong, like skilled assassins that emerge from nowhere and launch surprise attacks. Because of this, they were almost wiped out several times. Shin Hyun says he understands and asks the guy to stop talking. The protagonist comments that he gets the main point. To kill the monsters, he needs to use some technique. The guy agrees, but the protagonist starts walking and says that if that's the case, then he'll take care of it now that the guy has finished the lecture. He'll handle the monsters, so everyone can stay there and relax. The guy gets irritated, and as soon as the protagonist enters the dungeon, asks if very strong people are always rude, or if it's just his impression. Leader Hagun says that's their charm. As soon as the protagonist enters the dungeon, he looks ahead and comments that there really is a mist, but he didn't imagine it would be like this. You really can't see a hand in front of your face. Suddenly, someone calls Shin Hyun. He looks back and sees Hagun approaching. Hagun says he's glad to have found the protagonist so quickly. The other people start entering as well. Hagun explains that the dungeon entrance is an open field, but just ahead, there's a forest where they could easily get lost. Because of this, he has a plan. Hagun shouts for the mage to light it up. She begins to use her magic and creates a small yellow ball. The ball starts showing the way. Hagun says it's safer if they use light magic. The protagonist calls Hagun and says it's basic knowledge, but he was going to ask anyway. Shin Hyun asks if the area near a dungeon entrance is an absolute safety zone. The group continues walking while Hagun confirms that yes, there's never been a report of monsters appearing at a dungeon entrance. Suddenly, all the people in the group disappear, leaving only one. The protagonist asks if this is really true. The young man, alone, becomes frightened and asks what was happening. Where were all the people? Shin Hyun says this is very strange. The young man asks people to stop playing and show up, as he couldn't see anything because of the mist. The protagonist wonders why they were being attacked, as if the monsters had been waiting for so long. The leopard jumps to attack the young man, and when it was about to kill him, Shin Hyun looks at this and jumps to save the young man. He accumulates magic in his hand and hits the leopard right in the face. This technique is called perfect strike. Hagun is startled, asking what was happening, and a woman is also shocked by this. The leopard lay dead on the ground. Shin Hyun says he was expecting this. The moment he attacks, he becomes visible. The other people who entered the dungeon start screaming. The protagonist looks back and sees that they are being attacked. They scream, asking why the mist leopards were appearing and attacking at the dungeon entrance. Hagun asks them to stay calm and get into formation. That way, they could counterattack. Shin Hyun jumps and looks at all the monsters. He starts gathering energy in his hand again and shoots, hitting all the leopards at once and causing an explosion. He looks at the people and asks if everyone is okay. Shin Hyun says he has already used his magic detection and confirmed that there were no more monsters nearby. They could form up without worry. One of the awakened ones is amazed by the protagonist's strength. Hagyun looks at the protagonist and thinks that in such a short time, he was able to analyze the whole situation and had an almost immediate response. Shin Hyun was in the middle of the group explaining that someone had separated, so he detected an energy. The person must still be alive, and they have to save them. Hagun thinks that if it weren't for the protagonist, the whole group could have died in seconds. Shin Hyun calls Hagun, scared. The protagonist says he wants to talk to him for a minute. Shin Hyun asks if he's ever been attacked at a dungeon entrance before. Hagun says no, neither in the Mist Leopard dungeon nor anywhere else. Hagun comments that maybe it's because they haven't entered there often, and this made the monsters overcrowded and end up coming there. Shin Hyun says he's not sure if that's the case, but they will find out what happened by exploring that place. A few hours later, more leopards are attacking them, but the protagonist is taking them all down extremely easily. A girl watches him fighting, impressed. She asks Hagun if the protagonist is really okay, as he's been at the front killing all the monsters for 3 hours straight. She wonders if his mana is infinite. Hagun says he asked Shin Hyun to take a break, but he didn't care. Suddenly the protagonist turns to the two and asks if anything has changed compared to before, like the frequency of the attacks, the level of the monsters, or something like that. The girl counts on her fingers and says that, compared to before, the frequency of the attacks has changed. It has increased, but everything else is the same. Hagun asks again if they reached the dungeon entrance just because the monsters reproduce too much. The protagonist says it's still too early to tell. He goes on to say that he's been sensing a strange place about 4.5 kilometers from there. Hagun is impressed, as despite the thick mist, he can still detect things so far away. Shin Hyun says he'll know what it really is as soon as they get there, but if it's what he thinks it is, the dungeon's risk level needs to be raised. An hour later as they arrive, Hagun is impressed by what he sees. He asks if what's in front of them is really normal mist. It's so thick it could be cut with a knife. Shin Hyun says that besides that, there's something interesting in there. The protagonist asks Hagyun to throw a knife at that mist. He says he was joking when he said it could be cut with a knife, but Hagun grabs a knife anyway. Shin Hyun points in a direction and says he should throw the knife right there with all his strength. Hagun uses a bit of magic and throws the knife with all his might. The knife heads towards the mist and hits a monster's eye, making it scream loudly. The awakened ones are startled by the noise. Shin Hyun starts laughing and says he knew there was something there. He asks everyone to get ready. Hagun asks what they need to prepare for. The protagonist says that the monster has left the cage. Suddenly, something emerges from the mist, very tall. That monster was the giant mist leopard. The monster goes straight for one of the awakened ones, leaving him scared. He defends himself, crying and shouting why it always has to be him being attacked. Wasting no time, Hagun charges at the leopard, landing a few attacks on it. Hagun yells to his team that they don't need to be afraid because the monster is only big, but they can handle it if they all work together. They would definitely defeat that monster. Shin Hyun watches them fighting, thinking that Hagun is smart, as expected of a guild leader. He is different from the others. It seems they wouldn't need the protagonist's help, so he decides to explore further into the dungeon. He starts walking alone, thinking he's been expecting this for a while. However, the reappearance of a big monster is the second time since the Buchan Bird Monster's dungeon. The protagonist wonders if, in this case, there was a second portal there that could be summoning the giant monsters. In the middle of the mist, behind the protagonist, 2 red eyes appear. The leopard attacks him, but he punches the monster in the face and thinks that, from what he knows, there shouldn't be more than 2 types of monsters in a dungeon. If Ji-ye were there, she'd go crazy over this. Suddenly, he hears a noise, and when he looks, he sees a crack resembling a portal. He looks closer and says that's not a portal, it's something different. Shin Hyun moves closer and tries to touch it, but he thinks it's like a hologram because he doesn't feel anything physical. He has no idea what it is. He wonders if it's something he can only see with the naked eye. He stops to think for a moment and calls up the status window. 2 windows open in front of him. He places his hands on both and feels the same thing. He says this is an unknown phenomenon, that everything solid can pass through. That's why he felt something was different. The protagonist's hand starts to tremble. Suddenly, Hagun arrives, saying it looks like there are no more big monsters around. Shin Hyun asks Hagun if he can see that crack. Hagun says no, and asks if there's something there. The protagonist smiles and says that means only he can see it. He becomes serious and calls upon the celestial god of war, asking if that thing is his doing again. Meanwhile, at the Dawn Guild building, Ji-hee is sitting at her desk. Someone knocks on the door. She asks them not to come in. However, the person says they're coming in. A man appears, smiling at the door. Ji-hee sighs and says that it seems he didn't hear what she said since she asked him not to come in. He walks over to her with several papers and says that he actually heard her, but that he has been waiting for those documents longer than anyone else. She starts looking at the papers and says she regrets to say it, but she hates seeing him and asks if he knows why. He responds that it's probably because he always brings more work for her, but this time it's about something that happened in a dungeon. He says that, unfortunately, There were deaths in the exploration of a new dungeon. The guy says they formed a mid-level investigative team and confirmed that the first group died before they could do anything. He thinks Jihye should get involved in this newly appeared dungeon. She says it seems impossible. At the airport, the protagonist and his sister were returning home. With the mist dungeon completed, their entire schedule with the Jeju Island Association was concluded. Inside the car, the protagonist was looking at a skill stone. His sister starts calling him several times, but he doesn't respond. She shouts at him, asking why he was so distracted, and also asks if that in his hand is the skill stone he got from the dungeon. He sighs and says yes. It was dropped by a giant leopard, and Hagyun offered it to him because he saved everyone's life. Yoon Seol says he could make billions of won if he sold everything he gets, but they had to eat the chicken first. Woon Seol says she can't believe a giant monster appeared, and remembers that he said it also happened in the bird monster's dungeon. She asks if the world is going to be destroyed because this is happening so frequently. Shin Hyun says nothing, and thinks that the real problem is not just a giant monster, but that rift. What was that? It penetrated skills and martial arts, and no one but the protagonist could see it. Not even he could tell what it was when he felt it. People tried to see, but they couldn't see anything. Hagun said it might be because the protagonist's intuition is extremely high, but he can't be sure of anything. He wonders if it could really be connected to the celestial god. His sister shouts at him again, asking if he was listening. The protagonist responds yes and asks what she said. She asks why he was so distracted, and if he was really going out with the vice leader Jihye. Shin Hyun even chokes on this question. He asks why she was saying it like that and who told her that. Yoon Seol responds that there are many rumors about it and asks if he really didn't know because the two were always together too much. Yoon Seol comments that Jihye would be a good sister-in-law. She is beautiful and strong. The protagonist says he never thought of her that way, and his sister says he should start thinking like that. He asks his sister to focus on driving the car. The next day in Jihye's office, the sun begins to rise and she starts to wake up, as she had fallen asleep on the work papers. Someone says that she's finally waking up. She begins to open her eyes, still a bit blurry, and sees the protagonist in front of her. He says she woke up just in time, as he was thinking if he should make another cup of tea for himself. Jihye gets up, startled, asking how long he has been there. The protagonist says he's been there for over an hour. She sits down again, tired, and says he should have called her, or he's a killer. She notices she's wearing his clothes, and wonders when he covered her with them. Shin Hyun says it seemed like she was really tired, so he didn't want to wake her. He thinks that besides, the killer here is her. She gets up, irritated, and says she's not tired. She's exhausted. She's been having headaches because of some dawn hunters who don't want unification. Besides all that, she's been investigating the Celeste Guild. She says they don't have anything definite yet, but they placed informants in China. Jihye starts to get a bit dizzy, and her vision darkens. The protagonist's clothes fall to the floor. Before she could faint and fall, Shin Hyun manages to grab her by the waist and hold her. They look at each other, a bit embarrassed, and she thanks him for helping her. He lets her go and changes the subject, saying it's strange because a person trained in martial arts like her shouldn't tire so quickly. But she only thinks if he found her heavy. He asks if she's okay. Jihye asks if he has ever heard of an impossible dungeon. She says that after a dungeon's difficulty is defined, that term has never been used. She shows her arm to the protagonist, and he is shocked by what he sees. She had a wound on her arm. Jihye covers the wound and says there's a dungeon that appeared in Chuncheon, and its difficulty cannot be determined. So she decided to check out the dungeon alone. What happened was a single monster. She used the shadow dance and even so was only able to subdue one monster. She starts to get nervous and says she's never heard of a dungeon like that, not to mention that giant monsters also reappeared. She says the dungeon rules are changing a lot at this pace. She fears something terrible will happen. The protagonist says he has some things to report to her, but he will leave that for another time. What he wants to know now is where this dungeon is, because he will see the dungeon that hurt Jihye himself. That's what he said while trying to sound cool. The impossible dungeon of Chuncheon. The protagonist was flying around and sees that it is a volcano. After the fog, he starts to smell something very bad, and the temperature was quite high. Shin Hyun looks at the lava and says his chi feels like there's something in there. He wonders if he should go in, but notices the lava started to tremble a bit. Suddenly it started shaking more. The lava begins to splash everywhere, and a giant monster starts to emerge from it. The monster roars loudly. The protagonist dodges everything and says he's happy the monster came out to greet him. This saved him a lot of work. He asks the monster if it was the one who hurt Jihye. Shin Hyun starts to laugh and says it's okay. He apologizes for interrupting the monster's lava bath, but it dared to hurt Jihye, and that's unforgivable. The lava starts to spread, and the protagonist jumps. The monster tries to hit him, but the protagonist cuts through the lava and dodges the rest, saying it's new that the monster is hot because of the lava. At this level, not even Ryu Seongjin could approach. Shin Hyun looks at the monster and thinks it's true what he heard. The monster is quite difficult to deal with. For a normal hunter, it's very hard to move in this environment. Since they can't get close, Close combat is out of the question. Long-distance attacks also wouldn't work, as it takes a lot of damage. It really deserves the name of Impossible Dungeon. The protagonist lands a blow on the monster, creating a hole in its body. Shin Hyun says the worst part is that this damn monster can regenerate. After 15 minutes, the protagonist starts to get irritated because he's hitting, freezing, and breaking, but it doesn't work. This is starting to annoy him. He wonders how Ji-hye managed to kill a monster like this. He was in such a hurry that he didn't hear how to hit them. Suddenly he notices something. The lava was strange. He points to it, smiling, saying it's a giant lava blanket, so that means the lava is the monster. He decides to attack the lava, causing a big explosion. A crystal appears, and he says he was right. That's the core of the lava monster. He looks at the core, displeased, and says he can't believe he went through all that trouble to destroy this little thing. He attacks the core and destroys the lava monster. Suddenly, the system opens in front of him, surprising him. The system says, "You have gained experience points. You have leveled up Hunter Shin Hyun from level 53 to 56. He is very surprised by this, asking if he really leveled up, and moreover 3 entire levels. He starts to laugh and says this will be very useful. After a while, the protagonist leaves the dungeon and starts using his phone. Ji-hye asks if he left the dungeon and if he's okay. The protagonist says he left after having a little fun in there. She is surprised that he used that to have fun. He notices someone behind him and says on the phone that he was in the dungeon until now and that he had an interesting idea. He starts to say a few things while the man watches him. On the other side, Ji-hye says she understands what the protagonist is trying to say. She affirms that she will take the necessary measures as he mentioned, so he should take care of himself. She hangs up the phone pensively, wondering if China has made a move. Back inside the impossible dungeon, Yoon Seol is frightened by everything. She calls her brother and asks what the heck that thing is. Shin Hyun asks her to try to destroy that round thing in front of her. She gets irritated and asks why he's making her do these things after bringing her there out of nowhere. It's not just a lava dungeon. There's a giant lava monster in there, and it's very hot. The protagonist asks her to calm down and destroy it. He goes to her and starts to soothe her, saying she trusts him and that it's for her own good. She sighs and says that next time he needs to warn her or at least explain what's happening. Shin Hyun asks her to use all her strength and try to destroy it with just one blow. She says she heard him and asks if he's underestimating her. After aiming carefully, she shoots the arrow, destroying the monster's core. She says that's nothing for her. Her system screen opens too, and she's shocked, shouting that she leveled up 5 times. She turns around, shouting to her brother, saying she jumped to level 43 just like that. Shin Hyun says that's much less than he expected. It seems that when a person hunts in a group, they gain fewer points than when they hunt alone. Yoon Seol, not understanding anything, shouts, asking how that was little. He says it's too early for her to be surprised because the buff just started. The protagonist was destroying the monster and pulling out the core, while his sister was destroying them. They did this all day. With that, they killed 13 lava monsters in that dungeon. After all this, Yoon Seol opens her system screen and, trembling, asks if she's dreaming. She asks if she's really at level 50. Her system says, name, Yoon Seol, level 50. Class, Archer 25, Sniper 25. Stat details, 12 points to allocate. Strength, 6. Endurance, 10. Agility, 20. Intuition, 1. After confirming this, she runs into her brother's arms, screaming with joy. She thanks him for the help and says that now she's also a high-ranking hunter. Her salary will go up, and she'll finally be able to buy an apartment. She looks at him, enchanted, and says she'll make him be her brother forever. He says he's already her brother, and asks what she was thinking about him. She runs to the edge of the abyss and shouts that her brother is the best brother in the world. He says he gets it, and that she can stop. Shin Hyun thinks that the result of staying in the dungeon all day was this. His sister gained about 10 levels and became a high-ranking hunter. Yoon Seol turns and says he was gaining less experience because of her, even though he did all the hard work. The protagonist tells her not to worry because he also gained a lot of experience. He says people would misunderstand if they thought he could be above level 60 and asks not to interpret it wrongly. His system said, Hunter Shin Hyun leveled up from 56 to 65. You have been promoted to high-ranking hunter. Shin Hyun goes to his sister and gives her a present, saying it's a gift for working hard and becoming a high-ranking hunter. She asks what it is. The protagonist says it's a cube containing a skill stone he bought on Jeju Island. She asks if it wasn't too expensive, commenting that he could buy a house in Seoul with its value. Shin Hyun tells her to stop complaining and use it right away. As a high-ranking hunter, she needs to be very strong. She takes the cube and thanks him for the gift. He turns and says he'll be back soon. She asks where he's going so suddenly. He smiles and says there's a rat there, so he's going to greet it. Suddenly, the protagonist disappears, and the man who was watching him can no longer see him, wondering where he went. The man was dying from the heat there. The guy comments that Shin Hyun is truly a monster and can't believe he cleared that dungeon alone and without difficulties. He starts getting nervous saying there's no information indicating Shin Hyun was this strong. If this continues, they'd all be at risk. Suddenly someone says hello. The protagonist appears right behind him, saying meow. The man starts running desperately. Shin Hyun says he's impressed by the guy's reflexes. He's quite fast. However, the protagonist teleports and appears right in front of the man. The protagonist gives the guy a flick on the forehead and grabs him by the shirt. Shin Hyun says the man has mastered martial arts, but he's still far from being good. The protagonist thinks the man's strength isn't enough to be called a returner. He remembers seeing this before when he fought Jialin. Shin Hyun asks if he looks so weak that a bunch of imitators are chasing him so brazenly. He says he knew the man had been following him since yesterday, but the protagonist didn't think he'd enter the dungeon too. Shin Hyun admits the man has courage. The protagonist asks if he's ready to die. Shin Hyun uses his absolute order skill. The guy starts foaming at the mouth, and the protagonist orders him to tell everything he knows. The man begins to cry and scream. The next day at the protagonist's house, Ji-hye, the protagonist, and Yoon-seol are sitting at the table. Ji-hye says this is more serious than she thought. The collapse of the dungeon's safe zone, and the appearance of giant monsters. Additionally, the appearance of a rift that can't be touched and only Shin Hyun can see. The Union of Dawn, and an impossible dungeon. She says just these two things alone tie her hands. Yoon-seol says she doesn't need to worry about the impossible dungeon because she and the protagonist took care of it. Ji-hye smiles and thanks her, saying they did a great job. The protagonist says he left the Leopard Dungeon's surveillance with the Tanma Guild. They'll contact him if anything important happens there. He says the fact these events are happening simultaneously is definitely an indication that the existing rules are collapsing. And there's also China. They have no idea what might happen in the future. That's why he made Yoon-seol level up all day. She's surprised by this. He says he's going to train her there for a long time so that no matter what danger she faces, she can overcome it alone. And mainly so she can protect herself against whoever is attacking them. She agrees with him. Ji-hye asks if he means when they were followed, and questions if anything happened after that. Shin Hyun says that person followed them into the dungeon. Ji-hye is impressed, and comments that she doesn't know if that person is brave or completely stupid to enter such a dungeon to spy on Shin Hyun. The protagonist says that, as expected, that person is from the Celestial War Guild, but he didn't have any useful information. However, he says it's not like he didn't get anything at all. In another building, there was a man named Jio Woo-peong. He is the captain of the hidden attack team of the Celestial Guild. He was looking at his phone, wondering why that idiot Liu Wei hadn't contacted him yet. He starts to think that maybe Liu Wei has been discovered. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door, saying it was room service and asking him to open the door. He ignores it, but the person shouts again. He gets irritated, thinking that the people in the next room ordered something again. He shouts to the person outside, saying they could just leave everything at the door and leave. Woo-peong senses something is wrong when the person shouts again, saying it's room service. Woo-peong grabs a knife and asks if the person is crazy for doing this. He shouts, asking if the person wants to die, and if they don't want to see their guts spilling out, they better just leave. Shin Hyun smiles, saying that's rude. The protagonist kicks the door and starts releasing his aura, which leaves Woo-peong completely confused. Shin Hyun says he's there to make him vomit his guts. Woo-peong shouts, saying the protagonist will have to pay for the door. Shin Hyun smiles at him and says, "Hi," asking if he is Woo-peong. As soon as Woo-peong realizes who is really in front of him, he starts to get a bit scared and asks the protagonist how he got there. Woo-peong looks at the protagonist and wonders if Liu Wei was defeated so easily, as his stealth and mobility skills were the best they had. Shin Hyun asks where the superior of that shit is. Woo-peong thinks this might be a good thing. He grabs his phone and sends an alert. The protagonist notices this. Woo-peong throws his knife away and says he doesn't care. He starts to grab his sword and tells the protagonist that he doesn't know how he found that place, but since he's there, suddenly several doors start to open and many people start to arrive. Woo-peong points the sword at Shin Hyun, saying he just walked into his own grave. The protagonist looks back and observes everyone with just one look. He says that it seems like everyone there are martial artists who learned martial arts through witchcraft. They say yes, and emphasize that all of them in the hidden attack team are the best martial arts masters. Shin Hyun gets irritated hearing this and leaps, attacking Woo-peong. The protagonist lands several blows. Woo-peong screams in pain. While taking the blows, he thinks that the protagonist blocked his bloodlines in a second. He couldn't even see how it happened, as Shin Hyun's speed was terrifying. The rest of the men shout for their captain. The protagonist says he's tired of just asking questions, and says that if Woo-peong managed to learn martial arts, he can see the Murim status window of the protagonist. Shin Hyun says his body has been struggling to use so many skills lately, but now he's fine. Since he doesn't need to hide his martial arts anymore, it's time to fight. The protagonist starts smiling, looking at them, and asks everyone to look closely and see if the window is there, as he's going to give them an immersive experience of the end of this world. A second later, several men are thrown away. Those in the building corridor are scared. Shin Hyun goes to the door and asks why they are scared, wondering if they can't see it too. The protagonist starts laughing again and says that since it's like that, he starts shouting and releasing his aura, saying he would show them too. He begins attacking everyone at the same time, asking if they can see the difference in strength of a god. He keeps attacking, and asks if they still can't see it. Shin Hyun starts losing control, and feels the same way he did in Murim. His face and body start getting covered in blood as he smiles, and asks if they can see all that. He shouts, asking if the Murim status window appeared for them, since they learned martial arts because they wanted to see it. Woo-pyong starts trembling and closes his eyes, as the one standing in front of him was a true monster. Shin Hyun tells him that he is very disappointed because it seems they couldn't see anything. The protagonist throws the last body to the ground and asks if Woo-pyong can see now. Shin Hyun, covered in blood, asks Woo-pyong where his boss, Wei-hei, is. Suddenly, Wei-hei appears in the building. He is third in the Celestial Order. He looks around and sees no one there. As he walks, he looks around thinking it's all very quiet. He wonders what's going on. Wei-hei takes out his phone and says he should call Woo-pyong to find out what's happening. Right then, the demon appears behind him, saying hi. He turns around, startled. The protagonist tells him to arrive earlier next time to join the party. Shin Hyun starts attacking, but Wei-hei manages to dodge in time. The protagonist says he's tired of waiting for him to arrive. The phone next to Woo-pyong starts ringing. As Wei-hei looks into the room, he sees almost everyone dead. Woo-pyong gathers his last strength and begs his master Wei-hei to flee that place as quickly as possible. Shin Hyun says that all of Wei-hei's subordinates are dead, and it's all his fault for not being there with them. Wei-hei gets irritated by everything he sees and asks how the protagonist managed to get there. Shin Hyun asks why he is so surprised by this. The protagonist asks Wei-hei if he has any idea how frustrating it was to get there thinking he would have a good fight. But there was just a bunch of trash. Wei-hei starts to draw his sword, full of anger, and asks what Shin Hyun did to his subordinates. The protagonist just laughs, wanting that fight. The place looked like a horror scene, with several lifeless bodies on the ground. Shin Hyun begins to gather his strength. Wei-hei is shocked by what he is seeing, and suddenly finds himself underwater. He surfaces out of breath. Outside the pool, the protagonist is standing, watching him, asking if in his country people wear swimsuits to swim because it's a gross thing to enter the pool with so many clothes. Wei-hei gets even angrier, but calms down, thinking he can't fall for Shin Hyun's provocations. Wei-hei thinks that there aren't many people who can teleport several people at once. Even in China, such people are rare, and if the protagonist can do this so easily, he must assume that all his subordinates, including Woo-pyong, are indeed dead. Wei-hei looks at the protagonist and wonders what his current strength might be. Based on what Wei-hei can sense, Shin Hyun must be at the same level as Yang Qiang, or even stronger. With this in mind, Wei-hei thinks that maybe he could flee, but since the protagonist can teleport, that would be almost impossible. Wei-hei sees no way out of there alive, so he thinks he needs to warn the guild about the protagonist's abilities, even if he dies for it. He starts laughing out of nowhere. Shin Hyun asks why he is laughing. Wei-hei says that thanks to the protagonist, his mind is now very clear, and therefore he will introduce himself properly. Wei-hei starts to release his strength, and all the water in the pool starts to fly around him. He says he is third in strength in the Celestial Guild. His name is Wei-hei, the sword that covers the sky. He holds his sword firmly and with blood in his eyes, says that with that sword he will cut off the protagonist's head. People passing by hear the noise on top of the building and get scared, as it sounds like an explosion. Shin Hyun starts to move away from there, and Wei-hei starts to follow him. The protagonist looks back and says that Wei-hei moves very well, reminding him of a guy who was following him. Wei-hei shouts, telling him to shut up, as he already knew the protagonist was a returnee from Murim. Wei-hei tries to hit the protagonist several times, but Shin Hyun creates a barrier around him, blocking all attacks. Wei-hei shouts, telling the protagonist to stop running away. He gathers momentum and charges in anger, telling the protagonist to face him like a true martial artist. Wei-hei's sword manages to pierce the protagonist's barrier, throwing him back. Shin Hyun smiles and asks what that was. He keeps laughing non-stop. Wei-hei asks what's so funny. Shin Hyun, laughing so hard he's crying, apologizes, saying he couldn't take it anymore. He looks at Wei-hei and asks if he wouldn't find it funny if an ant attacked him with a toothpick trying to kill him. Shin Hyun starts releasing his aura again and asks if the Celestial Guild is some kind of zoo. First he had to face rats, then comes the ant. Is the leader going to be a monkey? Wei-hei gets furious, asking how the protagonist dares to say such things to his face. Shin Hyun starts to fly and says he doesn't even need to use his martial arts to defeat an insect like Wei-hei. The protagonist starts creating several giant energy balls and tells Wei-hei to stop acting strong and die already. Shin Hyun launches all the balls at once. Wei-hei starts dodging them, thinking the protagonist is an arrogant bastard, but this arrogance might be his only chance to win. He thinks he can win if he does it right. He finds an opportunity, grips his sword tightly, and charges with everything, using his celestial body technique. Shin Hyun looks at this, smiling, and stands still. Wei Hei strikes the protagonist's barrier and can't get through. He backs off, not understanding what's happening. He looks at the protagonist and sees him smiling, which makes him even angrier. The people on the street look at the two and say it's really incredible. They wonder why hunters are fighting each other, even though they're not in a dungeon. In the city's sky, only the shadows of the two can be seen. People shout, trying to take a picture of it. Wei Hei dodges the protagonist's attacks and advances without hesitation. Wei Hei realizes the protagonist is doing the same move as before, but this time it won't work. He dodges everything and shouts for the protagonist to die. He charges with his sword while Shin Yon stands still, laughing. A huge explosion happens around them. Wei Hei is surprised and asks why his body isn't responding. His sword stops a few centimeters from the protagonist's neck. Shin Hyun asks what Wei Hei is doing and why he doesn't finish the fight. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he wasn't going to cut his head off with that sword. Wei Hei, scared, asks if that was a sword, a celestial weapon. Shin Hyun says yes and approaches Wei Hei, saying he claimed that was the sword that covers the sky, but someone like him shouldn't call himself that. Shin Hyun says it was a good attempt, but it seems he has nothing more to show, so he should rest a bit. Shin Hyun explodes the entire place. Cameras capture a body falling from the sky. As Wei Hei's body falls, someone is filming it from a distance. Suddenly, the protagonist appears behind him, asking if he was from Dawn and if he recorded everything from the beginning. The man nearly dies of fright and says he recorded everything as requested, but asks the protagonist to edit the last part of the fight and send it to the vice leader of the guild so they don't know how the fight really ended. The guy who filmed everything says he might not be able to ask this, but wants to know what the protagonist plans to do with that footage. Shin Hyun says to think of it as a promotional video. On the ground lies Wei Hei's lifeless, bloodied body. Shin Hyun says, in other words, that video is a declaration of war to all who follow that idiotic god. On television, it starts being reported that the leader of the Limitless Guild, Hunter Shin Hyun, was attacked by unidentified hunters in the middle of the city. It's believed that the number of hunters involved is large. The status of Hunter Shin Hyun and the unidentified hunters is currently unknown. People start commenting on this news, but they are curious to know who won. Some people say they have friends working at the hospital, and that Shin Hyun is in the ICU. Another guy says that if Shin Hyun is in the ICU, how are the people who attacked him? On top of the building, the protagonist is looking at the city. The bodies of the people who fought him are being collected. Ji-hye looks at all this without saying a word. She goes to the protagonist and says it's a bit cold today, offering him a drink. He smiles and thanks her. Ji-hye asks if he discovered anything. He says that as soon as he used his absolute order ability to find out who the guild leader was, they all died. She says that the leader probably used some kind of spell that causes instant death, which would be activated the moment they spoke a certain word or information. Shin Hyun hands her a device, saying he managed to capture the beginnings of their attack. She takes it and thanks him, saying she already knew that, but it's really a headache dealing with the Celestial Guild. She smiles and says it might be funny coming from her, but she asks if they could turn the continent upside down looking for them. Shin Hyun starts smiling happily, asking if she wouldn't get mad at him if he did that. She sighs and says she would have to try to stop him a little, as she would be in trouble if it became an international issue. The protagonist says that even if he wanted to do something reckless like that, he couldn't, because it would be very bad if they just disappeared from the continent, knowing that the protagonist was hunting them openly. He says that if he raises his bet recklessly just because he's extremely strong, it's a fact that his opponent would give up quickly, and that's why he needs to trick everyone into thinking he's someone they have a chance to deal with. He starts to leave and says that if he provokes the Celestial Guild, they will react in some way. Ji-hye asks if he's leaving already. Shin Hyun says he's very tired, so he's going back to rest a bit, leaving the press preparations with them. She smiles and asks him to rest well, as manipulating the media is her forte. She says she will help raise the stakes as high as possible. A week later, the press conference is packed. Ji-hye arrives, and people start commenting and asking if that's really Ji-hye. They comment that it seems Dawn and Twilight are indeed in a stable alliance since she came to such a public meeting. They start saying there are rumors that she and the protagonist even have a child together. Suddenly, the door opens, and everyone looks back, shocked. Shin Hyun appears, covered in bandages. People start saying this is proof he was hurt in a bloody fight. They ask who on earth is capable of doing that to him. Ji-hye looks at the protagonist and sighs, thinking that if he wanted to act like a victim, he should have taken his hands out of his pockets. He goes to the center and tests the microphone. He says hi to everyone and thanks everyone for being there. He says that Dawn is providing this meeting place, and therefore he's sure there are countless questions about the unfortunate incident that happened last week. He wanted to inform everyone immediately, but ended up taking a while to recover from his injuries, and so he hopes everyone can understand that he couldn't do it sooner because he was injured. Ji-hye looks at this, thinking he's a great liar. Shin Hyun says that from now on, he will do his best to answer all the questions they have. Everyone starts shouting. One of the men says he's reporter Park Daegi from NBC. The protagonist asks what his question is. Daegi asks if there were really more than one unidentified hunter in the attack. The protagonist says yes, and states that there were more than 20 assassins who tried to take his life. That person in the video was the leader of all of them. Shin Hyun says that person is a high-level hunter, who was more or less at the same level as the protagonist. Another reporter asks him to tell what happened in the fight. Another asks who those people were and what happened to all of them. Shin Hyun starts laughing and says that, actually, it was a very fierce fight. He smiles and says that, even so, he could defeat them all alone. He states that now it's hard to give details about who they were, but according to the investigation, they were all from China. The protagonist says he plans to request the cooperation of the Chinese government to address this matter in the near future. The people there become angry upon hearing this, as such a thing has never happened before, and it's clearly a national issue. Shin Hyun says he doesn't know who they are or who is behind them, but if their leader sees this, he'd like to pass on a message. Shin Hyun raises his finger to get everyone's attention and tells their leader not to send this bunch of trash after him. If he has a problem with the protagonist, he should come personally. The protagonist laughs and shows his finger, calling their leader a damn loser. Meanwhile, the leader of the Celestial Guild is sitting on his throne. He asks his butler if he has made any contact with Wei Hei, but he says no. The butler states that it's quite possible that they are all either captured or dead at this moment. The guild leader starts walking towards his butler and kills him with a single blow. With his face covered in blood, he asks if what his butler was saying is that the number 3 of the Celestial Guild and the Specialized Assassination Squad are all dead. He starts smiling with a terrifying look. He walks away, saying that not only did they fail their mission, but they were all defeated. He grabs his coat and says he was going to use his time for preparations, but his plans have just changed. As the protagonist wishes, he himself will go after him and tear him to pieces. The next day, at the protagonist's house, someone rings the doorbell, and his sister answers, asking who it is. As soon as she opens the door and asks who it is, she is startled by what she sees. She starts screaming for her brother to wake up because there are some people there. He wakes up and sees 2 men in front of him asking if he is the hunter Shin Hyun. The men say he needs to follow them because their VIP wants to talk to him. Shin Hyun starts smiling, thinking they came straight to his house. Apparently that bastard is bolder than he seems. After that, the protagonist goes to a dinner, thinking he didn't expect them to come so soon, but he's eager to know what kind of people they are. Suddenly, Jean shouts to the protagonist, saying they are there. Shin Hyun is confused to see the leader of the Dawn Guild there. Jean runs to the protagonist and says it's been a long time since they've seen each other, and asks if he's okay. Shin Hyun asks why he's there. The protagonist wonders if Jean is involved with the Celestial Guild. Suddenly, a person arrives and says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist in person, commenting that he looks much more elegant in person. Shin Hyun is surprised to see who it is. The man introduces himself as President Park Young-soo. The protagonist is even more confused, wondering what the president is doing there. Jung-soo says that Shin Hyun is probably very confused by this sudden invitation, but it's something very important, so he couldn't wait. The protagonist asks John how they know each other. John smiles and says it's a well-known secret that Dawn, the largest guild in Korea, has ties with the government. Shin Hyun gets irritated by this, as if it's true. It means that the Twilight Guild also has such connections, which means President Jung-soo has something to do with the Celestial Guild. The protagonist asks what kind of business he wants with a simple hunter like him. John asks the protagonist to be a bit more respectful. Jung-soo remains silent for a moment and says he will cut the small talk and get straight to the point. He says he'd like to know in detail what happened when the Chinese hunters attacked him. Shin Hyun says he's sure he already knows the details from the statement he made to the press. Jung-soo says yes, but he's also sure the protagonist knows that he was the one who attacked them first, contrary to what he reported to the press. John looks a bit embarrassed, and the protagonist becomes serious. Jung-soo says that, ironically, after the emergence of the dungeons, international relations became more stable because they had a common enemy, the monsters. However, the current situation is that foreign hunters had a conflict with one of their hunters, and if things aren't handled correctly, peace could end. Jung-soo emphasizes that he would like, as much as possible, to avoid international conflicts. The protagonist raises his hand, saying that he is sorry, but the president is wrong about something. John is shocked by this, and the president can't believe what he's hearing. Shin Hyun explains that the Celestial Guild, which is in conflict with him, is working with the Chinese government, just as the Korean government is working with Dawn. The protagonist highlights that the president is well aware of the war that occurred between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild, and now he is certain that the people behind the leader of Twilight were from the Celestial Guild. Jeon and Jung-soo lower their heads at this. Shin Hyun says he is also sure that the president has heard one of the confessions recorded by an executive of the Celestial Guild and seen the documents in Taehoon's safe. Shin Hyun looks directly at the two and says this is what he wants to tell them. He asks what would have happened if the Twilight Guild had defeated the Dawn Guild in the previous war. The answer is quite obvious. It would be the end of the country, with central resources and territories being stolen by another country. Shin Hyun starts to get up and thinks he's starting to get angry again. He says that he didn't defeat them for the good of the country, but for personal reasons. The protagonist turns his back on the two and says that the international conflict the president mentioned has already begun, and if he wants to pretend not to see it as he always does, he can feel free to do as he pleases. Shin Hyun starts to leave and says he will handle it his way, and expects neither of them to get in his way. As the protagonist is leaving, Jung-soo shouts for him to wait a moment. Shin Hyun looks back, thinking that perhaps now the president will show his true colors. Jung-soo starts to get up and says he understands how he feels, and therefore, from this moment on, the Korean government will spare no expense to support him. However, Jung-soo asks the protagonist to take good care of them. Shin Hyun is left speechless, as he did not expect this at all, but he smiles and says that this will not be a problem for him. Shin Hyun asserts that, no matter who it is, he will crush and end this once and for all. Later, in the middle of the city, the protagonist is walking. He says that things have escalated as he planned, but he never imagined that the president would approach him. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. He takes out his phone and starts reading a message that says, "Hello, I tried calling you because I had something to discuss with you. My call was not answered, so I am sending a text message as a substitute. It is a matter related to business, so please respond when you are available. I will call back." As soon as he reads this, he decides to call the number. As soon as the person answers, the protagonist says that he is Shin Hyun, leader of the Limitless Guild, and that he just read the message about business they had sent. The guy on the other end says it's a pleasure to meet him and that his name is Kang Chang-sik. He's also a hunter. He says he got the protagonist's number through a mutual friend and is glad it's the right number. Kang asks if they can meet in person, as it's a bit delicate to discuss this over a call. The protagonist looks at the phone and says that Kang is getting straight to the point without even saying where he's from. Shin Hyun says that he's free today, so he can meet Kang in 2 hours. Kang says he will send the location and that they will see each other later. As soon as he hangs up, he smiles and wonders if he should call the big-headed cat as well. Ji-hye is working, and suddenly her phone rings. She answers, and the protagonist asks if she's busy. She smiles and says yes. What would she be doing if she weren't busy? He says she seems quite stressed. Shin Hyun gets straight to the point and says that she once told him she could find a hunter using the company's system, so he wants her to look up a hunter named Kang Chang-sik. She starts searching and says there are 4 hunters with that name. All of them are independents and are between levels 20 and 40. Ji-hye says that those guys don't seem like the type of people the protagonist would be interested in, so she wants to know what happened. Shin Hyun says that it's probably a fake name. Ji-hye insists and asks again if something happened. Shin Hyun says it's nothing serious, just something suspicious. 2 hours later in a cafe, the protagonist is having a coffee and thinking that this day is very tiring. Even though he agreed to this meeting, it seems like he's been meeting too many people. While he's there alone, he wonders if he should act calmly or just use absolute order to make the person tell the truth. He starts to get excited and thinks he doesn't have much time, so maybe he should beat this guy up first since he's been quite stressed lately. Suddenly, someone arrives behind him. The protagonist looks at him, thinking he's quite brave. Shin Hyun says that although it's fake, he can feel an intense bloodlust. The protagonist starts laughing and wonders if when Kang talked about business, he meant a fight to the death between them. They stand side by side. Kang looks at him with a cold gaze and smiles, saying that's exactly what he meant. He says he can't believe the protagonist felt that false bloodlust and was already prepared. Shin Hyun had a Rasengan ready under the table. He asks why they don't start now. Kang sighs and says it seems he was impolite at their first meeting. He introduces himself again, saying his name is Kang Chang-sik. The protagonist looks at him until Kang says he's from North Korea. The protagonist is shocked by this, wondering if it's true. Shin Hyun asks if he really just said he's from North Korea. Kang says yes, he really came from there. The protagonist says that makes no sense, and asks how he reports that to the intelligence service. Kang smiles and asks him to calm down. Kang asks if he knows how the hunter system in North Korea works. The protagonist stays silent, and Kang says there isn't a single hunter in North Korea. He explains that the Supreme People's Assembly has banned the nurturing of hunters because they are worried people might revolt using hunters' powers. Shin Hyun says that Kang just said he's a hunter and came from there. Kang says he's registered as a hunter in China, so he's actually a Chinese hunter. Hearing this, the protagonist starts paying more attention. Kang explains that North Korea is currently leasing all its dungeons to China, with whom it has good relations. It's like selling the country's natural resources. On the surface, it seems they're doing this for the prosperity of the country, but it's basically no different from unofficial colonization by China. As always, only the executives are the ones who profit the most. The hunger and miserable situation of the citizens haven't changed. Kang left there crying and angry. He says he lost his family and friends due to their brutality, so he made a decision. He wanted to visit China, get stronger, gather information, and then change his homeland. As he walked, bodies were on the ground, and the commanders were shouting, asking what the commotion was. Kong had reached the damn Supreme People's Assembly. He looks at them and says that if they don't want to die right then, they better listen to everything he has to say. From that moment, he was starting a revolution. Shin Hyun asks if he took control of everything by himself. Kong says he's strong enough to neutralize normal people. In any case, since then he has gained the power to move executives behind the scenes. He says that although it's a bit late, he's trying to build a hunter system, but China's influence has deeply rooted itself in his country. The protagonist smiles and says that it seems Kong wants Shin Hyun's help with that. Kong says that's right, emphasizing that his idea is to open the dungeons to South Korea as a tourist destination or for industrial exchanges. Kong believes that if they increase South Korea's influence in North Korea and stop China's influence, they could break away from North Korea. This could pave the way for the reform of the Korean government. Of course, this will only be possible if Shin Hyun decides to help him. The protagonist starts to think about what to do next. Although it seems a bit suspicious, it is not unlikely. Shin Hyun thinks that Tae-hoon gave the North Korean dungeons to the Celestial Guild because he foresaw this. The protagonist wonders if he intended for the Chinese government to take over North Korea while the Celestial Guild took over China. After thinking it over, Shin Hyun says that it seems good, but he has a question. Kong asks him to go ahead. The protagonist gets straight to the point and asks what Kong's relationship with the Celestial Guild is. Kong gets very confused by this question and starts getting very angry, asking who Shin Hyun is to question him. Shin Hyun stares at him for a while and smiles, saying that he understood. He starts to rise, saying that in short, Kong wants him to go to North Korea. Kong says that's exactly what he wants. Shin Hyun begins to release his killing aura and says that it is good since Kong came to visit him, so he would have to visit North Korea as well. Meanwhile, the protagonist lady was having her tea. Shin Hyun arrives and she asks how he knew she was there. He says her phone was off and she wasn't in the office, so she could only be there. She says she wanted to leave the whole world behind and live there in hiding. She asks if she should abandon that idea. Suddenly, Ardan-jeon asks if she would like to go on a date with him today. Ji-hee is very shocked by this question. They look at each other, and she stands up, saying she had been waiting for this for many months, and asks where they would go. He says she knows better than him. Ji-hee says that although passive guys aren't attractive, she would let it slide because it's him. Inside a dungeon near Ansan, they are there while a snake starts to rise. The snake spits its venom, but they dodge the attack. Ji-hee attacks the snake, saying that this is still an unexplored dungeon, so they need to analyze it better before defining the danger level. She says that apparently the snake has the power to petrify its opponents. Shin Hyun says it will be a big problem if they get hit by it. Ji-hee smiles and asks if the protagonist wanted to bet with her to see who could kill more monsters. However, he couldn't use martial arts. He asks why, and she looks at the snakes and says it's just for fun. She jumps to attack the snakes and starts cutting them all down. Shin Hyun leans against a tree and says that honestly, he just wanted to talk to her calmly. He starts to get annoyed and looks at the snakes, cursing them for being so diligent and trying to die. He begins to use his fire, and seconds later, there were snake kebabs everywhere. Shin Hyun says that it's not even useful for him to warm up. When he looks to the side, he is surprised. Ji-hee is sitting with an angry face on top of a pile of dead snakes. The protagonist says that apparently she was really stressed. She jumps down and says that although this dungeon can be considered high risk, it was still a baby compared to the impossible dungeon. Shin Hyun smiles and agrees with her. Ji-hee says she is a bit worried because high-level dungeons are appearing more frequently. She says they already had manpower issues. The protagonist says he is sure their country is not the only one with an increase in dungeons. He says North Korea is also like that. She asks what he is talking about. Shin Hyun begins to explain that a few days ago, he met a hunter from North Korea named Kang. He asked the protagonist to go there as part of an exchange with South Korea. Ji-hee is shocked by this because it's North Korea. The protagonist says he still isn't sure if Kang is with the Celestial Guild or not, but it seems the Celestial Guild did something very serious to him because the hatred in his eyes was clear. Ji-hee is worried and asks if the protagonist accepted the request because it was obviously a trap. As she speaks, some bubbles appear on the surface of a nearby pool of water. Suddenly, a snake emerges from the water, attacking them. She uses her eyes to try to petrify them. The two are caught by surprise. The protagonist teleports her away, but lets the beam hit him. Ji-hee screams his name. He begins to turn into stone, and Ji-hee runs to him, screaming desperately. She tries to touch him, but the snake attacks again. Enraged, she looks at the monster and asks how a piece of trash like that dares to do this to Shin Hyun. She cuts the monster's neck with a single strike. As the snake falls dead, she looks at the protagonist, but is shocked by what she sees. Shin Hyun is completely turned to stone. She refuses to accept this and asks him to stop joking. She raises her hand to him and punches him in the face. The protagonist returns to normal and says she's losing it, asking how she can hit someone who just saved her life. She gets angry and asks if he really thinks she would be taken down by an attack like that. She asks when he learned to teleport people like that. He says that a swordsman's shame is to show his back and asks if she isn't moved by what he did. She sighs, saying it doesn't matter. The important thing is to finish talking about what they were discussing just now. She points at him, asking why he would fall into such an obvious trap. She emphasizes that they were talking about North Korea, and it's obvious things would get complicated. He approaches her and smiles, asking if she was worried about him. She gets angry and turns her back, asking why she would be worried about a Superman like him who can do whatever he wants. She turns back angrily and says he never listens to what she says anyway. Shin Hyun starts walking towards her and says he feels apologetic to her. He says he always lets her clean up his messes and only looks for her when he needs help. She looks at him without quite understanding where he's going with this. He holds her shoulders and looks into her eyes, saying that she is his stubborn cat and that if she says he shouldn't do this, then he won't. However, she is the closest person to him, aside from his sister, so he feels better handling anything dangerous for her. Shin Hyun says he promises this to her, even if they are far apart. She could call him anytime she needed help. She feels emotional hearing these words. He says that anytime she needed him, he would run to her just like he did on Jeju Island. A little embarrassed, she looks down, saying it's very good to hear that. She smiles and says it's okay, and that they will meet again as soon as he returns. After that, some time passed, and the date for the protagonist's departure to North Korea was set. This is not just a conflict between North Korea and South Korea. Neighboring countries are also very sensitive because of this. However, they had no justification to oppose it. Thanks to Kang's proactivity, things progressed at the speed of light. Meanwhile, Shin Hyun and Yoon Seol trained in various dungeons. As a result, the protagonist reached level 67, while his sister reached level 54. Additionally, Yoon Seol trained something else too. She begins to concentrate, and water, with her energy, starts to float. Suddenly, she feels the power flowing inside her body. An explosion happens, throwing the door away while the protagonist reads his book in the living room. She comes out of the bathroom and calls her brother. She looks at him and asks how she is now. Her energy was strong around her. Currently, she managed to reach level 30 in general martial arts. Yoon Seol is now a master at the martial peak and has reached the level of being able to use the original cultivation energy and the Chi impact sword. Shin Hyun smiles and thinks that finally, now she is ready. It won't be easy for anyone to defeat her. Later on the road, people were on the bus. The protagonist goes to the front of everyone and says it is a pleasure to meet everyone there. His name is Shin Hyun, and he is in charge of everyone. Woo Jaewon, level 47 Knight, Warrior class. Ju Young Seok, level 46 Defender, Armored class. Song Hana, level 45 Priestess, Cleric class. Ko Min Hyuk, level 45 Reaper, Assassin class. The protagonist says that based on his knowledge, all of them are promising hunters expected to become high-ranking hunters. He hopes everyone understands that this mission is very important. Min Hyuk calls the protagonist and apologizes for interrupting, asking if Shin Hyun could speak to them more casually. Min Hyuk says that the protagonist is older and extremely stronger than they are. Hence, they would feel more comfortable if he spoke more casually with them. The protagonist starts thinking that, based on his age in Murim, he would be like a great-grandfather to all of them. He says that this hunter exchange with North Korea has significant diplomatic meaning, and that's not all he has in mind. Through all of them, his intention is to transform them into true high-ranking hunters. Everyone is astonished by this and asks what the protagonist means by that. Shin Hyun asks if it's so hard to believe. They say no. Hana says they have been in a leveling routine for a while, so they don't know if that's possible. Shin Hyun calls his sister. She goes in front of everyone and starts introducing herself, saying that she is a sniper from Dawn, Yoon Seol, and that she will be under her brother's care. The protagonist says she is the team leader for the incursions in North Korea. Everyone will receive instructions from her during the dungeon raids. They are shocked by this. Jaewon stands up, saying that the team leader is usually the one with the highest level or the most experience. He says he doesn't doubt Yoon Seol's abilities as a hunter. The protagonist says that's why she will be the team leader. He says that among everyone there, she has the most experience in leading teams, having recently served as a team leader and fought with him in a high-risk dungeon and the impossible dungeon. Everyone is astonished by this. He adds that besides all that, she suddenly replicates her status window for everyone. The protagonist says her level is much higher than Jaewon's. Her status window reads, Name, Yoon Seol level, 54 class. Archer 25, Sniper 29. Statistics, points that can be allocated by you. Strength, 10. Endurance 12. Agility, 30. Intuition, 1. Interception, 1. Min Hyuk says that until recently she was just a regular team leader. Jaewon says this is crazy. The protagonist says that Yoon Seol has gained more than 20 levels in just a few months. Though she has experienced many life-threatening situations, she has also been rewarded accordingly. She thinks dying would have been easy. Shin Hyun says she will take command while he supervises everyone. When they return to South Korea, they will no longer be potential high-ranking hunters, but true high-ranking hunters. He asks if they all trust him. All the hunters smile and shout that they do. Meanwhile, in Mount Kumgang, inside a dungeon, the leader of the Celestial Guild is with his new butler. He smiles and welcomes Shin Hyun. He says he will prove that this person made the wrong decision. A great phoenix of blue flames appears above him. Nampo, south of Pyongyang. The entire group of the protagonist was gathered, and he asked them to pay attention. He captured one of the monsters, saying that this was the monster that appeared there. He explained that the monster was 2 meters tall and quite strong due to its resistance. Its claws were venomous. Shin Hyun snapped his fingers, and the monster was released, frightening the people. It pushed off with its leg and jumped very high. The protagonist explained that they also jump very high. Shin Hyun looked on and said that falling from that height could cause serious damage. The monster looked at them and began to fall. An arrow was launched, exploding the monster. Yoon Seol managed to destroy the monster with just one attack. The protagonist commented that she made a great shot. Min Yuk looked at the two of them and wondered what was wrong with those siblings, as a high-level monster was nothing to them. The protagonist said he would leave the formation choice to the captain. Yoon Seol stated that they would go with the standard formation. The cleric will stay in the middle, the warriors in front, the shield bearers will be mobile and protect the team whenever needed. The assassins will take advantage of openings to eliminate the enemies. As for herself, well, she would be patrolling the perimeter with the sniper team. The protagonist looked at this and smiled. Shin Hyun remembered having a conversation earlier, asking to do 2 days' work in 1 day. Kang, in a scary tone, commented that all those dungeons were high risk and had not yet been explored. He emphasized that there was no information about anything, not the terrain, nor the number or types of monsters present. The protagonist said that was why he needed Kang to do exactly what he asked. Shin Hyun smiled and said he needed to act cautiously if they wanted to make up for all the time they hadn't done anything. Back in the dungeon, the monster attacked the group, but Young Seok did his job protecting his team. Jaewon took advantage of the opening and attacked from behind. He faced the monster and attacked it several times. Jaewon shouted, warning that one of the monsters had gone another way. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Min-yuk was caught by one of the monsters and cried out for help, feeling a lot of pain. His hand began to lose strength, but he didn't give up and managed to hold his weapon firmly, freeing himself from the monster. However, he fell to the ground, injured. Hana came running, asking if he was okay. He yelled at her not to come any closer, as it wasn't over yet. As she looked more closely, 3 monsters appeared in front of her and started chasing her. A flash appeared in front of her, and 3 bolts passed by her side. Unseol defeated them all at once. Hana thanked her for the help. Unseol asked if Jaewon was okay. Despite the pain, he said yes. Hana commented that it seemed he had suffered several internal fractures. Unseol asked her to focus on healing Jaewon, as she would keep guard there. She also asked Youngseok and Min-yuk to get organized. Hana began to heal Jaewon. While healing him, she looked at Unseol, thinking about how amazing she was, as she had been circling the team all day, doing reconnaissance, interception, and guard duties. On top of all that, she had fired around 200 shots and hadn't missed a single one, taking down the monsters with just 1 shot. Hana wondered how Unseol was so strong, given that they weren't that far apart in levels. Suddenly, Unseol said they had rested long enough, and it was time to continue. Jaewon became irritated and stood up, shouting that they wouldn't push themselves any further, as they had been in that state all day without a proper break. Hana tried to stop him, but he continued, saying that the monsters didn't stop appearing, and that everyone's life and energy were hanging by a thread. He asked if Unseol would only be happy when all of them were dead. He emphasized that people have a limit to things. She listened to everything silently. He stared at her, saying they would end the raid right there. He yelled, saying they had reached their limit. Suddenly, the protagonist arrived and asked if they had really reached their limit. Shin Hyun said he had been hearing that phrase a lot recently. The protagonist calls Jaewon a piece of crap, saying that he is spoiled, as if he were a star. The protagonist asserts that they must be thinking this is enough, even though they still have energy to expend. Shin Hyun asks if they think he hasn't noticed, and that's why they still make mistakes. The protagonist asks if anyone there has ever stopped to wonder why Yoonseol is much stronger than all of them, even with only a small difference in levels. He explains that it's because she never complained about reaching her limit. He emphasizes that, in other words, the determination she had to cultivate, even starting from scratch, is different from theirs because they give up too easily. Jaewon lowers his head, trembling with anger. The protagonist asks if Jaewon thought he was strong from the beginning. Shin Hyun begins to release his aura, making the dungeon tremble and scaring everyone there. He says he's not asking them to face anything carelessly. Some monsters start approaching him because of his power, and without moving, he defeats several at once. He starts gathering energy in his hand, saying that those who have determination will always find the way. The monsters attacking are hit by a dragon of energy, exploding them into pieces. The people remain terrified of the protagonist. He says that those without determination will find excuses. He looks at everyone and asks what they wanted to find. Jaewon watches this, speechless, and bows, calling the protagonist a god. Jaewon emphasizes that he will follow the protagonist and trust him because he will find the way. Shin Hyun thinks that, in this way, he has gained the full trust of those high-level potential hunters. The tour of the North Korean dungeon went as he planned, and a month passed this way. Yoon Seol calls her brother. They were at Mount Kumgang, in front of the impossible dungeon. She asks her brother if that was really a portal and why it was so large. He thinks it's as if they are announcing that the Divine Guild is there. He looks at her and says yes. Kong says that it is an impossible level dungeon. He asks if everything will really be okay if they go in there. Shin Hyun looks at him, starts smiling strangely, and says yes, because they were literally saying, "Please kill me." The protagonist emphasizes that he would go in there even if he were alone. He thinks they just need to wait a little longer because he's almost there. 3 days ago, Shin Hyun was sitting in a restaurant, thinking about his hunters and their levels. He reflects that even Eun Seol managed to level up twice, meaning they each leveled up by 2 or 3 levels, and that result is very good thanks to the trust they had in Yoon Seol and him. There didn't seem to be any dissatisfaction. In fact, he thinks he could train all year and not reach a level in less than a month, so there's no point in insisting. If that were the normal situation, it would be great. However, even if it's not, everything is going well. He cleared high-risk dungeons that could be used for money and experience, but he didn't think China would react in any way. He wonders if he's wrong in his predictions. Kang arrives, apologizing, saying he has something to discuss. He tells the protagonist that he's doing very well. He never imagined that Shin Hyun could clear a dungeon every 2 days. Kang smiles and says that the protagonist was going so fast that he ended up running out of dungeons to train in. Shin Hyun is surprised and asks if that's serious. Kang says they were planning to attack only the dungeons south of Pyongyang first. The protagonist asks if they could go back like they did before. Kang smiles and says that if everything goes as planned, suddenly his expression changes, and he says that only one remains. Shin Hyun says that's fine, they just need to follow the plan. He asks where it is. Inside the dungeon of Mount Gyeomgang, the protagonist's team was walking in the snow. Yoon Seol was freezing, and says that just ahead it's even colder. She comments that she thought it would be easier since she gained cold resistance during her training. However, she should have brought more items to withstand the cold in Korea. The rest of the group was also trembling with cold. The protagonist looks at them and thinks that even his sister, who has reached the peak of mastery, is struggling against the cold. This cold is indeed a nuisance. Kang shouts, calling the protagonist and asking why they don't turn back now, as it would be very reckless to continue under these conditions. Shin Hyun gets irritated and asks why Kang didn't mention this yesterday, given that he took the lead, claiming to be the guide. Kang thinks he knew this, but wonders why he's doing it. He recalls the conversation where he explained that the dungeon is so heinous that he had to flee and for that reason, gave up on the idea of attacking it. Shin Hyun touches his shoulder and thanks him for his concern, but says he needs to keep guiding them. The protagonist says that this is the last remaining dungeon, so they have much to gain. Kang says that if that is the protagonist's wish, then so be it. They continue walking through the freezing mountains. Eun Seol thinks that it's getting colder and colder. At this rate, she will pass out from the cold before even fighting the monsters. Suddenly, she hears a shout saying, "It appeared." The phoenix emerges, flying overhead, and starts shrieking, frightening Kang. He thinks he didn't expect it to not retreat, but the main culprit that greatly increased the dungeon's difficulty has appeared. In the complicated environment, the phoenix starts attacking, firing several crystals. The protagonist raises his hand, stepping in front of everyone and stopping the attack. People ask if that's fire, but Yoon Seol says it's a shield her brother created. Kang comments that each piece of ice contains the power to instantly kill a mid-level hunter, and when it shatters, it burns like cryogenic fire, making it difficult to dodge or counterattack. Kang emphasizes that the phoenix doesn't descend from that height, preventing attacks and escapes. He says it keeps attacking with ice, as if it were a bombardment. Kang asserts that a melee class can't handle that. The protagonist asks his sister if she can hit the phoenix with her arrows. She gets irritated and asks if it has to be now in this situation. Trembling with cold, she grabs her bow and aims at the phoenix. She fires, but hits a piece of ice, which shatters and falls in purple flames on the people. However, they were protected by the shield. Someone starts laughing and says that once again, the word impossible comes to life. The fire engulfs the surroundings. Shin Hyun thinks that there are millions of ways to deal with this, but it's difficult since there are so many obstacles in his way. The entire group is impressed that the protagonist created such a large barrier that nothing hits anyone, and with extreme ease. Kang observes the barrier and comments that the protagonist was using the fire attribute, which is incredible, as the energy consumption would be extreme. The protagonist tells everyone not to worry, as this won't last long. He asks them to follow him, as there will be terrain that will make the fight against the phoenix easier. The whole group is amazed by Shin Hyun's leadership and strength. As they walk, the barrier follows them, preventing any type of attack. Suddenly, Hana screams. Jaewon asks if something is wrong with her. On top of a mountain, there was something, but it starts to disappear. She asks Jaewon if there was someone there. He tells her to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, a loud noise begins to emerge. Kang gets scared and says this can't be happening. He starts shouting because an avalanche is coming from the other side. The leader of the Celestials was laughing, saying that he had warned before. Winning and losing is not the same as being undefeated. Hana, terrified, shouts for the hunters to avoid the avalanche and run. As everyone starts running, the protagonist remains standing, hands in his pockets. The leader looks at the protagonist and asks why he was smiling. The avalanche sweeps everything in its path. A woman named Lin Mei, who is ranked 4th, was watching everything. She thinks that her master, the leader of the Celestial Guild and the true ruler of China, is incredibly powerful. She wonders how a single human could cause such a terrible natural disaster. As she stares at him, Lin Mei reflects that she never imagined he could be involved in the deaths of some executives and the disorder within the organization. He probably says, "Run on your own and don't think." Suddenly a man arrives calling for the leader. He says he will check on the enemy. This man is Jian, the second in command. The leader agrees, and Jian goes to investigate what happened to the enemies. An army was right behind them. The first group was called the Legion of 40 Golden Lions, the second group, the Legion of 40 Thunder Archers, and the third group, the Legion of 20 Dragons. Jian shouts for everyone to obey the master's command. Suddenly, a very loud noise occurs. As they look, a giant explosion happens there. Someone starts emerging from the flames. Shin Hyun was smiling, bloodthirsty. Jian shouts, calling the protagonist. The leader starts laughing as well and orders everyone to kill him. He asks the protagonist to show his true abilities. Shin Hyun just smiles. Kang shouts, asking what was happening. An army was coming towards them. Kang questions what that situation was and who those people were. He remembers that before the avalanche, the protagonist defeated his entire team in seconds, and soon after started laughing, creating an incredibly strong barrier that contained the entire avalanche. Kang thinks that the power needed to hold back the avalanche is incredibly strong, and he has no idea where they are. He reflects that the fact that the protagonist is doing this is shocking. However, before anything else, he shouts, asking the leader who he is to threaten them. It seems they were the ones who caused the avalanche. The leader tells Kang not to be afraid and snaps his fingers, telling him to mind his manners when speaking to his master. As soon as the leader snaps his fingers, Kang's eyes start to change again, and he screams, feeling a strong headache. The leader tells Kang not to be so arrogant, as he is just a small servant. The leader mentions that perhaps Kang doesn't remember, but he once swore to give his life to the leader on his knees, and with his eyes glowing, Kang cannot control himself. Shin Hyun claps his hands, saying that the guild leader manipulated Kang's mind and even erased his memories, but the protagonist comments that it's not that skillful. Shin Hyun asks where he learned Korean, and besides all that, the leader says he wanted to meet the protagonist in person. He introduces himself, saying that his name is Yang Chung and that he is the king of the Cheonjo dynasty who inherited the will of the celestial god. Shin Hyun continues laughing and comments that although Chung speaks of this god, he expresses himself in such a mediocre way. The protagonist begins to release his power, becoming irritated, and asks if Chung was trying to say that he was the one who set the trap for them. Chung also starts laughing and releases his power, saying that apparently they can be direct. He emphasizes that it's nothing much. He just admires the protagonist's abilities. Shin Hyun raises his hands, feeling superior, and asks why all this admiration. Eun Seol behind him keeps wondering where her brother's arrogance comes from. Chung says the protagonist has gone too far. Suddenly, another explosion happens, and they try to defend themselves as best as they can. Chung states that the protagonist's arrogance will destroy him and the people he loves. Several phoenixes start flying over the place. Chung asks Shin Hyun if he knew why that dungeon was considered impossible. Because of the most powerful monsters, the ice phoenixes. The protagonist remains still, saying nothing. Chung explains that the very existence of the phoenixes is a natural disaster, and this proves that he is right. Several of them start to surround Shin Hyun, who remains motionless. He begins to gather energy in his hand and asks if Chung brought him to North Korea just because he wanted to see him fight against birds. The protagonist says he will respond with all sincerity, since Chung set a trap for him, and due to such poor hospitality, the protagonist begins to attack. His attack hits one of the phoenixes. Chung starts laughing. The protagonist is confused, as the phoenixes lost their heads or part of them but continued flying. Chung shouts, asking Shin Hyun if he really thought the dungeon monsters were that easy. He emphasizes that the phoenixes receive infinite magical power there, and never die. The protagonist begins to tremble and curses Chung, saying he was getting too excited and asking if he really said never. Shin Hyun draws his sword and tells Chung to never use the word never, because he will be ashamed of himself later. People don't understand why the protagonist drew a sword, questioning what he could do with it. With a serious expression, the protagonist begins to unsheath his sword and asks Chung if he knows the origin of his nickname. He also asks if Chung knows that his fundamentals and true skills have always been and will always be with the sword. With just a simple movement, Shin Hyon slices the necks of all the phoenixes. Mei and Jian are terrified by such power. Chung becomes enraged upon seeing this. Shin Hyon says it would be an honor for Chung to witness the true sword of the best swordsman, which cuts even what is considered impossible. Shin Hyon begins to move so fast that no one can see his body clearly. He seems light, and his speed and precision are unmatched. Mei is impressed, saying that the sword he is wielding is silent. Everyone is shocked, commenting that it was like a cloud flowing slowly or a leaf on a calm surface. When they realized it, Shin Hyon was already standing in front of them, and the protagonist's eyes start to glow red. His attack begins to shatter all the barriers. The people stood still, unable to move. They look back, realizing that when the tip of his sword was in front of everyone, 2/3 of the Legion's troops were completely wiped out. A giant crater formed behind them. The remaining troops start to feel fear. Chung shouts for everyone to get into formation. The people begin to feel pressure. Chung starts accumulating a lot of power. He raises his hand, looking at the protagonist, and begins firing several energy balls at Shin Hyon, who remains still, not moving. Shin Hyon cuts and dodges them with ease, asking if that attack is a fusion of magic and sorcery skills. He asks Chung to show everything he's got. Chung shouts for the archers to prepare their arrows and orders the golden lions to raise the wall now, using everything they have while the protagonist is occupied with the energy balls. Shin Hyon notices that people are advancing towards him and shouts, calling all of them, but asks them to be careful not to fall and hurt themselves. Chung telepathically asks Mei for help with magic and orders Jian to take the opportunity to capture the girl, without any margin for error. The people reach the protagonist, but he toys with them, dodging and asking why they are taking so long. He comments that maybe it's worth keeping them alive because it's so much fun. However, he begins to release his power again and cuts the sword of the man who is attacking him at high speed. He uses his technique, Shin Hyon martial arts swordsmanship, first left set. He passes through all the men there, killing them. Shin Hyon looks at them and asks for more people to be sent. As he pays attention, he becomes confused to see the people in front of him with shields and archers positioned behind them. Chung shouts for them to advance and make the protagonist feel the pressure of their wall. A shield begins to protect the soldiers, and Mei shouts that it's time to battle. Several arrows are launched. Shin Hyon observes and comments that it looks quite good. A rain of arrows with absurd pressure falls upon him. Kang screams, terrified, but Yunsul tells him to calm down and look, because her brother was fine and enjoying the situation. The protagonist was standing, and all the arrows had been cut. Mei becomes irritated, thinking that the attacks of high-level hunters, who had mastered martial arts, can't even reach a single hair on Shin Hyun's head. She gathers energy and leaps, creating a hole in the ground. Mei thinks that they need to reverse the momentum that has been happening since the previous attack, and with this strike of hers, they will take the lead. As she approaches the protagonist, she begins to feel his aura, and sees a divine monster forming from it, causing her to immediately stop her attack. She starts trembling at the sight of it and asks what all that power is. He passes by her and simply ignores her. Mei falls to her knees before all that power, saying that he cannot be defeated. Chung, irritated, curses Mei, calling her stupid. Chung continues to accumulate power and orders them to abandon the idea of waiting for Shin Hyon to tire and to go after him right now. He shouts, saying that the protagonist is just one person. Jian advances without fear to capture Yunsul, managing to get close enough to take her by surprise. Jian thinks that this was a trap. Suddenly a bright light begins to shine, and a large amount of energy starts to expand. Shin Hyon begins to walk and says, "How did he figure that out?" That must be their question. How did the protagonist reach this level? After the dust settles, an even bigger hole than the first one has formed. Shin Hyon comments that it's the first time Chung has seen a returned one reach this point, but that he wouldn't be able to do the same. Chung becomes furious. The protagonist asserts that it's absurd to try to use a hostage against him. Jian's hand was trembling inches from Unseol's neck. Shin Hyon says that Jian was being disciplined like a morum. Between Unseol and Jian was the protagonist, and several chains were holding him down. Jian asks why his body doesn't respond. Shin Hyon comments that it's been a long time since he had this much fun, but that the red was a bit rusty. He says die, and Jian simply vomits blood. Jian wonders what that was. It didn't make sense. An energy sword was embedded in his body. Chung shouts, saying that this is not possible. Around Shin Hyon, several energy swords had been created. Trembling with rage, Chung says that the protagonist is using the sword of the mind, which he considers ridiculous. Chung begins to accumulate more energy and asserts that not even he can reach that level, so there was no way Shin Hyon could do it. Chung gathers a massive amount of energy in his hand. The protagonist sighs and says that Chung is annoying even at the end, which starts to irritate Shin Hyon. He opens his eyes, using his powers, and asks Chung if he really thinks the protagonist is an easy target, just because he played around with them a little. In seconds, Chung begins to be struck, and his blood flies everywhere. He wonders what is happening. Shin Hyun covers his ears, saying that Chung is screaming too much like a child. The protagonist comments that he's tired of having to look up to see Chung. He uses his ability, causing intense pressure on Chung and throwing him forcefully to the ground. Completely shattered, Chung cannot move properly. Shin Hyun approaches and asks how Chung could act so arrogantly, given that his body is no longer capable of doing anything. The protagonist grabs him by the hair and lifts him, asking if he now realizes the difference in power between them. Chung starts laughing and says that divinity has been achieved by someone. He emphasizes that now he is sure that the person the martial creation god spoke of is Shin Hyun. The protagonist is surprised by this. Chung says he just wanted to say one more thing. He looks at the protagonist and says that Shin Hyun probably hates the celestial god because that's how he felt at first too. Chung's eyes begin to glow again, and he asks the protagonist if he really thinks that person is his enemy. Chung explains that the god said that soon the world would enter collapse. To prevent this from happening, they need someone who has achieved divinity, a descendant of Murim. Chung asks if the protagonist would be able to resolve this crisis, adding that the protagonist doesn't even feel a sense of urgency or cause. Shin Hyun asks if Chung has finished his last words. The protagonist emphasizes that something is wrong because he doesn't care about what happens to the world. He's just killing everyone there because they decided to mess with him. Chung asks if that's really it, if he was just a sacrifice to help the protagonist complete himself. Suddenly, Chung grabs the protagonist's arm and gets close to his eyes, saying that he wouldn't let this happen. The protagonist's eyes begin to turn red, and Chung starts laughing, saying that this was the soul control spell, an ability he acquired after a long period of searching and with a large number of human sacrifices. Chung asserts that the protagonist dragged this fight out for too long and that it should have ended before making eye contact. Chung orders the protagonist to stand up with his head bowed. Shin Hyun stands up and remains still. Chung says that the protagonist's mind is now completely under his control and asks the protagonist how it feels to be controlled by someone weaker than him. Chung begins to accumulate energy again to attack the protagonist and shouts that he will leave him on the brink of death and then use him as a guinea pig. While he is speaking, Shin Hyun slaps him across the face and asks what he was trying to do. Mei starts to wake up and asks what all that noise is. As soon as she looks ahead, she sees the protagonist planting his hand on Chung's face. She screams for her leader, who has a deformed face and no teeth. Chung starts coughing up blood. Shin Hyun orders him to look up immediately because until now he had been laughing and talking a lot of nonsense. There's no point in pretending to be weak now. Chung asks how the protagonist broke his spell, as it was supposed to be impossible. He starts getting angry and gathering his last strength, saying he wouldn't accept this, claiming that he went through a lot to get to where he is, that the true successor of the martial creation god is him. Chung lands a very strong punch on the protagonist's head, but nothing happens, and the protagonist slaps him again. Shin Hyun begins slapping Chung repeatedly, telling him to do whatever he wants because he doesn't care, irritated by hearing this nonsense about the god. The protagonist tells Chung to go ahead and become his successor because he doesn't give a damn about it. With great force, the protagonist punches Chung in the face, throwing him far away. The protagonist notices that Chung is trying to use that technique again and says that now it's his turn. He uses his ability and starts controlling Chung, entering his mind and ordering him to tell everything about the martial creation god. Chung begins talking about a crisis that this world will not be able to withstand. To prevent this crisis, they were sent to Murim. He says that the protagonist must truly achieve ascension to divinity. Shin Hyun becomes irritated, thinking that Chung is talking the same crap again. Shin Hyun says it's time to finish this and asks what those human sacrifices Chung mentioned earlier when he was using soul control were. Chung responds that there are many people in China and North Korea without identity, and no one cares if someone dies or how they died. They died because of him. Shin Hyun points his sword at him and asks how many lives he took. Chung responds that it was X thousands of people. The protagonist is incredulous and asks what Chung's last words would be. Chung starts smiling and says he should have killed that whore of a sister of his. Before he finishes speaking, Shin Hyun cuts him off and says that from now on, he denies the entire existence of Chung. Shin Hyun becomes so enraged that he starts cutting Chung over and over, saying that he will cut him the same number of times as the people he killed. The protagonist continues slashing with terrifying speed. Mei, seeing this, is shocked because all that remains of her master is dust. She looks at Shin Hyun standing in front of her, and with no other choice, she kneels, trembling with fear, and swears complete respect to her new lord, begging for her life. With tears in her eyes, and trembling with fear, she pleads for him to spare her. Shin Hyun looks up at the sky and says he's feeling like crap. A month passes, and a new press conference is organized. John begins by saying that for all his beloved citizens, the Korean hunting exchange has been successfully completed, marking a new beginning in diplomatic relations between South and North Korea. He mentions that after this, they would have more good news: the emergence of new high-ranking hunters. Woo Jae-won, level 51, Song Hana, level 51, Ju Young-seok, level 50, Ko Mun-hyuk, level 50. John states that the fact they achieved such an incredible result can be attributed to the work of a single person. He says that it is with great pleasure that he would introduce this person, but then notices someone telling him to wait. Dongwon goes up to him and says a few things. John asks if it's true that he just disappeared into another part of the forest. Ji-hye asks the protagonist if it was okay for him to leave such an important meeting like that. He smiles and asks why she's acting like that with him, since she was his accomplice. She smiles and says she's there to take him. Ji-hye sits next to him, saying she also deserves a break since she's been working so hard lately. She looks at him and comments that he took a long time because he left in the winter and only returned in the spring. He tries to play it off, saying that he had a lot to deal with and that most of the responsibilities were assigned to his new subordinate. May was taking care of things. The protagonist comments that it was a good choice not to completely destroy the Celestial Creation Guild, as it's much easier to manage the infrastructure, information networks, and capital. Because of this, he emphasizes that until a new hunter society is established, they will need the help of China and the Celestial Creation Guild. Ji-hye smiles and comments that the weather is very pleasant. She looks at him and asks if he's okay. Shin Hyun asks what she means by that. Ji-hye replies that in the end, he couldn't learn anything about the celestial god. He sighs and reflects on the words. Do you really think that person is your enemy? This world will soon enter collapse. Shin Hyun, you must free yourself from your humanity to achieve true ascension. Otherwise, you will lose everything. He says that the collapse of the world and true ascension to divinity seem to bring more questions than before. He stands up and says that for now, he's not interested in unanswered questions, because all he has to do is destroy anything that gets in his way. Inside a dungeon, a monster has been defeated. The people present ask if that was the last monster, and the response is yes. With everything resolved, they decide to start gathering. They begin picking up the stones that fell from the defeated monsters. One of the hunters comments that his back is hurting and asks the leader if there's no way to pick everything up all at once. The leader replies that there's no such convenient skill. Suddenly he hears a noise, turns around and shouts, "Now we're screwed!" Another monster appeared in front of him. He shouts, warning that there's still one alive. He prepares to attack, but the monster falls to the ground again. He's confused, wondering if it was a walking corpse. After they finish collecting everything, they leave the dungeon. The leader comes out a bit pensive and irritated, reflecting that the monster didn't drop any skill stones. He needs to report this. A man arrives, shouting, calling Kung, and says they received a communication from the dungeon at Mount Chiak. According to the report, they found monster corpses there. After Taehoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, died. The Twilight Guild quickly began peace negotiations, and the merger of the two guilds began. With the emergence of a new high-ranking hunter, it was revealed that Shin Hyun of the Limitless Guild was the one who trained the hunter. People adored Shin Hyun, who became the rising star of the hunter industry by establishing communications between the world, China, and North Korea. In a restaurant, the protagonist was sulking while his sister was enjoying the food. He calls her and asks what she finds so good about this Western pasta. She replies that she likes the noodles. Yoon Seol starts to share that she grew up without a family, and when she was younger, she always dreamed of eating in a family restaurant. She always envied families who ate together. Feeling guilty, he says that she can eat as much as she wants and that, besides, they can come back there whenever she wishes because they are a family now. Yoon Seol is very happy to hear this. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he is shocked by what he sees. He gets up and says that an urgent problem has come up that he needs to resolve. Yoon Seol is not happy about this. The protagonist simply teleports away, telling her to eat in peace. She stands there, unable to believe he did that. She stops eating and starts trembling, saying that the jerk promised to pay for her lunch and ran away. Right after saying this, she shouts that, out of spite, she's going to leave the bill under his name. Inside the elevator, the protagonist is with Ji-hye. She asks if he's never been to the research lab before. The protagonist replies that he hasn't, as usually these places are kept under lock and key. She agrees, saying yes. After all, magical research is top secret. As they walk, she says that this isn't what's important right now. The real reason she called him there is something else. She begins to open a freezer and shows a frozen monster. Ji-hye says that this is one of the monsters that appeared in one of the Gyeonggi-do dungeons. The protagonist asks how they managed to get that monster out of the dungeon. Ji-hye replies that this isn't what's important here. The fact is that the monster didn't drop any skill stones. Shin Hyun stares at the monster. Ji-hye sighs and says that it seems the protagonist also has no idea what's going on. She emphasizes that she brought him there thinking that maybe he had some answers. He smiles and asks what she's worried about. Shin-hyun asks her to tell him where this dungeon is, and to also forbid anyone from entering it for a while. Ji-hye asks if he was thinking of going to the dungeon personally. He says that if he sees the monsters alive and in person, he might understand better what's happening. Smiling, he says that he would bring one to take a stroll in New York. Elsewhere, a man was receiving a report. The woman said that the number of monsters not dropping stones has been increasing lately. She emphasizes that if this continues at this pace, skill stones will start to become scarce in the market, which would be an enormous economic problem. The man asks how things are in Northeast Asia. She replies that from what she heard, they were in the same situation. However, recently the guilds started working together, and she's waiting for information to see what kind of discoveries they might make. The man says that if that's the case, they could travel there and see for themselves. He smiles and comments that China is very big. Maybe there's some talent there that he needs to meet. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, the wolf monsters were lying down. Shin-hyun observed them from the top of a mountain and said that first, he would kill a few just to warm up. The protagonist leaps from the mountain toward the wolves, and with a single finger, cuts all the wolves at once. However, all the monsters he killed so far were dropping the stones normally. He looks back and wonders how many more he would have to kill for an undead corpse to appear. He thinks that maybe he needs to bring someone to do this collection for him, or perhaps discover a skill that allows him to collect everything on his own. Suddenly, he hears a very loud noise coming from behind. As he turns around, the protagonist wonders if that is the same phenomenon he saw in the Mist Leopard's dungeon. Shin-hyun analyzes it a bit more and realizes that the color and energy emanating from there are a bit different. The protagonist begins to remember Chung's words. Do you really think he's your true enemy, Shin-hyun? The world is collapsing. Free yourself from the shackles of humanity and ascend to divinity. If you don't, you'll lose everything. Shin-hyun wonders if this could be part of the world collapse they talked about. He's startled because the phenomenon is growing. Suddenly, a monster begins to emerge from that place. The protagonist is startled, but with a strike, he cuts the monster's head off, sending it flying far away. He observes the monster's head and says that he finally found the source of the monsters that don't drop skill stones. He keeps looking at that opening and wonders what could be on the other side. He asks the celestial god of war if he knows anything. The god starts laughing and says that they would soon meet. He says that at least now he knows where the monsters that leave bodies behind are coming from. He places his hand on the opening, but his fingers go through it. The protagonist comments that it's just like the Mist Leopard's dungeon, as he can't touch it. Shin-hyun says that if that's the case, then these monsters are special since they are the only ones capable of passing through the rift, coming from another place. The protagonist wonders if that rift is their means of entering the dungeons. Shin-hyun reflects on whether, with this type of monster, the normal monsters also have some kind of connection. Suddenly he is shocked, and wonders if, until now, all the dungeons were just tutorials. If that's the case, it would cause a lot of confusion. Because of this, he needs more evidence to present and decides to observe a bit more, resolving to make a quick visit to Jeju Island, since that's where he saw the first rift. With his teleportation, he quickly appears on Jeju Island. Hagun and his group start running toward him, shouting as soon as he arrives. Hagun comments that it's been a long time since they last saw each other, and asks how he's been. Shin-hyun replies that everything is fine, but the protagonist notices that Hagun doesn't seem so well. Hagun sighs, and asks if it's that obvious, kneeling in front of the protagonist and shouting, asking if he remembers the 6 high-risk dungeons on Jeju Island. Clinging to the protagonist's leg, he says that after the protagonist left, another one appeared, and now there are 7. He begs the protagonist to help them, but Shin-hyun looks away, thinking that many strange things are happening in various places. Because of this, the protagonist decides to explain what's going on. Mei, the current leader of the Celestial Creation Guild, reports that since the second half of last year, China has been experiencing strange phenomena in dungeons. She says that, from the outside, it doesn't seem like a big deal because the media is saying they're just variants. Mei promises that as soon as she has more news, she will let him know. Shin-hyun thinks that he needs to find out what's happening there quickly. He tries to pull Hagun off his leg and asks if this time he is with trustworthy people. Hagun replies yes, remembering everything and shouting angrily, saying that this time he only brought the people he trusts most for that group, emphasizing that the protagonist can fully believe it. Shin-hyun says that, as far as he's concerned, it's fine, and that he will trust them. The protagonist steps forward and looks at everyone, saying that he will go in first. Shin-hyun thinks that for now, he will kill everything he finds until a corpse appears. Inside the dungeon, the protagonist was annihilating all the monsters that approached him, but all the monsters that died turned into skill stones. Hagun is startled by the protagonist's strength. He thinks that he already knew the protagonist was strong and a high-ranking hunter, but it's inexplicable how he manages to kill so many powerful monsters so quickly. Shin-hyun tells them not to lose their rhythm and not to leave any skill stones behind. As they walk, the protagonist hears a noise again. He looks surprised and comments that the rift has grown a lot since the last time he saw it. Hagun arrives shouting, and the protagonist asks what happened. Hageun, trembling, points to the rift and asks what that is. Shin-hyun is surprised, asking if Hageun can now see the rift. He responds that yes, he is clearly seeing it. All the other members of the group also confirm that they are seeing it, and the rift seems to be cracking, as if it's expanding. Shin-hyun thinks that now everyone can see the crack. He begins to gather energy in his hand and launches it at the crack, but the protagonist's attack passes straight through the rift and hits the ground. Hagen screams in fear, saying that the magic simply passed through to another place. In the tutorial dungeon on Mount Chiak, some people were sitting inside a room. Yu asks if there's nothing to eat there. The other person asks if he wants a piece of dried meat, but Yu says he's not really in the mood. He stands up, commenting that it's very boring to guard the entrance of a dungeon, and to make it worse, there's still a month left of this. Yu emphasizes that he's been sitting there so long that he's not even sure if he's capable of being a hunter anymore. The other guy says that he just needs to take another hunting job, and he'll be back in shape. Yu comments that there's no such thing as a bad job, but having to work is the problem. Suddenly, one of the screens starts to have interference. Yu turns and asks what that was, if someone was messing with the monitor. The blonde guy replies that he didn't touch anything. Suddenly, the goddess appears, saying that although none of them have wasted their blessings, they also haven't taken them seriously. What will happen now has become the fate of humanity, and all she can do is delay it as much as possible. She says that she hopes everyone can wake up from the approaching nightmare. People start to get scared. Yu asks if that voice wasn't the voice of the goddess, and the other young man replies that yes, it was the same voice he heard in the Hunter Academy class. Suddenly, a flash occurs outside, leaving them even more frightened and wondering what that was. They start running to see what happened, and as soon as they look, they are astonished. Yu asks if he's going crazy, or if the other two were also seeing that. They confirm that they were also seeing it. They begin to shout, asking how the dungeon rabbits managed to escape. Meanwhile, inside the protagonist's dungeon, a wolf begins to emerge from the rift. Hagyun asks what that was and why there was an animal coming out of there. The protagonist reflects that special monsters are emerging from the rifts and that the dungeon rules are collapsing. The wolf attacks, but Shin-hyun grabs it by the neck and says that he will take this one alive for now. Hageun asks how that wolf got out of there since this is a mist leopard dungeon. The protagonist agrees that it is indeed a mist leopard dungeon, and that something is wrong. He strikes the wolf's head to knock it out and throws it on the ground, asking Hageun's team to take it out carefully because it's important research material. Shin-hyun stares at the rift and uses his mind sword. He orders the mind sword to attack the rift. A strong wind arises and something appears, leaving the protagonist startled. A Murim screen blocks the attack, saying, "Shin-hyun, this attack is not allowed." Several other screens start to appear, saying, "Humanity is not yet ready. The same goes for you at this moment. If you don't intend to cross the final line, don't try to force your way through." He looks at all of this and thinks that there are things his mind sword doesn't work on. He begins to laugh, reflecting that this means he can still become stronger than he already is. He turns and starts to leave, thinking that knowing this is enough for him. Meanwhile, a press conference is taking place. Jihye and Jeon are serious. Jeon begins to speak and says, "Good morning, everyone," introducing himself as the leader of the Dawn Guild. He pounds the table and says that before discussing the important part, he would like to apologize. Due to the recent dungeon break phenomenon, which has caused monsters to escape from dungeons, they have been suffering enormous losses as a nation. He emphasizes that due to the recent emergence of mutants that do not leave skill stones upon death, fewer and fewer common monsters have been appearing, causing a huge impact on the economy. This problem is being monitored worldwide, and Korea has decided to unify the guilds to proactively address this issue. With the unification of efforts on both sides, this is what he wanted to announce at the press conference. He thanks everyone for listening. People start shouting, asking if the Twilight Guild agreed to this or if it was a unilateral decision. They question how they intend to take responsibility for the hunters' failures to protect the country and demand an answer. After the press conference, as they walk through the corridors, they encounter Shin-hyun. He thanks the two for all their hard work. They are surprised to see him there. Jihye is pleased and asks if he hadn't said that he wouldn't be able to show up today. He replies that yes, but that he had to come back to tell them about an interesting meeting he had. John becomes curious. The protagonist then says that China sent someone to Korea to meet with him. Shin-hyun begins to explain that when he arrived at the location, Mei was sitting, trembling with fear, and said, "Hi." The protagonist sits down and asks what matters she wanted to discuss with him, because they said it was urgent. Mei says that they would like his help with a certain matter and asks him to meet with the United States as a representative of China. The protagonist asks why he should do that. Mei sighs and explains that at the moment there is no hunter in China who can represent them, and the meeting is unofficial. She emphasizes that they also learned that the hunter who will attend the meeting is the strongest in the world, named Alex Winchester. The protagonist stands up, saying that it's none of his business, and that if that's the only reason, then he's leaving. May, a bit irritated, stands up and shouts that if he attends the meeting, they will provide a great benefit to Korea. He starts to smile and says that now the conversation is getting really interesting. May explains that the information obtained during the meeting and everything they managed to achieve by working with the United States will be shared with Korea. The protagonist smiles again and thinks that this isn't a bad offer, but he wants to squeeze everything he can out of it. Shin Hyun says that if that's the case, he accepts. May becomes extremely happy, shouting and thanking him for it. After explaining everything, he mentions to Jean and Jihye that because of this, he'll make a quick trip to China. After this explanation, he goes directly to meet with May. The two are sitting on a sofa inside a room. She says that Alex requested a private meeting with the protagonist. He's surprised and asks why only with him. When they asked Alex the reason, he said he wanted to meet another great hunter like himself. May emphasizes that only a secretary or assistant could be present. Shin Hyun turns to her and asks if he is the secretary here. May, terrified, shouts that she would never do that because she is his secretary here. Suddenly, Shin Hyun starts to sense something and says that this is interesting. May doesn't understand what he's saying, but the protagonist tells her that she'll understand when she sees them together. As soon as they enter the room, Alex says it's a great pleasure to meet them. He introduces himself as Alex Winchester and introduces the woman beside him as Barbara Allen. The protagonist introduces himself as Shin Hyun and says the woman beside him is May, his temporary secretary. As soon as Alex hears this, he's astonished and asks if Shin Hyun isn't a Korean hunter. So why is he there? The protagonist replies that some things happened. Alex turns to May and says that he came to meet with China's representative, asking if it wouldn't be a problem for another country to hear the conversation. She responds that it's fine. Shin Hyun, irritated, comments that if she hadn't invited him, he wouldn't even be there. Alex sits down and says that it's okay. He begins to speak, saying that probably everyone is worried about the dungeon breaks because the levels are varying in each country. He mentions that if the skill stones from monsters, which are a source of clean and cheap energy, disappear in the future, it would destroy the economy. May lowers her head and says that's exactly it. Alex states that he'll get straight to the point, saying that they have found a solution to this. May, surprised, asks what he just said. Alex explains that, to be honest, it's just a theory, but there's a high chance it will work because the results of recent tests are almost proving this thesis. May, irritated, says that you can't call a theory without definitive results a solution and asks if that's why they came to speak with him. Alex says that to prove their theory, they would need China's help. He emphasizes that actually, it would be from specific hunters in China, and mentions that people like May would be especially necessary. May is confused by this. Alex stands up and comments that they were asked to meet with a great hunter, and he thought China would have a hunter at the same level as him. May asks what he meant by at the same level. Alex begins to release his aura, and tells her to stop pretending not to understand, since they both received their training in the same place. May is shocked, thinking that there's an American who knows the original celestial martial cultivation art. Shin Hyun intervenes, saying that if that's what they're talking about, then he should be part of the conversation. Alex doesn't understand immediately, but the protagonist explains that, based on what Alex said, they're going to need a martial artist, or a returnee. Shin Hyun begins to release his aura as well, and comments that if they exclude him from this conversation, he'll be quite upset. Alex is surprised, but Shin Hyun says he expected that reaction, and that these responses are becoming increasingly predictable. The protagonist mentions that it's possible to block the resonance of the original celestial martial cultivation art, and that he was only saying this to show how far ahead he is, calling Alex a novice. Alex admits that it's true he doesn't know many people who can make the celestial martial cultivation art resonate, but says it was a bit offensive for Shin Hyun to claim he's far ahead of him. Alex then asks the protagonist if he could test his strength level, because if he's a hunter hiding that much power, Alex wouldn't mind that he's not from China. The protagonist replies that it's fine by him, and asks May to find a dungeon for them right away. Inside the dungeon, the protagonist says they can start the test and tells Alex to attack whenever he wants, but notes that Alex might not be able to fully test him. Alex bows, saying he'll introduce himself again, repeating his name. He says that in Murim, he was known as the Heavenly Demon and begins to release a strong aura. Shin Hyun smiles and comments that he expected Alex to have a name with a touch of fantasy since he's Western. The protagonist adds that not only did Alex come from Murim, but he was also known as the Heavenly Demon. Alex responds that that's how things are, explaining that it was the only place where people weren't discriminated against for being foreigners or for having a different skin color. He continues releasing more aura and says that even though he reached that position by killing other members, it was because the demon sect is that kind of place. Shin Hyun remarks that the good thing about facing people from the demon sect is that they always come at you with everything, and it's a pleasure to beat them up. He stares at Alex and provokes him, telling him to come at him, as he would allow Alex to make the first 3 moves. Alex responds that Shin Hyun is quite generous and begins to attack. Alex's speed is surprising, but the protagonist blocks the punch with one hand without moving. Holding Alex's hand, he pushes it aside. Taking advantage of the moment, Alex moves and prepares a kick, managing to land it, but the protagonist blocks it again and counterattacks. But Alex defends himself. Alex tries to hit the protagonist again, but misses. Shin-hyun starts laughing and says that Alex fights well, but soon the protagonist lands a blow, sending Alex flying several meters away. Alex manages to steady himself and lands on his feet, saying that now he understands why the protagonist is so confident. He states that he never imagined meeting another hunter as strong as himself. Shin-hyun asks if Alex is satisfied with the result of that test. Alex smiles and says he's satisfied with the terms of the negotiation process. He begins to release more aura and comments that it would be a shame to stop the fight now that he's excited. He asks the protagonist if he's ever heard of a level of martial arts called Mind Sword. Alex attacks the protagonist but doesn't hit him, although he manages to scratch his face. Alex starts laughing and says he missed on purpose, emphasizing that he just wanted to show that he was fighting seriously, and asks if the protagonist got scared. Shin-hyun responds that it's not that, but that he was thinking that no one has ever put Alex in his place. The protagonist begins to release his aura, calling Alex a novice, and saying that he should never mention to anyone that he knows how to use the Mind Sword. Several swords form around the protagonist, who says that this is what the Mind Sword should look like. Sometime later, the protagonist was standing without a single scratch on his body, while Alex was on his knees. He smiles and asks the protagonist if he can call him a veteran. Shin-hyun smiles and says that that was the difference between their levels. The protagonist comments that it took Alex a while to realize it, but since he's a generous person, he'll allow Alex to treat him as a veteran from now on. Shin-hyun then asks what Alex's solution is to the lack of skill stones from monsters. Alex remains silent for a moment, and then begins to explain that they have a project based on the theory that the skill stones from monsters are their essence. The protagonist is surprised by this idea and asks if this essence isn't the result of thousands of years of magical monsters accumulating energy. Alex takes something out of his pocket and shows a skill stone, saying that if you think from the perspective of Murim, the protagonist is correct. But while what forms the stones and what they are may differ, the similarity lies in containing the energies of a monster. Shin-hyun asks him to cut to the chase and get straight to the conclusion. Alex releases his aura again and says that they intend to create essences using the bodies of mutants. Shin-hyun asks if that isn't the same as extracting the energy of a dead martial artist. Alex responds by asking what's wrong with that, and mentions the Emerald Blood Demon art, which sucks the energy from a corpse, and the Great Energy Absorption technique in demon arts, stating that it's the same principle. The protagonist pauses to think and admits that it makes sense, noting that this idea really has the flavor of a heavenly demon. Alex doesn't appreciate the tone, and replies that not everyone in the heavenly demon cult is heartless and evil. Shin-hyun smiles and says he understands, then invites Alex to return, as they have a contract to sign. Upon returning, Shin-hyun comments that he has decided to give the United States a little help on his own. May is confused, but the protagonist reassures her, telling her not to worry because they wouldn't forget her. Alex starts reading the contract and summarizes what the protagonist said. They would be co-developers, with profits being split equally. May is overjoyed to hear this, but in addition, Shin-hyun would have exclusive rights in China and Japan. May is shocked, and shouting questions the protagonist, saying that if that's the case, he could cut off their supply whenever he wanted. Shin-hyun smiles and confirms, saying that he needs to have an ace up his sleeve to keep everyone in line. Alex continues, swearing by his name that he will do everything possible to ensure that this contract is accepted. He looks at the protagonist and says that the contract will only be valid if Shin-hyun is successful. The protagonist shakes Alex's hand and says it's a deal. In San Francisco, Alex and Shin-hyun are in a different place. The protagonist looks around and comments that they just closed a big deal here. Alex says that this is the largest research center on the West Coast, and emphasizes that everything was built with the strongest reinforcements possible in case the protagonist loses control while creating the magic stones. In front of them is a machine. Alex explains that this machine is the skill stone extractor for monsters. The protagonist comments that it looks like a regular paper shredder. Alex begins to demonstrate how it works, and says that if he places his hand on top of the machine and applies energy, the machine starts to operate. A small yellow energy ball drops to the bottom, and he explains that it becomes an artificial essence made from his energy, saying that this is as far as he has gotten. Shin-hyun looks at the essence and asks him to wait a minute. He comments that a dead monster can't insert energy, and that even if it were alive, it wouldn't be able to do so. So, he asks how Alex intends to solve that problem. Alex smiles and says that this is exactly the problem, and he hopes the protagonist can figure out a solution. Shin-hyun asks if Alex has ever been to the Shaolin Temple. Alex responds that the heavenly demon wouldn't dare frequent a place like that. Shin-hyun gets irritated and prepares to punch Alex in the face, shouting at him, asking if he thinks being the heavenly demon is like being a politician, because this is exactly the process the Shaolin monks use to make energy pills. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers something. He smiles and says that maybe he has found a way to solve this. The protagonist comments that artificial essence is something that already exists in Murim. Alex is surprised by this. The protagonist explains that the most well-known product would be the Great Energy Pill from the Shaolin Temple. Alex asks if that's how they make the Great Energy Pill, saying that he was never interested in what the orthodox sects do. Shin-yeon says that Alex's idea wasn't bad. Alex then asks what the protagonist's idea is, what he's thinking, and if he could bring someone in. The protagonist asks who this person might be. Alex replies that it's the person who created the prototype, a level 70 craftsman who is also a returnee, the only one besides Alex in the United States, although no one knows this. The man arrives and introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, and identifies himself as Wilson, the craftsman. He brings a box with bars and says he brought what they asked for. The protagonist begins to open the box and says it's time to start. He places energy in his hand, and the small monster begins to float, surrounded by the protagonist's energy. He explains that this magic is a variant of the Great Energy Absorption technique. The monster starts to scream and compresses until it turns into a small sphere within seconds. Shin-hyun says it's ready, commenting that the taste of the energy is somewhat bad, perhaps because it was made from a monster. He crushes the sphere and places it in the machine, noting that the sensation is also a bit strange. The machine begins to work, and they both watch in silence. Suddenly, an energy sphere comes out of the machine. The protagonist says this is the process, takes the energy sphere, and asks them to examine it. They are both extremely surprised. Wilson takes the sphere in his hand and says he'll examine it more closely with his glasses, managing to analyze it perfectly. He is left speechless. Shin-hyun asks if, by any chance, what he tried to do didn't work. Wilson responds that it's quite the opposite, emphasizing that he's surprised at how similar the sphere is to a monster's skill stone, so identical that he thought he'd gone mad. Shin-hyun begins to boast, saying that there couldn't be any flaw in it. After all, he was the one who made it. Wilson comments that the problem now is knowing if he'll be able to use that martial art or not. He places his hand on the machine, and the protagonist is confused by this. Wilson explains that, from what it seems to use that machine, it's also necessary to know how to use that magic. He then asks the protagonist to teach the variant of the Great Energy Absorption technique if Shin-yeon doesn't have a problem with it. The protagonist says that for him, it's fine, but warns that he's a rather strict teacher. If they want to learn from him, they'll have to endure the entire training. A week later, Wilson, with a bruised face, says he's going to do a test. He takes another monster and starts using the same technique. After managing to create the first sphere, he breaks it and places it in the machine. The machine transforms everything into another sphere, and they are both astonished. They shout in celebration, as it was a great success. Alex approaches the protagonist and comments that he really is a deity, having managed to teach that in a week. The protagonist looks at Wilson and says that the best way to learn is by taking a beating. Shin-hyun turns around and says that now that they've learned, he's going back to Korea. They ask why he's leaving so quickly. The protagonist replies that he needs to return home. Before leaving, he looks at the two and warns that if anyone messes with his share, he'll kill them, chop them up, and make a stew. The two are frightened and tell him not to worry. As soon as the protagonist arrives, Ji-hye smiles and says he returned very quickly. Hyun-seol, looking at him angrily, comments that she's surprised her neglectful brother remembered the way home after abandoning her. Shin-hyun smiles and says he had things to take care of. His sister, still angry, tells him never to do that to her again. Ji-hye asks Eun-seol to calm down because they need to share the good news with the protagonist. Shin-yeon asks what good news this is. Ji-hye shows a symbol and says it's the new symbol of the Limitless Guild. He comments that it looks decent. Ji-hye sighs and asks if that's all he has to say, considering that the two of them stayed up all night thinking about the symbol. He laughs and comments that it seems they also spent the night eating. Ji-hye, irritated, asks if he's calling her fat to her face. The protagonist responds that no, because Ji-hye is skinny in a bad way, since she eats a lot. Eun-seol, seeing the interaction, smiles and asks if the two are done, because if the lovebirds want to get cozy, she can leave the room. Eun-seol hugs Ji-hye, calling her sister-in-law, and says she doesn't need to be so formal with the protagonist. Eun-seol comments that she's already figured everything out and asks Ji-hye to confess. Embarrassed, Ji-hye asks if she can call the protagonist by his first name. He smiles and says yes, since he's been calling her by her first name for a long time. Suddenly, someone outside shouts that they have an urgent situation to deal with. Dongwon bursts through the door, shouting that they just received a report. More than 3 types of monsters have appeared in the dungeon in Taebaek. Ji-hye is startled, asking if there are other incidents besides the dungeon breaks. Shin-yeon asks if new monsters are emerging from the rifts. Dongwon says they're not sure yet, but they know a huge tremor occurred inside the dungeon. Ji-hye is confused by this, and Dongwon emphasizes that the tremor was so strong that all the hunters there experienced severe headaches. Jihye comments that this has never happened before and decides that she will go check it out herself. She asks where the dungeon is, but Shin-yeon grabs her hand and asks her to wait, saying that he'll go in her place. Jihye asks if he wants to check it out personally. He begins to communicate telepathically with her, explaining that he thinks the goddess is involved in this phenomenon and that it could also be the work of the martial god of war. After this, the protagonist goes to the dungeon and starts killing all the monsters, but there were various different types of monsters there. Shin-hyun comments that the dungeon is a complete mess, with different types of monsters appearing constantly. After clearing the area, he looks at the rift and says that the goddess's second revelation must be related to it. While he's thinking, someone nearby walks up and says that first, there was a dungeon break, and now strange monsters are appearing. Meanwhile, Shin-hyun continues to wonder if the goddess is behind this, or if it's just a sign of what's to come in the future. Suddenly, he notices the presence of some people emerging from the mist. He meets with Hana, Jaewon, and the rest of the group. Hana, surprised, asks when he arrived on Jeju Island, commenting that he was there because of the Mist Leopard's dungeon. The protagonist is shocked and asks if he's really on Jeju Island. He starts to say that this isn't just another incident of mixed monsters and wonders if the dungeons are merging. Mist Leopard's dungeon, Jeju Island. Shin-hyun mentions that he entered the Taibok dungeon to investigate the strange phenomena occurring. Hana is confused because the place the protagonist mentioned is in Gwangdo province. Jaewon asks if the protagonist really entered a place so far away and ended up encountering them, questioning what's going on because nothing makes sense. The protagonist asks what's happening there, and if anything strange occurred in the dungeon they entered. Jaewon responds that they had the feeling the dungeon was bigger than before. They've been placing flags to mark their path, but they couldn't find the first flag near the portal. The only thing they saw was that crack appearing. The protagonist asks if the portal disappeared, and Jaewon confirms, explaining that this is why they can't get out. Shin-hyun starts thinking that there should be only one portal in each dungeon. He mentions that he thinks the dungeons have merged, but since the portal he entered through is still intact, they could exit through it because the priority is to ensure everyone gets out safely. Everyone is happy and relieved, starting to leave. However, Hana turns and asks if the protagonist isn't going to leave as well. Shin-yeon smiles and says he's going to take a good look at that crack. He thinks that he's sure the dungeon fusion isn't the only thing happening here. After everyone leaves, he stares at the rift in front of him. He deduces that the mutant monsters were coming out of there, and that it's a passageway, but he has no idea where that passage leads. Suddenly, he notices something emerging from the rift. A spear and a few more monsters appear. He looks at them and comments that now, big guys in clothes have shown up. Suddenly, one of the monsters speaks to the protagonist, pointing the spear at him and saying, "Step aside if you still value your life." Shin-hyun thinks that he really has lived long enough to see a lizard talking to him. Elsewhere, with blood dripping from his hands, Alex had just finished his work. He says he rushed to the location after receiving reports that the dungeons were merging. He looks up at the sky and comments that he couldn't believe it was really happening. The monsters were flying. He wonders if they are a new type of monster. Suddenly, one of the monsters starts talking, saying that he didn't expect that this planet had intelligent beings. Alex is surprised to discover that these monsters can speak. The other monsters comment that it's a shame Alex doesn't know how to communicate, as he won't be able to understand them. Suddenly, Alex starts talking to them, saying that he also didn't expect them to be able to speak. The monsters are surprised by this. Alex asks who they are since they are quite different from the monsters he's seen before. They ask what Alex means by monsters. Alex points to a creature behind him and explains that monster refers to those creatures that came from the same place as them. One of the monsters asks if Alex is really comparing them to beasts without intellect. Alex smiles and comments that the only difference between them is that they are dressed and can talk. One of the monsters observes that Alex seems to be intelligent and capable of speech, but says that it makes no difference. The monster draws his sword and declares that it's unnecessary to waste breath on inferior creatures. Alex gets excited and says, "Now that's how monsters should act." He grabs his sword and challenges the monsters, asking them to show what they can do. The monsters ask Alex if he really intends to face them with that toothpick in his hands. Alex begins to release his aura and mentions that once someone irritated him, and he had to kill them with a barbecue skewer. One of the monsters prepares to attack, but the leader orders him to stop, saying that he will be the one to kill Alex. The two charge at each other, and their swords clash. Alex realizes that this monster is strong. An explosion occurs, and both are pushed back. The lizard charges again, but Alex dodges and counterattacks. However, the lizard defends and manages to throw Alex into the air. Seeing this, the lizard charges angrily, but Alex defends again, thinking that he won't be able to defeat this monster with brute force alone. The two continue fighting, and the lizard asks if that's all Alex has, declaring that the end of his race is near. Hearing this, Alex gets angry and creates a mind sword. The lizard asks what Alex is doing, as resistance is futile. In a second, Alex's attack hits the lizard, defeating him instantly. The other two monsters become enraged and charge at the same time, but they are defeated within seconds. Alex places his sword on the ground, frustrated that he didn't leave at least one of those monsters alive. He thinks that he couldn't find any other way to defeat them besides the formless sword technique. At that moment, Alex begins to realize what's really happening. He says he had difficulties fighting these three monsters, and that if other hunters encounter them, it will be a massacre. He thinks he needs to warn the protagonist immediately. Meanwhile, in the Mist Leopard's dungeon, all the lizards are dead, except one, who is on his knees in front of the protagonist. The lizard asks the protagonist if they could resolve this matter peacefully. Shin-hyun starts smiling and cracking his knuckles, saying that they should have offered this before attacking him, thinking they could do something. The lizard lowers his head and screams that it was a misjudgment on their part, begging for his life. The protagonist sighs and says it would have been easy to resolve the situation if they had done this from the start. Shin-hyun asks who they are. The lizard responds that they are beings who received the blood of the great primordial dragon and call themselves draconids. The protagonist comments that the name says it all. The lizard explains that they were expelled from the place where they lived and are now looking for a new home, but they didn't expect to encounter someone as terrifying and strong as Shin-hyun. He adds that having a person like the protagonist as an enemy would be an incalculable loss for them. The lizard stands up and says that they don't need to continue this senseless fight, and asks if the protagonist would like to meet their lord to talk, as someone as strong as Shin-hyun is qualified to meet him. The protagonist asks who the lizard thinks he is to talk like that after getting beaten up for trying to invade someone else's planet. The lizard averts his gaze and admits that he can't deny that. The protagonist looks at the lizard and thinks that he could kill him in an instant, but if he keeps him alive, he might be able to gather more information. Shin-hyun says that he needs to confirm something first before continuing the conversation. He asks if everything the lizard said is true, and then activates his spiritual tongue ability. At that moment, Alex smiles and comments to the protagonist that he didn't expect him to bring his girlfriend to such a serious meeting. The two get flustered, and the protagonist clarifies that she is the vice leader of the Dawn Guild. Alex keeps laughing and says he knows that, and also that the two are very close, but that's beside the point. Alex explains that the reason for the meeting is that he encountered a monster stronger than himself in a dungeon in Hawaii, and there were 3 in total. After a few hours of conversation, the protagonist mentions that he left one of them alive, and now it's just a matter of waiting, as it's very likely that their lord will try to contact the protagonist. Everyone is astonished by this. Ji-hye expresses concern, saying that it doesn't seem like a good thing. The protagonist comments that the biggest problem is the demons that the lizard mentioned. May analyzes the situation and says that, based on what the protagonist reported, the draconids were defeated in a war for control. The protagonist agrees, stating that the draconids lost and are already stronger than humanity. He asks what would happen if these demons tried to invade Earth. Alex responds that it would be a catastrophe. Shin-hyun then explains that this is why he left one of the lizards alive. He intends to use the draconids as a shield against the demons if possible. Everyone agrees, saying that it's a great idea. Alex comments that this is the plan, and for now, he will stay in Hawaii, traveling to the places where the draconids appear. However, he emphasizes that if anyone shows up seeking revenge for the dead, he'll need Shin-hyun's help. The protagonist says that's fine with him, and if Alex needs anything, he just has to call. Alex is pleased with this, and May agrees as well. After they disconnect, the protagonist calls Ji-hye and asks what she thinks about doing something different for the hunters. She asks what he has in mind. He suggests that since there are far fewer skill stones dropping at the moment, instead of sending high-ranking hunters to collect stones, they could send them to high-ranking dungeons for training. Ji-hye agrees that it's a good idea if they become stronger, but she mentions Jeju Island, saying that if they take all the high-ranking hunters for training and something happens on the island, how would they handle it? The protagonist says that wouldn't be a problem, because the two of them would go there. Ji-hye is confused by the proposal, and the protagonist explains that he's suggesting they spend some time together there. Ji-hye, embarrassed and charmed, asks if he's suggesting that they suddenly live together. He responds that that wasn't exactly what he meant, but it's what they'll end up doing. Shocked, she asks if he really suggested it or not. He says he didn't suggest it with the intention she's thinking of, and asks her to calm down. Ji-hye then asks what his intention was, and he explains that he wants the two of them to collaborate until the Dragon Lord arrives. Shin-hyun emphasizes that since they don't know what might happen, it's better for them to stay close until the situation is resolved. Ji-hye smiles and agrees, but admits that for a moment, she thought he was proposing something with ulterior motives. Shin-hyun turns around and murmurs that maybe there's a little bit of that too. She doesn't hear him clearly and asks what he said. The protagonist replies that it's nothing important. Ji-hye, feeling embarrassed, says it didn't seem like nothing. After sorting everything out, the two of them, along with Unseol, Head to the Mist Leopard's dungeon. Jihye comments that it's her first time entering that dungeon and mentions that she can barely see anything in front of her. Unseol, not understanding the situation, asks her brother why she's there, since he had forbidden her entry. They stop walking, and the protagonist explains that the reason he brought the two of them is to personally supervise their training. He begins to talk about the emergence of powerful figures like Chung from China, Alex from the United States, and now the Draconids, highlighting that many strong individuals have been appearing lately. Because of this, the two of them need to become strong enough to defend themselves if necessary. Jihye says she likes the idea, while Unseol asks what exactly they would be doing. Shin-hyun explains that the two of them will attack him simultaneously, and if either of them manages to land even a single scratch on him, they win. Jihye comments that attacking the protagonist with the intent to kill isn't easy, while Unseol, with fire in her eyes, is eager to hit her brother. The protagonist makes it clear that he won't go easy on either of them. He begins to unleash an overwhelming amount of power, forming a Susanoo behind him. Shin-hyun tells them to fight seriously, aiming for his jugular. The two exchange glances and quickly begin attacking him. Jihye approaches him, but the protagonist catches her attack with 2 fingers, saying she's too slow. Frustrated, she thinks that attack would work. While the protagonist is distracted with Jihye, his sister, Unseol, attacks from behind with her mind sword, but he manages to block all the arrows. Unseol, irritated, shouts for him to stop cheating since he didn't even use his hands to defend himself. He laughs in her face and says that if she's angry, she needs to get stronger. She becomes even more irritated, cursing her brother for not having apologized yet for abandoning her at the restaurant. Extremely angry, she screams that she'll hit him with an arrow no matter what. A few minutes later, both of them were defeated. Jihye comments that it was a golden opportunity because she never imagined she would level up so quickly. Unseol agrees, saying she improved a lot too. Jihye adds that soon things will get very complicated, so it's good to spend time like this. The protagonist watches the two of them talking about him and asks if they're happy about leveling up, considering how much they're chatting. Looking at them with a serious expression, he asks if they're ready to return to the kingdom. The two are startled by this because they haven't even had time to rest. A week passes. Jihye, exhausted from so much training, says that spending a week in such intense training is inhumane. Shin-hyun responds that she shouldn't complain because she's much stronger now. As the two are walking, Hagun comes running and shouting, informing them that an hour ago, they received a request for reinforcements from Hawaii. The two are shocked by the news. In Hawaii, Alex was having some difficulty. Surrounded, he comments that it looks like Shin-hyun is going to take a while. Looking around at everyone, he asks if anyone is willing to fight one-on-one calmly. Dongwon informs them that Hawaii was the epicenter of a fusion of more than 10 dungeons. He emphasizes that due to the earthquake and large rifts, most of the hunters couldn't handle the situation. Dongwon says that to try to contain the situation, Alex entered the dungeon alone. The protagonist becomes furious upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, one of the lizards points his sword and says he has a question. The lizard explains that some of his friends went to that planet and never returned, and he wanted to know if Alex knew anything about it. Alex responds that he does. The lizard then says that Alex shouldn't blame him for what he's about to do, declaring that since Alex is involved, he will pay with his life. The lizards attempt to attack, but Alex defends himself with just one hand, commenting that these geckos are getting too full of themselves. Suddenly, he is startled by something. An explosion occurs between them, pushing the lizards back. Alex begins to fly and comments that it's not bad at all. Another explosion occurs, and Alex finds it difficult to see clearly, while the geckos start to fly, remarking that this is interesting. The leader of the lizards begins to release his aura and declares that he will personally fight Alex while the others stay out of it. The rest just watch and agree. The lizard challenges Alex to show what he's capable of. Alex replies that unfortunately, the lizard won't see much because he'll lose his head. The lizard asks what he just said, but Alex tells him to shut up and fight. Alex charges forward, and the lizard begins to conjure his magic, surprising Alex, who didn't expect this guy to be a mage. A hurricane of energy surges, and Alex thinks this one is stronger than the previous one, but believes they are underestimating him, and that this will be the chance he needs to turn the tide. Taking advantage of the lizard's lowered guard, Alex attacks and cuts off one of the enemy's arms. The lizard, irritated and trembling with pain, asks how a worm dared to do that. Meanwhile, Alex seizes the opportunity and charges again. The lizard shouts, "Stop!" And suddenly, Alex's body begins to behave strangely. He realizes he's under suppression. Unable to move, he falls to the ground and can't get up. One of the lizards steps on his hand, saying that a mere worm made him resort to using the language of dragons. The lizard starts gathering energy and says that this sin will be paid for with Alex's death. The attack heads toward Alex, who had already accepted his defeat. However, he opens his eyes, wondering what happened, as he didn't feel anything. Looking ahead, he sees Shin-hyun there, holding the lizard's arm. The The protagonist looks at Alex and comments that he's completely wrecked. The lizard screams at Shin Hyun not to get in his way. Shin Hyun kicks the lizard, making him scream in pain and sending him flying. The other two, frightened, start flying to check if their leader is okay. The protagonist looks at Alex and asks if he felt like getting a beating today. He then uses something to heal Alex's wounds, who asks how the protagonist got there so quickly, since it would be impossible to leave Korea and arrive there in such a short time. The protagonist responds, "When you have teleportation, you don't need a passport." Alex is shocked, realizing that the protagonist teleported over 4,000 kilometers. Alex tries to get up and explains that the leader of the lizards has an ability similar to the mind sword, which they call the dragon's tongue. The protagonist says he already expected that. Alex asks him to be careful, but gets curious, and asks how the protagonist already knew they had that ability. Shin Hyun explains that if the leader is stronger than Alex, it means he's above level 80, which makes it likely that he knows how to use the mind sword. Alex mentions that he cut off the leader's arm, but he regrew it, which he finds interesting. The protagonist asks if they are the dragons at the top of the Draconid hierarchy. The leader confirms and asks how Shin Hyun knows about them, suggesting that he must be the human Mardil mentioned. Irritated, the protagonist says that he had already warned that he wanted to speak with their leader, and this is how they choose to behave. The leader responds that no one cares about an idiot who got beaten up, and says that if Mardil were his subordinate, he would have killed him himself for that disgrace. Shin Hyun concludes that this means he is not Mardil's lord, and says that's enough for him. In an instant, the protagonist cuts down two of the dragons, killing them instantly. The last remaining dragon is completely shocked. Shin Hyun comments that he only needs one of them alive to continue the conversation. The leader falls to his knees and tries to use the dragon's tongue. The protagonist, however, continues walking calmly, apologizing and saying that he doesn't speak lizard tongue, but that's no problem. The dragon leader begins to tremble in fear. The protagonist comments that his fist would talk very well with the leader after a few good beatings. Trembling, the leader says that their lord is willing to accept the protagonist's proposal and begs for his life. Irritated, the protagonist asks why he should spare his life, considering that up until now the leader was saying he would kill everyone there because he was the strongest, using only the mind sword. The protagonist then finishes his work. Alex comments that he had difficulty dealing with the dragons, but the protagonist managed to kill them without even getting his hands dirty. He asks what level the protagonist's martial arts are because, from what he saw, it must be at least level 100. The protagonist responds that he has no idea and asks if martial arts even have a final level to reach. Shin Hyun, still irritated, thinks that these lizards are only sending those who prefer to use brute force. He hopes that the next ones will be more willing to talk. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, the Dragon Lord asks if the others who left also haven't returned. One of the dragons confirms this. The Lord then decides that it's time to listen to Mardil and speak with the human named Shin Hyun. The protagonist comments that he has spent some time observing these things and says that before they close, our monsters might appear at any moment. He notes that the dragon Mardil serves could show up around this time. Alex comments that it would be great if the Lord really appeared because it seems that only by speaking with their supreme leader will they be able to have an effective conversation. The protagonist asks Alex to set up a guard camp there, as he intends to spend some time resting. He also asks them to wrap up the dragon bodies well, because it's worth researching them, and suggests sending them to the Dawn headquarters. The protagonist says he only wants one of the bodies, so Alex can have the other two. Alex is happy, and asks if it's true that he can keep the other two. Shin Hyun confirms, saying that even though the bodies are a bit sliced up, they can still be researched. Alex shakes the protagonist's hand and says the bodies will make excellent materials. The protagonist asks why Alex calls them materials, and Alex responds that in any game, dragon scales and bones are always excellent materials and should yield some valuable items. The protagonist says that's fine with him, and that Alex can do whatever he wants with his share. As the protagonist walks away, he asks Alex to call him when the camp is ready. He starts thinking that the dragons, being such strong descendants, will be the perfect shield to use against the demons. After setting up the camp, Alex is on the computer, while the protagonist plays with his magic. Suddenly, they both feel something strange. The protagonist stands up and asks Alex if he felt it too, and Alex confirms, saying it's different from any feeling he's had before. This one feels heavier. The protagonist starts laughing and says it's time to welcome their visitor because he has arrived. As they step outside and look at the sky, they see something gigantic. They wonder what it is, and the protagonist comments that it looks like exploration magic. Suddenly, it starts making noise, and a giant dragon emerges. The two are startled. The dragon lands on the mountain beside them and then moves to the ground. Alex comments that this dragon is extremely different from the others. The dragon, noticing their reaction, deduces that they must be the humans who know about his race, and asks if they can talk for a bit. The protagonist agrees, thinking that he never imagined the dragon would be so reasonable and willing to negotiate. The dragon explains that he came here to find a human named Shin Hyun. The protagonist smiles and says that he's the one, and asks if the Dragon Lord knows who he is. Upon hearing this, the dragon is a bit shocked, thinking that Mardil knelt before this guy, who doesn't seem that strong. Shin Hyun asks if that dragon is Altair, the lord of the others who came before. Altair is surprised, realizing that the protagonist even knows his name. Shin Hyun starts waving his hand, saying that he had been waiting for this conversation since none of the other dragons were willing to talk. Altair responds that if the protagonist is truly who he claims to be, then he already knows who the dragon people are. The protagonist, a bit irritated, says that he killed all the dragons that appeared because it wasn't possible to have a conversation due to their hostility toward humans. Altair comments that this is exactly what he expected, as when he lost contact with the others, he imagined what might have happened. He emphasizes that the other dragons were instructed to act cautiously, but they disobeyed their lord's orders, which is why he would like to apologize, stating that those dragons did not represent the intentions of their kind. The protagonist says he's enjoying the conversation because Altair is polite and respectful, but he points to Alex and comments that Alex took a beating and almost died. Alex smiles and explains that he was just buying time until the protagonist arrived. Altair asks if only the two of them faced all the dragons. The protagonist says it wouldn't be good to lie about it. Altair states that if the protagonist is indeed the person Mardil mentioned, then it must be true. The protagonist raises his hand and says that Altair is doubting too much. He asks if Altair wants proof. In an instant, several mind swords appear everywhere, startling Altair. He creates a barrier around himself, but the protagonist turns all the swords toward the dragon, telling him not to be afraid, and then dissolves all the swords, saying that should be enough. Altair admits that he believes the protagonist and acknowledges that he is capable of subduing dragons. Shin Hyun smiles, saying that he's glad Altair believes him. Altair comments that the standards of that world are beyond his imagination and asks if all humans are this strong. Alex replies that he and the protagonist are exceptional, but humans in general aren't that strong. The protagonist crosses his arms and declares that he is the strongest human there is. Alex smiles and agrees, saying that's true and that he can't disagree. Altair says that makes sense, and Shin Hyun suggests that since Altair is probably the strongest among the dragons, they should talk as representatives of their races. Altair agrees and begins reciting some strange words. An aura starts flowing through his body, and he takes on a more humanoid form, leaving the protagonist and Alex impressed. Altair comments that the conversation might be long. The protagonist shouts, asking how Altair can transform into a human. Altair recites the strange words again and snaps his fingers, casting a spell on the protagonist and Alex. The protagonist asks what that was. While the three of them are there, someone at a distance is watching them. This person says nothing and simply disappears. Altair says that Shin Hyun doesn't need to worry because he used a communication magic to help them converse more easily. Shin Hyun is surprised, saying that it really did help, and asks what Mardil and the others told him. Altair explains that his subordinates reported that they fought against a human who nearly killed them all, and warned Altair to be careful, saying that the protagonist was terrifying. Altair emphasizes that now that he's seen Shin Hyun in person, he understands why they were scared, as he assumes that if they fought now, Altair would die. The protagonist smiles, saying that it's good to know Altair is honest. Altair replies that dragons don't lie. For them, who have tongues that manipulate power, lying would be like deceiving themselves. He turns and mentions that even with dragons applying pressure, Shin Hyun wasn't afraid of them at all. The protagonist smiles and says that it seems Altair's vision is also good. Shin Hyun says he already imagines what Altair is going to ask. It would probably be permission for their race to live in that world as well, highlighting that their original plan was to invade and take over the planet by force, but since that failed, the plans changed. Altair, a bit embarrassed, says he wouldn't deny that. The protagonist suggests that the best way to handle this is to act as if they had never met. Altair gets excited and asks if he would really let them do that. Shin Hyun says no. What he meant is that they really should have never met. They wouldn't go into their space, and they wouldn't enter Earth. Altair is left speechless, and the protagonist asks if he wouldn't do it just because the protagonist said so, adding that he would let them live there. Altair takes the protagonist's hand and, overjoyed, thanks him for that. Alex goes crazy over the protagonist's choice. Shin Hyun says there's a catch. Altair asks what it is, and the protagonist says that just because he allowed the dragons to live there doesn't mean the other humans would agree with it, and therefore, they wouldn't be able to integrate into their society. This makes Altair a bit scared. He says they would do their best, and persevering is something they need to do. The protagonist says that's not the point. He smiles and tells Altair that he wants the dragons to live only in the dungeons. Altair asks if he really wants them to live only in the dungeons. The protagonist says that's exactly right. Altair comments that this is a bit but Shin Hyun interrupts him and asks if there's a problem, stating that they would grant the lands to the dragons, giving them the right to use them as they wish, and their only duty would be to kill the demons that try to cross. Altair says that the protagonist is correct in what he said. However, the environment there is a bit less than ideal, and besides that, the protagonist wants them to fight the demons there, which is using them as a shield. Shin Hyun smiles again and says that this is something they need to be prepared for, even if they don't agree. Altair takes a deep breath and agrees to the offer, but mentions that he also has some requests to make. The protagonist asks him to state his requests, as he will make his decision after hearing them. Altair starts by saying that the protagonist mentioned that some phenomena were occurring where the rifts expand or the dungeons merge, which means their food source would be irregular. So the first request is if the protagonist could supply provisions for them. Shin Hyun says yes whenever they need it. Alex also agrees to this. Altair continues, saying there's one more thing. He asks the protagonist to at least allow him to visit Earth. Shin Hyun asks why he wants that. Altair explains that if the dungeons they are in are not connected, communication would be difficult, so he would need to move across Earth and enter them personally. The protagonist asks Alex what he thinks about this. Alex says that if they are really going to be Earth's defense, they do indeed need communication. He adds that as long as Altair doesn't try anything funny, there shouldn't be a problem. The protagonist then says that they would agree to this. Altair smiles and extends his hand, saying that if that's the case, the negotiation is settled. The protagonist shakes his hand, confirming the deal. Altair says he will now return to inform his people. The protagonist says they'll see each other soon, and Altair returns through the rift from which he came. After Altair returned to the demonic realm, the dungeons continued merging. But since the dragons who migrated began building their homes in the dungeons and taking care of the rifts, the protagonist thinks there won't be any problems with that for some time. He feels relieved, saying it worked out, and even if some demons appear, the dragons would take care of them. Suddenly, Altair appears in front of the protagonist and says he came to talk about the visit to Earth. Since they were busy building and settling in, he didn't have time to discuss it earlier. The protagonist says it's not a problem, but points out that not all dungeons on Earth are connected, so he wonders how Altair would notify them in time. The protagonist asks if he would fly. Altair says no, that he uses dimensional teleportation, and once he understands the Earth's coordinates, it would be easy for him. The protagonist is shocked and asks if it's possible to do that just with the coordinates, even without having been to the location before. Altair says yes, that he only needs to know the coordinates, and that way, he could get there instantly. The protagonist says he understands and thinks that teleportation is limited to places one can see, which is very inconvenient. If traveling long distances, one would need to teleport several times. He starts smiling, thinking that dimensional teleportation is a very good ability. Shin Hyun asks if there's a way for him to learn it. Altair asks if he is talking about dimensional teleportation. The protagonist says that's right because it seems very interesting. Altair turns his head, thoughtful, and the protagonist feels a bit sad, asking if there's no way for him to teach it. Altair says that wasn't what he was thinking about, but rather that this is a magic that only dragons can use. However, the protagonist is extremely strong, so maybe he could learn it. In exchange for teaching, Altair asks that if a large number of demons appear, Shin Hyun promises to help them. The protagonist agrees and says that if they can't handle something, he will take care of it. Altair says they have a deal then. He says that the most important thing to know when it comes to dimensional teleportation is, while they're talking about this, they hear a noise. Kung appears, saying that he finally found the protagonist. Shin Hyun goes to him and asks what's happening. He shouts that there's urgent news from the Taiji Guild headquarters. A huge number of monsters have appeared in the center of Bucheon. Shin Hyun is furious about this. The monsters were destroying everything in the city. Everywhere there was destruction and chaos. People were running and screaming for help. One of the monsters sees a human and starts attacking as he screams desperately. Just as the monster is about to grab him, Jeon appears just in time, cutting the monster and saving the person. He asks if the man is okay, but the man is too terrified to speak. Eun-seol also starts fighting the monsters, hitting her arrows and defeating several at once. She starts thinking that she didn't expect such a large number of dangerous monsters to suddenly appear out of nowhere. She continues attacking and taking down the monsters one by one. Tired, she climbs onto a building and sighs, thinking that there are too many monsters there. She can't believe this is happening just when her brother and the vice leader are away. The hunters were doing their best to kill and contain the monsters. Even though she's exhausted, she keeps attacking and fighting, thinking that there were still many people who hadn't been evacuated from that place. She wonders how much longer she can keep going. She shoots at another monster, but because she's so tired, she misses, and the monster comes at her. Eun-seol is frightened, thinking she needs to get away from the monster immediately, but she feels too much pain and can't move as she's reached her limit. Suddenly, someone kills the monster, saving her life. Shin Hyun arrives, telling her to be a bit more careful. She's surprised and asks when he got there. The protagonist says he just arrived. He starts healing her while she asks if he wasn't on Jeju Island. He says yes, and touching her back angrily, says he was learning dimensional teleportation when he got the alert and had to teleport several times to get there. She thanks him for being there because, as he can see, the situation is pretty bad. He says it's indeed worse than he imagined. Several monsters start attacking at the same time. The protagonist looks at them and thinks they're giving off a different vibe than he's seen before. In an instant, the protagonist sets them all on fire, defeating them all at once. His sister is surprised by this and asks when he learned to do that. Shin Hyun says he's tired and annoyed, so he's going to finish them all off at once and be done with it. He extends his hand and starts using his power. The monsters begin to burn and scream until the fire engulfs them all, turning them into nothing but ash. He looks at his sister, laughing, and says that most of them are gone now, so they can handle the rest. He mentions that he'll take some of the monsters they killed for investigation. He teleports away while his sister smiles and comments that her brother was born to be completely overpowered. In an instant, the protagonist returns to talk to Altair. He drops the monsters on the ground and says he needs to learn dimensional teleportation quickly because he's getting tired of having to jump several times to reach a place. Altair asks who those monsters were. The protagonist looks at the monsters, snaps his fingers, and throws one in front of Altair, saying it was the first time more than 1,000 monsters appeared at once. Something has changed. Altair begins to use his abilities on the monster and is surprised, saying this is... Shin Hyun asks what he discovered. Altair says this is not good at all. The protagonist presses him to say what he found out. Altair reveals that those monsters were influenced by demons. The protagonist asks if there really is a demon's hand in this. Altair confirms, saying that the protagonist brought them there because he felt something strange, and what he felt was the mental spell that the demons cast on the monsters. It's a type of magic that demons are very skilled at. The protagonist asks why they would do that. Altair responds that he doesn't have that answer either. Shin Hyun is disappointed because he thought he could get some more detailed answers. Altair says he needs to investigate a bit more because it could be a one-time occurrence. Maybe it was just a prank. The protagonist yells, irritated, asking who would be the idiot to play such a thoughtless prank. Altair explains that the only thing that matters to demons is having fun, and since humor is subjective, it's hard to understand what they do. Shin Hyun comments that only crazy people show up in his life. Altair responds that this is why they prefer to stay away from them. He emphasizes that even though demons are hard to understand, they are not idiots. If this happens again, they are probably planning something. He says the only certainty he has is that the demons might have influenced monsters from other dimensions as well. Altair adds that the worst part is that the demons seem to recognize the beings that live in that place, so there's a chance they could reach Earth through other methods besides the dungeons. Shin Hyun comments that it looks like he'll have to travel the world searching for any clues they might have left behind. The protagonist says that if that's the case, it's fine by him. He just needs Altair and his people to take good care of the dungeons. He asks Altair to check the existing rifts and kill any dangerous monsters that appear. The protagonist says that, besides that, they need to find a way to detect new rifts as they form. It seems he still has a lot to do. Altair tries to console the protagonist, saying that he really does have a lot on his plate. The protagonist asks why he's suddenly saying that, with a serious look. Altair says that even veteran hunters are completely pathetic, and the rest of humanity is even more useless. He stresses that Earth doesn't stand a chance of surviving without the strength Shin Hyun possesses. The protagonist responds that if he's that strong, there's nothing to be done, but he doesn't think it would be a massacre without him there. People would just take longer to resolve the situation. Altair says that the protagonist is extraordinarily strong and that there's no one like him. It's as if the protagonist has received the blessings of a divine being. Upon hearing this, the protagonist smiles and recalls when he was in the cave, wondering if spending 20 years trapped in a cave with a martial arts book was supposed to be a blessing. He looks at Altair and says that maybe that's true, noting that even he doesn't know if he became this strong solely through his own efforts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man is being attacked. A hand emerges from him. The demon looks at the body on the ground and says he is very weak. After finishing off 3 people, the demon returns to the portal, which leads to a completely different place. He licks his hand and says that it seems things are going to move quickly here. News reports begin to say, the total number of people missing after the recent incident in Bukchen is still unknown. Rescue teams continue their search. The government and the Taiji Guild are recovering from the damages suffered and are focusing their efforts on eliminating the remaining monsters. People in their homes are frightened by this tragedy. Unfortunately, this tragedy wasn't confined to Bukchen. The United States and Russia suffered great losses, even with level 70 hunters. Despite the support of hunters like Alex and Elena, thousands died in Utah, USA, and Kirov, Russia, after a dungeon break. South Korea suffered few losses thanks to the hunter Shin Hyun. People start to comment, saying that everyone knows the protagonist carried South Korea by himself, that he is the strongest, and that the Korean hunter was teaching the rest of the world a lesson. There was even a request from a woman for the protagonist to impregnate her. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking through Pulkovo International Airport in Russia. He starts scratching his ear, saying it's burning and that he's sure someone is talking about him. Just ahead, Elena starts shouting for him. Shin-hyun looks at her and says he doesn't even know her, and she's calling for him like that. People will think they have something going on. Elena responds that since both of them are from Murim, they have every reason to be friends. She asks if he wants her to take him to the dungeon where the dragons are, and if he wants to go straight there. The protagonist says it would be good to go straight there. Elena mentions that the car is ready, but that she needs to know why he's going there. As they walk, he explains that the dragons are protecting the rifts in the dungeons, so he's trying to create a communication network. Elena asks how he plans to do that, and he replies that she'll understand when she sees it. Later, they get into the car and start heading to the dungeon. She keeps glancing suspiciously at the protagonist, thinking that she's only there because Alex asked her to do it, but she can't understand what makes Shin-hyun so special, as he seemed like a normal person. The protagonist notices that she's staring at him and gets irritated, saying that if she's going to look at him all day, she might as well take a picture. It would last longer. She winks at him, saying she was analyzing the person who's supposedly stronger than Alex. The protagonist asks what her analysis says about him. Elena responds that she can't tell just by looking, which is why she wanted to ask if he's up for a one-on-one fight, without any hard feelings. Shin-hyun feels disheartened and asks why he would fight her. Elena, intrigued, says she heard he defeated the former celestial demon, which means the protagonist is monstrously strong, and she really wants to see that firsthand. Finally, they arrive at the dungeon entrance, and she mentions that she should clarify that she was known as the Ice Empress in Murim. The protagonist asks if she trained at the Ice Palace, and she confirms it. He encourages her to attack right away. She thanks him and uses her powers. An ice wall forms, but the protagonist easily dodges it and, in seconds, appears behind her. Elena notices this and creates an ice dagger, but the protagonist places his frozen hand on her shoulder, leaving her completely stunned. The two of them stare at each other for a moment. The protagonist makes a small scratch on her neck, saying that must be why Alex praised her, noting that she has a very competitive spirit. Elena says she expected no less from someone who defeated a dragon and managed to make a pact with their lord. She emphasizes that the protagonist's strength is something beyond normal, impossible to measure. Shin-hyun responds that there was no beating. He simply had a dialogue with a bit of understanding with the Dragon Lord, and managed to resolve everything. He raises both hands, saying that the right one is called dialogue, and the other, understanding. Elena says she gets it. The protagonist then says that's enough talking, and asks if that's the dungeon where the dragons are. Elena confirms that it is. The protagonist raises his hand and starts using his abilities. He asks Elena to take a good look at it. She doesn't understand what she's supposed to be looking at, and suddenly, the protagonist disappears, leaving her even more confused. She starts looking around, asking where the protagonist went because he vanished out of nowhere. Elena begins to shout, asking what's going on. Suddenly, Shin-hyun appears behind her, saying that he's back. Elena asks what happened since he disappeared out of nowhere. The protagonist explains that he had mentioned establishing a communication network for the dragons. He shows Altair and says that's how he's doing it. Altair approaches her and asks if she's the person in charge of that place. Elena, a bit startled, says it's almost that. He hands her a card and tells her to give it to the site administrator. If they need help from the dragon race, they just need to call that number. Elena, surprised, asks if dragons use business cards. The protagonist starts laughing and asks if she liked it because he was the one who made it. Altair says he'll go back to inform his people about this. The protagonist responds that he can go and that they'll meet again later. Shin-hyun thanks Elena for her help. She watches Altair entering the dungeon and asks the protagonist if they can return as well. He says yes, as he has finished his business with the dragons and needs to rest a bit. Suddenly, the protagonist receives a call and asks if it's in Chuncheon. Elena notices something has happened and asks the protagonist what's going on. He hangs up the phone and says he needs to return to Korea, thanking her once again for helping him get there. Angrily, he comments that something has happened in Korea, then teleports away, leaving her alone. Suddenly, a man gets out of Elena's car, shouting that a big problem has arisen. She asks what's happening. The man, desperate, grabs a tablet and asks her to take a look. She sees a place overrun by monsters and fire everywhere, and asks where that place is. The man responds that it's in the west of the Saka Republic, and that there seems to be an unreported dungeon nearby. Elena tells the man to inform them that they are on their way. Irritated, she comments that even if they leave now, many lives will still be lost. Meanwhile, lava monsters were burning everything in the area. Jae-hye advances, attacking them, but her attacks have little effect. Suddenly, the protagonist appears in front of her, angry, freezing the monsters, which begin to shatter into pieces. She runs up to him and asks how he got there so quickly. Shin-hyun replies that they told him the situation was urgent, so he didn't think twice. He asks how things are there. She says it's a complete disaster. that she's been trying to kill the monsters coming out of the dungeon while the rest of the hunters went to the city. She mentions that in the short time she's been there, she's already seen more than 1,000 monsters emerge. Shin Hyun says that Ji-hye has the strength to hold things down there, and that he's going to the city to help the other hunters. She bids him farewell, and he flies away. Meanwhile, in the city, an intense battle is taking place between the hunters and the monsters. Shin Hyun arrives, filled with anger, surveying the situation. He uses his spiritual tongue ability and says, "Gather," but the monsters continue to fight the hunters. The protagonist is shocked, wondering why the monsters didn't obey his command. From a distance, a demon observes the protagonist and senses a strange presence. He begins to attack, and Shin Hyun notices someone approaching him. The demon stops in front of him, and the two stare at each other. The demon says he was wondering who was interfering with his plans and asks the protagonist who he is. The protagonist looks at the being in front of him and, seeing his appearance, says that it's obvious he's a demon. The protagonist asks if that's the case, and the demon confirms it. The demon looks at the protagonist and uses an ability, ordering him to descend to the ground. Shin Hyun feels strange, and the two descend. Several other demons were surrounding the first demon. He says that if the protagonist knows of their existence, then he must be a friend of the lizards. The demon asks if it was the protagonist who dared to try using area-wide mind control earlier. Shin Hyun remains silent, observing everyone around him. The demon shouts at him, calling him inferior and ordering him to answer. The protagonist looks at him and says he's not in the mood to talk. The demon asks what the protagonist was doing, and Shin Hyun responds that he was waiting for him to finish all that noise. He starts to use magic in his hand, and the demon's subordinates watch. Shin Hyun comments that if they are indeed demons, then just that attack should be enough to deal with them. The protagonist turns and attacks, causing an explosion. As the dust settles, several demons are lying on the ground. The other demons are shocked, asking how that's possible. The protagonist starts laughing and asks if it's normal for them to be so weak. The demon becomes enraged and orders everyone to attack the protagonist and kill him. The demons start hurling their spears at the protagonist, who remains standing in the same spot. The attack hits him, causing an explosion. When the dust settles, the protagonist is still there. He asks what that was, saying that at the level of enhanced energy swordplay, it's no fun. The protagonist had covered his body with energy, using a technique called greater energy protection. The demon orders them to attack with everything they have. The other demons charge at the protagonist, who still doesn't move. One of them leaps to attack him, but Shin Hyun deflects the attack with one hand, grabs the demon's spear and throws him away. He starts clapping for the demons, saying that they consider themselves superior but are far too weak. Then, he creates a mind sword and begins to attack the demons, cutting them down with ease. The protagonist takes out his phone and makes a call, saying it's him, and orders Altair to leave the dungeon because he's coming to get him. Shin Hyun puts the phone back in his pocket. Several demons stand in front of him, but they don't attack. They just watch him. Shin Hyun asks them to wait a minute and disappears, leaving them confused. Suddenly he returns, and Altair asks what was so urgent that he was called in such a way. As soon as Altair looks ahead, he's shocked and asks what the demons are doing there. The protagonist asks if they really are demons, and Altair confirms that they are. The protagonist becomes very angry and questions Altair about how the demons are there when the dragons should be preventing them. Altair asks the protagonist to stay calm as he measures the strength of the demons. He begins using his magic, firing several rays that hit the demons, making them scream. After a few seconds, they start falling to the ground. Altair says he understands everything now. The protagonist asks what's going on, and Altair explains that the demon who survived the attack is an intermediate-ranked demon, one of the weakest among the demons they had mentioned before. Shin Hyun asks about the smaller ones that died instantly. Altair replies that they are low-level, just pawns to make up numbers. Irritated, the protagonist comments that even though they were so weak, they still managed to cause all that trouble. Altair starts walking and explains that the demons who pose a real threat are those ranked spiritual and above. He admits that he really didn't expect an intermediate-ranked demon to be able to cross over. As the two approach, the demon asks what they intend to do. The protagonist replies that he's going to interrogate him and emphasizes that his specialty is mind control, so he'll let the demon experience a bit of that. After some screams, and then some more screams, Ji-hye arrives in the city, surprised by what she sees. She calls out to the two, asking why they are there together. The protagonist explains that he fetched Altair because he wanted to ask him a question. By this time, the demon had already lost his mind. The protagonist comments that this group of demons seems to be the weakest, but Altair doesn't know anything about them since they are low-ranking. The only useful information the protagonist managed to get was that they can only cross over through impossible dungeons. Ji-hye sighs and says, of course, it had to be through those dungeons, which will be difficult to deal with. Seeing her worried, the protagonist touches her shoulder and asks her not to be so scared, as the only impossible dungeon is in Chuncheon, and they just need to keep an eye on it. A bit embarrassed, she asks about the other countries. The protagonist replies that Alex and Elena will take care of Russia and the United States while they hold down Korea. Suddenly his phone rings again. When he looks, he sees it's Kong. At that moment, the protagonist becomes nervous because he had forgotten that there was another impossible dungeon on Mount Kumgang. He says that it's been a while since he was in North Korea and killed several monsters. Since Kong took control of North Korea, relations between the two countries have been peaceful. The protagonist steps away from the others and answers the call. Kang says it's been a while and asks if the hunter's family is doing well. The protagonist asks why he's speaking so formally and suggests that Kong get straight to the point. Kong explains that new humanoid monsters have recently appeared. He says they sent all available troops to deal with them, but the troops and nearby cities were all annihilated. The protagonist hears this and thinks that they were also there. Shin Hyun asks about the North Korean hunters and whether they were having difficulties even with people like Mei. Kong replies that even with the hunters, they were still facing many problems, which is why he decided to call the protagonist and ask for help. Shin Hyun says he'll think about it and hangs up. Ji-hye smiles, saying she overheard part of his conversation and asks if the hunter is going to help them. The protagonist says he should help, but he's overwhelmed. Ji-hye thinks for a moment and says she has an idea. They could send the dragons, but unofficially. A few days later, the high-ranking Draconians, Deltades, and their servants were sent to the north. The extermination of the demons was going smoothly. Altair becomes completely irritated, asking if this is true. The protagonist confirms, saying every word is true. The demons disappeared, and half of the Draconians they sent also disappeared, including the Deltades. Altair says that's impossible, and asks if it wasn't a loss of contact or a misunderstanding. The protagonist responds that it wasn't, because it wasn't the humans who reported the disappearance, but one of the dragons who was on the mission. The protagonist emphasizes that something strange is happening, and that's why he's going to personally find out what it is. Shin Hyun says he wants Altair to cross the border with him. Night falls and the two begin their journey. Altair asks why they're flying. The protagonist explains that he doesn't know the exact coordinates, since he was there before learning how to use dimensional teleportation. After some time, they spot a camp and stop there. Altair takes his human form, and they begin to hear some noises. Kong runs to the location, happy that the protagonist finally arrived. Altair asks where his people are. Kang asks them to follow him and opens a tent. As they enter, a few Draconians are inside. Altair asks if the Deltades really disappeared. One of the dragons steps forward and confirms that yes, that's what he believes. He is a high-ranking Draconian named Oron. Oron explains that the Deltades didn't return from the location where the demons had disappeared, so he went looking for them. Oron opens a bag and shows a necklace, saying that this was all he could find. Altair comments that it's an artifact enchanted with defensive magic, and the fact that it's broken means that everyone is dead. Altair turns and asks Oron to take him to the place where everything happened, because he wants to see it in person. The protagonist asks if he can also take a look, and Altair agrees. They start walking through the forest, and when they arrive at the site, they comment that it's less bloody than they expected. Altair begins examining everything, and says that it looks like the Deltades were subdued before everyone arrived. The protagonist looks around and comments that this could only have been done with a significant difference in power, or if it was a trap. Altair says that the Deltades are very cautious. If it had really been an ambush, at most 5 of them would have been caught. The protagonist gets excited and asserts that this leaves only one option. A more powerful race than the high-ranking Draconians has emerged. Altair, drawing on his experience, says that they are demon lords. The protagonist is confused, so Altair explains that this is the highest rank among demons, with a power level similar to his own. The protagonist becomes irritated, saying that something new always appears that he doesn't know about. Shin Hyun says he doesn't care what they are, and urges the two to keep searching because soon they will discover where these demons are hiding, starting with the closest location. Meanwhile, one of the Draconians, severely injured, collapses to the ground. Someone asks if that's his limit. A demon crouches down, cursing him, saying that they were too weak. Another demon kicks the fallen man, cursing him because the day wasn't even over yet, and he had lost the bet. While the demons are having fun, another demon observes everything that Altair and the protagonist are doing through a crystal and comments to the other demons that it's time to stop messing around because they've arrived. The demon says they need to attack before the two discover that they are there. A demon sitting down asks if he can attack this time. Their leader asks if he's sure about that since the protagonist had already killed one of them. The demon smiles and says it's no fun fighting against weak people and asks if the leader is worried about him. The leader allows him to do as he wishes. The demon is pleased and responds that's the way to talk, emphasizing that he can handle everything and will resolve the situation. The leader instructs everyone to prepare, as they will head to Russia in a week. At sea, a police officer spots a boat that seems to be from China. He warns the boat that they've entered Korea's exclusive maritime area and asks them to turn back but receives no response. They start to see something on the boat and ask what it is. A demon is standing on the boat, exuding bloodlust. He smiles and says hi to the humans. The boat, stained with blood, reaches the shore, and the demon jumps to the ground, saying that he has finally arrived and that now it's time to start the fun. He advances towards the city, landing forcefully in its center. The people walking around start screaming in fear, wondering why there's a monster there. The demon points at a young man and simply makes him explode, causing a woman to scream. The demon comments that this feels great and asks where the human named Shin Hyun is, demanding that they bring him immediately. He begins to release more power and says that until Shin Hyun appears, he will destroy everyone there. Meanwhile, in the Kumgang Mountains, the protagonist and Altair are walking. The protagonist comments that it seems whoever took the Deltades isn't there. The protagonist's phone rings again, but he sees that it's from an unknown number. He answers, and a person starts screaming desperately on the other end. It's Young-soo, who says he's calling about an urgent matter. The protagonist asks if another dungeon has appeared and where it might be. Jung-soo explains that this time it's not a dungeon. An unidentified monster has appeared in the city, looking for the protagonist, and is massacring everyone there. The protagonist is surprised to hear that a monster is searching for him. Shin Hyun asks Jung-soo to send the location and says he will head there directly. Altair asks why the protagonist has that serious expression and where he's going. The protagonist responds that he was informed about a monster looking for him, but he suspects it's a demon. Altair is alarmed. Meanwhile, the demon is irritated, asking where the protagonist is because fighting these humans is completely boring. The people are kneeling before him, begging for their lives. Suddenly, the protagonist appears among them. The demon asks who he is. Shin Hyun tells the people to flee immediately. The protagonist looks at the city and comments that the demon has killed many people. He asks if the demon is really a demon. The demon responds that if the protagonist knows about the demon race, then he must be the famous Shin Hyun. The protagonist asks if his name is that well known. The demon says he found out because of the Deltide Draconians. The demon starts walking and asks if the protagonist was with Altair, approaching him and saying that he sees the protagonist as nothing more than a powerful mutation of an insect. Shin Hyun begins to get irritated and tells the demon that if he wanted to see him, he should have called for him politely. The demon replies that he rang the doorbell. The protagonist retorts that he doesn't open his door for scum like them, and now he's facing some scum. The protagonist begins to release his aura. The demon asks if this is really happening, and the protagonist smiles, delivering a punch to the demon's stomach, saying it's time to start the fun. The punch sends the demon flying into the air. Shin Hyun advances on the demon, but the demon also prepares to attack. However, the protagonist is already very close. The demon is startled, wondering how Shin Hyun got so close so quickly. Shin Hyun kicks the demon in the face, making him lose his balance, and with anger, lands another blow, slamming the demon to the ground with terrifying force. Trembling on the ground, the demon asks how the protagonist dared to do that to him, but Shin Hyun, losing patience, slaps the demon across the face, telling him to shut up. After several screams from the demon, the protagonist steps on his body and asks why he's screaming so much. The demon starts to speak, but the protagonist uses the Eye of Truth and commands the demon to tell him everything he knows. Trembling, the demon begins to obey. After some time, the protagonist returns with the demon's body. Altair asks if that was the demon who was after him. The protagonist confirms and says he had to bring him by force, adding that he came from China and was the one who attacked the Deltides. Upon hearing this, Altair becomes furious. The protagonist leaves the demon's body there and tells Altair that he can interrogate him as much as he wants and then avenge his people, as he needs to return to China. Altair tells the protagonist to leave the rest to him, as he will take good care of that demon. The protagonist disappears again, leaving the two behind. As soon as the protagonist leaves, Altair begins to release his aura, filled with anger and hatred for the demons. In the Kilian Mountains in China, the protagonist is walking with Mei. He asks if she's okay, and she says yes, asking why he's there. He replies that he heard demons are appearing from an undiscovered dungeon in that region. Mei gasps in shock upon hearing this, asking if they are really demons. Shin Hyun confirms and adds that, to make matters worse, they are demons far too strong for her to handle. He says they need to set up watch posts around the perimeter, and makes it clear that if any demon appears, no one should fight. They should only flee and notify him. The protagonist also asks her to evacuate the civilians and call him as soon as everything is ready. Mei says she will do so immediately. The protagonist looks at the rift and wonders how large it is now to reach the spiritual world, and to make matters worse, they don't know when or if this will happen again. He thinks he has an idea but calls Mei to leave, and she celebrates. In the dungeon in St. Petersburg, Russia, several soldiers are stationed at the entrance. A car arrives, and one of the soldiers taps on the window, saying that the arrival was unannounced, and asking what he's doing there. The man inside the car, trembling, screams for help, but there's no time to assist him. The soldier is horrified by what he sees, but it's too late. A hand emerges from inside the truck and grabs the soldier's head. The other soldiers scream, asking what's happening and who is there. The truck explodes and several demons appear. One of them says he already asked to clear that area, but another demon comments that they have no choice if they want to remain unnoticed because they still don't want others to know they are there. The leader says they are doing all this for him, the true lord of all demons. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of St. Petersburg, as some demons were gathering, a man was hiding, observing them. The man thinks he's in trouble. He knows he's not perfect, but he never imagined he could be defeated so easily by demons. The young man thinks he needs to spread the word to everyone, but suddenly, the wall breaks, and an attack hits him, throwing him several meters away. Their leader says they just cleared the area, so he would report to the demon lord. He asks the others to wait right there. The demons agree to wait. The leader starts flying toward the rift. As he reaches the other side, a camp filled with demons was present. As the leader passes, the other demons greet him, showing respect. He goes straight to the demon lord's tent. As soon as the leader enters, the lord says that he was finally there. The leader kneels and says he fulfilled all the orders given to him. The lord asks him to stand. Both stand up at the same time, and the lord walks past the demon, asking him to show the way. The leader of the demon team agrees. The lord says they would depart immediately. This demon is named Vilite, the 11th demon king. The next day in the North Korean dungeon, the protagonist meets Altair, asking what was so urgent that they needed to meet immediately. Altair looks a bit awkward, and avoiding eye contact, apologizes, saying he messed everything up. Shin Hyun starts shouting in anger, saying he had everything ready, yet Altair managed to ruin it all. Altair remains sad and apologizes again, saying he was negligent. The protagonist sighs and tries to stay calm, asking him to explain how everything happened. Altair starts explaining that after Shin Hyun left him with the demon, they began talking. The demon started provoking him, saying his mother was like paper. She couldn't last long and simply tore apart. Altair got angry and grabbed him by the neck. The demon started laughing and asked what the noble dragon would do, asking if he wanted to see the beautiful view. Altair got even angrier and shouted, telling the demon to shut up. He began to unleash his power and told the demon that he should never see again. Without hesitation, Altair ripped out one of the demon's eyes, making him scream in pain. Trembling with pain, the demon cursed Altair, but he remained angry and still very serious. He told the demon to shut up again. Altair stomped hard on the demon's leg, making him scream once more. Altair said the demon was too loud and asked why he was screaming so loudly. The demon tried to say something, but Altair kicked him, throwing him far away. The demon hit the ground, groaning in pain. Altair told him to make no sound at all, as the men who died at his hands suffered much more than that. The demon started laughing, and Altair noticed it, shouting that he couldn't let him go unpunished for all of it. Altair started firing multiple times at the demon, hitting him repeatedly and creating some energy flames. Altair watched as he burned, feeling hatred in his heart. He said that's how it happened. The protagonist said there really was no way to avoid it. Suddenly Shin Hyun notices something. He realizes the demon was hiding. The protagonist thinks the demon was clearly trying to escape, but he was close enough to catch him if he tried to run. The only thing he needs is to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Moscow bunker, several people were gathered. The Russian Prime Minister thanks everyone for being there. The President of China asks how the situation is. The minister says it's in the worst possible state, emphasizing that they took over an entire city in less than half a day and are now using it as their headquarters. He says he doesn't know what's happening to the citizens of the city. A man asks what they were going to do about the situation. He says the longer they delayed, the more the demons would grow. This man is the President of the United States. The Prime Minister says that all their attempts to do something have miserably failed. The President of the United States is shocked by this. Trembling, the minister says that almost all the civilians are dead, except for a few who, by chance, managed to escape. He highlights that the hunters and military forces that were sent were completely decimated. The president just listens to this, in silence. After thinking a bit, he asks what those demons were doing there. Hopelessly, the minister says they weren't even absolutely sure that they were really demons. Suddenly, a person speaks up, saying they have some information about this, surprising everyone. He explains that Incheon, in South Korea, was attacked at the same time as Petersburg. Young-soo shows Ji-hye and Shin Hyun and says that the protagonist was able to capture the demons and they got some information. He explains that there is a leader called the Demon Lord. Jung-soo says they also know that at least about 5 demons are commanders. The two are worried about what they were hearing. Jung-soo explains that the higher-ranking demons under them exceed hundreds, reaching almost 10,000 soldiers. The President of the United States is incredulous about all this. They ask if the lower-level demons are really as strong as the high-level hunters. Young-soo says yes. Everyone is astonished by this. Alex says he also heard that the higher-ranking demons are as strong as the most noble blood dragons. He asks if they thought they would have any chance against 100 high-level demons. The Prime Minister shouts, irritated, asking if Alex was suggesting that they give up just because it wasn't a problem of the United States. The President of China asks what he suggests they do. Alex asks if they couldn't just attack them with nuclear bombs. The President of the United States is scared by this and asks if Alex was really talking about nuclear weapons. Alex looks at the protagonist and says that everyone in that room already knows that he is the strongest hunter and therefore was asking Shin Hyun what he thinks. The protagonist says that he doesn't really know if that would be good. While he was talking about this, the demon from before was hiding, listening to everything that was said. The demon begins to laugh as he was getting a lot of information. The protagonist says that that idea is one of those things they can't know unless they tried. Shin Hyun smiles and says they still don't need to get to that point. Alex smiles, while the presidents are astonished, asking if there really was a way out. The protagonist looks at them and says he had a small meeting with the dragons and that they were very receptive to the idea, and that's why he wanted everyone to follow the proposals they were going to make. 2 days later, in a dungeon in St. Petersburg, some tanks, soldiers, and dragons were gathered, moving together and coordinated. The dungeon begins to make noise, and they shout that the demons were coming. Suddenly, several demons appear in front of them, running. Elena screams that it's time for them to act. Everyone starts to scream and attack together. Previously in the meeting room, the minister asks what the protagonist was suggesting. Shin Hyun stands up and says that the demonic army would probably head south, there in Moscow, as it is the capital where most people concentrate. The protagonist says that, from what they could see, the demons are flexible and lazy. The demon who was there observing is confused. Shin Hyun continues saying that the demons didn't move for 2 days, looking at the hidden demon. The protagonist says that they are not in a hurry to attack humans, who are even weaker than the dragons. Shin Hyun says that they have to evacuate as many people as possible who live a few hundred kilometers from the danger. The minister agrees with this, saying they would make a danger alert along with announcements. The President of the United States asks what was the proposal that the protagonist made to the dragons. The protagonist just smiles. Returning to the present, Elena smiles, thinking that the protagonist had thought of everything, even in such a short time. Everyone was attacking together, perfectly coordinated. Elena sees this and thinks that besides having planned everything, the weapons were made from dragon carcasses. She feels confident and says that now the operation was starting. She throws an ice dagger that explodes in the sky, falling to the ground like bombs. With that, the war begins and both armies advance. The bombs that fell on the ground begin to take effect, and ice starts emerging from the soil, piercing several demons at once. While fighting, one of the demons tried to attack her from behind, but Elena notices this and turns around, freezing the demon's body. Not understanding, he asks what that was. Elena gets ready and kicks him, breaking his body into several pieces. She says he needed that because he underestimated the power of ice. She starts to create a sea of ice, shouting that the demons wanted to invade her nation, and therefore they wouldn't leave there alive. The ice takes over the place, piercing and freezing the bodies of the demons. The dragons also spared no demons, attacking and slicing them as if they were paper. While the dragons attacked, they thought that the demons had followed them there. Alex starts to unleash his forces too, and jumps in the middle of the demons, killing several at once. The war between them continues, and the demons were being massacred, killed as if they were nothing. Ji-hye was a bit tired in the midst of them, thinking they were doing better than she expected. She starts to hear noises and, above her, was the Air Force. Looking up, she gets a little worried and remembers the conversation she had with the protagonist before all this. She asks if he was really okay. Shin Hyun asks why she was worried. With a sad expression, she says that while the Allied forces were stopping the demonic army, the protagonist would have to defeat the Demon King. Shin Hyun puts his hand on her, asking if she believes in him. Touching her hair, he says she doesn't need to worry, emphasizing that he couldn't waste time or the opportunity to leave. He looks intently at her and tells her not to die. Comforted and with a warmed heart, she puts her hand on his and agrees. Suddenly she snaps back to reality, startled, as arrows fly past her, killing a demon that was about to attack her. She looks back and sees Unsul, who smiles. Ji-hye thinks that she needs to focus on the task from now on. The Air Force continues to advance through the battlefield. She says that Shin Hyun needs to be careful. Inside the helicopter, the protagonist looks over the battlefield. He looks at Altair and says that he hadn't received any message, so everyone was okay. Worried, Altair says that he was also watching. Shin Hyun says that apparently they didn't put the demons on the front line, as that was exactly what they had predicted. Altair lowers his head and says that there's no way the demons can defeat them, as they were tasked with the hardest part. Looking out the window, the protagonist thinks that if the Demon King were to enter the fight, all creatures would die before they could act. He thinks he needs to maintain control. Altair asks the protagonist if he really thinks they can win. Inside the helicopter, the demon was sitting, observing the conversation. The protagonist asks if that answer wasn't obvious. Shin Hyun asks Altair if he doesn't believe that the protagonist could win. Altair is a bit scared and says that he believes. The pilots say that they have reached the final destination. The protagonist opens the door and looks down. Shin Hyun calls Altair to jump. Before jumping, the protagonist smiles and says that it was he who prepared to fight against the Demon King, not Altair. Altair says that he is throwing himself into the middle of enemy territory, so it's obvious that he is nervous. The protagonist asks him to just stay calm and have confidence. Altair smiles and says he would do his best. The two jump, accompanied by some dragons. As they fall, the protagonist says it's simple. They just need to follow the plan and bring back the Demon King's head as a trophy. In their midst, the demon had jumped along. He looks at the protagonist while smiling. They reach the ground, with the dragons taking the lead while Shin Hyun and Altair stay behind. The demons start attacking, and the protagonist thinks there are more demon lords there than he had anticipated. Altair asks how many there are, and Shin Hyun replies that there are 8 of them among the normal demons. Calmly, the protagonist starts to take the lead and says that it seems there are some high-level demons as well. He stops in front of everyone and asks if they should greet the demons first. The dragons begin to concentrate their energy, and a large amount starts to emerge from their weapons and rise. The demons start to mock, asking if that's all they have. Shin Hyun begins to use his power, creating a giant energy ball that takes over the place. The demons get scared, asking what all that was. The protagonist launches the attack in their direction. That massive amount of energy begins to move towards them, hitting the demons, who scream in pain and begin to despair. The dragons think this is their chance as the demons were in disarray. Altair gives the order for everyone to attack. The protagonist looks at everyone advancing. He turns around and calls out the demon he thought had been hiding all this time. The demon begins to tremble. He looks back, wondering if the protagonist was really talking to him, but there was no one else there. The protagonist smiles and says he was talking to the damned demon, making him even more frightened. The demon looks at the protagonist, who asks if he is having fun so far. The demon is confused. The protagonist turns around and says this must be the climax, so he should watch carefully. Shin Hyun walks away while the demon stands there still, not understanding everything. He wonders if the protagonist was pretending all this time, but he says he will watch, as he was told. Altair creates a magic circle and begins to recite his magic, attacking and hitting several demons at once. Even though he manages to defeat several demons, some of the higher level ones manage to defend themselves. Altair looks to the side and sees one of his species' dragons being attacked by 2 demons. Without hesitation, he turns and attacks the 2, angered by this, asking how they dared to do that. Easily, he defeats one of the demons and steps on the other, but he notices that the demon managed to withstand the attack. The demon calls him by name and says he heard he lost to a human. Mockingly, the demon says that it seems he has passed his prime. However, Altair tells him to shut up and kills him instantly. He looks to the side and sees that the fight is not easy for them. Altair says that even a dragon's resistance has its limits, begging the protagonist to win at all costs. While the war rages on, the protagonist meets with the Demon Lord. The King of Demons says it's surprising when seen up close. Shin Hyun asks what he meant by that. The King of Demons says that the existence of a human stronger than a dragon is something surprising, and asks if such variabilities exist in the human race. The protagonist looks at him and begins to draw his sword, saying he has no time for foolish talks. He asks the Lord if he can really see a person's strength just by looking, emphasizing that they need to fight for him to confirm that. The demon asks if he is serious, releasing an extremely strong aura, asking the protagonist to show these pathetic techniques he has. Without thinking twice, Shin Hyun advances, telling the Demon Lord not to cry after getting beaten up. The two collide their attacks, causing an extremely strong explosion and a deafening noise. The two stare at each other for a moment, and the protagonist thinks there are no gaps. He uses his mind sword ability, creating several swords around him. The swords start to fly toward the demon. The king says that the protagonist is using a power similar to that of the dragons, but he wouldn't be able to do anything with that attack. This leaves the protagonist a bit surprised. The Lord attacks him, and the protagonist dodges while the Lord yells, asking if he knows why the dragons had been defeated. The Demon King points out that they believed in that pathetic willpower. The attack continues toward the protagonist, who prepares to counterattack. With a simple stroke, the protagonist cuts the king's attack in half, leaving him shocked, asking if that was even a strike. Advancing without hesitation, the protagonist thanks the king for having warned him. The protagonist remembers a time he tried to attack a fisher, but it didn't work, and it was then that he realized the mind sword was not invincible. As he advances, he thinks his essence is that of a martial artist. Shin Hyun lands a hit, making the king bleed, and shouts that if the mind sword doesn't work, he would simply attack directly. The protagonist leaps again, attacking once more and causing another wound, making the king scream in pain. Shin Hyun looks back and asks if the king still thinks they were on the same level. In pain, The demon lord admits he was careless. With hatred in his eyes, the king says that if he wants to kill him, the protagonist will have to fight with all his might. He begins to unleash all his power, creating a strong aura around everything. From afar, the hidden demon watches all this. He is surprised, wondering if the demon king was releasing the demon king's domain. He asks what this human who has so much strength to make the lord of all demons use such powers is. The protagonist looks around and asks what that was and what the demon king was doing. With a dark voice, the king says he is now ready to face death. Shin Hyun prepares, saying the king is with a completely different spirit than before. On the other side, the dragons and demons begin to feel that pressure and aura emanating from the demon king. The demons start to laugh, saying their king was really taking this seriously, stating that now everyone was screwed. Altair comments that the king is using his last resort, called the king's domain, which is used only in great emergencies. One of the demons shouts, "That's right," emphasizing that within the king's domain, the demon lord is an absolute being. They say that the protagonist, who is seen as the last hope, will soon be reduced to dust. A demon comments that even so, it's humiliating for him, as the demon king was using his pure innate chi just because of a mere human. Another demon responds that the means don't matter as long as they win, and that the king must have his own reasons. They just have to kill the dragon blood, as they were ordered. They begin to fight again. The protagonist was face to face with the demon king, breathing heavily. He begins to concentrate his energy on his sword, but notices that the natural energy was dissipating. Shin Hyun realizes that the air was contaminating the natural energy around. The demon king begins to walk, with his gaze fixed on the protagonist. The king shakes his hand and destroys his sword, saying now he had no weapon. He lunges at the protagonist with his own hands, using his nails as a weapon. Shin Hyun is startled by this, but defends and counterattacks. The demon king dodges easily, smiling. They begin to exchange blows. The protagonist manages to defend, but with difficulty, while the demon king seems to be enjoying the fight, smiling while attacking. Shin Hyun attacks, thinking he was in trouble, but the demon king stops his sword with his hand. Smiling, the king asks if the protagonist was starting to feel fear now. The protagonist starts to sweat and tells the king to stop barking at his side, attacking once more. He pushes the demon king back. Shin Hyun attacks a few more times, making the king retreat again. However, one of the protagonist's attacks hits, causing a cut on the king's arm. However, the wound begins to close immediately, and the king starts to laugh, saying he only felt a small itch. Within a few seconds, the wound was completely closed. He starts attacking the protagonist several times, yelling and asking where was that spirit from before. The protagonist defends some of the attacks, but others get through, wounding his body. Irritated, Shin Hyun shouts, cutting through the attacks heading his way. The demon king continues to attack several times, but none of the strikes hit the protagonist, leaving him completely exhausted. Suddenly, his sword cracks and breaks. This surprises the protagonist, as the sword made from dragon blood bones was breaking. The king stops in front of the protagonist and says it was very boring, as the protagonist was making it seem like it had been a waste for him to have activated the demon king's domain. The king raises his hand and says that now it's time for Shin Hyun to die. He fires a strong energy beam that disintegrates part of the protagonist's body, causing him to spit blood. Shin Hyun begins to fall, wondering if he really was going to die like this. Suddenly, he stops in a completely dark place. Confused, he asks where he is. He begins to see himself, and asks if that was really him when he fell into Murim. The protagonist begins to have memories of when he reunited with his sister, and the last words he had with Jihye. He also sees a few more people. The protagonist asks if this was a flashback. Suddenly, a system screen appears in front of him saying, "Shin Hyun, it is not too late yet. Enter the Ascent of Divinity." The protagonist looks at it and ponders. He says that if he enters the Ascent of Divinity now, he will be able to defeat the Demon King. However, the protagonist wonders what would happen after he defeated the Demon King. He would have given up being human and could no longer stay beside those he loves, and that is not what he really wants. Trembling, he thinks he cannot lose everything just to protect them. He creates his mind sword and attacks the system screen, but nothing happens. The protagonist smiles and says that it was just as he thought. The mind sword does not work on the system. He clenches his fist and says that this does not mean he would listen to those damn nonsense spoken by the celestial god. He punches the system with all his strength, which begins to crack. The message on the system changes and says, "You will regret it, Shin Hyun." The protagonist says he might regret it, but he will handle it his way. He punches again, breaking the system and telling it to shut up. On the battlefield, the Demon King was leaving, thinking he had won the fight. However, the true demon was rising. The king turns around, saying that the protagonist was really persistent. Seeing the protagonist, the king is frightened, asking how he recovered. Shin Hyun was shirtless with his perfect body and long hair, just as he was in Murim. The protagonist smiles and says he just transformed into a true god and recovered. He says that now the second round would begin. The Demon King starts to get scared. Looking at the protagonist, his aura was completely different. The power emanating from him was something astonishing, never seen before. The king thinks this must have something to do with the change in the protagonist's appearance. The king begins to gather energy in his hand, thinking it would not change anything, and attacks the protagonist with everything, while Shin Hyun continued walking. He looks at the attack, and the energy in his hand starts to take the form of a sword, and he cuts that attack like it was mere paper. The king is frightened to see the size of the power that Shin Hyun had now. The protagonist attacks the king, and the strike heads toward him. The king tries to defend himself, creating a shield around him. The attack hits the king, causing an explosion that destroyed everything around. The explosion was so strong that it could be seen from very far away. The king was hit by the attack, saying that it was surprising. Shin Hyun continues walking towards the king. The king begins to breathe with difficulty, thinking that it had been a while since he activated the king's domain, so his recovery was slow. He looks at the protagonist and asks how he managed to become even stronger. Shin Hyun smiles and asks why the king was asking so many questions, since he was about to die. The protagonist punches the demon king, sending him flying far away. While the king is in the air, the protagonist leaps up and attacks with full force. The lord is frightened to see this. He tries to escape by teleporting behind the protagonist, but Shin Hyun is so fast that he appears behind the king, asking where he thought he was going. He impales the demon king with an attack and kicks him hard to the ground, making him fall like a bomb. The king is wrecked on the ground trying to get up. He looks at the protagonist, annoyed, and yells, asking how a filthy worm like a human dares to do this to him. The protagonist descends to the ground, and the king starts to try to attack him. However, Shin Hyun simply cuts off his hand, leaving the king speechless. In the face of a power as terrifying as the protagonist's, he crouches and starts to tremble. Shin Hyun begins to mock him, crouching down and saying he couldn't hear properly. The demon king is trembling, holding the arm without the hand. Suddenly, the king screams, casting a spell, and the protagonist is hit by it, keeping his head down and silent. The king says that it is the most powerful psychic spell he can use. Smiling, he explains that it is a spell of psychic annihilation, which destroys the soul. The demon lord stands up, saying that the protagonist was annoying, so he would die now. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to release his power again, not content with this. With a quick strike, he decapitates the demon king, who is left not understanding anything that was happening. Laughing, the protagonist tells the demon king that his last attack was so pathetic, it made him want to laugh. The body of the demon king falls to the ground, and the protagonist turns around, saying he has dealt with the demon king. As he walks, a system screen appears in front of him. He is surprised, looking at the screen, saying he had never summoned it. On the system screen it was written, "It really is an incredible sight. After so long, I can't help but admire it." The protagonist thinks that those phrases in the system sounded like him, so it was interesting. Shin Hyun asks who was speaking this time. The goddess smiles, and the system says, "I am the one who granted you blessings and the one who manages the status windows." The protagonist asks if she is the goddess. The message changes, and the goddess says that is one way to call her. The goddess asks if she could see the protagonist for a moment, stressing that she would invite him to where she is. He says no because he thinks he can't do that. She looks a little sad and asks why. He responds that he has a lot of work to do now, so they would talk when he had some free time. She looks at that and says if that's what he wants. The system screen closes, and he says that's fine. He starts to fly, thinking it's time to sort some things out. Altair was already reaching his limit. The war between the dragons and the demons was still going on, with several bodies scattered on the ground. Altair thinks there are still many demons. He continues attacking everyone who comes near him. He looks at where the fight between the demon king and the protagonist was happening, asking if Shin Hyun was all right. Suddenly, the king's domain begins to unravel. The demons start to smile, saying that their lord won. Altair looks at that and says that in the end, it was inevitable. Out of nowhere, the protagonist appears in front of him, almost scaring Altair to death. He is startled by the protagonist's appearance and asks what happened to him. Shin Hyun says he'll explain later and turns to the demons, saying he doesn't have time to talk now. He attacks, and a great lightning bolt falls to the ground, finishing everyone at the same time. The dust begins to dissipate, and both the dragons and the demons are frightened by that attack. The ground was all destroyed, while the energy of the protagonist took over the place. Altair looks at the protagonist, shocked by all this strength. Shin Hyun turns to him and says that, before anything else, they needed to resolve that matter first. The demons look at the scene and scream, asking how it was possible. They couldn't accept that their king had been defeated by a human. They begin to panic, saying that this couldn't be true. The demon at the front shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. They start running in fear of the protagonist. Shin Hyun looks at them and asks if they really want to try to escape. He charges toward the demons. Some of them start crossing the rift, but the protagonist attacks them, destroying and tearing apart the body of every demon he strikes. The attack hits the rift and causes a massive explosion. The demons are terrified, while the protagonist looks at them and laughs uncontrollably. The demons look at the scattered pieces of other demons on the ground as Shin Hyun asks if there's any reason for them to try fleeing. Altair arrives, and the protagonist keeps attacking the demons, saying that Altair came at a good time. Shin Hyun remarks that he would take care of the mess, and Altair could help if he wanted. Altair asks him to stop attacking the demons, and the protagonist is confused, asking why. As they talk, the protagonist continues to burn the demons, who scream, unable to do anything. Shin Hyun asks if they shouldn't just finish this once and for all. Altair admits that would be great, but their allies have suffered significant damage. The dragons were injured, exhausted, and lying on the ground. One of the demons is trying to escape, trembling and crawling on the ground. Altair mentions that there must be stronger demon kings than the one the protagonist just defeated outside of this dimension, so reinforcements are important. He suggests reinforcing the security around the rifts the demons could use to pass through. Altair touches the protagonist's shoulder, asking him to stop. Shin Hyun looks at him and says he understands. Looking at the protagonist, the demon who thought he was hiding trembles with fear. The protagonist looks at him and orders him to come out. Shin Hyun approaches and tells the demon that it's time to explain why he's been following the protagonist everywhere. As soon as Altair sees the demon, he shouts, telling Shin Hyun that he doesn't need to hear a single word and should just kill that trash. The demon falls to his knees and bows before the protagonist. He says he's never seen power as great and terrifying as the protagonist's. The demon begs Shin Hyun to let him become his new servant. Shin Hyun and Altair are surprised by this. The protagonist asks Altair if the demon has gone mad. Altair says that even for a dragon, it seems the demon has lost his mind. The demon starts to scream and releases energy from his chest. He places his hand on his heart and says he knows the protagonist wouldn't trust him so easily, but he swears by the magic in his heart that he's not lying. Shouting, he swears complete loyalty to the protagonist. He begs once more, asking to be the protagonist's new subordinate. Altair becomes irritated, yelling that this is absurd. He begins gathering energy in his hand, saying he'll tear the demon to pieces. Shin Hyun stops Altair's attack and tells him to wait, since the demon swore on his heart. The protagonist starts laughing evilly and says that means the demon could be his slave later. He adds that the demon could be a perfect guide for the future. Altair says he understands if the protagonist wants a slave that badly. Once the death of the Demon King was announced, his army retreated. Thanks to the cooperation of the United States, China, and Korea, the restoration of Russia proceeded smoothly. Under Altair's guidance, security around the dungeon rifts was further reinforced. Therefore, the protagonist could feel more at ease for now. Inside Shin Hyun's house, the demon served tea to the protagonist. Shin Hyun looks at him and thanks him, reminding him he had already told him to look more human. When looking at the demon, he notices that the horns are gone. Curious, the protagonist asks how he did that. The demon says he can retract his horns, explaining that it's a skill similar to a lizard's polymorphism. Shin Hyun says he understands and tells the demon he can leave, asking how much longer he plans to stay there. The demon says he wishes to remain by his master's side. The protagonist gets irritated and pushes the demon away with his power, shouting for him to leave immediately because he wanted some time alone. Alone in his room, he throws himself onto the bed, and the blue system screen reappears. He thinks that if he opens his status window, they will automatically be able to locate him. The goddess says that finally, he has called her, noting that she will invite him immediately. He closes his eyes and wakes up in another place. The protagonist looks around, asking what this place is. The goddess, sitting at the table, says that this is her own space and asks him to sit with her. The protagonist goes to the table and sits down. The two stare at each other for a while. Shin Hyun asks what she wanted to talk to him about so urgently. All happy, she says she is always impressed and amazed whenever she sees the protagonist. She says that the protagonist is the second person to pass through her protection. This makes Shin Hyun curious, and he asks who the other person was. In a sad tone, she says, the other person is someone who walked the same path of martial arts. His name is the celestial martial god of creation. The protagonist is shocked by this. Annoyed, he thinks that this damned god is ruining everything for him. Shin Hyun asks, even if that's true, what does it have to do with him? She says that is why he was summoned there. Irritated, he asks her to explain the situation a bit more clearly. The goddess says that the celestial god was the first human to surpass human limitations. She explains that, unfortunately, the celestial god used his powers for his own desires, killing and massacring all who dared challenge him. She says that, fortunately, she was able to seal him in a different dimensional space. However, the seal wasn't perfect. The celestial god was able to summon the people of Earth to his land. The goddess says he was able to create a rift between the sealed dimension and Earth, sending monsters and his subordinates, the demons, to Earth. Shin Hyun asks if all this is true. She says that during the battle against the demons, the protagonist was able to surpass all limits and push back the Demon King's army. However, as long as the celestial god of war is alive, this will continue to happen. The protagonist slams the table, irritated, and says this will only end when the god dies. He asks the goddess how he can kill the celestial god of war. She is delighted and says she will show him how to travel through dimensions. That way, the protagonist can hunt and kill the celestial god of war.
The Prota is surprised and asks if he can really travel through dimensions. The goddess replies that yes, and explains that, in the eyes of a martial arts master like the Prota, it would be more or less a deviation of the spirit for those who have reached this level. She explains that if he can separate his body from his spirit, traveling through dimensions will be easy. The goddess smiles, saying that even if only the Prota's spirit can travel and be present in other dimensions, he would still be able to use all of his power. Shin Hyun is a bit confused and asks the goddess why she doesn't go and solve this problem herself, questioning whether she isn't strong enough to fight against the celestial god of destruction. She becomes a little bothered by this, but explains that it's not as if there isn't a way for her to do that. However, for her to travel, she would need a human vessel that could withstand all of her power, even if for a short period of time, and in this way, she would possess him through a pious subjugation. However, a human cannot withstand so much power for long, even if it is brief. The goddess emphasizes that in that era, there were 3 people who were able to resist her power, but after a while, they all became disabled. Shin Hyun gets angry and says that he does not believe it was only 3 people. The goddess says she didn't initially suggest this option because she also thought he wouldn't want it. The Prota agrees, saying it won't work. After thinking for a while, he asks her to explain how to do it because he will go there and beat that other god. The goddess smiles and begins explaining everything to him. Sometime later elsewhere, Alex appears, climbing a staircase, asking the Prota what happened and why he called him there. Shin Hyun says it's something he needs to hear too, so they will go in. Alex starts walking beside the Prota, leaving the Prota's demon servant annoyed. The demon asks them to wait and asks Alex how he dares to take the position at the right side of his master. Alex turns around and, mocking, asks the Prota if that's the demon he managed to dominate. Shin Hyun confirms, saying it's him. Alex hugs the Prota, asking what the demon will do about it, and points out that he also has a master-disciple relationship with the Prota, and it's very solid. Shin Hyun sighs, tired of these things, and wonders how someone can be like this. The demon begins to get increasingly angry. Shin Hyun pushes Alex's hand and says that if he wants to stay there and keep arguing, he will go ahead, and the two can catch up with him later. He quickly starts distancing himself from them, and they become desperate to try to catch up. A short while later, they arrive at a house. Altair was inside with 3 demons tied up and is surprised to see the Prota. He says that those 3 just arrived, and he was about to start the interrogation. But if the Prota wants, Shin Hyun says yes and will take over. One of the demons begins to get uncomfortable and says this can't be happening, questioning how a demon can be on the side of a human. The Prota hears this and tells his servant to interrogate that particular demon and get any useful information. His servant is very happy and says he will do it right away. Kalpadine goes to them and starts threatening them. The other demons begin to fear his aura and scream, asking why he is doing this, questioning how he could have betrayed the demon race. While Kalpadine gets some information politely, the Prota sits at the table with Altair. Shin Hyun starts by saying that he doesn't have much time, so he will get straight to the point. He simply says that he will strike first and get rid of the entire root of the demon problem, traveling through dimensions. Both Alex and Altair are very surprised by what they have just heard. Shin Hyun begins explaining that he already destroyed a demon king, and that those demons who managed to escape must have spread the news to the demon world, and as this war continues, the damage they suffer only increases. And because of that, instead of continuing a full-scale war, it's better if he makes this journey alone. Alex becomes worried and starts shouting, telling the Prota that he can't pass through the rift because the Dragon Blood are losing the battle for supremacy. Altair agrees and points out that even though the dragon race can pass through the rift since they also live there, when it comes to the Prota, he isn't sure. Shin Hyun starts smiling and says he found a way to do it directly with the help of the goddess. Once again, the two are surprised, and even Kalpadine stops what he's doing and starts listening to the Prota. Shin Hyun starts explaining that, for someone like him, who is in the realm of semi-immortality, there is a way to separate the spirit from the body, and in this way, only his spirit will pass. Alex is once again amazed by his master's power. Shin Hyun says that although it is something he can do, it doesn't mean it's that simple. He begins explaining that a body left without the spirit is completely defenseless, and if the body is destroyed while the spirit isn't, Alex interrupts and says that in this case the spirit will die too. The Prota confirms and says that's why Altair won't make much of a difference this time, and that's exactly why Alex was called. The Prota says he wants to hear his opinion. Alex starts thinking for a moment, clenches his hand in anger, and confidently shouts that he will go with the Prota. Shin Hyun smiles because that's really the answer he wanted to hear. The two shake hands to seal their new alliance, and the Prota welcomes him. Shin Hyun points to Kalpadine and says that this also includes him, asking if he can count on it. Kalpadin starts trembling and sweating, but he shouts and confirms that yes, he can for his master. However, he explains that those demons seem to have a bigger plan than expected, as they are going to meet with the general of Velite. The Prota asks who this other demon lord is. After a week in San Francisco, they were in a laboratory. Chahi said everything was ready, but beside them, Yunsil was trembling and a little nervous. While looking around, the Prota notices this and sees that his sister is not acting normally. He goes to her and touches her on the shoulder, trying to find out what's making her like this. But Aunshul starts shouting, saying that it hasn't been long since they reunited, and now he's already thinking about leaving again for something so dangerous. Shin Hyun places his hand on her head and gently pats her, saying he's sorry but promises he will return. His sister can't hold back her tears and, while crying, asks him to come back safely. The Prota nods, saying that he will come back no matter what. He starts climbing into one of the capsules and calls Jihai, asking her to be careful while he and Alex are gone. All smitten, she walks over to him and smiles, saying she will do everything possible to keep things in order. That place was in complete chaos. Yunsul crying because her brother is going away again, Jihee and Shin Hyun acting like a couple. Elena tells Alex that they are also there, but the Prota and Jihee act as if they are alone, which is a bit painful. Alex smiles and tells her to get used to it. Shin Hyun finally gets into the capsule and reiterates once more that they all need to be careful as the demons might return. Elena smiles and says he doesn't need to worry about them because they will handle it. Jihee confirms, saying they are strong too. The machines begin to activate and emit a very bright light. Alex asks the Prota if this is really possible. Shin Hyun confirms it is and says it's time to go, and Alex agrees with him. The two close their eyes, focusing as much as possible. Jihee, who had been strong until now, begins to get worried and, with a tight feeling in her heart, asks the Prota to always stay safe. Elsewhere inside one of the dungeons, Alex and the Prota meet with Altair. Without wasting time, the Prota turns to the rift and says they need to get in as quickly as possible. On the other side, a woman sitting on a throne asks if, by supporting the plan, it will work. One of the demons kneeling before her, all beaten up, says yes and with much anger, declares that he will turn the place where that human is into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, the Prota crosses the rift. Shin Hyun finally arrives on the other side and is surprised to see how strange everything is. His team soon appears behind him. Alex looks around and asks if this is the demon world, as it doesn't seem much different from Earth. Altair says they are in the right place, and they call this place Dreadville. Shin Hyun calls Kalpadin, who immediately responds, asking what his master needs. The Prota asks him to explain what that place is. Kalpadin understands and starts explaining that the castle behind them is the fortress of his former lord, the Demon King, the Prota defeated. And the forest there began to be considered the end of the world, which is why the Dragonbloods who lost the battles fled there. Moreover, most of the Demon Kings living there don't care about the Dragonbloods. However, the territory of Velite was directly connected to that place, and he tried to exterminate all the dragons. Shin Hyun listens to the story, understands, and asks if now, with the death of the former Demon King who ruled that place, the others will keep an eye on it. However, Kalpadin says that this is not true, but indeed, with the death of Velite, the other Demon Kings are starting to act suspiciously, especially Velite's girlfriend, the Demon Queen Rodiak. The Prota asks how many Demon Kings there are. Kalpadin says that, including the deceased Velite, there are a total of 10 Demon Kings. Shin Hyun becomes angry upon discovering that there are 11 Demon Kings because that's a lot. Altair agrees and says that if he were to express his opinion, he really thinks that's a large number. Alex starts thinking, and it seems that this will be a long-term battle. The Prota begins to feel a little discouraged and sighs, saying that's why they need an operation base. He calls his servant and asks him to guide the entire group to Velite's castle, as it will be their new base. Shortly after, in front of the castle gates, 3 guards were standing. Kalpadin comes happily, waving at them, saying he's back. The 3 start running and shouting that they are happy because they hadn't heard any news of anyone going to the other world, so they were worried. One of them asks where the Demon King is. Kalpadin begins talking about the former Demon King, but Alex moves forward with impressive speed and, with a single strike, manages to eliminate one of the guards. The other 2 look at this, confused about what just happened. Without hesitation, Kalpadin also strikes the other guard, saying that the former Demon King is dead and was killed by his new master. Shin Hyun slowly begins to approach. The last guard begins to tremble in fear, not knowing what to do, and from a distance, only his screams can be heard. Elsewhere, 3 demons were exhausted and injured, lying on the ground. The general approaches them and asks if they are okay, as at least they are still alive. And for that reason, coming here was worth it. Finally, he had managed to locate them and sent out reconnaissance. After infiltrating the dragon camp, the foolish dragons became overconfident after winning only once, which made everything even easier for his plan. The commander asked the demons if they managed to find any useful information. One of them says yes, and the demon lord asks him to start talking. The demon, all beaten up on the ground, says that Altair took the traitor demons and humans to Dreadville. The general cannot believe what he's hearing and asks if Altair really crawled back to Dreadville and even brought humans with him. The demon confirms, emphasizing that the story is true. However, the demon also says that there's good news. The commander starts questioning him, asking what could be good about this. The demon giving the information says he heard that the human brats who made the passage did so only with their souls. The demon lord still doesn't understand how this could be good, as Dreadville is still facing serious danger. The other demon says the good part is that if they manage to eliminate the two physical bodies, their army will finally have a chance to win. The general begins to smile, and his eyes shine with happiness upon discovering this information. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Alex asks if all of this doesn't make them seem like villains. Inside the castle, the Prota had captured all the demons who were there. Shin Hyun says that suddenly, Altair began invading, killing, and destroying most of the demons. The Dragon King says that these demons deserved this a long time ago. One of the demons, tied up on the floor, begins to shout angrily, asking Kalpadin how he dared to betray the demon race and ally with the dragons. Kalpadin doesn't care about anything and says he's not betraying anyone, he's just serving his master. The Prota bends down and looks the demon who is shouting in the face, saying that the former king of that place was killed by his hands, and now this will be his new base. So it's best that they all accept this new reality, just like Kalpadin. The demon representative looks back and all the other demons have their heads bowed, and with no other choice, he also bows his head, admitting defeat. And with a loud scream, he says that all the demons inside must serve their new king. The demons are confused, looking at each other, but they soon understand what is happening, and with no choice, they accept with a simple motion. The Prota frees them all. Alex approaches and asks Shin Hyun if he thinks all these demons will really follow him just because of this. However, the Prota responds that no, and emphasizes that there's no chance it's going to be that easy. Then he decides to call Kalpadin and tells him that he can deal with any demon below the rank of Mering. His servant is very happy and thanks him, saying he can count on him. Shin Hyun goes up to the demon with glasses and asks what his name is. The demon replies that his name is Salshin. The Prota tells him that before starting to make strategies, he would like to rest a bit and, for that reason, asks him to show a room. Salshin says he understands and asks everyone to start following him. However, he is not at all pleased with this. After reaching a room, Shin Hyun calls Salshin and, with an intimidating look, asks what he is planning. Salshin starts trembling, feeling the power emanating from the Prota, and says that he would never do such a thing. He bows to the Prota, saying that he was only thinking of ways to help his new master. Shin Hyun questions if this is really true. Salshin begins explaining that his position is that of a substitute for the Demon Lord, so he can be said to be a butler. The Prota continues asking what he should do, and the butler replies that his role is to relay the Prota's orders to all the other demons, asking if he isn't planning to deal with all the other demon kings as well. Shin Hyun starts smiling, saying that yes, that is the real plan. To show his loyalty and commitment, Salshin begins shouting that he will spread false information that the demon king Vilite is still alive. Shin Hyun starts laughing, saying that this is a great idea and orders his butler to go ahead with it. Salshin bows once again and thanks his new master for allowing him to do this. However, he begins laughing strangely. Meanwhile, in the cave, Rodiak is holding an orb and says, "I will say that the bodies of humans on Earth are defenseless, and this seems like a great opportunity." The woman she was talking to before asks if this is serious, because if it is, then the army will act. Meanwhile, in the castle, Salshin continues explaining to the Prota that since the former demon king Vilite did not contact anyone, almost all the other demons believe he is dead. Furthermore, he also volunteered to tell the Prota who should be the first target he must deal with. Salshin explains that the first person he needs to defeat is Demon Queen Rodiak. Shin Hyun asks if he's talking about Vilite's girlfriend, as he's heard of her. This leaves his butler very surprised, questioning if he really knew. The Prota confirms that yes, and then Salshin continues explaining a bit about Demon Queen Rodiak. He says that she and Demon King Vilite were in a romantic relationship, and Rodiak is one of the two demon queens. Additionally, she has the blessing of the demon god, which makes her power immense. And, unlike the other demon kings, she is the most concerned about the disappearance of Demon King Vilite. Salshin stands up and says confidently that this is exactly why he will go to Demon Queen Rodiak and spread the false information that Demon King Vilite is still alive. The butler continues explaining his plan, saying that if he tells her that Vilite is alive but very injured and unable to move, he will definitely be able to get a private audience with her. After that, all the Prota needs to do is take control of the castle. Shin Hyun thinks for a bit about everything he just heard and then decides to let his butler do what he just said. Salshin thanks the Prota, saying that he will be back soon, and runs off as fast as he can. However, Shin Hyun starts smiling, already imagining what will happen. Meanwhile, in the rift, an army of demons is preparing to depart. The general says that the time has finally come. He's facing a small army of demons. The general begins shouting that now everything is fine because they are heading directly to the laboratory in San Francisco, where the physical bodies of the people who invaded their land are, and as soon as they arrive, he will destroy them. Sometime later, Salshin is already before Demon Queen Rodiak. She says that it's been a long time since they last saw each other, as it's rare for him to come personally. Salshin bows before her, showing loyalty, and Rodiak asks him to raise his head. Nerissa, the official guard of the queen, is a bit annoyed by this. Salshin asks Nerissa if she could allow him to be alone with the demon queen for a while. Nerissa becomes even angrier with this request and starts shouting, asking how he dares to seek a private audience with the queen in such a manner. However, Rodiak says that it's fine and asks her to leave them alone. As Nerissa exits, she passes by Salshin and says that she hopes he doesn't say anything foolish. Once she leaves, the two are left alone, looking at each other for a while. The queen asks Salshin if he came here because of that. Salshin is a bit confused and asks what she means by that. Rodiak says that she's talking about the death of her beloved Velit. Salshin is surprised to find out that the queen already knew about this. Suddenly, she begins to release an extremely murderous aura and asks him, in a threatening tone, what a dog who couldn't protect its master is doing hiding in front of her. Salshin bows his head to the ground and starts shouting, apologizing, and emphasizing that he came there, risking his life, because he has very valuable information. Rodiak continues looking at him, irritated, and tells him to speak quickly. Salshin begins to say that the despicable bastard who killed his master has now taken possession of his castle. The queen is shocked to hear this. Salshin continues providing details, saying that there are only a few of them, but none should be underestimated, especially the human known as Shin Hyun. Rodiak becomes increasingly furious, to the point where she can no longer contain her rage and begins releasing dense energy, shouting that she is aware of what this human has done. Salshin, still kneeling on the ground, starts to tremble, as he feels the murderous energy emanating from the queen. She begins speaking, saying that Lafris told her that this human is currently in an unstable state, with his bodies and souls separated. Salshin is surprised and asks if Lafris is still alive. Rodiak confirms that he is, pointing out that he lost one of his arms but managed to escape with his life. Salshin says that, in any case, this is very good news, as the physical bodies of the humans are unstable, so all they need to do is buy some time until Lafris can fulfill his objective, reaching their physical bodies. This way, the two humans will be defeated, and then they can continue focusing on Altair. The queen asks if he has any plan in mind. Salshin begins explaining that he lied to the Prota, saying he would make her vacate the castle. So, if she could do this until Lafri accomplishes his goal, that would be enough. Rodiak looks a bit thoughtful and stands up, saying that this plan could actually work. Salshin is happy to hear this and says she can leave everything to him. With that, she, her army, and he leave the castle. Salshin approaches the queen and says that if she marches openly, the humans will believe that the castle is truly empty. Once they enter the castle, he will give the signal, and with the soldiers hidden inside, they will attack both from within and from the outside, trapping them like rats. Rodiak smiles and says she understands, as the plan is good. Shortly after, Salshin returns and meets the group, emphasizing that he convinced the demon queen and that now that the castle is empty, this is their chance. He immediately leaps forward, saying they need to act quickly. The Prota and his group start following, and as they arrive, Altair looks around and says that the castle really is empty. Alex confirms, saying it looks very convincing. Salshin hears this and looks back, asking what he meant by looks convincing. But when he looks back, he doesn't see the Prota and asks where he went. Altair takes the lead and, in a threatening tone, asks where he thinks the Prota is. Before Salshin could answer, Altair says that he went to find the queen and, with a simple strike, ends Salshin's life. Alex starts laughing, saying that demons aren't much, as the lies they tell are pretty obvious. With everything resolved, Alex says it's time to take care of the castle. Altair agrees. Meanwhile, the Prota and his servant appear behind the queen's army. He raises his hand and shouts, calling Rodiak, asking if she wants to take a look behind her. The demons start looking, surprised, shouting and asking who he is. Rodiak turns around, irritated, and says that this person must be Shin Hyun. She becomes confused as he appeared suddenly and without leaving any traces. And if what Salshin said is true, the Prota should be heading to the castle. Shin Hyun asks if she really believed all that story. He emphasizes that he only heard half of the plan and went straight to capture the leader, while his group takes care of the castle. Rodiak says that actually, this doesn't matter. Shin Hyun is a bit surprised by her reaction and asks what she means by that. The queen begins laughing uncontrollably and, trembling, says that it's an unfortunate situation for the Prota to be there. Shin Hyun still doesn't understand and asks what the hell she's talking about, asking her to be clearer and stop with this madness. Rodiak is crying from laughing so hard and says that she also prepared a little surprise for him. Back at the laboratory, Lafris is already keeping an eye on things with his army. The queen asks the Prota if he minds trying to guess what this surprise is. The demons begin attacking the laboratory. Meanwhile, inside, both Alex's and the Prota's bodies are still unconscious. Eunseol watches the bodies of the two, thinking that everything is going perfectly. However, Jehia interrupts her, saying that she can't stop hoping they return soon. Eunseol tries to handle the situation, saying that Jihi must already have an idea of what kind of person the Prota is, emphasizing that he must be somewhere having fun. Jihai takes a deep breath, looks at her and says she's right, emphasizing that she was just worried for no reason. Suddenly, all the lights begin to flash red and the doors close. The two become desperate, wondering why the alarm is going off out of nowhere. Jihae grabs her communicator and asks what's happening. The soldiers outside respond, shouting that demons are attacking and start requesting reinforcements. The two inside start to panic. Jihae snaps back to reality, takes action, and shouts, asking Yoonseol to contact all the hunters and the dragons to send reinforcements immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Prota couldn't care less about anything, saying that the queen was just trying to provoke him and that he doesn't care. He creates an energy sword, surprising her, laughs, saying that he needs nothing more than that, and strikes at her. Rodiak, frightened, uses her aura to defend herself and manages to block the first attack. Shin Hyun calls her to the fight, saying that she should come with all her strength no matter how much she has. He begins to smile, thinking that he heard that, among all the demon kings, Rodiak is considered crazy, unlike the type of demon king Velit. The queen starts to release all of her fury and shouts, saying that if the Prota is so arrogant as to want this, then that's what he will get. Furthermore, she says that since he is the enemy of her lover and the love of her life, she won't let him die so easily. The other demons start getting scared by the amount of power the queen is releasing. The Prota starts to sweat a little, thinking that things are getting a bit too hot. Rodiak begins attacking, shouting for him to burn to death. Shin Hyun easily defends against all her attacks, saying that, by the looks of it, he's fighting against a master who is using her Young Chi flame. While defending all the attacks, the Prota still asks if all the demon kings who received the demon god's blessing learned something like this, because if so, it's going to be a little annoying dealing with all of them. The queen continues attacking with everything she has and shouts, irritated, telling the Prota to stop crying and just die. Shin Hyun stands still, looking at the huge wall of fire coming toward him, and with a single movement, he destroys the entire attack. Rodiak is surprised and asks how he managed to stop her attack, questioning if he really is human. Meanwhile, on Earth, a fierce battle is taking place between demons, humans, and dragons. The demons are starting to get tired and are surprised, asking how the reinforcements arrive so quickly. From the top of a building, Yoonseol prepares to act and, irritated, begins to release her aura, asking how they dare enter there. With a single arrow, she strikes several demons at once. Helena also begins using her powers, calling the demons idiots, as the basics of a war are to have good communication. Lafris starts running toward where the bodies of Alex and Shin Hyun are, while saying that, if necessary, the sacrifice is inevitable. He realizes that he won't win this battle, so he tries to risk everything by going directly for his target. As soon as he reaches the door, he kicks it and easily knocks it down. He looks ahead and says that this was expected. The two bodies are there. He starts gathering energy in his hand and says that if he just explodes both of them. But before he finishes speaking, Jihae appears behind him and, without mercy, strikes him in the neck. Lafris starts trembling and, struggling to speak, says that he never thought for a moment that the strongest members were inside. She pulls her dagger out and says that this is obvious, as they were preparing for a surprise attack. Lafri falls to the ground as she turns and heads to the machine where the Prota's body is. Touching the glass, she says that, thank God he's safe. However, Jihae is still angry and worried, wondering how much longer he will remain beyond the dimension, and breathing deeply, she begs for him to come back as soon as possible. Returning to the Prota's fight, he says that he heard that the queen had received a blessing, so he thought she might be able to entertain him a bit. But with that level of power, it was disappointing. Rodiak becomes even angrier and asks if he really thinks that. Releasing an immense amount of fire that reaches the heavens, she shouts, asking if he can handle all of it. The Prota laughs while thinking that, for sure, this must be a blessing from God. He begins to imbue his sword with another type of element, and says that he will overcome this once again. Easily, he cuts her attack in half. The Prota's attack is so strong that it starts devastating everything in front of him, and suddenly, the flames begin to diminish. The sword is stained because he had pierced the queen. Severely injured, she asks how he is able to pass through her fire without any kind of protection, as that fire can burn even the soul. He replies that for him this is normal, and questions if she shouldn't have used her energy more moderately, as she was wasting too much of her reserves. Shin Hyun dissolves his weapon, letting the queen fall lifeless to the ground. He bids her farewell, saying goodbye, and asking her to go find the lover she so dearly loves. He turns and begins walking away from the battlefield, but the queen starts moving her finger and even her entire body, and the Prota senses a strange presence. He looks back startled and says that the woman isn't alive anymore, so what is this? Rodiak was standing again before him, but this time she was different. One of her eyes was glowing as if something had taken over her body. A threatening voice starts coming from her mouth, a completely different voice saying, "You killed my beautiful child," and asserting that the Prota doesn't belong to that place. Shin Hyun just listens to this, a little confused. Shin Hyun realizes something and asks the queen who she really is. Rodiak responds that it's madness since he gave protection to the child the protagonist killed. Rodiak opens his eyes wider and says he is known as the god of Oriadville. Shin Hyun is surprised to learn that there's also a god in that place. The god starts laughing and asks the protagonist if he really thought there was only one god, stating that there are many demon gods. Shin Hyun gets a bit confused and wonders if, unlike Earth where there's only the goddess, that dimension really has several gods. The god starts looking at Rodiak's hand, lamenting that his child shouldn't have died like that. The protagonist begins to get irritated and says it was Rodiak's husband who attacked first, and he only did the basic thing, protect his world. The god gets angry and asks Shin Hyun if that was the only reason he lured his daughter into that inferior trap. The protagonist questions whether inferior is the right word to use, since that was a fair one-on-one life or death battle, and if she lost, it was because she was weaker. The god points at the protagonist and says it doesn't matter anymore. He says Shin Hyun has already killed 2 demon lords, and that makes him a hateful piece of trash. In a swift motion, the protagonist cuts off the god's hand and with a single blow finishes it off, saying it's time to leave. Even cut in half, the god begins to say that all the demons of Dreadville will unite to kill the protagonist, as his brothers and sisters won't stay idle either. With that, the demon vanishes. Shin Hyun takes a deep breath and wonders what kind of family RPG game exists between the gods. After that, he looks to the side and sees the other demons are frightened. He smiles and says it looks like things just got even more interesting. He starts laughing and says that since he's there, it'd be a good idea if all the demons became his servants. They begin to tremble in anger. Shortly after, Shin Hyun meets with Altair, who gets extremely excited upon hearing what happened. He says that means while he and Alex were invading the castle, the protagonist defeated the demon queen, and that's incredible. Shin Hyun mocks, saying that even if Rodiak was blessed and a demon lady, she still wasn't anything special. Kalpadin also gets excited and shouts that this was already expected from his lord. Shin Hyun says that even so, they shouldn't be complacent. Alex asks why they don't use this opportunity to get rid of them one by one while they're disoriented. Shin Hyun says it's not that simple because right after Rodiak died, her corpse was possessed by the demon god who had blessed her. Everyone at the table starts shouting, asking if he really said demon god. Altair starts getting worried, saying that they clearly knew Dragonblood had a dragon god in the past, so they already expected gods among the demons too. However, for a god to descend, Shin Hyun continues explaining and says, it seems there are many other gods besides the one called Madness. Not to mention that this god also said the demons would target him, so they might need to come up with a new strategy. The protagonist calls Kalpadin and asks him to gather all the other demons, and with a scary smile, he asks if they'd mind if he asked a question. Everyone was already gathered and tied up. Shin Hyun goes to a woman and asks if she was a direct subordinate of Rodiak. The demoness stays silent, but Kalpadin smiles and shouts that yes, she is the demon lady's agent. Nerissa gets angry and shouts, asking if the protagonist really thinks she'd submit to someone like him so easily. Shin Hyun starts thinking and says it seems Nerissa is extremely loyal, but suddenly he gets an idea and says maybe he should try something, since now he's capable of doing it. The protagonist calls out to her and Nerissa starts trembling in fear. Shin Hyun uses his command words ability and orders her to pledge her loyalty to him. Nerissa starts screaming and says no, but immediately feels enormous pain. Shortly after, she stops screaming and looks upward silently. Suddenly, she bows and shouts that she would like to formally greet her new lord. The other demons start getting scared, asking if Nerissa really bowed willingly to serve the protagonist as her new master. Shin Hyun looks at them and asks if they want brainwashing or will do it voluntarily. The demons get frightened, and the protagonist starts laughing, saying he's a great lord because he even gives choices to his followers. The demons start looking at each other and realize they can't escape. All of them bow before Shin Hyun and shout together, "We formally greet our new lord." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group was gathering, and a strange voice asks if everyone has arrived. One of the people there looks to the side and starts laughing, telling his companion that it was very foolish of him to lose the demon he had blessed. The god of madness gets irritated, slams the table, and yells at the other to shut up, saying that this is not something to be laughed at. He emphasizes that the person who managed to eliminate Rodiak, despite being human, possesses a divine soul. The other becomes outraged and yells, asking how the protagonist raised the level of his soul to divine while still in a human body. Another god joins the conversation and says that this can't be, questioning how a mere human could reach their dimension. That shouldn't even be possible. Another god says that either way, if that's the case, he's the first to do so since that other guy. One of the gods lowers his head and agrees, stressing that they had to completely destroy that person's soul in order to find peace. They say this is a troubling matter, but there's nothing they can do. Each of them should just strengthen their children. Sometime later, one of the gods approaches one of his children and begins calling him. All the gods do the same and order their children to destroy the invaders from another dimension. Suddenly, one of the demons wakes up startled, saying he had the same dream again. This is the second demon, the demon lord blessed by the god of slaughter. His name is Darius. Another demon also wakes up, saying that Naznel is terrifying. This is the third demon lord blessed by the demon god of terror. His name is Folidin. Another demon lady also wakes and says she needs to go meet Naznel. She is the fifth demon lady, blessed by the god of nightmares. Her name is Artia. Night falls, and in his palace is the first demon lord, Naznal. He asks what is going on there. Shin Hyun remembers what the demon god told him before disappearing. He becomes thoughtful and concludes that the demon god of madness said he had brothers and sisters. The protagonist had already asked Kalpadin if he knew how many demon gods existed. He thought for a moment and said that it is known that 4 demon lords received blessings from a demon god. Among them are Darius, Ardia, Folidin, and Rodiak, who was defeated. Kalpadin says that unfortunately the information about them is very limited. However, the protagonist is pleased and says that this is already good enough, thanking him for all the details. Kalpadin is very happy about that and starts laughing, saying that this was expected from him, the best right hand of his lord. Shin Hyun continues sitting and thinking, and says that actually he doesn't think the demon gods can make any moves unless they descend, like Rodiak's god did. However, he must stay on high alert just in case. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 4 demons gather, and Naznal says it's very strange, questioning why everyone came to him at the same time. He asked if the 3 came to him so they could descend. Folidin says he has an interesting hunch, but that's not it. Naznal still doesn't understand anything and asks what's going on, because if they all wanted to meet, Rodiak should be there too. Ardia interrupts and says they are there because of Rodiak. Naznal gets all excited hearing this and asks if Rodiak had a big fight with Vilite and broke off the engagement. Artia gets irritated, slams the table, and asks if he really thinks they're so idle that they would gather just for a lover's quarrel. Daraus begins to speak and says that, to simplify, they've all been having the same dream for several nights, and it's a horrible dream. The demon says that they all hear, "The apostle of madness will fall at the hands of the invader from another world." Naznal remains confused in the conversation and asks what Daraus is talking about. Daraus explains again and says that with the premonition coming through a dream to the 3 of them, and not to any other demons, it means that the apostle of madness is Rodiak. Naznal starts thinking that the 4 of them, including Rodiak, are special because they received blessings from a demon god, although he is the leader, and his abilities are recognized as the strongest. That makes Naznal wonder if he can trust the 3 of them, as theoretically they're just waiting to take his place. After thinking about it a bit, Naznal asks if this has ever happened before. Folidin says no, and stresses that this is the first time. Naznal starts laughing and says that a real demon god would try harder to warn someone about danger. The 3 get irritated and Ardia asks if Naznal is denying the gods. He says that doesn't mean he denies the existence of the gods, since there have always been demon lords with the blessings of a demon god. He gets annoyed and says that, as mentioned in ancient records, the gods granted that power randomly, and were never heard speaking to anyone. Folidin also gets angry, asking Naznal if he's really doubting the word of the 3 of them, and of the gods too. Daraus says the dream shows it's not a simple matter, so much so that the gods decided to make a move themselves. Daraus raises his hand and says he promises them he won't lie. Naznal calms down a bit and says that if that's the case, he apologizes. However, he's still confused and asks why they decided to come to him instead of contacting Rodiak directly. Ardia says they already tried that but got no response. She also points out that besides that, there has been no news from Vilite since he crossed dimensions to chase the trail of a dragon. Folidin adds that those reasons led them to come there, since Naznal is the one who usually leads the Demon Lord's meetings. He asks if Naznal doesn't have the authority to send a demon to contact other demons from Vilite or Rodiak. Naznal becomes serious again and questions if Folidin wants to borrow his name. Daraus interrupts and tries to explain better, saying they won't abuse that right and will explain the situation to both of them separately later, meaning it won't cause any harm to his path. Naznal takes a deep breath and says he understands, but the ones to be sent will be their own subordinates, as he will only lend his name. Daraus starts laughing and thanks him, stressing that they'll notify him when they have more information. Sometime later, 3 demons arrive before a demoness. They bow and greet Lady Rodiak. One of the demons is confused, thinking it was clear the lady was absent, which is why they were sent there. Yet she's right in front of them. Rodiak tells them to raise their heads. She says the demon looks a bit familiar to her. As the demon looks at her face, he thinks she definitely looks like Rodiak. Still, he feels a subtle discomfort and doesn't know why. Rodiak asks why the 3 were sent to see her. The demon bows again and says he's actually there because his lord would like to meet with her. Rodiak asks if he's talking about Ardia and questions why she didn't come in person if that's the case. The demon keeps trying to explain and says that actually his lord hasn't been able to reach her since yesterday. Rodiak interrupts and asks the other 2 if they're also Ardia's subordinates, because she doesn't remember them. They say no, and the blonde one says he serves Lord Daraus, while the other says he serves Folidin. Rodiak finds it strange and asks why 3 subordinates from 3 different groups are acting together. She demands an immediate answer and with a cold gaze asks if they're thinking of deceiving her. The 3 immediately kneel, shouting that they wouldn't dare and that they'll explain everything right away. The first demon starts trembling with fear and says the three lords gathered and, after getting permission from Lord Nosnil, sent them there to check on Lady Rodiak's well-being. She starts laughing and asks if that means the three joined forces. She also asks what makes them think she's in danger. The demon hesitates to speak, still bothered by the unease he's felt all along, unsure why, since the appearance, speech, and aura are the same. Suddenly, he realizes he's not feeling the demon lady's pressure, as demon lords tend to emit it even unintentionally. Rodiak begins to descend, and midway, she starts transforming, saying that apparently those sent to her are just three subordinates of the three blessed ones. Once the transformation is complete, the three are shocked. Kalpadine stands before them. They get up and ask what he's doing there. He starts laughing, saying he thought he was going to die trying to impersonate Rodiak, but the three aren't very bright. He asks if they still haven't understood. Suddenly, the protagonist appears behind them, saying he was trying to find the other demon lords, and wants to thank them for coming right to his door. Shin Hyun begins releasing his aura, asking how he can thank them for doing him that favor. The first demon draws his sword, thinking the protagonist doesn't know what he's getting into, and charges at him full force. Shin Hyun is surprised and with 2 fingers catches the demon's sword, saying his courage is admirable, but his strength is disappointing. The demon can't understand how he was disarmed so quickly. Shin Hyun holds the demon's sword and strikes him with it, cutting him down. He smiles and says that ridiculous sword wouldn't touch him even in 1,000 years. He looks at the other 2 and says the most troublesome one is already dealt with. The other 2 tremble in fear, unable to say a single word. Shin Hyun walks up to them and tells them to reveal everything they know about their lords and their blessings, or else they'll end up like the first one. The 2 begin explaining everything, and the protagonist listens carefully to every word along with his companions. Once they finish, they kneel, trembling, and say that's all they know, begging Shin Hyun to believe them. Altair becomes thoughtful, and Alex comments that it seems the information was less useful than he expected. Kalpadin appears behind Alex, calling him a stupid human, and pointing out that several demon lords going to meet with Nosnil, the strongest demon lord, could pose a risk to the protagonist. Altair is still confused and says that even if they joined forces, how would they know that Shin Hyun killed Rodiak? The protagonist says he has a plan about that. The 3 ask what it is. He explains that when he killed Rodiak, he briefly interacted with the demon god, who said the demons would join forces to kill him. Kalpadine starts trembling in fear, asking if the protagonist is okay. Alex also gets scared and questions how Shin Hyun can remain so calm about it. Altair can't believe even the demon gods are interfering. Shin Hyun looks at them and reminds them that he is the supreme sword emperor. He asks if all the demons are truly capable of killing him and says he has a plan. He tells the 2 to lift their heads. They look at him, and he once again uses his command words ability, ordering them to do exactly as he says. Sometime later, Ardia asks where Bechet is and why they were at her castle. The 2 bow and say they're incompetent and ask for forgiveness. Ardia tells them to stop stalling and explain what's going on. They begin to say that Lady Rodiak got angry at Bechet for making too much noise, so he was executed on the spot. Artia becomes furious and starts trembling with rage, asking if Rodiak really killed her subordinate. Her magic starts striking them as they apologize, saying that's exactly what happened, and they couldn't do anything. And before returning to their lords, they decided to inform her of the news. Even though she's extremely angry, Ardia starts calming down and says Rodiak really does hate noisy people, so what they said makes sense. She suppresses her magic and tells them they can return to their places. The 2 thank her and leave, but she remains suspicious. Later that night, Ardia is sleeping and suddenly begins to have a nightmare, hearing voices telling her she's being deceived and needs to face the truth. Suddenly, a scream echoes. "Don't be fooled! The Apostle of Madness has fallen! Face the truth!" Ardia wakes up startled and sits up in bed, nearly going mad from it all. She holds her head and asks the god what the hell he's trying to tell her. The next morning, the 3 gather again. Foladin asks if they all heard the same thing too. Duraus says yes, noting that the message changed. Now it's trying to tell them that the 3 of them must not be deceived. Ardia starts getting irritated and says she feels uneasy, questioning why Rodiak decided to kill her subordinate. And now this revelation came. Duraus asks what happened, since when his and Folaiden's subordinates arrived, there was nothing wrong with them. He asks if the subordinates lied or if those dreams really could be divine revelations. Ardia gets angry and says that if these really are demon gods giving revelations, then they should just say clearly what they want. Duraus starts laughing, saying that's true. Foladin, also irritated, says there's something they can do. The 2 ask what he means by that. Foladin looks at them and says he'll go there personally. Duros finds it strange and asks if Foladin is really himself. Ardia agrees, pointing out that Folaiden has always been the laziest of them all, and now he wants to go in person. Folaiden lifts his head, visibly grumpy, and says these endless, unpleasant dreams are annoying, and asks if they aren't bothered too. The 2 agree but are still hesitant. Foladin takes the lead again, stands up, and says he's going to check if Rodiak is okay and bring her with him. If even then the dreams continue, they'll discuss it again. Duraus looks at him and says that if he's acting like this, it's because he suspects there's an enemy nearby, since he has excellent instincts for that. Foladin agrees and says that's exactly it. Ardia asks if they're trying to say Rodiak is in danger. Durao says yes and explains that if Rodiak has lost, that means Vilite has too. Foladin says that if he also loses and is captured, they must make sure to convince Naznel to help. Ardia starts laughing, saying Foladin is talking like a hero, willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. He also smiles and says he's not planning to die, so she doesn't need to be mourning him already. Durao starts laughing too and says, that's great, asking Foladin to go ahead with it. Shortly after, near Rodiak's castle, Foladin and his subordinate Garland arrive. He looks at Garland and asks if he's ready, but suddenly Shin Hyun appears behind him saying hi and asking if he's the demon lord blessed by the god of terror, known as Foladin. The demon lord is confused, wondering how they know who he is. Suddenly he hears the protagonist talking to Garland and when he looks back realizes he's been betrayed. Without hesitation, he shouts that Rodiak's security was a lie. He prepares to attack and calls his subordinate an idiot for being manipulated. Without mercy, the demon lord freezes and destroys him. He turns to the protagonist and asks who he is. Shin Hyun smiles and says he's a human from another dimension. Upon hearing that, Foladin asks if he's the invader from the other world. The protagonist says he can be called that too, and asks if Foladin's been having some dreams about it. Maybe about Rodiak being killed and him seeking revenge. Foladin gets irritated, saying the protagonist doesn't need to know those things. The protagonist replies that it's rude to call him an invader, since it was Vilite who invaded first. If he hadn't done that, they would have never met. Foladin becomes even more irritated, thinking that if the protagonist knows Vilite, then he must be the one who harmed Rodiak. Shin Hyun confirms that's exactly it and says it looks like the demon lord uses ice magic. He starts releasing his aura and tells Foladin to attack with everything he's got. As a sign of respect, he'll do the same. The demon lord smiles, saying his bluff isn't a joke and begins gathering his magic, forming a massive amount of ice. Shin Hyun looks around and asks if this is the demon's domain. Foladin responds yes, emphasizing that the blessing he received is the ice cage. He attacks with full force, and the protagonist tries to dodge, but a small part hits his foot and begins freezing rapidly. Seeing that, Shin Hyun uses his magic to immediately cut off the attack. He begins breathing a bit heavily and says that if he hadn't circulated his inner energy to his lungs, they would have frozen. More ice starts heading his way, but as the attack hits, the demon lord is surprised and starts laughing, saying that at least Shin Hyun has enough skill to bluff. The protagonist had defended against the attack easily and tells the demon lord to think whatever he wants, since he's even dumber than Vilite and Rodiak for not understanding his intention. Foladin gets furious at hearing that and attacks with full force, asking if the protagonist is saying he's worse than the two who lost to him. Shin Hyun remains still and starts getting frozen. As his body is completely covered in ice, he says it looks like the demon lord has some pride. Foladin watches and says the protagonist is a dead man because now all he can do is talk. After being frozen, Shin Hyun starts thinking that when he faced Rodiak with her fear flames, he only focused on overcoming her ability to track the source of his power. But now he'll take his time and steal that power for himself. As he closes his eyes, Shin Hyun remembers that all the demon lords he's fought so far used innate energy to activate their demon king domains. He wonders what the difference might be, since Foladin and Rodiak are called guardian demon kings, while others are just regular ones. Suddenly he starts feeling a hand on his neck, and an apparition appears in front of him. It's Foladin squeezing his neck, which frightens him. Shin Hyun shouts that he gets it and grabs the demon lord's hand, saying he just needed to mix in a bit of celestial chi. He breaks the ice around him and begins generating a strong flame in his hand, scaring Foladin. Without a second thought, the protagonist attacks and the demon lord realizes those are Rodiak's flames. He creates an ice wall to defend himself and asks how the protagonist is able to use the protective power of the demon god of madness. Shin Hyun says he can do that with what he learned, because the two seem to integrate a protective force with their innate power. And once the principle is learned, even a dog can imitate it. He starts walking forward, leaving the demon lord terrified. The protagonist releases his power again, saying they should finish this right now. Seeing no way out, Foladin starts screaming that he surrenders and begs for his life. He bows and asks if what Shin Hyun wants is information, because if that's the case, then he'll tell everything, as long as his life is spared. The protagonist says he will decide whether Foladin lives or dies based on his next actions. He then asks why a demon king like him is moving personally. Foladin replies that it was because of a sign. Since his subordinates weren't trustworthy, he came himself to check on Rodiak's well-being. Shin Hyun then asks what kind of sign that was, since not even the other demon lords seem to know anything, even after being deceived. Foladin explains that it's a kind of prophecy. In his dreams, it was revealed that the disciples of the Guardian King Devil, who walked the path of madness, were destined to perish against extra-dimensional invaders. That's why they thought it was a prophecy. He lowers his head, saying he never imagined it would be real. The protagonist becomes even more confused, thinking that a revelation through dreams is even stranger than a goddess appearing directly. Shin Hyun approaches the demon and says that, in fact, those were things he had already suspected. so why should he spare his life? Foladin panics and says that if the protagonist lets him return, he'll make sure Dreadville won't oppose him and will even convince the other Demon Kings. Shin Hyun asks how he can believe that's true. The Demon Lord shouts that he swears by his own name. The protagonist starts laughing and tells him to do it then. Foladin is relieved to hear that and bows once more, thanking him for the mercy. However, shortly after, Foladin is placed in a cell. He becomes confused and shouts that the protagonist isn't keeping his part of the deal, questioning why he's being imprisoned. Shin Hyun replies that before releasing him, he needs to consult his companions to hear their opinions, so he just needs to wait there a bit. Foladin becomes upset, thinking that for a moment he truly believed he'd escaped that situation. The protagonist gathers with his allies to get their opinions. Nerissa becomes thoughtful, remembering that her lady was defeated and reduced to ashes, without even managing to use her power. Besides that, if Kalpadine swore loyalty to the protagonist, then he's certainly worth following. After thinking, she says the protagonist shouldn't trust Foladin. Altair adds, explaining that the war against the demons wasn't that long ago, and at the time there were far more demon kings than now. They were willing to suffer enormous losses to wipe out the dragons. Kalpadine then says that if he were a demon king and escaped, he would immediately reveal the protagonist's abilities and attack with a swarm of followers. Shin Hyun asks if he would do that today. Kalpadine is startled and replies no, saying he's loyal to one master only, explaining it was just a hypothetical scenario. Suddenly, the protagonist turns and says he's heard everyone's responses, so he'll release the Demon King. Altair is shocked and asks why they had that whole discussion. Shin Hyun turns and starts laughing, saying he'll release him, but never said he would spare him. Somewhere else in the middle of a forest, the protagonist opens the cell and says Foladin is free to go. The demon looks at him, trying to confirm if it's real, and without hesitation, runs away the moment he gets the chance. As he runs, he says it was foolish of that stupid human to let him live, and soon he'll regret it. But the ice was already on its way and hits Foladin head-on. He's surprised by the attack. Shin Hyun begins approaching and asks what he was saying a moment ago and how the ice tastes. Foladin looks at him and says that with that attack, the protagonist has started a war, and now it's certain he'll never return alive to his original world. The protagonist simply replies that he's heard that so many times that those kinds of lines don't scare him in the slightest. Duraus begins to hear a voice in his head saying that even the Apostle of Terror has fallen, questioning what he is doing now. Duraus says he needs to hold a Demon King meeting through Naznel immediately. Shortly after, he meets with Naznel and explains the situation. However, Naznel starts getting irritated and says they are being too diligent, questioning whether it wasn't enough that he had lent his name for them to come there at that hour. Duraus keeps trying to explain and says that's how it happened, as this time an even more shocking revelation was shown to him. Naznel becomes curious and asks what kind of revelation it is. Ardia takes a deep breath and confirms the story, saying that this time the revelation was the fall of the Apostle of Terror. Naznel says that if it's the Apostle of Terror, then they're talking about Foladin. He looks around and says that, come to think of it, he doesn't see that guy there with them. Duros says that Foladin went to Rodiak yesterday, and then they lost contact with him. Naznel is surprised by this information. Duraus continues saying that if Foladin was really killed, then it means that the three Demon Kings have fallen to invaders from another dimension. He emphasizes that there's little information about other dimensions, and all he knows is that there's a primitive race called humans, and that's the only information he currently has. He questions whether it's possible that these humans are stronger than they thought, as they might also be allying with dragons. Irritated by the whole situation, he looks with hatred and says that things could be far more serious than they had predicted. He lowers his head and says that's exactly why he's asking Naznel to use his authority to summon the other Demon Kings, because they need to have a serious discussion about this matter. Naznel also starts getting concerned and places a hand on his face, saying he understands the situation and will gather the others. Later that day, all the Demon Kings were already seated at the table. Naznel opens the meeting apologizing to everyone for calling them so suddenly, but a serious matter had arisen. The 7th Demon King, Terranil, questions if there's really something serious there for them. The 9th Demon King, Siren, says that something urgent must be happening for them all to be summoned. Duraus begins to explain the situation, saying that he was the one who asked Naznel to call them all. The 6th Demon King, Jericho, is surprised by this. The 10th Demon King, Bardos, also questions why Duraeus asked everyone to be gathered. The 11th Demon King, Malpine, starts laughing, saying that this is already becoming routine. Taking advantage of everyone being present, Duraeus asks if they remember when Vilite pursued the dragon blood through the dimensions. Everyone says yes, and Duraeus emphasizes that apparently something extremely bad happened to him. The Demon Kings start getting angry, and at the same time shocked, saying that this couldn't have happened. Duraeus closes his eyes and continues the explanation, saying that even Rodiak went to meet her fiancé. After her, Foladin also went after them, and in the end, everyone remained silent. He states they believe these incidents are due to invaders from another world. Duraeus says he would like to ask for Jericho's help, since he can transform into any species. Dureus asks him to transform into a dragon and patrol Rodiak's castle as they need to understand the movement and strength of the troops there. Jerakun is a bit reluctant, but agrees. Outside, a demon had been listening to everything being said in the meeting. He begins to move, thinking that the situation has drastically changed and he needs to deliver this information to Shin Hyun immediately. However, when he takes his first step, he feels a hand on his shoulder. Dureus appears beside him and starts laughing, asking if that demon was bold enough to spy on that meeting. The poor demon is paralyzed with fear and tries to talk his way out. However, Dureus keeps smiling and says that now he's lying, emphasizing how disappointed he is with the situation before ending the demon. With the demon's body on the ground, he sees something begin to roll. Suddenly, a voice comes from within it, saying that apparently there was a commotion and the spy is dead. He continues hearing some voices coming from that sphere and, without thinking twice, he crushes it with his own foot, emphasizing how impressive it is that the enemy managed to place one of his familiars disguised like a rat. So, this situation might be more entertaining than he expected. Dureus keeps laughing, but this time with excitement. He says he can't wait to meet the invaders from the other dimension. On the other side, the protagonist was lying in his bed, thinking that this time another guardian demon king had arrived. This makes him wonder what their next move will be, questioning what tricks they might have this time, and it seems he'll need to gather a bit more information. Suddenly, Altair approaches the protagonist, pointing out that there's something extremely important that only the two of them need to discuss, and asks if he can step out with him for a moment. Shin Hyun is confused and surprised at the same time, asking if the dragon really wanted just the two of them to go, but he agrees. Sometime later, they begin to search a location, and upon approaching a mountain, Altair says it's right there. In seconds, the protagonist starts releasing his aura and turns to Altair, questioning who he really is, as he sensed a massive fluctuation in the dragon's aura. Altair begins to laugh and says that apparently the protagonist had known all along. He says he wanted to get to know him better ever since he arrived there, and introduces himself as a dying god known as the Primordial Dragon. Shin Hyun is a bit confused and begins to wonder if gods exist in every dimension. Altair continues saying the protagonist knows nothing about his existence, and explains that he only borrowed that body for a moment, and when he leaves, the memory of that body will be erased, along with the time it was used. Shin Hyun questions the dragon god about why he wanted to see him so badly, even keeping it a secret from his descendant. As they exit, the dragon god points to a cave and says that if he follows through there, he'll soon understand everything. Shin Hyun remains suspicious and asks why he should do that. The dragon god turns and says he should just follow him, beginning to walk toward the cave. The protagonist gets irritated and yells that he should just say what he wants already. Shin Hyun follows him into the cave, thinking he's feeling an eerily familiar sensation. A bit deeper in the cave, they begin to see someone. As soon as the protagonist sees that man, he becomes extremely enraged, saying that all this time he was right there, the martial god of celestial creation. Without a second thought, the protagonist unleashes all his power and prepares to attack. The dragon god becomes concerned and shouts for him to wait, asking if they can try to talk first. Shin Hyun charges forward in fury, saying he doesn't need to talk to anyone. He attacks with everything he has, but the martial god defends himself. The protagonist keeps shouting, saying that because of him, he lost his entire family and had to leave his little sister alone, which forced him to train in martial arts for over 100 years. Shin Hyun remains standing and unleashes even more of his aura. He says that because of that scum's schemes, Earth turned into a chaotic place full of mutant monsters and demons. He charges in again, and the two start exchanging blows. Their rage is relentless, and their strength reaches divine levels. The martial god only counterattacks and defends, without saying a single word. With a swift movement, he manages to disarm the protagonist, who is already starting to run out of breath. He pauses for a moment and asks the god to explain why he did all that to him. He charges again. The martial god defends once more and begins to smile, saying that the protagonist finally decided to talk to him. Shin Hyun asks if the celestial god really thought they were going to talk. The protagonist keeps up the pressure and shouts that there's no way they're going to have a conversation here. The dragon god begins to realize things are getting out of control and that the protagonist won't calm down easily. Shin Hyun begins attacking relentlessly, cursing the celestial god, saying that even if he has to cut him 1,000 times, he'll make it as painful as possible. The martial god continues defending and dodging every blow. However, Shin Hyun grows more furious, and his attacks become faster and stronger with every passing second. One of the strikes heads toward the celestial god's body, causing a massive explosion. In the middle of all the dust, a figure remains standing. Shin Hyun stays ready for battle, but is a bit confused when he sees a chain around the celestial god's neck. Suddenly, the whole place begins to change, and other chains appear. When the cave returns to normal, the celestial god's hands and entire body were bound. The protagonist is extremely confused and asks why he's tied up, and what kind of crazy situation he's seeing. The celestial god says it's a long story and asks if he could just listen for a moment. He begins to explain that the goddess only became aware of his existence when he ascended to godhood, surpassing all of humanity. With that, she invited him into her inner realm, congratulating him on becoming a god. However, it was all a facade. The goddess never wanted to lose her position as the sole deity, so she broke the unwritten rule of not interfering in other dimensions and allied herself with the demon god of Dreadville, who was also in conflict with the dragon god. Because of this, he fell victim to the goddess's scheme and ended up in that dimension where he was sealed. Gods cannot fully use their powers in dimensions that are not their own, and for that reason, he had no choice but to succumb there. As soon as the demon god imprisoned him in a place known only to himself, he revealed his true intentions. He planned to destroy the dragon god and then take control of Earth, where the goddess resides, to stop both the demon god's tyranny and the distortion caused by the goddess. He gathered the little power he still had and created the martial world within his own inner realm. He created an environment where people could learn all the martial arts he knew, and the reason they had never met before was because the inner realm is similar to a parallel world. Since that realm is unique to its creator, he was able to escape the goddess's watch. While summoning the protagonist, the goddess was seeking to gather human faith, and to do so, she caused several disasters upon them, because the more humans suffer, the more they cry out for a god. Upon hearing the whole story, the protagonist begins to feel even more hatred toward everything and everyone, saying that this can't be true. He questions whether everything he's believed in until now has been a lie. The dragon god approaches the protagonist and confirms that, unfortunately, everything the celestial god said is true. Still doubting everything, Shin Hyun turns and questions him as well. The dragon god looks at the protagonist sincerely and reminds him that when he introduced himself, he already said he was a god on the verge of perishing. So there isn't much time left for either him or the other god. Still furious, Shin Hyun says fine, but even so, he starts trembling and charges forward once again, asking about his legacy and the life he completely lost, wanting to know how they'll take responsibility for it. The dragon god tries to hold him back, asking him to stay calm. The protagonist keeps struggling, angry, and cursing everyone. The dragon god says he completely understands the rage he's feeling, but begs Shin Hyun to listen just a little longer. He explains that after entering that dimension, he borrowed Altair's eyes to observe the protagonist, and after seeing him easily defeat 2 demon kings, he began to believe the martial god's words, thinking the protagonist might be the only hope for the 2 gods who are about to perish. That's exactly why he arranged the meeting with the martial god. Even with all the rage, Shin Hyun tries to calm down a bit and says he understood the situation, but he still has a question for them. He looks at the martial god and asks why he forced him to follow the path of ascension. The martial god replies that he did it because he believed it was the only solution to stop the goddess, for if the protagonist gave up his humanity, he could save the world. And he asks whether the protagonist would have chosen that path of his own will. Shin Hyun grows even more furious with the amount of information and still sees no clear path. The martial god goes on to say that even without choosing ascension, the protagonist was able to defeat a demon king with ease. He takes a deep breath and says that Shin Hyun went beyond the existence of a god while still being human, and asks how powerful he might become if he truly chooses ascension. Shin Hyun breaks free from the dragon god and punches the celestial god in the face, saying that the only reason he didn't kill him right there is not out of forgiveness, but because he'll cooperate for a while to protect his sister and his people. He emphasizes that if the celestial god knows so much about the demon god and the goddess, then he better share everything. The celestial god thanks him for at least believing in his words. Shin Hyun reaches for the chains to try to remove them, but gets shocked and asks how to free him. The dragon god approaches and says, there are 2 ways to break those chains. Either the demon god removes them, or he must be killed. The celestial god begins to say he can no longer summon humans to the inner realm, and that to have that conversation with the protagonist, he used the last of his remaining strength to create that space. He begins to fade, stating that he will deal with the demon god first, and then simply vanishes. Shin Hyun takes a deep breath and says that, apparently, he won't be able to count on any help, so the only option left is to smash everyone's face in. After that conversation, they head back outside the cave. A few steps later, something strange happens to Altair's body. He looks at the protagonist, surprised and extremely confused, asking why they are still together at that time of night. The protagonist turns and keeps walking, saying there's a reason for it. Still confused, Altair approaches and asks if there's something he can't say. Shin Hyun replies that it's nothing important. Suddenly, a dragon falls before them. Altair is shocked and asks how inferior dragon blood still remains in Dreadville. The dragon bows and says that, being of inferior dragon blood, his lord probably doesn't remember him. He starts yelling that his name is Jerry. He explains that after being defeated while crossing the rift, he was seriously injured and couldn't take part. He lowers his head and says he's truly relieved to be able to see his lord again. Altair remains confused and starts to think about everything that's happening. Suddenly, the protagonist taps Altair's body and says that this dragon is one of Altair's subordinates who survived, and tells him that he should treat him with a bit more respect. Altair ends up agreeing and apologizes to his subordinate for not being able to look after him as he should have. They extend their hand to the inferior dragon, and the dragon grabs it, saying it's fine. He's very grateful to be accepted again by his master. The truth is that the dragon is actually Jerikun in disguise. After that, they return to the lodge, and the other dragons are surprised, questioning how a sub-dragon blood is still alive and if he's okay. One of the dragons starts casting healing magic and says they should treat him first. Jerikun starts to panic, thinking this can't happen. If he receives healing magic from dragon blood, his identity will be revealed. He tries to play it off, saying he's fine and almost healed, so he doesn't need anything. He turns and asks Altair if he could be provided a place to rest a bit. Altair, still a little suspicious, says it's okay. He asks Callum to take Jerry to a room. Callum takes the inferior dragon to one of the rooms and asks if he really said his name is Jerry, then tells him he can stay there and rest for now. Jerry thanks him and Callum starts leaving the room, pointing out that if the pain gets worse, even slightly, he should let them know so they can treat him. Jerry is frightened again and says there's no need, he's fine. Once alone in the room, he begins to think that apparently even Rodiak's direct spirit was subdued by that human scum, and that the other demon spirits were undergoing military training under someone else's command. While walking, he overheard two demons talking. One of them points out that Lady Rodiak has passed, but he feels calmer than expected. The other agrees and questions whether it's not better to stay there, given the way they're being treated. Based on this, Jerikun concludes that Rodiak is indeed dead, and that they're building their forces properly. Still cautious about the whole situation, he notes that he needs to think more deeply to see if there's any more useful information, emphasizing that he must participate in their meeting the next day no matter what. Jerry walks through the castle and calls out to Alex. Alex turns and asks if Jerry is the sub-dragon blood who said he returned alive yesterday. Jerry confirms and says he's a little late for a meeting, so unless it's urgent, they can talk later. But he also says that's exactly why he called him. He asks Alex to let him attend the meeting too. However, Alex is confused by the request. Jerry begins shouting that he gathered some information while he was alone, and asks if that's not exactly the kind of information they need. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives, confused by the situation, and asks what's going on. Jerry says he'd like to help, even if just a little, with his race's revenge. Alex is still hesitant, as that's not a decision he can make alone. The protagonist says Jerry can join via telepathy, or that maybe that dragon has some unexpected and extremely useful information. With that, they head to the meeting room and gather around a table. Shin Hyun begins to sit and says that Jerry mentioned he would share the information he gathered while surviving alone. Altair asks his subordinate what he knows and what happened while he was lost. He lowers his head, saying that while he was alone in Dreadville, he went through a true hell. He emphasizes that he was captured and tortured by demons, but eventually managed to escape. He starts trembling and slams the table, saying he couldn't do anything at the time, which is why he's begging for a chance to get revenge. Kalpadine begins to laugh and says that once they decide on something, they tend to go all the way. Alex arrives at the meeting and says they need to take a look at something first. He opens a map on the table and says it's the map of Dreadville that he got from Nerissa. He begins showing things on the map and points to a castle, saying that at the center of the continent is Naznel's castle, who is the strongest demon lord, and that based on that castle, there are guardian demon lords to the east, west, south, and north. Although two of them are already dead, Alex continues explaining and says that including the other demon lords, there are supposedly a total of 11. And from their current position, the closest is Vilite's castle, then Salen. Jerikun starts to get surprised and realizes those people have investigated more thoroughly than he imagined. He also notices Alex confirming that 2 guardian demon lords are dead, meaning the situation is extremely serious. Altair says that Naznel was an unbeatable existence. Even for 2 high-level dragon bloods, they would need to be twice as careful. Kalpadine adds that it's exactly like that, since his former self, Vilite, couldn't even come close to Naznel's level. The protagonist gets slightly annoyed and grabs his subordinate's horn, telling him to be quiet immediately. Kalpadine starts crying, begging his master to let go of his horn. Shin Hyun asks Jerry what he thinks is the best course of action for everyone. The dragon lowers his head and says that, in his opinion, they should go directly to Naznel's castle. Everyone at the table stares at him, and Kalpadine says they just said Naznel is the strongest among all demon kings, and asks if Jerry is going crazy. Altair also questions him, asking what his true intention is behind that. Jerry begins to explain, saying that the last place he was before escaping was near Naznel's castle, and that he saw the Demon King leading his legion toward the southwest. So, if they attack Naznel's empty castle, they can take control of the central region. Everyone looks at the map silently until the protagonist says it's fine and that they'll do exactly that. The others go wild, asking if Shin Hyun is really serious. The protagonist starts laughing and says they just got intel that the castle is empty, and that's like being served a full-course meal. They should go immediately. Jerry gets all excited and thanks them for listening to his suggestion. Shin Hyun says he only listened because it's actually very useful. He claps and says everyone is dismissed. As soon as Jerikun leaves the meeting, he rushes straight to the castle. He bursts through the door, desperate, and yells asking if everyone is there. The other demon lords start questioning whether Jerikun really thinks he's in a position to summon them all and that they're offended. Jerikun slams the castle door shut in anger and says he begged and suffered for those people, and now still has to listen to this nonsense. Naznel tells everyone to calm down and asks Jerikun what kind of information he gathered that justifies calling everyone like this. Jerikun begins to explain the situation, saying that the invaders have made up for their lack of military power by recruiting demon spirits and countless other demons. The demons begin to rage, asking what's wrong with demons chasing after human and dragon blood, saying they're just a bunch of crazy traitorous bastards who deserve to die. Jerikun starts laughing and says he also found out their weakness. He explains that all the invaders actually left behind precious beings on Earth because he overheard people talking and worrying about those they left behind during meetings. Duras is pleased with this news and asks if it's really true, because if it is, Naznel should send some demon lords to Earth, since that way they can gradually tighten the screws in the right places, using those people as hostages, and it would be more fun too. Naznel begins to consider the idea and says it's not bad at all. He summons Jerikun, Bardos, and Malpine, and asks if they will go to Earth. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's base, he tells his companions that Jerry was actually a demon. They start shouting, asking if a demon lord was really among them. Shin Hyun covers his ears and says he doesn't need all that yelling, emphasizing that the guy really was a demon lord. Altair stands up and asks if that demon has probably already escaped. Suddenly, Alex approaches them and tells the protagonist that everything is exactly as he had said, because Jerry's room is empty, as if no one had ever stayed there. Altair sighs, saying that the demon had taken the form of his species, so he was easily fooled, and apologizes to the protagonist. Shin Hyun says there's no need to apologize, since if that demon was at Demon Lord level, it's possible not to recognize him. Alex keeps approaching and asks why the protagonist let that demon join the meeting, since that way their strength and objectives would be handed over to the enemy. Shin Hyun starts smiling and says it's fine because that demon lord spread false information, so now they'll go in the opposite direction. Among the lower-ranked demon lords, the closest one is, and for that reason, they'll attack Salin's castle first since the first strike is always the winning one. At the castle of the first demon lord, Naznel, Jerikun says he's fine with it. Bardo stands and questions whether they really need to go there. Malpine also gets a bit irritated, saying it's a shame to be assigned such a trivial task, but there's no other way. Jerikun begins to smile and says they'll leave first since they have to depart that night. Naznel wishes them a safe journey. Duraus asks if they should go as well, since once each of them has their troops, they'll gather there in the morning. The other demon kings say that's a great idea, so they begin to leave the place, though Naznel remains cautious, watching them. In the middle of the night, at the castle of the 9th Demon Lord, the protagonist and his team are already in front of it. He asks if that's the place, then turns and tells everyone to follow the plan exactly as discussed. They need a fast and decisive battle. All the troops agree, and with that, they charge in, destroying and defeating every enemy they encounter along the way. Kalpadine notices that their enemies are also armed and yells for his allies to eliminate them as quickly as possible while they're still disoriented. While the troops clash outside, the protagonist, along with his closest allies, goes straight for the boss. He arrives by smashing down the door, leaving Siren startled as he wasn't expecting that. He begins trembling, saying they should have reinforced the alert in preparation for their departure the next day, and starts screaming, asking if there's no one outside since intruders are already inside. Shin Hyun charges forward, saying there's no point in calling for help because everyone is probably already dead with ease. The protagonist slices off one of the demon lord's arms, causing him to fall to the ground screaming in pain. Shin Hyun watches him on the floor and says that this time it was just the left side, but if he doesn't want to die with all his limbs torn off, he better start talking about what Naznel is planning. Even shaking from pain and fear, Siren asks if the protagonist really thinks an insect like him could make him talk. Shin Hyun cuts off one of the demon lord's legs, asking if he's really not going to say anything. Siren starts screaming and says he'll talk, begging the protagonist to stop. He explains that the next morning, all of Dreadville's demon lords will move to eliminate all invaders. Shin Hyun starts laughing and asks if the demon lords are really going to act knowing where he is. Siren says it doesn't matter how strong the protagonist is, and asks if he really thinks he can fight against all the demon lords and their legions of servants. Altair approaches, and the demon lord starts insulting him, calling him a lizard for having run away and crawled back with humans for revenge. Altair says that from a demon's perspective, it may indeed look like that. Siren begins laughing and says they should have completely wiped out the lizards back when they fought, since he never liked their arrogance, even though they were a race abandoned by God and apparently killing them wasn't enough. Altair begins releasing an extremely hollow and dark aura, trembling with rage. The demon lord keeps mocking, saying he lost count after killing more than 1,000 because it was so annoying. The protagonist puts a hand on Altair's shoulder and begins to walk away, saying he'll give him the chance to finish this. Altair simply thanks him and starts gathering a large amount of energy in his hand. The demon lord asks what that's for, but Altair doesn't answer. He simply fires his power, completely disintegrating the enemy's body. Alex asks what they should do now since they left only a small portion of their forces behind and brought the rest with them. Kalpadine jumps into the conversation, delighted, and volunteers to lead the army back to the castle. Shin Hyun says there's no need for that because by morning the other demon lords will notice Siren's absence and may come there to check. Kalpadine gets a bit disappointed and asks what the protagonist plans to do. He calls Altair saying the two of them need to go somewhere, using spatial movement. Both Alex and Kalpadine get jealous and ask why the leader is only taking Altair, but the two disappear without saying a word, leaving them behind. Still in the middle of the night, the three demon lords were on the move. They head into the forest and Jericho explains that if they go that way, there will be a rift. Bardos tells him to stay in the rear so he can keep watch over Vilite's castle. Still, they continue advancing quickly. The two reach the rift and are stunned by what they see. However, Altair and Shin Hyun suddenly appear in front of them, catching them off guard. The protagonist starts laughing, saying he already knew this would happen. The two demons comment that Shin Hyun probably leaked information about Earth on purpose to Jericho. Malpine orders them to be killed. Meanwhile, the other demon lords are gathering with their armies. Ardia starts getting irritated and asks why Salen still hasn't arrived. Naznel asks if it's possible he abandoned them. Terranil says there's no chance of that. They wouldn't miss this for anything. Duraz asks if something might have happened to him. Maybe the information leaked and the humans made the first move. Ardia asks if that's really possible. He replies that yes, even his own demon spirit was brainwashed and tried to leak information. Naznel stays confident and says he won't back down just because one guy is missing and emphasizes that they should proceed as planned. Duraz says Silen was probably attacked and suggests they change the route to Salen's castle instead of heading to Rodiak's. Either way, the two castles aren't far apart. Naznel starts getting annoyed, sensing that Duraz is trying to manipulate things again, so he refuses and says they'll stick exactly to the original plan. With no other option, Duraz just agrees and says they have to do as the first demon lord says. Back to the protagonist battle, one of the demons slowly opens his eye and sees the protagonist standing without a single scratch, while Bardos falls to his knees, headless. Malpine begins to panic, wondering if not even two demons were enough to stop that monster. Shin Hyun approaches and kicks him in the face, saying that with that, they've stopped the attack on Earth. Altair senses a presence and shouts to the protagonist that there's still one left. Jericho starts running as fast as he can, trying to escape to Earth. The protagonist panics, frustrated, thinking everything was under control. Without hesitation, he chases after him and Altair fires a powerful attack. Just as the attack is about to hit the demon, he manages to cross to the other side, leaving only his mask behind. The protagonist starts getting worried about the situation. He says that judging by the aura of the one who just escaped, it's the same fake dragon blood from last time. He gets even more concerned, saying that if he chases that guy through the rift now, everything could go wrong because he doesn't know how the others will do in battle without him. Altair returns to his humanoid form and asks Shin Hyun not to worry so much, since he's already done what he needed to, and those left behind were trained by him. That's why they won't be easily fooled. They're the ones who survived the inhuman training the protagonist gave them. Shin Hyun asks if that's supposed to be comforting. Still, he says that 2 out of 3 were taken down and the one who got away won't be in good shape, so things should be okay. The two begin to think about where the remaining Demon Kings might show up. Altair explains that they've currently occupied all the western territories of Dreadville, and since all the forces that arrived at Vilite's castle have already been dealt with, there's only one route left for them to move. The protagonist says that regardless of which castle they decide to appear at first, they have no choice but to pass through the Lastra mountain range. The two start advancing, saying they'll wait for them there, on the other side of the rift. Back on Earth, Jericho, a bit wounded, starts saying he never imagined his 2 companions would be defeated so easily, and on top of that, they dared to break his mask. He looks at a small dome that was protecting a place and says that first, he needs to deal with the Dragonbloods. That way, he'll be able to find out where the protagonist's main body is. Inside the San Francisco Research Lab, humans and dragons were standing guard. One of them reports that there's nothing unusual in Research Lab Block C. The lab in Block B also reports that nothing abnormal is happening, but the radio begins to emit strange noises. The guard asks what's going on and wonders if it might be rusted, as he can't hear properly. Suddenly, they hear a noise and look back. The dragon takes flight, saying he'll check it out, but is quickly cut down. The other guard is startled and asks what's happening. The Demon Lord appears, saying so this is the place they were trying to protect. He remarks that if he manages to blow it to pieces, everything will be just fine. He begins creating a dome with his own power, enclosing only himself and the last guard. He starts smiling while the guard trembles. In Dreadville, Shin Hyun was sitting, waiting for battle. Suddenly, he hears some noise and opens his eyes, saying it's finally arrived. He looks ahead and sees countless demons approaching and tells Altair that they need to act. Altair transforms into a dragon, and they charge at the enemy troops, landing right in front of them. Naznel is surprised and asks if humans are creatures with no sense of fear. Shin Hyun gets off Altair's back and stares at the demons. Duraz comments that the protagonist must have some kind of confidence to act so brazenly. He suggests that Naznel test his strength first. Naznel agrees. Duraus gives the order for the first squad to move. The order is relayed and everyone charges. The protagonist just watches and notices that the man standing slightly farther back must be Commander Naznel. Shin Hyun begins to release his power and uses his command word ability, affecting everyone trying to attack him. He commands them to clear his path, as he has no business with any of them. The demons begin to tremble with fear, saying that the oppressive feeling is exactly like that of a demon king, and that this human isn't just any ordinary man. Then, the protagonist raises his hand saying, "This is the last warning. If they don't want to be wiped out, they should stop right there." One of the demons, a platoon commander, tells everyone to ignore him and keep advancing. Shin Hyun draws his sword, asking if they're deaf for not understanding such a simple command, and with a single movement, completely annihilates the advancing squad. Some demons try to run, but it's no use. In seconds, they are completely destroyed. He points at the remaining demons and tells them that instead of whining, they should get on the battlefield and end this already. They all begin to grow enraged. Shin Hyun continues, asking if they're really not going to do anything, because if they don't, he'll attack everyone. The protagonist charges forward and Taranil loses his patience, saying that Human is just an insolent brat and charges, declaring he'll put an end to it. The two clash with their first blow and begin to fight. Altair spots a small opening and says he'll go get reinforcements. He starts casting a summoning spell, but a weapon is thrown at him, destroying his magic circle. Ardia appears beside him, surprised, and asks how Altair is still alive. She begins to smile and asks where he was thinking of going because she wants to play with him a little more. The two begin fighting as well. Duraus looks at Naznel and asks if they're just going to keep watching. The first demon lord simply looks at him and begins to release a bit of his soul without saying a single word. Meanwhile, at Silen's castle, Alex is watching the horizon and says that for things to be this quiet, the enemies must be heading toward where the protagonist and Altair are. He turns and shouts, ordering Kalpadin to wake up immediately. The little demon wakes up startled, asking what's going on and if the troops are already here. Alex says it seems like Shin Hyun and Altair are handling all the troops on their own and emphasizes that they need to go help immediately. Kalpadin gets up, irritated and shouting, asking how that happened, because they were just here, and why no one told him earlier. Alex looks at the horizon again and thinks that the protagonist can take care of himself very well, but they still need to hurry as fast as possible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ardia says that apparently Altair hasn't gotten any weaker after taking a little time to rest. She uses all her strength to try to strike him, but he manages to defend himself, and she's surprised that he blocked the attack so easily. She throws her weapon aside, saying that if that's the case, then she'll be a bit more aggressive. She begins casting her magic and several spears start forming around her. She yells at him to try blocking this and launches her attack. The leader of the dragons forms a new barrier around himself and blocks all the attacks effortlessly, asking if that's all she can do. Ardia starts getting irritated, saying that she actually missed and couldn't hit him. She begins creating a new spear in her hand and throws it, saying that this time she won't miss. However, Altair simply dodges it with a leap and begins chanting a spell in the dragon language. The magic is so fast and powerful that it hits the demon lord. She starts bleeding and says he must be insane to cast a spell of that level in such a short time. Frustrated at losing, she says that no matter what he does, he's still just a lizard, and begins releasing a huge amount of magic around her. That spell, known as Black Plague, begins affecting all the demons who were dead on the battlefield, bringing them back to life like a horde of zombies. The demons start attacking Altair while Ardia stands back smiling. She shouts that those demons won't die unless their bodies are completely crushed. She keeps laughing and asks if Altair really thinks he can handle them all. The dragon leader starts feeling a bit pressured as there are truly many enemies surrounding him. Taranil keeps charging with everything he has to land a blow on the protagonist, but Shin Hyun dodges all the attacks as if he's just playing. The demon lord starts getting irritated and asks why he can't land even a single hit. The protagonist laughs and says maybe it's because Taranil is too slow. The demon lord grows angrier and speeds up his attacks, but still doesn't land a single one. Naznel begins to get a bit concerned, saying Taranil is rushing too much. Impatient, the first demon lord starts releasing his power, saying he'll have to do it himself. Duraus grabs his arm, saying he can't go just yet. Naznel asks why not. Duraus insists that Naznel must maintain his dignity as commander and should be the last to fight. He declares that he'll go to the battlefield himself. Naznel takes a deep breath and, though he doesn't agree, gives in and says that if he sees any suspicious movement, he'll step in immediately. Duraus begins moving toward the battle and tells the Supreme Demon Lord to stay back and observe, only intervening if he sees danger. As he advances, he thinks this is a great opportunity to grow stronger, and he can't let the first Demon Lord interfere. Naznel remains suspicious of the whole thing and says he wants to see how good a brat like Durasa really is, since he acts so arrogantly. Meanwhile, the protagonist decides to return a few attacks, and that alone is enough to corner his opponent, who's on the verge of defeat. But at the last second, Duraus manages to block the protagonist's strike, saving his companion. He starts laughing and asks if he arrived too late. Taranil, already out of energy and on the verge of losing, yells in frustration. asking why his ally took so long to show up. Daraus laughs and apologizes, saying everything will be fine as long as they fight together. Shin Hyun begins to feel something in his sword. He notices that the untouchable sword is about to disperse and pulls it back out of the Demon Lord's reach. Daraus starts glaring at him and quickly launches an attack, saying the protagonist doesn't know about the protection he has. He manages to strike the protagonist's leg with his whip, but it doesn't pose any immediate danger. Shin Hyun just gets annoyed for being touched by trash like that. Daraus is pleased and says that if the protagonist knew, he would have done anything to avoid contact with the whip. Shin Hyun asks what he's talking about. Daraus keeps smiling and asks if he still hasn't noticed anything suspicious. Shin Hyun looks down and sees that the blood from his wound is acting strangely. The Demon Lord asks the protagonist what he thinks his power is. While dodging a few attacks, Shin Hyun says that it seems his new opponent has the ability to absorb life force, and that could be a problem. Daraus keeps attacking and says he'll take that as a compliment. The protagonist dodges the attack and leaps far away, saying everything will be fine as long as the whip doesn't touch him. The two Demon Lords remain on the ground, not understanding what he meant by that. Shin Hyun begins to release an absurd amount of energy and shouts that he can't absorb the sword's power, launching a massive attack at both of them, causing a deafening explosion. As the dust settles, Taranil, badly wounded, asks his partner if he's okay. Daraus, also gravely injured, says that Shin Hyun is far stronger than he had imagined. Without hesitation, he strikes his own ally. Taranil asks why he did that. Daraus tells Taranil that if he can't be of use on the battlefield, then he should at least become support. The protagonist sees the scene and becomes furious, asking why he's killing his own ally. Daraus states that since he absorbed his partner's power, he can have a bit more fun now. Naznil, watching everything from a distance, begins to tremble with rage, saying Daraus is a filthy traitor, and now it makes perfect sense why he kept preventing him from joining the fight. Naznil can no longer hold back and starts walking toward the battlefield, saying that he will kill the Guardian Demon King, or whoever he is, as well. The undead created by Ardia continue advancing. Altair says this is endless. No matter how many he destroys, more keep coming. Ardia stays back, controlling her minions, and begins to laugh, asking Altair where all that confidence he had before has gone. She remarks that this is why lizards can't defeat demons. Still, it's fun to play with them. After some time, she summons even more zombies and sends them to attack him. Shin Hyun looks back and realizes his companion is severely outnumbered, and unfortunately, his magical power has a limit. So the protagonist thinks he needs to help as soon as possible. Daraus catches the protagonist's attention and asks where he's looking, then starts attacking him, saying he is the opponent. Shin Hyun dodges again but feels pain in his leg from the earlier wound. He says his opponent's ability is extremely problematic because his recovery is instantaneous. Daraus keeps smiling and remarks that the protagonist's life force is truly impressive. Such high-purity life force, enough to handle several demon kings. However, it doesn't work well against his blessing, and because of that, he has a clear advantage. He asks what the protagonist thinks of all this. Shin Hyun says he really is at a disadvantage, and the more time he wastes, the worse it becomes. The Demon Lord laughs, saying it seems he understands that very well. Shin Hyun begins to charge forward, saying this is starting to get boring, so he's going to end it quickly. Daraus says he can try any of those little tricks, but it will only be a pathetic fight. He begins using the Demon King's decree, covering the entire area with his aura. Meanwhile, on planet Earth, the battle between the humans and Dragonbloods against Jerikun is still underway. The dragons ask everyone not to panic and to stay calm. Ji-ye and Yoon-seol rush in to assist the attack, but when they arrive, Ji-hai is shocked. She asks what that thing is, because it doesn't look like a normal monster or a mutant. Elena looks up and says it seems to be an elder, because when she was in Murim, she only heard their names, but never thought she'd actually see one. The Demon Lord is surprised to learn that woman knows about spirit being summoned through magic and says she has a good eye. He snaps his fingers and summons more magical beasts, saying that after killing everyone there, he will personally crush the protagonist's body without leaving a trace, so they can never return. The three begin communicating telepathically, and Ji-hee says that if the other two can contain the summoned creatures, she'll attack the Demon Lord from behind. Elena begins using her ice magic and shouts that no matter how many or who he is, he won't get past her. She creates a massive wall of ice between them, but the Demon Lord just laughs and commands one of his magical beasts to break through it. He asks if she really thought that would stop him, but just as the wall shatters, an arrow comes flying at him. He manages to dodge and catch it midair, asking what they thought they'd do with that little stick. Ji-hai appears behind him, wielding her shadow dagger. She thinks she needs to finish this with a single strike, but just as she's about to attack, she feels something strange throughout her entire body. She says she can't move anymore. Jerikun looks at her and asks if she really thought she could reach him with such a trivial trick. That's just foolishness. He orders his magical beast to throw her away. The beast strikes her in the face, making her scream in pain. She clutches her face and starts falling. Yoon-seol runs toward her, shouting for the guild's vice leader. She keeps her hand over her face, feeling a strange sensation. Back in Dreadville, Daraus keeps attacking the protagonist, who just dodges his blows. Shin Hyun begins to think that the whip is faster than expected. but that was to be expected due to the Demon King's decree. Daraus keeps attacking relentlessly, yelling and asking how much longer the protagonist can keep dodging. Shin Hyun continues dodging, but his body keeps getting grazed. On his arms, shoulders, face, elbows, and legs. Daraus starts thinking that if his opponent keeps getting wounded like this, he'll soon be dead. Outside, Naznel observes that Daraus's blood mist is growing denser, but starts to feel a strange sensation without knowing where it's coming from. Inside, the protagonist keeps advancing and asks Daraus if he knows the weakness of the blood mist he's using. He jumps toward his opponent while Daraus keeps laughing and asks what his greatest weakness would be. The protagonist continues approaching and says that if you follow the blood mist, you can find the user even if he tries to hide. He jumps once more and Daraus starts getting confused, laughing even more. He questions if that's really his weakness because the whip is his and he controls everything, calling the protagonist an idiot. Shin Hyun lands a direct hit on his opponent, saying that trash like him is nothing. No matter how much energy he absorbs, he'll never be able to contain it. Daraus starts to panic and loses focus, weakening his blood mist. Naznel begins to move closer, and Daraus shouts to him, saying this is their chance. Together, they can defeat the protagonist. Naznel simply ignores him and asks why he should intervene in that fight. Daraus grows even more desperate, shouting and asking what Naznel is doing. He needs help. The protagonist starts laughing, saying it seems a Demon King's loyalty really is shallow, and because of that, they'll end this right now. Shin Hyun strikes again, finishing the fight. Naznel watches the protagonist and begins releasing his aura, saying that he is definitely stronger than a dragon or an average Demon King, and killing him will be incredibly satisfying. Shin Hyun glances once more at his companion and thinks that if it takes too long, Altair will be exhausted, so he needs to hurry and help. He turns his attention back to the Supreme Commander, starts laughing, and, releasing his own aura, asks why the commander, who had only been watching now, finally wants to act. He says the fight needs to be quick because he still has something to do. Back on Earth, the magical beasts begin attacking full force. Eunseol asks Jihai if she's okay, but Elena shouts for both of them to be careful. She moves to the rear and creates an ice barrier to try to protect them, but the power of those magical beasts is absurdly strong. She shouts, begging the guild's vice leader to recover quickly. Eunseol keeps asking Jihai if she's okay, and she manages to stand up. Still with her hand on her face, Jihai uses telepathy again and says that previously she hadn't noticed, but now she discovered something suspicious about Jerican's behavior. It's probably his weakness. She asks if the other two can support her just one more time. The two say yes and get ready to fight. Elena starts releasing more power and says she understands. So they'll try to draw his attention one more time and tells Jihai to do her best. She uses her skill Soul of Ice, Grand Snow Slash, and attacks all the monsters at once. Jerican starts getting irritated, saying it's always the same thing. He orders them to stop hiding and come out to fight, saying they look like a bunch of pathetic worms. The undead that were attacking Altair keep coming, grabbing him from all directions. He thinks that no matter how powerful or resilient his attacks are, so long as Ardia is in control, this will never end. He starts panting and looks at her, realizing that she doesn't even seem tired. If this keeps up, Shin Hyun will end up facing Ardia and Naznel alone. And if the protagonist loses, then everything will be over for both the dragons and the humans. That's why he can't let that happen no matter what. He starts moving and accumulating an absurd amount of magic around him. He thinks that even if it means his death, he has to defeat Ardia at the very least. However, two people approach the battlefield and leap in to attack Ardia. She dodges and asks who they are. Kalpadine starts laughing and says they're the reinforcements. Alex points out that they couldn't just sit around doing nothing, so they decided to go straight to the battlefield to find their comrades. Artia starts trembling with rage and asks how a demon dares to cling to such inferior beings. Kalpadine laughs and asks what difference that makes, since what really matters is being strong. Alex and Kalpadine begin to defeat all the zombies one by one with extreme ease. Kalpadine calls out to Altair and asks if he's just been serving as a punching bag so far, saying that now that he's there, he can sit back and rest a bit. Alex also starts smiling and asks what kind of confidence his partner is showing, but he doesn't stay behind. He keeps advancing and taking down everything in his path, shouting that from now on, they'll handle it. Kalpadine tells the dragon leader to focus on attacking Artia. Altair looks down and says it's the first time he's seen demons look so reliable. Artia begins to tremble with rage and screams, asking where those two came from. Suddenly, she hears a threatening voice and looking up, sees that Altair is already very close. He says it's time to end this. Back on Earth, the battle continues. The three women advance without fear. The magical beast charge as well. On the battlefield, Eunseol readies her arrows and hits three magical beasts at once. Elena also begins to attack, creating space for the vice leader to strike. Eunseol notices that one of the monsters got through and was about to attack her companion from behind, but she lands a headshot, taking the monster out. Elena looks at her and thanks her for the assist, saying she's a great support. Meanwhile, Jihai is already beside the demon lord. He's surprised and asks when she got there, but continues mocking her, saying she's just an insect. With a decree, he uses his bind ability again, but this time, she disappears from his sight. Jerakun becomes startled and screams, not expecting a human to dodge his ability. He grabs another seal and says there's no way he'll let this happen again. He starts chanting urgent as a decree, but is interrupted when an arrow pierces both his hands, preventing him from doing anything. The demon lord looks at them and asks how they dared to interfere, saying they're nothing but insects. However, the two were smiling and mocking him because the vice leader was already ready to end everything. As she advances, she thinks that her opponent had been hiding one of his hands and constantly casting spells. With a quick and precise strike, she severs both of his hands. Jerakun starts screaming in rage and pain, yelling that his hands are gone. The magical beasts were also completely defeated. The vice leader says those insignificant fools underestimated them. She emphasizes that they should have considered joining forces. She prepares herself and says it's time to finish this. With a swift and silent slash, she causes the demon lord's head to fall to the ground, ending the attack. She returns to the ground and the three of them, completely exhausted, celebrate having managed to stop the assault. Jihi says the protagonist likely wouldn't have let the Demon King cross the portal to Earth and, a bit worried, comments that she hopes nothing happened there. Back to the main fight, Naznel and the protagonist face each other once again. Naznel says that, as Shin Hyun himself said, he is the supreme commander, so it's only right that he be the one to finish things. Suddenly, Naznel begins to feel immense pressure. Something happened in his head. He asks the voice what it just said. The voice asks if he's only now able to hear it. Naznel remains confused, looking around as he's been taken to a strange space. He wonders what it is until suddenly he begins to see a supreme being before him. This being says Naznel's ranking is far too low, and that in order to have a proper conversation, he had no choice but to summon him to that place. The first demon lord is confused, asking who the being in front of him is. The entity says he already knows him, so how could he not know who he is? Naznel is shocked and starts to think that this presence is truly overwhelming and speaks in an unintelligible manner. And the matter he senses, unknowingly, might be... He continues staring at the entity and asks if he is a demon. The entity confirms and calls him descendant, emphasizing that he's a child who denies the gods. The only being who can hear his voice clearly, in a sane state of mind, which is something deeply contradictory. Naznel begins to get irritated and shouts that all the demon kings except for him are dead, and questions if the demon god really plans to intervene only now. The demon god starts to smile and says that apparently his descendant is indeed a reckless person, and questions if he's truly suggesting that gods should interfere with the lower realms. The god stresses that immortals must not interfere in the mortal realm. He asks Naznel if, when they finished off the Dragonbloods, their gods intervened. Naznel is left without an answer and questions why the god is trying to act now. The demon god says that the immortals who transcended the dimensions encountered the gods first, and that's why they no longer care about defending the principles. Naznel is shocked to hear this, and asks if the god is saying that the protagonist is an immortal approaching godhood. The entity keeps smiling and says that's not quite it. He explains that more precisely, Shin Hyun is a being who refuses to become a god. He emphasizes that even if the protagonist is exhausted, an immortal is still an immortal, and if Naznel chooses to face him in direct combat, it will only result in his death, and that's why all they need now is time. The god says that from now on, all Naznel needs to do is, back to the fight between Altair and Ardia, he says they need to finish this immediately. She prepares to fight, stressing that she'll be the one to end it, not him. Without hesitation, Altair returns to his humanoid form and charges at her with everything he has. The two begin a fierce battle. Ardia blocks his attack, causing immense pressure on the battlefield. She asks if he seriously intends to fight her with a sword because that would be impossible. She pushes him back, saying he should just try it, and gets ready to attack. He manages to block, but is startled by the incredible strength she possesses, as he barely avoided being hit. Ardia keeps attacking relentlessly and yells if he's just going to keep defending. Another strike comes his way. Altair is concerned, saying that it shouldn't be possible, but he defends again, pushing her back. He begins to gather strength and charges, emphasizing that he was just looking for the most painful way to end it all. He strikes her with full power. Ardia tries to block again, but this time the attack is different. Her weapon can't withstand the force and breaks in half, causing a small wound on her face. Ardia begins to tremble with rage and screams over her broken sword. She dodges the next attack and trembles as blood drips from her face. Consumed by fury at seeing her face wounded, her eyes begin to glow and a dense aura bursts from her body. She yells, asking how trash like him dared to wound her face. Firmly holding part of her weapon, she says, Altair is nothing but a damned lizard. Creating multiple spears in the sky, she declares she'll tear him to pieces. Altair just watches. Ardia charges with everything she has and launches her attack at him, but the Dragon King dodges all the spears effortlessly and moves toward her, saying he already knows her entire attack pattern. Ardia is shocked, denies it, and screams that it's impossible. With his impressive speed, Altair closes the gap between them and states that this isn't the first time he analyzed her sword. Ardia refuses to accept defeat and tries to attack again, saying he won't escape this time. However, the Dragon King had already predicted that too, and with a quick movement, he clashes with her. Even after being struck in the shoulder, he manages to pierce through her with his spear because the pain he felt from her attack is nothing compared to the will to defeat her. Altair pulls his spear back and Ardea, wounded, looks at him and says he knew he could have died from that attack, yet still chose not to dodge, questioning why he did that. The Dragon King emphasizes that it didn't matter if he died from that attack. As long as he could avenge his kin who were killed by her blade, then it would all be worth it. Ardea falls lifeless to the ground and Altair looks up, saying that with this, they'll have a bit more peace. Alex, who was still fighting the undead, notices something has happened as the demon that was being controlled collapses unconscious. Looking back, he realizes the entire army is also falling. Altair is standing on the battlefield, and as Alex and Kalpadine notice this, they ask if they've won. The Dragon King smiles and says they really have won, but suddenly senses something is off and starts screaming in desperation, asking what happened to the protagonist. On the other side of the battlefield, the two leaders are about to face each other. Naznel regains consciousness and returns to the real world. He's surprised to see the protagonist in front of him, looking around confused. Naznel keeps staring intently at Shin Hyun and says to the Demon Lord that he will obey. The protagonist asks what he's talking about since it's clear he hasn't received the demon god's blessing. However, Naznel says that doesn't matter because from that day on, there will no longer be a demon king in Dreadville. Naznel turns around and gives a telepathic command to all demons, telling them to leave only frontline units in equal number to the enemy, and all others must retreat immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Shin Hyun watches this, confused, questioning if they're really starting to retreat now, as he can even hear the demons whispering. Naznel continues speaking to his army, saying that this is the command and will of the demon god and that glory awaits after death. The lower demons are confused, but they obey, leaving only equal numbers on the battlefield. Kalpadine gets excited, saying they'll be able to finish this easily. Alex also notes that things seem to be getting easier. On the other hand, the demon army says that either way, they're already dead, so they should take down as many bastards as possible with them to make the demon god happy. They charge forward and the two leaders stare each other down on the battlefield. The protagonist says his companions will take care of themselves, so he just needs to deal with the leader. He starts his attack rushing at Naznel. However, while still in the air, he's struck by an attack and gets confused. Realizing that's Rodiak's calamity, another wave of fire hits him, pushing him back. Still confused, he asks where that came from. Because of this, Naznel begins to flee, and the protagonist says it's no fun letting the fish he caught get away so uselessly. He looks back and asks who the hell is attacking. The woman who attacked says it's been a long time since they last met. The protagonist asks if she's a pursuer, but the woman says he's babbling nonsense. Shin Hyun says a demonic spirit using a calamity at a time like that can only mean one thing. He asks if she's that crazy god or something. The woman starts laughing, saying he finally recognized her. They're everywhere. He says it seems the god borrowed a demonic spirit's body and asks if he really possessed it. He remembers that the goddess once told him there are 3 ways a god can intervene in the mortal realm. First, through a blessing, granting a portion of their power. Second, by temporarily possessing a vessel. And lastly, an avatar, a direct incarnation, a copy of the divine form. The demoness, seeing that the protagonist knows about avatars, also smiles. He says he doesn't know that much, but asks if she's not a bit late. Why didn't she do this before all the demon kings died? The god says that matters of the mortal realm are for mortals to handle. He prepares to attack again, saying that even so, he can't let a piece of trash like him cause so much damage and lead to the extinction of the demon kings. The god launches a fireball into the sky, saying he'll show the difference between a demon king and a demon god. He asks the protagonist to also show all his power and charges in for the attack. The two begin trading blows non-stop. Shin Hyun manages to push him back and smiles, saying that's the spirit, affirming that the god didn't descend there just to have a chat with him. The god, consumed by rage, shouts that he will tear him to pieces, emphasizing that he won't die so easily. He continues attacking with flames and says that if he manages to land just one hit, the protagonist's body will never be the same again. Shin Hyun keeps dodging all the attacks and easily closes the distance, saying there's not much difference between a demon king's power and that of a demon god. He lands a direct kick to the god's face, slamming him to the ground. The protagonist says he was acting all arrogant when, in truth, he's weaker than Duras. He adds that he wants to finish this as quickly as possible because he's busy. The god asks if he really thinks everything will go exactly as he wants. But the protagonist keeps moving forward, asking what he's even talking about. The god attacks again with his flames. Shin Hyun is unimpressed by such a weak attack and begins slashing through all the flames, asking if that's really all he's got. He continues advancing easily and manages to strike the body the god possessed. The protagonist says that while it is more refined than Rodiak, he didn't feel much difference. So they need to end this now. Suddenly, a new form begins to appear behind them. Shin Hyun notices and dodges the attack. He says it's another being within the power of the Demon King. or rather, the power of the demon god. Still, he remains confused since this had never happened before. The demon looks at the protagonist and says he's never seen him before, introducing himself as Nightmare. Shin Hyun becomes slightly worried, thinking that, unfortunately, he has no information about this new opponent's abilities. He asks if this is serious. Are they really going to keep showing up one after the other? Nightmare says he's not entirely wrong, snapping his fingers and explaining that his ability works like that for now. Several demons begin to appear beside him, as if emerging from the underworld. He orders all of them to attack the protagonist. The small army of demons charges forward. Shin Hyun destroys them easily while thinking that if he can destroy Nightmare's physical body, then those small creatures will stop moving. He focuses, thinking he needs capital. After defeating the rushing demons with incredible speed, he leaps and attacks his true opponent, landing a fatal blow. However, Nightmare's body remains standing and a voice speaks from it saying his possession works a bit differently, and as long as his power exists, he will never die. Shin Hyun gets irritated, saying that's a shitty ability. Nightmare remarks that earlier the protagonist mentioned Durios. He explains that by lending his power, it allowed Slaughter to rest within Durios' body. He further explains that not everyone can accept Slaughter's power, but this time, he found a suitable vessel. Nightmare states that now it's time for the protagonist to enjoy his battle. Shin Hyun, already somewhat tired, thinks this is the worst-case scenario, something he didn't expect. Slaughter tells the protagonist that his soul has already reached its limit, so why doesn't he abandon that shell? Shin Hyun asks what good it is for him to know that and wants to understand what's going on, since they keep showing up one after another, something he finds childish. He points out that the guy who just came out was a mid-tier boss and the others were even weaker. Slaughter asks what he's trying to say with that. The protagonist sighs angrily and says that if there are several demon kings of protection, then there must also be several demon gods. He says that by the looks of it, they're brothers, and asks if more of them are going to appear. Slaughter laughs and says he's worried about useless things that won't help him overcome the power standing before him. Shin Hyun asks what he means by that and says anyone watching would laugh because clearly he's already won. Slaughter starts laughing and says that's exactly why he descended. In fact, he explains that's why he let the other two leave. By sending the first two, he was able to evaluate the protagonist's strength beforehand. And even if Shin Hyun was stronger than them at the time, now he's exhausted and has reached his limit, so things will be different. The protagonist begins releasing his power again, telling Slaughter to shut up and fight already. The demon releases his aura too, and says if that's how it is, fine, then charges in. The two begin fighting again. The strength both possess is so overwhelming that the pressure around them rises dramatically, even scaring the two previous gods. Shin Hyun realizes something is off and thinks that his internal energy is being drained just from touching that demon's sword, noting that this is completely different from what he faced when fighting Duraus. The protagonist's sword begins to break apart and Slaughter starts laughing, asking if he can now feel the difference between a demon king and a demon god. On the other side of the battlefield, the war between the armies still rages. Altair fights relentlessly, defeating the demons around him. Even so, he keeps looking toward where the protagonist is and grows concerned, wondering what's happening inside that sphere of fire. Shin Hyun is still managing to defend himself, forcing the demon to retreat. He remarks that Duras clearly drew power from injuries, but he can't quite figure out how Slaughter's ability works. The demon god keeps laughing, claiming he already said he would show the true difference between a demon king and a demon god. He explains that originally the blood cloud drains all energy from any living being it touches, and because of that, no matter how strong the protagonist is, this fight will become a battle of attrition. He charges forward again, smiling. Shin Hyun is able to block and dodge some strikes, but starts to feel the difference. He realizes that his new opponent's swordplay is elegant, his technique flawless, and the longer this close-quarters combat continues, the more disadvantaged he becomes. Shin Hyun thinks that maybe if he fights using his sword's energy like before, he could get different results. He launches an energy-based attack and Slaughter smiles, saying it seems like the protagonist is trying to escape him, which is a shame. He easily defends the attack and says no matter how much Shin Hyun fights, within the demonic spirit, he's nothing but a rat in a trap. Slaughter counters with a powerful strike, which the protagonist narrowly avoids. The two demons who had descended earlier ask if Slaughter has gone mad since he's about to take them down with him. The attack hits both, causing a massive explosion. The protagonist looks back and says those two were like brothers to Slaughter, and even so, he discarded them so easily. The demon god keeps laughing, calling the protagonist a fool and asking if he really thinks destroying the vessels would kill them. He points his sword again and tells Shin Hyun to stop running and face him directly. The protagonist remains irritated, realizing most of his attacks won't be effective. So, in that case, he'll need to pour in enough energy to destroy the vessel entirely. He leaps, laughing, and strikes his opponent with an extremely powerful, energy-filled blow. But Slaughter blocks it with just one hand, leaving the protagonist stunned. Slaughter asks if he really thought he could win in his current exhausted state. The demon god pushes him back, saying he would gladly accept his life force, and pierces him with his sword. Shin Hyun groans in pain as the blade pierces through him. Slaughter laughs, calling the fight pathetic and demanding the protagonist surrender his life force. Shin Hyun, trembling with pain, thinks that if he's going to die anyway then, suddenly something awakens inside him and he stops resisting. An overwhelming surge of energy bursts across the battlefield, and the demonic spirit starts to dissipate, drawing everyone's attention. Altair looks toward their direction. Alex also grows worried, asking what's happening to their leader. Kalpadine begins shouting, calling out to his lord. As the spirit begins to vanish, everyone sees that the protagonist has fallen. Altair panics, shouting that Shin Hyun can't be dead. Slaughter yells that he is the victor, and the army cheers, saying the god has not abandoned them. Slaughter continues laughing and asks if this is the end. Suddenly, the protagonist grips his sword again and says, "No." With a completely different face and a terrifying smile, he begins to release such an overwhelming amount of energy that everyone is stunned, saying this is just the beginning. Slaughter starts to panic as he sees Shin Hyun absorbing his power. Suddenly, the protagonist breaks the opponent's sword and the demon god backs away, screaming in disbelief. He clearly stabbed the protagonist's heart. Shin Hyun pulls the sword from his own chest and says, "That's exactly what happened." Now controlling the blood, he asks what his opponent can do against that. Slaughter is shocked and asks if Shin Hyun really just copied the blood mist. The protagonist grins and says, "It seems the demon god is quite clever." Slaughter prepares to fight again, enraged, asking how a mere human dared to copy his power. He uses both his whips to strike, but the protagonist doesn't move and catches both attacks like they're nothing. He smiles and says, "That's exactly what happened. He just copied it," and asks what the demon god is going to do about it. Slaughter pulls his whips back and, panting, smiles as he says, "It looks like the protagonist is trying to counterattack by absorbing his power." He emphasizes that it's a foolish idea and asks if he really thinks the blood mist is such a trivial power. Shin Hyun remains calm and says it actually is trivial because he can simply do it too, and then creates the demonic spirit. He points out that it's very easy to make. Slaughter grows irritated and yells at the protagonist, calling him an idiot, saying he hasn't abandoned his flesh and has therefore corrupted his own essence. The demon god tries to strike, but the protagonist's speed is so high that he vanishes and reappears right in front of his opponent, saying it seems he enjoys talking nonsense, and lands a direct hit. He adds that he already knew it was bad for him, which is why he hadn't used it from the start. The demon god screams that he shouldn't have used that. Shin Hyun starts laughing, saying he changed his mind, because it felt better than dying like a dog. Slaughter tells him to stop pretending to be so calm because he can clearly feel the power inside him clashing. Shin Hyun admits that the demon god is right. He's clearly in critical condition. He recreates his sword, saying that, for now, it's the best he can do. Just by releasing his energy, he creates a wave of pressure so immense that it intimidates even the god himself. However, Slaughter charges in again, using his whip. As soon as it touches the protagonist's energy, the whip begins to disintegrate, and the demon god is shocked, saying even that power is being absorbed. Shin Hyun asks whether he should say the disciple has surpassed the master or that he went beyond the original. He adds that it doesn't matter how it's said. Either way, it means that right now, he's stronger than the demon god. Slaughter begins running out of options and says, fine. The protagonist can absorb as much as he wants, but his vessel is finite. He charges again. Shin Hyun defends with ease and counterattacks. The demon god dodges, but the protagonist's speed is far superior, and he lands more blows, humiliating the enemy and throwing him to the ground once again. Slaughter struggles to get up, saying Shin Hyun's power is immense. Outraged, he screams, asking why he never breaks. Quickly, the protagonist advances, grabs the demon god by the neck, and says he already warned him. He's using that power fully aware of the risks, and the power he's unleashing has changed. So he might as well rename it to Demon Soul Force. As he continues absorbing the enemy's power, the protagonist thinks the reason why absorption techniques were banned in Murim is because they indiscriminately drain the opponent's internal energy. Slaughter begins trembling in fear and begs him to stop, saying his body has recovered enough and asking if he plans to keep going until he forgets everything. Shin Hyun replies yes, because he is. Slaughter looks at him and says his soul has already been corrupted, so it wouldn't be wrong to call him a demon god. Shin Hyun laughs, saying it's a shame that this isn't the real body of the demon god because it would have been perfect to kill him right then and there. Slaughter admits the protagonist is more cruel than he expected. Shin Hyun responds that he's honored to hear those words. Coming from a demon god, it sounds like a compliment. Suddenly, the demon god's physical body explodes and starts to fade. Shin Hyun looks at his own hand and comments that, unfortunately, that being managed to escape. Kalpadine comes running, shouting for his master and asking if they won. The war between the two armies has ended, and the protagonist says that unfortunately the losses were great as well. Kalpadine tries to apologize, saying that even though he killed many enemies, he failed. But the protagonist interrupts, saying it's alright, he really was good enough. Using an unknown ability, Shin Hyun begins to cover the entire battlefield. Kalpadine is surprised to realize his injuries have completely disappeared. All the demons allied with the protagonist are also healed and bow, thanking their lord. Altair simply watches in silence. Shin Hyun approaches him and thanks him, saying he did very well, because thanks to him holding off Ardia, they were able to avoid the trap. The Dragon King begins to say that now the protagonist is just like, but he's also cut off. Shin Hyun says he already knows what he was going to say and states that now his power is close to that of a demon god. He turns and says that for now, it's enough. They need to withdraw and rest a bit before thinking about the next step. Altair continues watching silently, looking slightly concerned. After a large-scale battle, a temporary and uneasy peace descends upon Dreadville. Shin Hyun begins his meditation and wonders if he's still truly human in that state. He had refused to ascend and become an immortal all that time, so what is his true essence? He remembers the goddess, and also the god he hated all his life. Yet, he couldn't find answers from anyone. He also reflects that in a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to accept his fate and ascend, becoming a god. With that, his original power fused with the demon god's power, and even though he became an immortal, he's now closer to a demon than to a divinity. He hears a noise behind him and keeps thinking that, somehow, he still wants to remain human. However, the noise grows louder until he opens his eyes. Kalpadine appears, and the protagonist says he had asked not to be disturbed and asks why he's there. Kalpadine is surprised that the protagonist sensed his presence even though he didn't say a word, and notes that it's been 5 days since he began meditating and everyone has been waiting for him. Shin Hyun asks why everyone is waiting for him, and the servant replies that he doesn't know exactly, but they said it's something important that needs to be discussed with everyone. The protagonist turns, a bit curious yet confused, asking what kind of important matter it could be. With that, the two head toward the others. Alex is happy to see his captain there, and Altair also notes that he had been waiting for him. Shin Hyun sits down and asks why they're all gathered, expecting him to say something. Nerissa steps forward and bows in respect, saying that while the protagonist was restoring his body and mind, she went to Earth to represent that place. Upon hearing that, Shin Hyun asks if she really went to Earth and grabs her by the shoulders, shouting that Jerakun managed to cross over, then demands to know what happened there. Frightened, she asks him to calm down a bit and listen first. Alex tries to hold him back and asks him to relax a little, as she will explain everything in detail. Shin Hyun begins to let her go, saying it's fine, and admitting he was a bit hasty, asking her to tell him exactly what she saw. Nerissa begins explaining that just as the protagonist suspected, Jerakun really did cross over and ended up on Earth alone. There, he attacked the lab that holds the main bodies of both him and Alex. Dozens of Dragonbloods and human hunters died in the attack. Additionally, some were seriously injured. However, the high-ranking hunters joined forces and managed to eliminate Jerakun. Shin Hyun takes a deep breath, saying that hearing this is truly a relief. Altair stands up happily and celebrates, saying he told them this would happen, that all the training the protagonist gave them wasn't in vain. Nerissa interrupts them, saying there's one more important thing. The protagonist becomes concerned again and asks what it is. Trembling with fear, she begins to say that among the high-level hunters, a human named Jihi was seriously wounded. Upon hearing that, the protagonist goes into shock and, consumed by rage, begins to tremble. His aura starts pouring out of his body. Everyone around him begins to panic as the pressure in the room rises uncontrollably. Nerissa tries to explain, trembling, saying that Jihi was seriously injured on one side of her face and lost her left eye. However, her life is not in danger. Shin Hyun slams the table, cracking it in half, and starts blaming himself, saying he never should have let that trash cross over. Kalpadine, also concerned, says that his master truly seems upset. Alex agrees, but says their leader's energy feels a little different from before. Worried, he says they should stop the protagonist immediately, but Altair says they can't do anything. They should just observe for now. Still consumed by fury, Shin Hyun keeps his head lowered, replaying the phrase, seriously wounded. He notes that she wished him a safe return, yet he put her in danger. His eye begins to turn red, and he remembers her smiling, saying she'd be waiting for him. He begins to regain control and takes a deep breath, thinking he needs to pull himself together so he doesn't go back and embarrass himself. A bit calmer, he looks at his servant and praises her, saying she did very well in visiting Earth. She's happy with the compliment and thanks him. The protagonist says Earth seems to be relatively calm for now and asks what their current situation is. Alex places a scroll on the table saying that ever since the demons retreated, the area has been suspiciously quiet. He notes that, just in case, he sent some scouts to Nosnell's castle, but they didn't find a single rat. He adds that considering even the low-ranked demons have vanished, Nosnell is probably hiding somewhere, restructuring his army. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.